I just went out to get a takeaway, but I slipped and fell flat on my face. But when I recovered, I found that the surroundings were no longer the familiar residential corridors, but primeval forest. The air was filled with the smell of earth and grass. The trees around were incredibly tall, with branches and leaves so lush that not even a ray of sunlight could penetrate. I subconsciously looked up to see if there was any camera prank, but I saw a bird circling in the sky. No, it was definitely not a bird. Its wingspan is larger than that of a small airplane, and the wind it creates when its wings flap can seem to overturn a mountain. Fuck. I couldn't help but curse and almost choked to death on my own saliva. Before I could recover, something even more outrageous happened. There was a vibration in the woods in the distance, accompanied by a low roar. I squinted and saw a tiger slowly walking through the woods. The most terrifying thing is that the tiger has a pair of broad wings behind its back. I swallowed and my throat felt dry as if there was a handful of sand stuck in it. I complained. What the hell is this place? Even the director of Animal World wouldn't dare to do this. I looked at my skinny little body again. I couldn't even defeat a wolf, let alone these winged beasts. Can I survive another day? I collapsed on the ground, despair written all over my face. In order to survive, I set myself a simple goal. No matter what the situation, just survive. As long as I am alive, there is still a chance to find a way back. At this moment, a virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of my eyes, the kind that only I could see. Yes, I have system superpowers, but it is not like the heaven-defying plugin in novels. More often, it is like a mentally retarded half-finished product. I call this ability digitization of everything, which can display information of any object in front of me. Unfortunately, the exact amount of information often depends on factors that are beyond my control. As for the other ability, super optimization, I still haven't figured out what it does. I just know that it can't be activated without energy. These days, I have almost figured out the entire 5-kilometer radius. This area is the territory of the bloodthirsty demon vine. Its vines are spread all around like a huge net, completely sealing off this area. Anyone who dares to approach the edge will have their blood sucked dry by its barbed vines, and even their corpse will be dragged into the ground. I have personally seen countless unfortunate animals die in its hands, so I naturally don't dare to take the risk. But is it really safe to stay here? For these 6 days, I have always lived by the special rules of the demon vine territory. Because the powerful monsters here have been cleared out by the demon vines, only some small creatures that pose little threat to me are left. But I know very well that this situation will change sooner or later. The demon vine will not remain indifferent forever. One day, it will wipe out all life in the territory, and that day will be my death. 3 days ago, when the two terrifying large creatures were fighting fiercely in the sky, a smaller tiger broke into the territory of the demon vine. It looked to be only about 20 feet in size, but was almost exactly the same as the giant tiger in the sky. Before I could come to my senses, the vines of the demon vine were dancing like crazy, and countless thorny vines pounced madly on the little tiger. "Oh woo!" accompanied by a short scream. Xiaohu was almost instantly wrapped by the evil vine. At this moment, the battle in the sky stopped. The huge bird of prey circled and made a sharp cry. The giant tiger's eyes instantly locked onto the ground below. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Then, the giant tiger actually spat out a herb emitting green light from its mouth. The bird of prey flapped its wings and flew over, and the green herb was caught in its sharp claws and disappeared into the sky in less than a few seconds. The giant tiger, with wounds all over its body, stood in the air and stared quietly in the direction of the demon vine. It didn't continue to attack, but turned away after a moment. This scene shocked me. Although the distance was far, the feeling of oppression at that moment was deeply imprinted in my mind. I could feel its sadness and anger. After losing its child, the tiger would definitely come back for revenge, and by then, this place would probably become a battlefield for it to vent its anger. There is no way that I, a normal person, could survive the aftermath of a battle of this magnitude. I must find a way before it comes back. Power. I need power. I clenched my fist and looked down at the meat in my hand. I cut it into smaller pieces, washed it, and stuffed it into my mouth. I had no idea how to make a fire. I tried countless times to make fire by rubbing 2 sticks together. My hands were all worn out, but not even a spark came out. I can only eat this meat raw, even if my stomach is churning. Every bite felt like biting into a piece of smelly mud, but I had no choice but to swallow it. Without food, I have no strength. Without strength, I have no hope of escaping. As night fell, I retreated into the tree hole I had dug out and managed a good night's sleep using some hay as a cushion. The tree hole is not big, but it is much safer than sleeping in the open air. I know that even in this way, it is only a temporary survival. I have to take a gamble. At dawn, I crawled out of the tree hole and stretched. I used a stone knife to carve another mark on the tree trunk, representing that today is the 9th day after the time travel. Looking at the knife marks, I sighed. Time is running out. The tiger will definitely come back, and I must find a way out as soon as possible. Hyperoptimization, life or death depends on it. Although my golden finger digitization of everything can provide information, it is of no help in the current predicament. As for super optimization, I have not really used it yet, but it is my only hope at present. I gritted my teeth and decided to give it a try. With this determination, I slowly groped my way to a big tree deep in the forest, curled up secretly between a thick branch, and observed patiently. Not far ahead is a small pond, with a diameter of no more than 20 meters and some gravel scattered around. This is the place I chose after scouting. Not long after, a gray rabbit jumped out of the bushes. It seemed to smell the scent of water and approached the pool cautiously, its nose twitching slightly to confirm whether the surroundings were safe. I held my breath and stared at it quietly, while calling up the virtual screen of my superpowers. The system displayed: race, gray rabbit, status, healthy, level, none. It was indeed a new creature. I have already explored all the creatures in the demon vine territory. These new weak creatures always mistakenly enter here without any precautions, and the demon vine, like a perfect predator, quietly waits for the prey to come to its door. I stood still, my eyes fixed on every detail in the center of the pool. This time, I wanted to find an opportunity to test my super optimization. Time passed by minute, with only the sound of water and the occasional rustling of leaves in the air. I was calm and waited for the right moment to come. Tisk, it's really a relief that someone sends me a pillow when I'm sleepy. I glanced at the gray rabbit that was cautiously approaching the pond, and I felt secretly happy. At this time, prey actually came to my door automatically. It seems that God still favors me. The gray rabbit made sure there was no danger around, carefully moved to the water's edge, and began to drink water. It did not notice that as the water rippled, a ripple quietly appeared on the other side. Danger was approaching quietly. The gray rabbit suddenly raised its head alertly, erected its long ears, and twitched its nose slightly. However, after a moment, it did not notice anything unusual and lowered its head to continue drinking water. Puff! A black shadow suddenly jumped out of the water. Its big mouth with sharp teeth bit the gray rabbit. The rabbit struggled frantically, kicking its hind legs and splashing water. But what was the use of struggling? It couldn't get away from the predator who had been waiting for an opportunity. A few seconds later, the predator emerged from the water in its full appearance. A silverbacked fire snake with a fist-sized head and a body more than 4 meters long, tightly wrapping around the gray rabbit. Race: silverback fire snake. Status: healthy, slightly hungry. Level: low-level apprentice extraordinary. Looking at the data that appeared on the system, my heart suddenly lifted. This silverbacked fire snake is the only surviving extraordinary magical beast I have seen in the demon vine territory. Most of the other creatures are just small characters of level 0. The fact that it could survive in the demon vine's territory meant that it was either not tasty or its level was not high enough to be noticed. I stared at it and sneered in my heart. If it wasn't for the demon vine helping me to clear out the powerful monsters, I would have a hard time staying alive with it like this. However, I dare not underestimate this snake. The first time I saw it, I almost died in its mouth. At that time, I naively thought that a snake more than 3 meters long and non-venomous could not be so scary, but the next second, it spewed out a ball of fire, which scared me to death. The scorching flames danced and burned the stick in my hand in just a moment. I watched the flames approaching and I ran as fast as I could to escape. From then on, I understood that the creatures in this extraordinary world can never be measured by the common sense of the earth. However, this time was different. I had watched it for a long time and knew it would not easily hunt down a humanoid like me, especially with a gray rabbit stuck in its mouth. Now, I held my breath and carefully slid down from the tree, holding the sharpened stone spear in my hand. Watching the silverbacked fire snake's body slowly tightening around the gray-haired rabbit, I knew that it was now concentrating entirely on swallowing its prey and had no time to think about anything else. As I got closer, my heart beat like a drum, and I was so nervous that I even breathed very lightly. 20 meters, 10 meters. I suddenly rushed out in one leap. Swish! The stone spear stabbed out fiercely, but my aim was far less accurate than I imagined, and it only scratched one side of the snake's body. Although it missed the target, the force was strong enough that the sharp stone spear still left a deep wound on its body. Bang! The silverbacked fire snake felt pain and slammed its tail against the ground, sending gravel flying everywhere. Its cold eyes stared at me, spurting out anger. Damn it! It's moving so fast with a big rabbit stuck in its mouth. The snake's tail almost brushed past my side. I clenched my teeth, overcame my fear, and pounced on it. Time is running out. I can't wait for the gray rabbit to completely enter the snake's belly, nor can I wait for it to be spit out. Then I will be facing a complete silverbacked fire snake, a monster that can breathe fire and burn me to death. I hugged the snake tightly and rolled with it on the ground. Its body was extremely flexible, and it quickly started to fight back, wrapping its body around me and strangling me tightly. The feeling of suffocation came over me instantly, and the huge force made it almost impossible for me to breathe. The threat of death was imminent, but it only aroused my ferocity. I thrust the stone spear in my hand at the snake's body, poking it randomly without any purpose. Puff, puff. Suddenly, I felt the pressure loosen. The silverbacked fire snake's entanglement weakened. I quickly broke free from it, stood up panting, and looked down to find that the stone spear had actually pierced the place where it swallowed the gray rabbit and was stuck just around the snake's 7 inches. Since the gray rabbit was still holding on there, this position was already very fragile. After the stone spear pierced into it, I held on tightly and tore its belly directly. The body of the silverbacked fire snake was almost cut in half, and blood flowed all over the ground. But it was not completely dead yet. The snake raised its head, stuck out its tongue, and made a hissing sound. I don't want to be counterattacked by you again. I gritted my teeth, picked up a big rock, and smashed it hard on the head. Bang, bang, bang. I didn't put down the stone until it completely stopped moving and the ground was covered with blood. I gasped and collapsed on the ground. Pa! I threw away the stone in my hand, squatted in front of the broken snake head, held back my nausea, and used a dry branch to turn over the bloody inside. After a while, a pea-sized green bead caught my attention. I carefully picked it up and looked at it in my palm. Name: First Order Low-Level Energy Core. Introduction: an energy crystal nurtured in the body of a first-order organism, containing pure ordinary energy. When I saw this line of data, a smile appeared on my face and my heart was filled with ecstasy. The bruises on my body from the silverbacked fire snake didn't seem to hurt so much anymore. Sure enough, this was the energy needed for super optimization. But how can I absorb it? I held the beads in my hand and pondered. Just as the thought of absorbing popped up in my mind, the green bead suddenly turned into a beam of light and merged directly into my hand, then disappeared. I immediately called up the virtual panel. Got it? I couldn't help but get excited when I saw the number of normal energy jumping. But only 16 points? Not much. This amount of energy can't be wasted casually. I gritted my teeth, and without hesitation, I activated super optimization directly, with the target being myself. However, time passed by minute, and I felt my body, but nothing happened except my expectation. Moreover, the energy points consumed were 0. No, try again. 2 points, 3 points, 4 points, even 16 points, but there was still no change in my body. Finally, I had to admit a fact. My super optimization was ineffective for me. Damn it, why is this happening? I pounded the ground next to me hard, my face gloomy, and a feeling of powerlessness and panic surged in my chest. All my hopes rest on this ability, but now, it seems like God is playing a huge joke on me. Forcing myself to calm down, I went to the small pond and washed the blood off my body. The cold water made me regain some clarity. After taking a few deep breaths, I turned my head to look at the gray-haired rabbit that was dying after being tortured by the silverbacked fire snake. It is alive, I am sure of it. Not from the surface, but through my digitalization of everything. Race: gray rabbit. Status: injured and weak. Level: none. If dead, the panel should show corpse. I stared at the gray rabbit, and suddenly an idea popped into my mind. Since it can't be used on myself, then what if I try other creatures? Optimization options: hearing optimization, bounce optimization, chewing optimization, whole body optimization. When I saw the feedback on the virtual screen, my eyes lit up and I directly selected bounce optimization, which consumed a little energy. At that moment, I could see with my naked eyes that the gray rabbit's hind legs began to change. The already powerful hind legs became even stronger, more than twice as thick. Its lifeless eyes suddenly glowed. Pa! The gray rabbit twisted its head, pushed its hind legs a few times, and stood up all of a sudden. The injury just now seemed to have completely recovered. System display. Race. Gray rabbit. Status. Healthy. Level. None. Note. Bounce optimization. This is too outrageous. I stared at the gray rabbit that was full of energy again and couldn't help but be stunned. After the optimization, it could jump more than 2 meters high, and it didn't seem to be using its full strength at all. This really goes against the common sense of physics. The gray rabbit suddenly jumped in front of me, and I subconsciously took a step back. However, it did not attack me. Instead, it rubbed its head gently against my leg, seeming very intimate. I frowned and stared at it, and suddenly I felt a strange connection between me and this rabbit, like some kind of spiritual resonance. Is this the real use of super optimization? I stood where I was, looking at the rabbit at my feet with complicated eyes, and the hope in my heart was ignited again. In the past 2 days, I used 3 points of energy to do several experiments, which resulted in 3 more friends around me. A green mantis the size of a palm, a black spider the size of a thumb, and a sika deer half the height of a man. As for the sika deer, it was kicked over by Dubai. Yes, that gray rabbit. I gave it this name because I think the little white rabbit on Earth is much cuter, so I'll just take it as a memory. 2 days of experimentation gave me a clearer understanding of the super optimization function. After strengthening its blade, the green mantis can cut off a branch as thick as an arm with one blow. The sika deer, which has strengthened its whole body, has improved its overall physical fitness by about 20% and even shows some preliminary intelligence. As for the black spider, I optimized its venom ability. Although I didn't do much testing, the skylark lying on the ground with its body turned black not far away was enough to explain the problem. I had subconsciously kept a distance from it. I have to admit that this ability is incredibly powerful, but I am still in a dilemma, trapped in a desperate situation, and I can't see any hope of breaking out. After trying to optimize the bloodthirsty vine, I got clear feedback. There is not enough energy, and it is impossible to optimize creatures with resistance. What's more troublesome is that I have already killed the only extraordinary beast in the demon vine territory. If I want to get more energy, I can only hope that the next unlucky low-level extraordinary beast will come to me, and this possibility is very small. Even if the conditions are met, I am not sure whether the powerful extraordinary creatures will become close to me after being optimized. Those guys are not ordinary animals with low intelligence. Crunch, crunch. Chewing the wild fruit in my hand, I slowly walked back to the tree hole with these 4 different creatures behind me. After giving them a simple warning order, I curled up in the cave, sat cross-legged, and began to sort out my situation. Traveling to a different world and trapped in the territory of bloodthirsty demon vines, a shocking war may break out at any time. 2 extraordinary monsters, a giant flying tiger, and a demon vine that eats people without leaving any bones. What should I do? Hide, I murmured, and an idea flashed in my mind. Yes, if I can't escape, can I just hide? Thinking of this, my eyes gradually brightened. Powerful supernatural monsters fight either in the sky or on the ground. So what if I hide underground? Yes, underground. As long as the depth is sufficient, even if their attacks reach underground, I will not be directly affected. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that this idea was feasible. I suddenly climbed out of the tree hole, and the sky was gradually getting dark. I recalled the map I had explored before and walked towards the direction of the ant nest in my memory. When I first crossed over, I spent a lot of time exploring the surrounding environment because I knew that knowing nothing about the unknown world was the most deadly thing. Fortunately, the talent of digitalization of everything has greatly improved my efficiency, allowing me to avoid many fatal dangers. Now, I was going to an ant nest, a huge ant colony surrounded by rocks, but with a nest 2 meters high. If it was so exaggerated on the ground, you could imagine how deep it was underground. I have a bold idea. If I can successfully optimize the queen ant and establish a connection with it, does that mean I can indirectly control the entire ant colony? If I can really do this, it will not only help me hide and save my life, but it may also be the key to my foothold in this world. The green mantis, black spider, big white, and sika deer behind me followed me quietly, and their vigilant figures were vaguely visible in the night. Although I knew the night was full of dangers, it was pointless to stay in the tree hole. If the 2 big guys started fighting while I was asleep, everything would be over. In the dark night, the ant nest finally appeared in my sight. The air around was filled with the stench left by ants' activities, and the ground underfoot was bumpy and full of gnawed branches and gravel. I could sense the size and power of these ants just by looking at them. I hope my guess is right. Looking at the towering nest, a sense of anticipation and nervousness surged in my heart. If I succeed, I won't just be able to survive in this dangerous world, but will truly have the capital to fight back. A burning hope burned in my heart, and the closer I got to the ant nest, the more determined my steps became. How can I find the queen ant in such a large ant nest? Standing outside the ant nest, I touched my chin and was puzzled. To be honest, I have no idea about the habits of ants, let alone the ants in this different world. Why bother with so many things? Just dig. I shook off the distracting thoughts in my mind, looked up at the gradually darkening sky, and simply climbed up the tree. When I reached a big tree more than 10 meters away from the ant nest, I gave the order to my 4 younger brothers to search for the queen ant. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 4 creatures immediately took action. To my surprise, the first one to rush to the anthill was not the cicadere, but Dubai. It suddenly kicked out its strong hind legs, crossed a distance of more than 10 meters, and came to the anthill. It raised its front legs and began to destroy it violently. Click, click. As the green mantis, black spider, and cicadere arrived one after another, they all joined the destructive action. The outer nest of the anthill, which was originally more than 2 meters high, collapsed by more than half in just a short while. I stared at the ruins of the anthill and prayed silently in my heart. I hope everything goes well. However, things were not as simple as I thought. As the outer nest of the ant nest was destroyed, the ant colony reacted extremely quickly. Dense swarms of rock ants poured out of the nest like a flood and launched a frantic counterattack against my little brothers. Crunch, crunch. A fierce battle unfolded around the anthill. Because of their large size, the big white and cicadere were almost instantly crawled over by the ants, and their entire bodies were covered with dense swarms of rock ants. Their skin was bitten, their flesh was eaten, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Watching this scene, I couldn't help but feel my scalp tingling. The black spider was dead, and only the green mantis was still barely able to move around in the ant colony, but I knew that with its physical strength, it wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Fuck. I gritted my teeth and regretted my recklessness. System display, race, rock ant, worker ant, status, angry, level, none. Race, rock ant, soldier ant, status, angry, level, none. Information about rock ants kept popping up on the virtual screen, but I knew there was no time to analyze it now. The queen ant did not escape. She might be calmly waiting for this feast of flesh and blood to end deep in the nest. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself down. When I looked at the white deer and the cicadere lying on the ground, they were already covered by the ants and could no longer move. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. Gritting my teeth, I consumed 2 points of energy to strengthen the armor and wings of the green mantis. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Almost instantly, the green mantis began to change. Its body gradually began to take on a metallic luster, and all its previous injuries and fatigue were swept away, leaving it looking brand new. System display, race, green mantis, status, healthy, notes, strengthen blade, strengthen armor, strengthen wings. Go ahead, don't let me down. I thought to myself, and gave the green mantis an order to pretend to be dead and approach the queen ant. This is the only time I can gamble. If I fail, I will have to use the stupid method tomorrow, flooding the ant nest. But I thought that without any suitable tools, this plan would be extremely difficult relying only on my bare hands. The green mantis quickly executed the order and lay motionless among the ants. What relieved me was that the common rock ants really stopped attacking, and 2 of them even dragged the corpse of the green mantis and moved deeper into the nest. It's done. I clenched my fists and felt relieved for the time being. But when I thought that I only had 10 energy points left, half of which had been wasted, and there was still no hope of escaping danger, a strong sense of panic rose in my heart. I looked up at the dark night sky above me, and the panic seemed to be magnified. If I can survive this time? I lowered my head, clenched my fists, a cold light flashed in my eyes, and said in a low but firm voice, "No matter what is hidden in the sky above, I will definitely go up and take a look." Huh. I took a few deep breaths, trying to calm myself down. At this time, any emotion is meaningless. The only thing you can do is to keep yourself calm. Without strength and power, Everything is empty talk. Now even survival is a problem for me, let alone other things. My eyes were fixed on the direction of the anthill ruins. Although it was very uncomfortable to curl up on the tree branch, in order to increase the survival rate, this little grievance was nothing. Time passed little by little. I didn't know how much time had passed, probably the second half of the night. I rubbed my tired eyes and looked towards the direction of the anthill ruins again. My eyes widened instantly. The ruins were gone. Wasn't it just that I was lying on the tree branch and taking a nap for a while? The ant nest that was a mess just now has now been cleaned up, and all the dead ants and debris are gone. The execution ability of this group of ants is simply terrifying. As I was thinking about it, a strange emotion wave passed into my heart, which was joy. Plop! My heart skipped a beat, and then I saw a black shadow suddenly rushing out of the ant hole and flying towards the big tree where I was. The buzzing sound of flapping wings was getting closer and closer. I looked up and saw that it was a green mantis with a huge queen ant hanging under it. Success! When I saw the queen ant as big as a human head being caught, a look of joy appeared on my face. However, when my eyes swept down to the dense swarms of rock ants surging below, I couldn't help swallowing. Damn it, this is the last chance for me to live or die. The ants rushed towards the tree like a flood, gnawing and crackling, and my scalp went numb. There was no way out. Without any hesitation, I directly consumed a little energy and launched full body optimization on the queen ant. Huff, huff. My chest heaved violently. I saw that the ants had already climbed up the tree trunk. The gnawing sounds were getting closer and closer. My breathing became rapid and heavy. Suddenly, I felt a wonderful connection in my heart, as if there was an invisible thread connecting me and the queen ant. Ha ha ha, I seem to have succeeded. I quickly gave an order to the queen ant. Calm the ant colony. Click, click. Sure enough, after receiving the order, the ants stopped and lingered around my feet, completely giving up the attack. I breathed a sigh of relief, quickly jumped down the tree, and sat on the ground to rest, but my eyes were always fixed on the queen ant who was following me clumsily. Its upper body is similar to that of an ordinary rock ant, but it is several times larger, but its lower body is bloated like a huge meatball, which is completely disproportionate. I finally understand why the green mantis can easily subdue it. Tisk, if it hadn't been optimized once, I'm afraid it would have trouble even walking. Now that I have the queen ant, I can't wait to start my experiment. A series of options quickly pop up on the virtual screen. Optimization options: great strength, spawning, bite, devour, armor, mental link, full body. I quickly scanned the options and began to weigh them. In order to use the power of the ant colony to dig an underground hiding place, great strength and bite are essential. Egg laying determines the number and expansion rate of the ant colony, which I cannot ignore. As for swallowing, literally speaking, it should be related to the ant colony's ability to convert food, which is also very important if it wants to quickly form a scale. The role of armor has been verified on the green mantis, which is to enhance defense, but now I am more curious about the mental link. This option sounds critical and may be directly related to my control over the ant colony. I only have 9 points of energy left, and I have to use every point to the fullest. After thinking it over again and again, I made a decision. Strength, 1 point, bite, 1 point, spawning, 3 points, devouring, 1 point, spiritual link, 3 points. I hope these are enough. I took a deep breath, prayed silently in my heart, and then confirmed the allocation. As energy is rapidly consumed, the queen ant begins to change dramatically. Its bloated body gradually became compact and strong. Its exoskeleton took on a hard metallic luster, its jaws became sharper, and its aura became increasingly powerful. And the spiritual connection between it and me became clearer, as if I could directly read its consciousness. Great. Looking at the queen ant that had completed the optimization, I couldn't contain my excitement. Next, it was time to verify the results. I passed the instructions directly to the queen ant. Organize the ant colony and dig a safe hiding place underground. The queen ant hummed softly, then slowly turned around and gave orders to the ant colony. Soon after, dense swarms of rock ants began to move like a tide, digging underground. My tense nerves finally relaxed a little, but the panic in my heart had not completely dissipated. I looked up at the deep blue night sky, and the endless feeling of oppression seemed to warn me that the danger was far from over. If I can survive this time, I lowered my head, clenched my fists, and a cold light flashed in my eyes. No matter what existence is hiding in the sky, I will definitely go up and take a closer look. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The queen ant seemed to sense that something was about to change, and the antennae on her head began to shake violently. As it moves, the surrounding ant colonies immediately take action, and the dead or dying prey are quickly carried to the queen ant. Pata, pata. The food piled higher and higher, and soon it formed a small hill. I was stunned by this spectacular scene. How much food is stored here? The queen ant began to swallow frantically. It seemed that the food could not fill her appetite at all. As her body swelled, her eating speed increased sharply. I could only stand aside and observe quietly, feeling a little uneasy inside. About a quarter of an hour later, the ant queen had almost completely devoured the prey brought by the ant colony, leaving only a small amount of residue. The ant queen's body finally stopped expanding, and its size was now close to that of a calf. Race: rock ant, queen ant. Status: healthy, excited. Notes: enhanced strength, enhanced bite, enhanced egg laying, enhanced devouring, enhanced mental link. Looking at the bloody and fleshy residue hanging from the corners of its mouth and its ferocious and strong body, my eyes were shining. Wow, that's powerful, I thought to myself, and gave the order to lay eggs. The queen ant vibrated her antennae towards me a few times, as if in response, then slowly turned around and lowered her bloated lower body to the ground. Puff, puff, puff. Accompanied by slight tremors, eggs as big as half a fist were discharged from the queen ant's body one after another, almost covering the ground around it. I stepped back and counted the eggs in amazement. 326. Oh my God, so many? I don't know how many times the queen ant can lay eggs a day, but if it's 7 or 8 times, then she can lay thousands of eggs a day. An ant colony of hundreds of thousands. I'm afraid it will take half a month to form. Thinking of this, I felt a surge of excitement, but also a little worried. The huge ant colony might bring unpredictable risks. Through the queen, I gave 2 simple instructions: guard the new eggs and find more food. As the ant colony started to get busy, I also found a place to sit and rest. This night, I finally relaxed a little after being so tense. The moment I fell to the ground, I fell into a deep sleep before I even had time to think about it. The night is slightly cool and the breeze is blowing. As time goes by, the night gradually fades away, and dawn comes quietly. The sun breaks through the darkness and shines on the earth. This vast forest finally revealed its full glory. The ancient trees are towering into the sky, and the dense canopy separates the sky and the ground into 2 completely different worlds. Thick leaves covered the ground, and everything underfoot seemed mysterious, as if every step would alarm countless lurking creatures. At the same time, on the other side of the forest, there is the junction between the Ayusin Kingdom and the Ruri Mountains in the southern part of the mainland. Captain, are the rumors about the hurricane-winged tiger king true? Now that we are here, why are you still talking? In the dense forest, a team of more than a dozen people was advancing cautiously. At the front of the team, a 2-meter-tall burly man stopped and turned to ask the middle-aged man behind him. The middle-aged man said calmly, "We have walked for such a long time. Let's rest here first. Arthur Moore, be alert." "Yes, Captain." As the order was given, the team members relaxed a little. 2 team members quickly split up and disappeared into the dense forest. The middle-aged man raised his kettle and took a sip. He turned his gaze to the sturdy man Abel who was walking over and whispered, "Although our flame mercenary group is not big, it has been passed down for decades, but it has fallen to this point today. Even the mission was forced to the Beast King's territory. It's really... Captain, you must be careful this time." Abel gritted his teeth. "If the news that the hurricane-winged Tiger King is seriously injured is false, then we will all die here." Hearing this, the middle-aged leader's eyes darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "The situation is stronger than the people. Who made us powerless? Adolf Aldrich has the strength of a master and more than a dozen high-level formal extraordinary guards. I'm afraid he can sweep the entire Tooting City by himself. But don't worry too much. Since this is a mission issued by the Mercenary Union, the rumors may not be false. If we complete this B-level mission, we can get hope back." As the middle-aged leader finished speaking, the team reorganized again and continued to move deeper into the forest. In the distant forest, the sky was gradually getting brighter. On the other side, I was gradually waking up. The cool morning breeze blew across my face. I rubbed my sleepy eyes and felt a sense of relaxation that I had never felt before. The queen ant has laid eggs, and the potential of the ant colony is gradually emerging. As long as there is enough time, my survival plan can be realized. When I woke up in the morning, my body ached so much that I grimaced. I stretched my limbs and rubbed my shoulders, and the scene before me made me feel excited. A team of ants, nearly half the size of an adult's arm, lined up neatly in front of me, waiting for my instructions. Hee hee. Looking at the message that popped up on the virtual panel, I couldn't help but grin. Race, rock ant, worker ant, status, healthy, rank, none. Notes. Inherit some of the excellent genes of the mother, with enhanced strength, enhanced bite, and enhanced swallowing. These second-generation rock ants are several times larger than the first generation, and their strength and abilities have increased dramatically. In just one night, the queen ant laid a large number of eggs, and it only took a few hours from the eggs to hatching. At this moment, there are already thousands of second-generation rock ants in front of me. Split half of them out to hunt, and the other half to start digging. I thought to myself and gave the order. This area is close to the edge of the demon vine's territory, and the ground below the surface is almost entirely rock. The demon vine obviously does not like to take root in rocks. What's more, this place is close to the mountain that collapsed due to the fight between the two bosses, and seems to be a natural barrier away from the high-intensity activity area. Looking at the busy ants, my mind has already begun to conceive plans for the future. 3 days later, in a barren bush, a 5-meter-long silver-backed fire snake was curled up lazily among the rocks. The sun shone on its body, warm and comfortable. Not long after, the sunlight was blocked as the angle changed. The silver-backed fire snake shook its head slightly and slowly crawled to a place with more sunlight. Puff puff. As soon as it moved to the new position, it felt a slight vibration from the ground beneath it, as if something was digging underground. The silver-backed fire snake lowered its head, spitting out its tongue, sensing carefully. Soon, a hint of excitement flashed in its bloodthirsty eyes. Vole? Not bad. Another good prey today. The silver-backed fire snake was ready to strike, staring at the ground that was shaking closer and closer. However, when it bit down, it felt a sharp pain. It's so hard. Hiss, my teeth. Then, the ground collapsed and its body fell directly into a deep pit. There was no more excitement in the snake's eyes, but full of fear. This is not a vole. This is an ant. Dense swarms of second-generation rock ants swarmed madly from all directions and pounced on the body of the silver-backed fire snake. The sharp mouthparts instantly tore the snake's scales, and the flesh and blood were quickly devoured. Hiss! The silver-backed fire snake struggled and spewed out hot flames, burning the air and the ant colony. However, more ants followed one after another, not afraid at all. In just a few minutes, not even a bone of the 5-meter-long silver-backed fire snake was left, and only a soybean-sized energy core was left behind by the ants. I never thought that the silverback fire snake and I had such a good relationship. The second extraordinary magical beast I hunted was actually this one. I walked out slowly from the back of the tunnel, looking at the first-order low-level energy core on the ground. A smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. Although my face was pale and my steps were a little weak, the sense of accomplishment at that moment made me feel extremely happy. Picking up the energy core, I converted it directly into energy without any hesitation. The energy points displayed on the virtual panel increased again. I looked up at the exit on the ground and climbed up using my hands and feet. For the past few days, the ant colony has been digging 4 or 5 meters deep underground. Occasionally, when they get close to the roots of the evil vine, my heart would rise to my throat. But it turned out that my judgment was correct. The demon vine did not take root in the rock layer. Its roots extended more in the surface soil, which made me breathe a sigh of relief. After crawling out of the cave, I opened my arms and greedily breathed in the fresh air. Looking up at the distant sky, my heart was filled with a long-lost sense of freedom. From now on, this is my base camp, my base. Looking at the small hill under my feet, I clenched my fists secretly. After several days of development, the number of second-generation rock ants has reached nearly 10,000, and this number is still growing rapidly. Through the queen ant, I ordered 2,000 second-generation rock ants to disperse and explore the surrounding environment, while I carefully looked at the surrounding terrain. This place is more desolate than I imagined. The soil is thin, and most of it is bare rocks and some drought-resistant plants. Although it seems like there are no resources at first glance, there are almost no powerful monsters nearby because of this, which is exactly what I need. A safe area without any threats, enough for me to develop quietly. Chapter 10. Gnawing out a base. There is a rocky mountain under Linkong's feet, and it is a rocky mountain with extremely low surface soil coverage. As far as the eye can see, there are only a few sparse bushes and weeds making their presence felt, and then there are all kinds of rocks, broken stones, and gravel, large and small, scattered around. The original height should have been 300 meters, but now it may have to be reduced by several dozen meters. The mountain is about 7 or 8 kilometers in radius, so the whole mountain looks relatively flat. Standing here and looking into the distance, the mountaintops are basically lush and green, and they are all taller. This hill is about 3 or 4 kilometers away from the demon vine territory. We can develop slowly here. If we encounter a strong demon beast, it will only take a few minutes to run back through the ant path. It should be safe. Retracting his gaze, Lin Kong muttered to himself as he thought about future developments. Huff huff. At this time, a huge monster slowly crawled out from the ant tunnel, the size of a calf, and cracked the exit of the ant tunnel, which was more than 1 meter wide. It was Lin Kong's current reliance and treasure, the rock ant queen. Walking forward and touching its hideous black claws, Lin Kong spoke in a low voice that only he could hear. Just wait. I will definitely turn you into a terrifying existence that will make even the starry sky tremble. Bringing the queen ant and then leading the ant colony carrying the second-generation rock ant eggs, they came to the foot of the hill facing away from the demon vine territory. Lin Kong began to let the ant colony dig a hole. Crunch. Looking at the flying stone chips, Lin Kong nodded with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the rock ants' ability to dig holes and their execution. The 2,000 rock ants that were sent out just now have returned, but Lin Kong did not let them join the operation of digging the base. Instead, he gave them an order to patrol the surrounding area. Time passed, and after several hours, the primary base envisioned by Lin Kong had basically been completed by the ant colony. However, Lin Kong then thought about it, and then directed the ant colony step by step to carve out 3 Chinese characters about 40 meters above the entrance of the base. Each one was 1 meter in size and about 1 finger deep. Yinny Mountain. From now on, this place is called Yinny Mountain, a Yinny Mountain that belongs only to us. Looking up at the results, Lin Kong smiled with satisfaction. On the other side, the entrance to the base is a square hole about 2 meters wide and 4 meters high, and the depth reaches about 10 meters. Next is the main hall of the base. At this moment, it was only about 100 square meters and only 5 meters high. Although it was far from the grand base that Lin Kong had imagined, it was still just a startup. Next to the exit of the main hall, Lin Kong had the ants gnaw out a small stone chamber, about 1 meter wide and 2 meters high. The entire stone chamber is only a dozen square meters, but it has a stone bed, a stone table, and a stone bench, giving it a feeling of being small but complete. Visiting his first house in another world, even though it was inside a cave, Lin Kong was still so moved that he almost cried. Turning his head to take a look, Lin Kong saw a colony of rock ants outside that were half the size of an adult's arm. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Their work efficiency was too terrifying. Time passed by, and before I knew it, it was already evening. At this time, he no longer felt that he was in danger, so Lin Kong did not hide and sleep when it got dark. Looking at the huge and dense ant colony around him, Lin Kong's mouth curled up slightly. It was time to go out hunting. Although he now has some strength, Lin Kong still understands that this world, this forest, is full of powerful people. If you stop moving forward, you may be eliminated at any time. Hunting, in addition to obtaining food for the ant colony, is also a source of energy. Lin Kong is very concerned about energy because his 2 super talents require huge amounts of energy. I don't know how to get the rock ants to advance to the extraordinary level. It seems I need to accumulate some energy to experiment. Also, what are advanced energy and special energy? Thinking about it in his mind, Lin Kong began to gather the ant colony. There are 100 second-generation rock ants in a team. Lin Kong plans to lead 50 rock ant teams out, and the rest will stay at the base. It was worthwhile to spend 3 energy points to optimize the queen ant's mental connection. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to organize the ant colony into such a detailed team. Moreover, Lin Kong discovered that because his connection with the queen ant had become closer, he could gradually give orders to the ant colony without going through the queen ant. It is possible that the ant colony is originally part of the queen ant, or there may be other reasons. However, since it is beneficial, Lin Kong is not in a hurry to explore the reasons. After a while, taking advantage of the night, a black tide of ants began to surge towards the outside world. With his super talent of digitizing everything, Lin Kong is not afraid at all that the ant colony he leads will run into trouble. As Lin Kong moved away from the base and gradually explored outside the rock ant mountain, the starry sky tonight might be stained with a little blood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 tall gray wolves with green eyes were chasing their prey. The trees were towering, and the aerial roots of unknown vines or trees were intertwined. Various kinds of strange plants were scattered everywhere, but such a strange terrain was like flat ground under the feet of the two 3-meter-tall wolves and did not become an obstacle at all. Crunch, crunch, meow. Suddenly, there was a shrill scream from the front, but it fell silent after a moment. As the strange sound in front reached the ears of the two wolves, they immediately stopped running madly and looked at each other, with surprise and suspicion in their blue pupils. Chapter 11: Lin Kong's Harvest. However, their desire for prey outweighed their doubts, and the two wolves went around the large rock in front of them that was covered with vines and covered with large green ferns. Puff. But the next moment, the two wolves stopped again. But this time there was no more surprise in their eyes, but fear. Their prey was now in a black torrent, and its 2-meter-long body was disappearing visibly to the naked eye. When it first came into view, you could still see that it was the prey they were chasing, the misty goat. But in just a moment, the bulge in the black torrent had subsided. In the blink of an eye, not to mention bones, there was not even a trace of blood left. What frightened them even more was that the black torrent actually began to move towards them. I don't know if animals have claustrophobia, but if they did, they would probably be so scared that their legs would go weak by now. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, the two wolves wanted to turn around and escape, but when they turned around, they found that they were covered with dense swarms of big ants behind them, and they had been surrounded without realizing it. Race: wolf. Condition: healthy, severely frightened. Level: intermediate apprentice extraordinary. At the same time, Lin Kong, who was hiding in the dark, looked at the data of the two wolves, smiled, and gave the ant colony an order to attack. In addition to these two gray wolves, the ant colony had hunted hundreds of prey, including 43 without extraordinary rank, 36 with extraordinary rank from low-level apprentices, and 19 with extraordinary rank from intermediate-level apprentices, obtaining a total of 2,325 energy points. Through the deaths of so many prey, Lin Kong also got a rough estimate. A low-level apprentice's extraordinary energy core, ranging from low quality to high quality, can roughly obtain 1 to 50 points of energy. The intermediate apprentice's extraordinary energy core, from low quality to high quality, can roughly obtain 51 to 100 points of energy. The senior apprentice is extraordinary. Lin Kong has not met one yet, so he is not sure, but he estimates that it is about the same. The peak value is twice that of the intermediate apprentice. However, since he has not hunted one yet, he cannot be completely confirmed. Although they are both apprentice-level extraordinary energy cores, the difference in the energy they contain is still very large. Just getting more than 2,000 points of energy, the 36 low-level apprentice cores only provided 900 points of energy. Therefore, when Lin Kong saw the two intermediate apprentice wolves, he couldn't help but smile. Energy, don't go. Ooh, ooh. The two wolves raised their heads and let out two clear and cold howls towards the night sky. The sound shook the whole area and startled the birds perched on the trees. Bang! The next moment, the attack began. The wolf jumped and slapped a nearby rock ant away, then retreated quickly and opened its huge mouth to bite the bodies of two more rock ants into pieces. Seeing this, Lin Kong frowned slightly. The body of the rock ant was still too fragile. Although the body of the second-generation rock ant was now as hard as ordinary rock, it was still not strong enough in the hands of the intermediate apprentice Chow Fan. Puff, puff. With a casual wave of its claws, the gray wolf can smash a stone as big as a watermelon into pieces, and a deep hole of more than 10 centimeters will be created on the ground, not to mention the bite force that the gray wolf relies on for survival. Originally, he thought that magic-type monsters were more difficult to deal with, but after actually facing them, Lin Kong found that physical-type monsters were even more difficult to deal with. Low-level apprentice magic beasts will die instantly if they are approached by a colony of ants, but this is not the case for flesh and blood beasts. Even if they are surrounded by a colony of ants, they can continue to harm the ant colony for a while. After bouncing and turning, in a short while, dozens of second-generation rock ants were torn to pieces by the two gray wolves in front of them. But soon after, the two wolves suddenly found that there was no open space around them to hide, and all they could see were big black ants. Ooh, ooh. There were two more wolf howls, but this time they were filled with sadness and mournfulness. Crunch, crunch. The teeth-grinding sound of gnawing slowly began to sound. Looking at the two wolves with rock ants crawling all over their bodies, Lin Kong had no mercy in his eyes. Having experienced the terror of life and death and watched the showdown between peerless bosses, Lin Kong deeply understood that the law of the jungle is the survival of the fittest. If you encounter a stronger one, you have no choice but to surrender and be devoured. It is difficult to have any other choice. At most, you can lament your unfortunate fate before you die. Now Lin Kong just wanted that day to never come. So what did killing some monsters mean to him in terms of gaining power? Click, click. The heads of the two gray wolves were bitten off, and two intermediate apprentice energy beads were delivered to Lin Kong by the two rock ants. TSK, TSK. More than 100 more energy points, that's great. On the other side, the ants did not completely eat the corpses of the two gray wolves. In fact, the ants did not completely eat the corpses of all the intermediate apprentice creatures because Lin Kong planned to take them back as food for the queen ant. Name, Lin Kong. Gender, male. Age, 26. Level, none. Normal energy, 2475. Advanced energy, 0. Special energy, 0. Talent, super optimization, data-based everything. Roar. Awa. Awa. Puff. Lin Kong, who had been planning to return to the base, suddenly changed his expression. Hearing the roars and wolf howls coming from not far away, Lin Kong did not hesitate at all and swiftly climbed up the big tree where he had been hiding just now. The 10 rock ant teams hiding densely in the dark around them did not participate in the battle, but instead guarded Lin Kong closely. With a thought, the hunting teams further out also began to gather around Lin Kong. Although a lot of rock ants were lost during the hunt, there were still 46 complete rock ant teams, including the escort team. That means only more than 400 rock ants died after such a long hunt. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible, but who can blame Lin Kong, the intelligent humanoid universal identification system, for following him? Chapter 12: The Powerful Wolf King. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon after, figures rushed out from all directions, their noses twitching and sniffing gently, and the wolves whimpered slightly towards the two headless wolf corpses. Sure enough, the two wolves just now did not act alone. Seeing more and more wolves, Lin Kong couldn't help sweating from his clenched palms, until finally a giant wolf as tall as 5 meters jumped from behind to the front of the wolf pack. At this time, no more wolf came out. Call. He let out a sigh of relief. If there really were hundreds of wolves, Lin Kong might have already thought about how to break out, but now there were only 53. Lin Kong narrowed his eyes slightly. Damn, Lin Kong doesn't want to miss out on such a huge amount of energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A black mass of rock ants, each half the size of an adult's arm, began to move on rocks, in the grass, under thick dead branches and leaves, and on big trees. At this moment, it seemed that rock ants were crawling out from all directions on the ground and underground, rushing towards the wolves fearlessly. Tear. As the first second-generation rock ant in the front was torn to pieces by the Tsang wolf, the next moment, a war was about to break out following Lin Kong's command. Bang, bang, bang. Ooh, ooh, ooh. With the howling of wolves, smoke and dust rose up, wood chips flew everywhere, and rock ants were beaten to death or bitten to pieces. However, there were always a few rock ants that could bite the wolves a few times. If you kill a few of my companions, I will tear off some pieces of your flesh. Puff, puff. After a while, as time went by, rock ants crawled all over the bodies of the gray wolves, and the stalemate situation took a sharp turn for the worse. It was likely that it would not be long before these gray wolves would be bitten to death by the rock ants. Roar. At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly came from the mouth of the giant wolf. Although it was 100 meters away from the battlefield, Lin Kong's eardrums suddenly buzzed. Stars appeared in his eyes, and he almost fell from the tree. Damn it! Could this guy be a high-level apprentice transcendent? And this is just the aftermath. You can imagine how powerful the center is. Because he was standing high and the battlefield had a wide view, Lin Kong quickly looked towards the giant wolf, although he could only vaguely see a tall black shadow. Race, wolf. Status, healthy, angry. Level, low-level, formal, extraordinary. Seeing this, Lin Kong couldn't help but smile bitterly. He originally thought that the wolf pack leader, who was an intermediate apprentice transcendent, should be at most a senior apprentice transcendent, or the peak of the apprentice level transcendent, but you are actually a formal level transcendent. I was fighting a small group of ants just now. Was it just an act? Following the Wolf King's shout, the wolves, whose bodies were originally covered with rock ants, were shaken down. They fell to the ground and struggled for a few times, but could not get up again. However, the wolf pack was also in a miserable state at this time. Almost every one of them was covered in blood, and 3 of them had already fallen to the ground and couldn't get up. Boom. But at least thousands of rock ants died in one fell swoop. Feeling the current situation of the hunting ant colony, Lin Kong punched the tree trunk next to him hard. Damn it! Lin Kong had a gloomy face, But when he saw that the Wolf King did not roar a second time, Lin Kong guessed that the roar just now must have been an explosive or ultimate move. Unconventional means take a long time to cool down, and either take time to prepare or consume some precious things. Lin Kong didn't know which type the Grey Wolf King belonged to, and now he was like a frightened bird. If you hit me twice more, my hunting team will be finished. Originally, all of it was used on the queen ant. Now we have to consume some. Turning his head to take a look at the little green mantis on his shoulder, the green mantis before, Lin Kong silently activated his super optimized talent. Name, Xiaolu. Race, green mantis. Status, healthy. Level, none. Notes, strengthen the blade, strengthen the armor, and strengthen the wings. Optimization options, strengthen blade, strengthen armor, strengthen wings, devour, whole body. Advanced optimization options, creature quality, creature level. Yes, when Lin Kong discovered that he had a lot of energy, he activated super optimization and found an additional advanced optimization option. By spending twice the peak supernatural energy of a low-level apprentice, the creature can be raised to this supernatural level. The most annoying thing is that I can't directly advance to a higher level. I have to advance step by step from a lower level. Lin Kong couldn't help but grumble as he muttered to himself. He originally thought that he could directly promote Xiaolu to the advanced apprentice level, but after the experiment, he found that he had to do it step by step and gradually, and he couldn't skip levels. Well, just spend more energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Lin Kong began to operate, Xiaolu beside him began to tremble wildly, and the dense energy halo quickly enveloped Xiaolu. Whoosh whoosh, consume 100 points of energy to advance from a low-level apprentice to an extraordinary level. Sure enough, more energy is needed. Without hesitation, Lin Kong once again used his super optimization ability on Xiaolu. Another 200 points of energy were consumed. Buzz, 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 and Xiaolu's body was once again wrapped in a ball of pure energy halo. After a while, when I looked again, Xiaolu had turned into a ferocious green mantis the size of a puppy, exuding a terrifying aura. Come on, continue to advance. Turning his head to look at the battlefield not far away, Lin Kong muttered to himself. 400 points of energy disappeared out of thin air. Call out. In just a few breaths, Xiaolu flapped his wings and flew out from the energy ball that was about to break. Its body length exceeds 1.3 meters, especially the pair of forelimbs in front that gleam with metallic luster, which exude the brutal aura of a top predator all the time. Name, Xiaolu. Race, green mantis. Status, healthy and excited. Level, senior apprentice extraordinary. Notes, strengthen the blade, strengthen the armor, strengthen the wings. It takes twice as much energy to upgrade a small level. I thought my 2,000 points of energy were a lot, but now it seems that at most I can optimize an ordinary creature into a formal extraordinary creature. It's a waste to spend energy on ordinary bugs. If I use the energy on the queen ant, that's what I want. But there is no way to deal with this situation. Looking up at the rampant and arrogant Song Wolf King, Lin Kong's eyes could not help but become cold. As a friend, your behavior is domineering and powerful, and people can't help but want to praise you. But as an enemy, it arouses anger and makes people have to destroy you. Although Xiaolu has already reached the level of a high-level apprentice, even if the apprentice-level Xiaolu sneaks in among the ant tide and launches a sneak attack, he probably won't achieve much, because the strength of the formal-level extraordinary Songlong King is probably beyond Lin Kong's estimation. Chapter 13 Advanced Green Mantis. The might of the fully erupted Song Wolf King is extremely astonishing. It is easy for an ordinary intermediate-level apprentice Transcendent Song Wolf to break Golden Jade, let alone a formal-level Transcendent Song Wolf King. Call out. Call out. With a speed as fast as a startled wild goose, just one wolf was able to protect the entire wolf pack. It reached the area within a radius of 30 meters in an instant. With a wave of its claw, more than a dozen rock ants were smashed like tofu. Lin Kong had let the ant tide retreat temporarily at this time, but they still surrounded the wolf pack tightly. However, there was no rock ant within a radius of 50 meters. Looking at the densely packed black ants, the Wolf King was also shocked at this moment. He knew that he had miscalculated and was too reckless. Not long ago, when it heard its two younger brothers calling for help from afar, it immediately gathered its companions and rushed over in a menacing manner. When it saw that it was actually a group of ants, it was even more dismissive, but as it hit them, it realized that it was wrong. The black ants couldn't bite it, so it was thinking of doing it for fun. But when it turned around, the entire wolf pack was submerged, and the strong smell of blood irritated its nose. These ants are completely different from the tiny creatures it had seen before. It knew this and had encountered them before. But those little guys couldn't bite its younger brothers at all. But now it knows that if it doesn't do something, its younger brothers will all die. Whoosh whoosh. Looking at the ant swarm that had retreated temporarily but was still tightly surrounding him, the gray wolf king was not happy. Instead, his huge and bright wolf eyes became even heavier. It's easy to escape by yourself, but what about these little brothers? On the other side, looking up at the wolf king who was guarding the injured wolf pack, Lin Kong began to feel troubled. After consuming 700 points of energy, Xiaolu had become a senior apprentice. However, because there was a huge realm between them, Lin Kong did not let Xiaolu act rashly. This was because there was a huge difference in strength between low-level apprentices and mid-level apprentices, not to mention the gap between high-level apprentices and formal-level extraordinary people. Then, let's go hunting again. At this moment, there were still 1,700 energy points left in his hand. When Lin Kong wanted to optimize Xiaolu's extraordinary level again, he found that the advanced optimization option had disappeared. After thinking about it, Lin Kong guessed there were two possibilities. One possibility is that Xiaolu has reached his limit, and the other possibility is that the energy is not enough again. However, Lin Kong had a strong hunch in his heart that the truth was probably closer to the latter. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Using his mind power to give the second-generation rock ants the order to retreat, Lin Kong slowly climbed down the tree and then moved to other directions with the 10 teams of second-generation rock ants guarding him. After walking only a few kilometers, and without much effort, Lin Kong captured several low-level, apprentice-level extraordinary people. At this time, the state of Lin Kong's virtual light curtain. Name, Lin Kong. Gender, male. Age, 26. Level, none. Normal energy, 2035. Advanced energy, 0. Special energy, 0. Talent, super optimization, data-based everything. As expected. Is it because of insufficient energy? Not long after, Lin Kong returned to the big tree where he had hidden before. He found that when he absorbed the energy core in his hand, and the energy exceeded 2,000 points, he could strengthen Xiaolu again. So, according to the assumption of twice the peak value of low-level formal extraordinary energy is 1,000? Looking at the battlefield where the confrontation was still going on, Lin Kong whispered something, and then without hesitation, he began to launch super optimization on Xiaolu again. Consumed 2,000 energy points. Whoosh whoosh. This time the noise was even louder, and even the energy in the air began to be drawn into Xiaolu's body. Boo-hoo. The gases visible to the naked eye around began to gather towards Xiaolu, light golden in color, very mysterious. Magical energy? Vitality? Spiritual energy? Anyway, Lin Kong didn't know what it was. On the other side, as if knowing that he was about to undergo a drastic change, Little Green hissed, flapped his wings, and pounced directly to where the ant colony had piled up the corpses of the second-level monsters. He began to tear the corpses apart and swallowed them in big mouthfuls. Boom, boom, boom. After a while, Xiaolu's body began to make a series of explosion sounds. Call out. The next moment, a ferocious green shadow with a length of more than 2 meters and 2 meters rushed into the sky. Name, Xiaolu. Race, green mantis. Status, healthy and excited. Level, low-level formal extraordinary. Notes, strengthen the blade, strengthen the armor, and strengthen the wings. At this moment, looking at the optimized Little Green, Lin Kong glanced at the Wolf King in the distance jokingly. After a while, as Xiaolu flew to the battlefield according to Lin Kong's instructions, the originally quiet ant colony began to become restless again. A moment later, a new round of attacks began. Bang! The Gray Wolf King casually killed a bunch of ants that were swarming up. He felt a little confused. Seeing the same attack method as before, he couldn't help but look around. There was really nothing else except the swarming ants. Then why do they still attack? Is their king a fool? If that were the case, old song, would be able to hold on for a whole day without slowing down. Ouch! After realizing that the king of the ant colony was not very intelligent, the Gray Wolf King couldn't help but feel a little relaxed. I want to see how many little ants you have that will jump on me and let me kill them. Whoosh! Jump to the other side and smash several ants. Just as he was about to turn around, he saw a green afterimage disappearing from his sight in a flash, and the Wolf King couldn't help but lean back slightly subconsciously. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. Snap! Looking at his fallen forelimbs, the Wolf King's eyes revealed confusion and puzzlement. Ooh! The next moment, a scream came out of its mouth, and the remaining 3 legs quickly retreated backwards, and it didn't even care about the tide of ants rushing towards the wolf pack. If his head had not tilted just now, it would not have been his front limbs that fell on the ground, but his head. Chapter 14 Return to Base. At this moment, the Wolf King stared at the green figure flying in the air with a little pain. He felt that the other party's aura was only low-level formal extraordinary, but the speed was actually faster than his own. After taking a deep look at the other party, the Wolf King's forelimbs were flashing with a pale yellow halo, and the bleeding had already stopped. Then, a mass of granulation tissue slowly began to expand and expand at the broken part, and in just a short while, a complete forelimb grew out. However, the Wolf King seemed to be in an even more listless state. He lowered his head to look at his newly grown forelimbs, then gently lifted them up twice to adapt himself. Flutter. Call out. From the corner of his eye, he saw his brothers' heads being bitten off one by one, and a trace of struggle flashed in the eyes of the gray Wolf King. But after just a moment, he became indifferent, and then actually ran away without looking back. On the other side, Xiaolu was staring at the Wolf King in a daze. The mission it received was to kill, not to drive away. With a flap of its wings, Little Green turned into a shadow and immediately chased after it. Whoosh! He was flying rapidly in the forest, but when he heard the sound of breaking air behind him, a trace of anger flashed in the eyes of the Wolf King, and of course a few traces of fear. When such beings actually appeared in this area? Feeling that the enemy was getting closer, the Wolf King had no choice but to turn around abruptly, using up the little energy left in his body, even mobilizing his chi and blood. Roar! The same roar as before was heard, shaking the whole area, but it lacked the mighty and domineering power of the first roar. Instead, it gave people a feeling of old age and shortness of breath. Little Green, who was flying very fast, seemed to know the power of this move. He quickly raised himself up and shot into the sky like a green arrow. However, he was still shaken and swayed like a drunk. But after a while, under the unwilling gaze of the Wolf King, Xiaolu's body gradually stabilized. Flutter, flutter, the sound of wings flapping rapidly. The next moment, Little Green, who was about to swoop down and chop off the Wolf King's head, paused. Feeling the order from his boss, his body suddenly floated in the air more than 20 meters high. Whoosh! 2 light golden blade beams quickly emanated from Xiaolu's 2 machete-like forelimbs. Puff puff! The blade struck the head of the Wolf King who was lying on the ground, leaving 2 deep blood grooves. Whoosh! The Wolf King, who was as weak as a shrimp just now, jumped up instantly after being hit by 2 sword beams. He jumped more than 30 meters high, and his bloody mouth full of sharp teeth seemed to be able to bite everything to pieces. If Xiaolu had swooped down directly just now, he would have been fooled and might have been bitten by the Wolf King at this moment. At this moment, looking at the huge mouth that suddenly pounced on him, Xiaolu's body quickly rose up again. Bite. Thump. The Wolf King jumped up more than 30 meters and missed the target, then fell to the ground with an unwilling look. Whoosh! 2 more light golden blade beams, several meters long, fell rapidly from the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. This time, the Wolf King did not choose to fight back, but instead turned and jumped rapidly to dodge. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. But the next moment, a steady stream of sword beams began to descend. Although the energy blade was not as powerful as Xiaolu's own body, it could attack from a long distance. The pale golden blade light struck the ground, leaving cracks more than 1 meter deep. The Grey Wolf King was really feeling very aggrieved. He was a flesh-shaped monster, and his powerful strength lay entirely in his physique. But today, it encountered a mantis monster with an attack power powerful enough to break its defense, and its speed was not inferior to its own. The Wolf King, who had no intention of fighting and only wanted to escape, did not notice that along with the dozen or so sword beams flying towards him, a green shadow also swooped down quickly. He jumped back quickly, dodging most of the energy blades, and then took on a blade that he could not avoid. Call out. Hearing the sound of breaking air behind his head, the Wolf King's heart tightened, but he didn't care too much, thinking that he didn't notice the other energy blade. With my physical strength, I will only suffer some minor skin injuries after being hit twice. It won't hurt or itch and will be healed in a while. Phew. Boom. The next moment, a huge head with a diameter of more than 1 meter fell to the ground. Then, Xiaolu's body appeared at this moment, looking at the huge head of the Wolf King, with excitement in his eyes. Not bad, not bad. I didn't waste all the energy I invested. At this time, surrounded by a tide of ants, Lin Kong slowly walked over from not far away, touched Zyl's metallic front machete, and praised it effusively. With a slight wave of his right hand, several rock ants drilled into the head of the Wolf King through his broken neck. After a while, an official-grade high-quality energy core the size of an egg appeared in Lin Kong's palm and slowly disappeared. Name: Lin Kong. Gender: male. Age: 26. Level: none. Normal energy: 4975. Advanced energy: 0. Special energy: 0. Talent: super optimization, data-based everything. Ha ha ha. Looking at the energy points on the virtual panel, even though Lin Kong had a good temper, he couldn't help but grin and laugh. In addition to the nearly 1,000 points of energy provided by the Grey Wolf King, its 50-plus minions provided more than 3,900 points of energy. Let's go. Let's go back to base. Coming back to his senses, Lin Kong waved his hand, and the black torrent began to surge rapidly in the direction it came from. Dozens of minutes later, seeing the base gate appear in front of him, Lin Kong, who was originally jogging, couldn't help but exert his strength and ran in like a mad gallop. Chapter 15: The Tiger Awakens. Back at the base, the excited Lin Kong did not notice that a thin golden-red line had begun to appear in the distant sky. Before he knew it, he had been busy all night, but Lin Kong was completely unaware. Lin Kong quickly ran to the queen ant and looked at its ferocious and huge body. He began to pant. When the queen ant found her boss running over, she was a little happy. The curved antennae on her head trembled happily a few times, as if welcoming Lin Kong's arrival. He reached out and gently stroked one of the queen ant's long legs. With a thought, the second-generation rock ants outside quickly brought over the corpse of the second-level monster, as well as the corpse of the third-level top-quality Tsong Wolf King. Race: rock ant, queen ant. Status: healthy and happy. Level: none. Notes: giant strength enhancement, bite enhancement, egg-laying enhancement, swallowing enhancement, mental link enhancement. Optimization options: great strength, spawning, bite, devour, armor, mental link, whole body. Advanced optimization options: biological hierarchy. Seeing this, Lin Kong's mouth curled up slightly. Without hesitation, Lin Kong directly consumed 2,700 energy points to optimize the biological level of the queen ant. Start from a low-level apprentice and advance slowly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As a large amount of energy disappeared, the queen ant's entire body trembled violently. An inexplicable gravitational field was emitted, pulling the surrounding energy. The light spots wrapped the entire queen ant into a large cocoon of light. Instinctively, his body felt extremely hungry. Feeling the request from the bottom of his heart, Lin Kong smiled faintly and immediately responded to the queen ant. Crunch! With Lin Kong's approval, the huge cocoon of light quickly crawled to the pile of corpses and began to bite and swallow them. What a pity! If we hadn't wasted so much energy on Little Green, we might have been able to optimize the queen ant to the intermediate level. Looking at the queen ant that was slowly improving, Lin Kong secretly felt sorry. But then he thought about it and cursed himself for being greedy. I am really crazy. But if you don't go crazy, you can't live. How can you gain something without giving up something? I came to this primeval forest full of terrifying monsters for no apparent reason, feeling anxious and frightened. Watching the most primitive and bloody fights, as well as the extraordinary power that subverted Lin Kong's common sense, constantly stimulated Lin Kong's fragile nerves until they gradually became numb. In this world, only by pursuing power and being ruthless can you live a better life. Feeling that the hall was gradually getting brighter, Lin Kong turned around and looked at the light shining from the ant trail above his head, his expression stunned. It's already daybreak. Has it been so long? Turning back around and taking a look at the queen ant who was still in the process of optimization, Lin Kong walked into his small stone room and lay down on the stone bed covered with hay. I hope I wake up and you'll give me a surprise. Muttering to himself, Lin Kong slowly closed his eyes and gradually fell asleep as he began to daydream. The scorching stars stand at the end of the starry sky, unknown how far away, silently illuminating the earth. At the same time, a 20-meter-long winged tiger jumped out of its nest, stood high in the sky, and looked in the direction of the demon vine leader with a pair of eyes full of hatred. In the eastern region of Doma continent, in the southern forest, near the Sunset Mountains. At this time, behind a huge rock, there were a dozen humans dressed as mercenaries hiding. We are now only 2 kilometers away from the lair of the hurricane-winged Tiger King. Let's talk about whether to advance or retreat. A calm middle-aged man holding a map took a look at the map in his hand and asked softly, Abel, you go ahead. Seeing that everyone's eyes were wandering and looking around when they heard his voice, the middle-aged man sighed slightly in his heart and spoke to Abel. There are no cowards in our flame mercenary group. Now that we have reached our destination, how can we not go in? Hearing this, Abel obviously understood what his leader meant and spoke excitedly. But that's the Beast King. It's probably not a good idea for us to rush over. I think it's better for us to wait quietly nearby. It can't stay in the nest forever. It will come out eventually. Hearing Abel's words, another high-level extraordinary strong man in the team shook his head and refuted. But the Beast King sleeps for 10 days or half a month. We can't be wandering around forever, right? Hearing this, Abel glanced at Bennett Berg, who refuted him and snorted. That's better than putting yourself in the mouth of the Beast King, right? Bennett Berg looked at Abel with disdain. You are only a mid-level formal transcendent. How can you possibly understand the terrifying power of the Beast King? That is a legendary monster. He is 2 transcendent realms higher than us. If we encounter him, what can you do to resist him? But didn't His Majesty Bertram sign an agreement with the Beast King Alliance of the Southern Forest? Moreover, we are only here to find out if the Beast King is injured. How could such a being possibly blame us? After hearing what Bennett said, Abel spoke unconvincedly. What do you know? Roar. The next moment, Bennett Berg, who was about to say something, heard a beast roar from a distance. His face changed slightly, and he quickly turned his head to look over. At this moment, a huge creature flew quickly over their head from a distance, with gorgeous wings and mysterious patterns. That's the hurricane-winged Tiger King. Seeing this huge monster flying quickly over their heads, everyone's faces turned pale. When it got farther away, their pale faces turned red again. Wah. It was so simple that I completed a B-rank mission. The group of people who were originally arguing instantly put aside their previous unpleasantness, looked at each other, and were all happy. B-level missions are something that even large mercenary groups in the main cities of various provinces have to do with great caution. Chapter 16: Envisioning Success. Bang, bang, bang. Roar. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Kong sat up dazedly, rubbed his eyes, and felt the vibrations all around him. His face suddenly changed, and he no longer felt sleepy. He quickly got out of bed. Is this an earthquake? Or? He was guessing in his mind, and without even taking a closer look at the huge monster in the lobby of the base, he hurriedly ran outside the base. Boom, boom. When he ran outside, the deafening noise became more intense. He climbed onto a huge rock halfway up the Rock Ant Mountain and looked in the direction of the Demon Vine Ridge. Lin Kong couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. The big tiger really came. Looking at the 2 big guys fighting, Lin Kong couldn't help but secretly feel lucky that he ran away. At this rate, even if he stayed 10 or 20 meters underground in the Demon Vine area, he would probably not be safe. He might have already fallen there and stayed underground forever. Over there, a huge tiger with huge inky black wings, nearly 20 feet long, was flying and constantly moving in the sky, dodging dark green vines that were hundreds of meters long and looked like giant snakes. He opened his mouth and spit out a green light ball that was 100 meters in size, which then rushed towards the demon vine leader at a rapid speed. The bloodthirsty demon vine did not let the energy ball spit out by Dahu fall to the ground. Instead, countless vines of the demon vine began to grow and extend, intertwining with each other. A giant vine net hundreds of meters in size was woven in just a moment, and it just collided with the energy ball spit out by Dahu. Bang! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A violent explosion sounded in the sky, and the giant vine net that was 100 times tougher than gold and iron was instantly shattered, but the 100-meter-sized energy ball also returned to nothingness. However, this will cause hardship to other living creatures nearby. Although the 2 big guys could control the energy freely and did not affect others, the air vibration caused by the huge explosion just now made some low-level minions live a life worse than death. Whoosh, whoosh. A gust of air like a tsunami began to spread in all directions, and this was just the aftermath of the instantaneous fight between the 2 bosses. As the battle intensified, the surroundings became more violent. Countless towering ancient trees and huge rock fragments were blown up, and the slow-running low-level monsters were either torn to pieces by the violent air waves or crushed to death by the chaotic huge rocks and ancient trees. Countless monsters began to flee into the distance. Some could fly, some could run, some could jump, Some were herbivores, some were carnivores. They were hostile to each other and were natural enemies. At this moment, none of the monsters cared. They all had red eyes, gasped, and ran wildly. It looked like they wished they could grow 8 more legs. Because there are only a few directions, we gathered together as we ran. Lin Kong even saw several monsters that were obviously fish in the beast tide. They were 7 or 8 meters long, with their huge tails slapping the ground, and they fled faster than the average terrestrial monsters. The river channel is blocked by huge rocks and ancient trees. Looking at the fish monsters jumping on the ground from afar, Lin Kong couldn't help but make guesses with evil interest. Forget it. Why bother with it so much? However, as he watched the chaotic and violent area expand, Lin Kong's face gradually turned pale because he was afraid that it would soon affect his rock ant mountain. Whoosh whoosh. Pa, that's terrible. The increasingly violent wind blew Lin Kong's messy hair. He tightened the tattered cloth around his waist and spat fiercely on the ground. Race: mutated rock ant, queen ant. Status: healthy and happy. Level: low level, formerly extraordinary. Notes: giant strength enhancement, bite enhancement, egg laying enhancement, swallowing enhancement, mental link enhancement. After a while, he returned to the base hall and looked at the queen ant, who was more majestic and ferocious than 10 meters away in front of him. The depression that Lin Kong had just felt was slightly relieved, especially when he saw the hundreds of third-generation rock ants around him, each about 1 meter thick and as thick as an adult's thigh. Lin Kong's last trace of depression disappeared, and he even began to smile, with his smile reaching his ears. Race: rock ant, super soldier ant. Status: healthy. Level: senior apprentice extraordinary. Notes: inherits some of the mother's excellent genes, with enhanced strength, bite, and swallowing. This really successful? They are all extraordinary monsters. Looking at the information on the virtual screen in front of him, Lin Kong was breathing heavily and his face flushed. Ha ha ha. The newly born third-generation rock ants actually reach the advanced apprentice level after they become adults. Seeing this, Lin Kong couldn't help but laugh out loud. When Lin Kong went out hunting yesterday, he knew very well how big the gap was between extraordinary creatures and ordinary creatures. A low-level extraordinary apprentice was already an extraordinary existence, not to mention the hundreds of high-level extraordinary apprentices in front of him. Not long after, Lin Kong calmed down and looked at the 2 big guys who were fighting in the distance. Lin Kong didn't know how long they would fight, so he turned around and gave an order to his third-generation hundreds of third-order super soldier ants and 20,000 second-order rock ants, asking them to expand and reinforce their small base. Forehead. Seeing countless rock ants raising their heads and looking at him with their cute big eyes, Lin Kong smiled bitterly and had to take command personally. Click, click. Chewing on some unknown wild fruit, Lin Kong was full of energy in the rock ant hill. Sometimes he turned his head to look at the green-yellow ant eggs that were produced from time to time with energy fluctuations, or watched the 3 generations of rock ants grow rapidly from eggs to adults and then devour the prepared food. Lin Kong felt more and more at ease. Hey, you idiots. I told you to dig a little further back. How come you've dug so much in a short time? Turning around and looking at the third-generation super soldier ants digging and eating stones, Lin Kong hurried forward to stop them. At this rate, you will dig through the anthill in no time. When you get here, dig downwards in a step-shaped pattern, and then dig down with all your strength. Look at the soldier ant squad next to you. They did such a great job. Patting the somewhat painful heads of the soldier ants, Lin Kong gave more detailed instructions to the rock ants in his mind. Chapter 17 affected. As the expansion project progressed, Lin Kong discovered that the third-level soldier ants were quite intelligent. They just lacked the relevant knowledge of the system. As time passed, the third-level soldier ants were able to execute Lin Kong's instructions with 100% accuracy. At this moment, lying leisurely in his new stone chamber, chewing on sweet unknown fruits, Lin Kong slowly waited for the formation of his third-level soldier ant army. Phew bah! Spitting out the sweet fruit in his mouth, Lin Kong muttered to himself and cursed. Looks like I need to get a little brother who can breathe fire. Otherwise, even if the fruit is delicious, I'll get tired of it and my mouth will be almost empty. With the ability to collect a large number of wild fruits, Lin Kong really didn't need to eat raw meat anymore. It was fishy and astringent, not tasty at all, and if he found something bad, it would be a waste. Although Lin Kong found that his health was getting better and better in this world, he couldn't use himself as an experiment. If a third-order soldier ant tide takes shape, he will be considered the overlord in the surroundings. However, These are external forces after all. If the powerful strength is not in his own body, there will be accidents and decay in the end. Feeling his two seemingly powerful talents and abilities, Lin Kong frowned slightly and thought silently. I hope there are extraordinary humans in this world. After a while, a voice of earnest hope and desire began to slowly echo in this underground stone chamber. Go, retreat quickly. Bang, bang, bang. A tsunami-like airwave spread all around. All the mercenaries who were doing missions nearby or passing by were looking at the sky with pale faces. The energy was surging, stirring up the wind and clouds. Damn, what bad luck. A bald man ran at full speed carrying a wolf corpse about 3 meters long, jumping more than 10 meters at a time, and quickly ran towards the outside world. We are relatively lucky as we are not very close to the battlefield. Those who are close to the center may have been wiped out now. A petite, middle-aged female mercenary flashed quickly, almost keeping pace with the bald, strong man. Hey, who said it wasn't? By the way, I wonder what's happening to those fools who stopped to watch the legendary showdown now. Ha ha ha. Maybe if they get some enlightenment, they can break through. After saying that, the bald man burst into laughter first. Countless humans who made a living on the edge of the southern forest began to flee. By the time the city of Tooting reacted, they had received another piece of news that surprised and frightened them even more. Because the two legendary bosses were fighting on the outskirts of the southern forest, countless monsters were frightened, forming several large beast tides. What made the people of Tooting City uncomfortable was that the largest beast tide was actually rushing towards the direction of Tooting City. At the same time, in the southern forest, there is a place only more than 10 kilometers away from Tooting City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Call out. Boom, boom, boom. Feeling the ground shaking due to the beasts running wildly, the dozen or so people from the Flame Mercenary group all looked extremely ugly. They were originally very happy because they had accidentally completed the B-level exploration mission. It was not until they evacuated to a place less than 20 kilometers away from Tooting City that the disaster occurred. For some unknown reason, the Hurricane-Winged Tiger King actually started fighting with the bloodthirsty Demon Vine. These two legendary bosses from the outskirts of the southern forest usually keep to themselves, but today, for some unknown reason, they went crazy and actually started a fight. But this is very difficult for them. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Bang, bang, bang. Whoosh. Seeing that almost everything that stood in the way of the beast tide was broken or trampled to pieces, the faces of the Flame Mercenaries grew even darker. Because they were in the direction of the beast tide, they were all standing on a huge rock that was more than 10 meters in size. When the huge beast tide passed by them, it was split into two by the rock under their feet. Although it seems to be safe, this is only temporary. Feeling the trembling of the boulders under their feet, they couldn't help but become confused. Can they really survive today? It is like a lone boat under the raging waves. Although it is barely maintaining its position, there is no telling if the boat carrying them will capsize in the next second, and they will be smashed by the surging waves and slowly sink to the bottom of the sea. Click. Call out. The next moment, a giant bird with a wingspan of 10 meters was seen circling in the sky nearby. The front half of its body is dark yellow and gradually turns orange-red at the back. 10 phoenix feathers almost as long as its body extend from the back of its buttocks. There are also 4.5-meter long feathers on the head of the giant bird, which dance gently as the giant bird flies. From a distance, this giant bird is very dazzling and extremely beautiful. However, seeing the existence hovering above their heads, the members of the Flame Mercenary group felt uneasy. Did they encounter a pack of wolves before escaping from the tiger's mouth? It's the Bifong bird. It should be a high-level, formally extraordinary being. Everyone stay together and don't give it a chance. Looking up and seeing the giant bird's claws flashing coldly in the sun, the mercenary leader Carl Felix shouted hurriedly. Although this place is far away from the showdown between the two big guys, the wind and waves around are still strong from time to time. The wind level on Earth is at least level 12. However, the Bifong bird flying in the sky at this time was not affected at all. Circling in the sky nearby, its sharp eyes stared intently at the ground below. After a while, the Bifong bird finally made a decision. Hunting in the midst of a surging tide of beasts was obviously not a good idea. Chapter 18 Bifong Firebird. Whoosh. After a while, finding an opportunity, the Bifong bird swooped down directly, its huge wings fluttering slightly, and a circle of light red energy fluctuations appeared around its body. The wind and waves that were raging around without direction were actually controlled by the Bifong bird when they encountered the light red energy around it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Cry. When it was less than 10 meters away from the flame mercenaries, the Bifong bird's giant beak suddenly opened, and a ball of scorching fire instantly gushed out. And with the wind around it, it instantly expanded violently, almost covering all the space above the boulder. Flame warfare. Unfortunately, most of the flame mercenaries practiced the fire-based flame warfare tactics. A dozen people looked at the flames that filled the sky. Although their faces were slightly tense, they were not panicked. Red energy waves surged from their bodies. You! The next moment, Captain Carl shouted loudly. The members of the flame mercenary group opened their palms towards the sky and energy gushed out. Sizzle! A red energy defense circle was formed almost instantly, colliding with the surging sea of fire. It has to be said that the leader of the flame mercenary group grasped the timing very accurately, without advancing or delaying. At this time, they were in the beast tide, and even a little bit of energy had to be saved. The scorching sea of fire hit everyone's defense circle, making a series of exploding sounds. Good opportunity. Captain Carl turned his head to look at the surrounding beast tide, and actually hesitated for a moment because of the scorching sea of fire of the Bifong bird. His face lit up with joy. I'll cover you all. Evacuate to the northeast immediately. After he finished speaking, a red light suddenly appeared on his body, and Captain Carl actually soared into the sky. The surging energy on his body transformed into a several-meter-long flaming tiger. Oh! With a majestic roar, the flaming tiger rushed through the sea of fire and pounced directly towards the Bifong bird in the center. Chirp! Seeing the flaming tiger pouncing towards it, a fierce light flashed in the Bifong bird's eyes. It leaned back, flapped its huge wings, and grabbed directly with its sharp claws flashing with cold light. In an instant, the claws collided with the roaring tiger's head. Bang! The body retreated rapidly, and Captain Carl's face flushed. It was obvious that it was not pleasant to fight against the high-level formal Bifong bird, but this was exactly what he wanted. With this huge force, he actually caught up with the people who had just evacuated. Walk! Without much talking, Captain Carl gave a shout and immediately rushed forward, and the people behind him quickly followed. Click! However, the Bifong bird flying in the sky at this time was obviously very intelligent. It reacted and realized that it was being used by the humans on the ground. With endless anger surging in his eyes, he flapped his wings and quickly chased after him. In just a moment, it arrived above the group of people. This time, the Bifong bird showed no reservation and fully demonstrated its strength as a high-level official ferocious bird. The huge wings trembled, and fist-sized balls of fire fell downwards. In the air, the balls of fire turned into small Bifong energy firebirds with a wingspan of about 1 meter. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The two top-grade first-level members at the back were instantly pierced through the chest by the little Bifong bird. Paul. Joseph. Seeing the movement behind them, the people who were running fast stopped instantly. Looking at their friend who they used to be with day and night lying on the ground, several people from the flame mercenary group instantly had red eyes and stared at the Bifong bird above with hatred. The hands of the team leader Carl and the Captain Bennett turned into huge tiger paws burning with flames, and they flashed their bodies and quickly smashed the small Bifong firebird that swooped down to pieces. But the next moment, before everyone could react, the Bifong bird in midair swooped down and grabbed Abel like a rainbow shadow. Drink! Holding a broad and heavy sword as tall as a person in his hand, Abel shouted loudly without hesitation. The surging energy almost shattered the giant sword made of ordinary meteorite iron in his hand. Whoosh! Without holding back, Abel used all his strength to slash at the approaching rainbow shadow. Ding ding! A sound of metal clashing was heard. The giant claw wrapped in light red energy clenched lightly, and the heavy sword in Abel's hand broke in the middle. Seeing this, Abel, a 2-meter-tall strong man like a brown bear, couldn't help but turn pale. Puff! The sharp beak pecked towards Abel's head. If it hit, Abel's head would be shattered. Abel also knew the danger, and subconsciously raised his left hand to block his head. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. Abel's thick arm was pierced directly, and there was a sizzling sound of hot breath on it. Falling to the ground, Abel couldn't help but scream, but seeing the Bifong bird's sharp claws grabbing at him again, he rolled on the ground and barely avoided it. Call out! Another stream of fire came out of the Bifong bird's mouth and shot towards Abel, who was rolling on the ground. Whoosh! At this time, Bennett, who was closest to him, reacted and transformed into a flaming tiger to block in front of Abel. His strong tiger claws crushed the oncoming fire stream. Click! But at this moment, the cries of several birds of prey were heard from the distant sky. Looking up at the rapidly approaching and enlarging red in the distance, Bennett in the flame tiger had a ferocious expression on his face. "Captain, take them away quickly. I'll cover them." After smashing the last small Bifong firebird to pieces, Captain Carl looked at Bennett, who was fighting with a high-level formal Bifong bird not far away, and his fists clenched until they turned white. "Walk!" With a low roar, Captain Carl shouted to the people scattered around. But what about Burnett? Hearing this, Abel, with his almost broken arm, walked up to Captain Carl with a pale face. "Why are you hesitating? You won't be able to leave until the Bifong bird in the sky comes down." The eyes hidden in the tiger head were unnaturally moist, and Carl replied in a cold and hard tone. After saying that, he dispersed the flaming fighting techniques on his body, pulled Abel, and then quickly shot into the dense forest. Chapter 19, Tooting City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Turning his head to watch everyone disappear before his eyes, Bennett's ferocious eyes became even more ferocious. "You stinky bastard, let's die together." The figure that was originally wandering around watched his companions successfully retreat, and Bennett began to open and close his arms vigorously. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures wrapped in red energy fought rapidly. Swish. A pair of huge tiger claws successfully scratched a bloody mark on the neck of the Bifong bird, but the next moment the Bifong bird's giant claws actually broke through the flaming tiger outside and grabbed Bennett fiercely. Snap. The tendons and bones were broken, and a complete left arm was torn off, then burned in the flames, and finally slowly disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, 3 more Bifong birds flew down from the sky, and there was a hint of doubt in their eyes when they saw the Bifong birds fighting fiercely with Bennett. Call out. Puff. The next moment, a stream of fire pierced through Bennett's abdomen. Looking at his companions who had arrived, the Bifong bird turned around. Wee, jia jia. After a few hisses, the Bifong bird pointed at Bennett, who was lying motionless on the ground, and then pointed in the direction where Carl and his group had just escaped. A hint of anger flashed in its eyes. Click. Seeing the actions of the Bifong bird just now, the other few that had just arrived also made a few fierce calls in the direction where Carl and his group were escaping. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The strong wind was still raging, but by the time it reached Tooting City, 20 kilometers away, it had slowly died down, and by the time it reached the city, it had become a gentle breeze that brushed the face. At the same time, in Tooting City, as the last city of the kingdom near the southern forest, Tooting City can be regarded as the most frontier fortress for humans to prevent invasion by monsters. It is precisely because of this that although Tooting City is only a small city on the edge of the kingdom, the strength of its military fortress and soldiers is enough to be compared with the main cities of the various provinces of the kingdom. It was evening, and several humans dressed as travelers stood not far from the east gate of Tooting City. I didn't expect that the Ayusin kingdom is quite playful. They are not afraid that a fierce beast will run out from the southern forest and destroy such a big city. Looking at the huge city wall that was 30 feet high in front of them, someone in the group of people dressed as travelers looked up and said in a sour tone, "The city wall is nearly 100 meters high. Most main cities are probably no more than this. When I came here, I checked the information in the Kingdom Library. It is said that the legendary strongman of the Ayusin Kingdom seems to have reached some kind of agreement with the Warcraft Alliance in the southern forest." Yes, I saw that too. That's why there haven't been beast hordes attacking human cities in the southern forest for a long time. At this time, the person standing in the center of the crowd spoke softly, but his tone was strange, and when he listened carefully, he found that the language he used was different from the one used by the two people who had just spoken. The figure was hidden by a large cloak hood, but judging from the clear voice, it should be a young woman. On the other side, everyone looked over when they heard the woman speak. "Now that we are here, we should speak the common language of the mainland and don't make any more mistakes." Although the woman, whose face was unknown, spoke calmly, the two people who had just spoken couldn't help but look panicked after hearing it. "Lord Angel, I'm sorry. Don't do it again, that's all." Listening to them communicating in the common language of the continent, the woman named Angel nodded. "Come on, let's go into the city. Remember, this is no longer the Hellion Kingdom. No matter who you were before, you are just an ordinary student here. And no matter whether you succeed in entering the Chesil Wizard Academy or not, do not reveal your identity. From now on, my name is Chi, and I am an orphan adopted by a nun in Moja City, Silvermoon Province, Ayusin Kingdom." "Yes, Angel, Angel." Hearing Angel's words, everyone nodded quickly. Soon after, the group walked to the city gate, took out their new identification cards, and handed them to the city guards without any panic. Because although they are fake, the identification documents they have are real. On a tall brothel, several young men in their 20s were drinking, sometimes shouting loudly, sometimes clapping and laughing, looking at the bustling streets below, with a hint of dominating the world. However, people in Tooting City who know their deeds would definitely spit inwardly at them and call them scum in a low voice when they see them like this. Hey, those guys are interesting. Seeing the city lord's fourth son, Baker Hebrew, looking downstairs with interest, the others also followed Baker's gaze. Judging from their attire, they are probably not from Tooting City. Master Baker, are there any differences between them? Looking at their attire, you think they are poor travelers, right? Baker shook the wine glass in his hand and asked instead of answering. Yes, look at their shabby clothes. There are 6 or 7 of them, but they don't even have a carriage. I bet they are definitely beggars from the surrounding area. The person who spoke was a little fat, but his skin was very fair. He was the offspring of a high-level, formal, extraordinary family in Tooting City. I also think that bugs like them shouldn't be allowed in. If we're not careful, they'll pollute the air in our Tooting City. The other people looked at the group of people who were gradually going away and nodded, obviously agreeing with the remarks of the first two. Chapter 20. Unexpected Beast Tide. However, after listening to what his companions said, Baker shook his head and chuckled. Haha, then you are wrong. Although they hid it very well, a small detail exposed them. Could it be a spy from another country? Ha ha ha, that's not the case. Hearing this, Baker Hebrew waved his hand gently and smiled and spoke again. Among them there is a man carrying 2 swords, and those 2 swords are enchanted weapons. How can a poor traveler be able to afford an enchanted weapon worth tens of thousands of crystal coins? Turning around, he saw his companions looking at him in surprise. Although his expression was calm, Baker actually enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. As expected of Master Baker, who has reached the intermediate apprentice level at such a young age, his vision is really sharp. Yes, Master Baker will probably be able to break through to a high-level apprentice soon, right? Brothers, you were joking. It's not that fast. Hearing this, Baker smiled and shook his head, and spoke modestly. He didn't say it out loud, but he was so sure because his father bought him an identical set some time ago. However, they didn't know that in the shadows of a street corner, Angel and his group were standing there quietly, but one of the 2 middle-aged men who had been following Angel was missing. After a while, the middle-aged man who had disappeared suddenly appeared again silently. Your Highness Angel, the malicious intent I sensed just now has been discovered. The next moment, a cold but respectful voice suddenly rang in Angel's mind. Grand Priest Sori, please speak. Angel nodded slightly, motioning Sori to continue. They are the children of several extraordinary families in Tooting City, and it seems that there is also a young master from the city lord's mansion. We just passed by where they were drinking, and they looked down on us because of our attire, and there was a hint of ill will towards us, which was just caught by Eardon and I. Do you want to deal with them secretly? No, I'll have to trouble Archbishop Solii. As long as their identities aren't exposed, and they're just harboring some ill will due to being looked down upon, leave them alone. After breathing a sigh of relief, Angel shook his head and spoke nonchalantly. Angel looked up at the magnificent restaurant with a calm expression. Let's find a hotel to stay in and wait for the academy to start. Okay, Angie. Seeing Angel turn and leave, the others followed and nodded in agreement. Not long after, under the leadership of Angel, everyone arrived at an ordinary, inconspicuous hotel. Boom, boom, boom. When Angel and her group had just checked in, packed their luggage, and gathered downstairs to have dinner together, the magic bell in the center of the city suddenly rang. The voice was dull and solemn. What's going on? It seems that only the Kingdom Legion can ring this bell? At this time, in the lobby on the first floor of the hotel, people ran out from time to time, looked towards the direction of the city center, and spoke in surprise. Angel and the others sat at a long table, looking at each other. No, it's because of us? Hearing the words of a handsome young man next to her, and she frowned, and at the moment she was a little unsure. After all, their identities were indeed shameful in the Icenu Kingdom, but to be honest, and she couldn't believe that they were discovered so quickly. Hello, everyone. I am Chego Sobanet, the commander of the Tooting City Legion. It has now been confirmed that a large-scale beast tide is heading towards Tooting City from the southern forest. The South City Gate is about to close. Please cooperate with the City Lord in the mobilization of military equipment. But after a while, a magic loudspeaker came from the center of the city, explaining to Angel and her group the reason why the bell had just rung. Huh, it turned out to be a beast tide. Not because of us. The young man who had just spoken heard the voice, breathed a sigh of relief, and began to speak with a smile, but he suddenly stopped halfway through his words. Beast tide? Didn't they say that there hasn't been a beast tide in Tooting City for a long time? The young man looked up at Enchi and spoke in a slightly panicked tone. Don't worry too much. Judging from the tone of the Legion commander just now, the scale of the beast tide should not be too large, otherwise they would not have closed only the South City gate. On the other side, Enchi raised her hand and sipped the tea in her hand, then analyzed the situation carefully. However, despite this, there was still a hint of gloom on the faces of those present, especially Enchi, who had just spoken. She had just said at the city gate that Tooting City had signed a peace agreement with King Bertram of the Kingdom of Icenu and the King of Magic Beasts in the Southern Forest. So, for decades, the city of Tooting, built not far from the outskirts of the Southern Forest, has never been hit by a tide of beasts. But now, as soon as they entered the city, a tide of beasts followed. It's a pleasant experience to be slapped in the face. What to do? Angie. After a while, the quiet blonde woman sitting on Angel's right turned her gaze away from the talkative travelers around her and turned to Angel and asked softly, "Let's wait and see what happens." After all, the famous Chessel Wizard Academy in the eastern region is not far from Tooting City. If there really is an attack by a magical beast that we cannot resist, I think the experts in the academy will not sit idly by. Yes. Chessel Wizarding Academy is known as the cradle of extraordinary masters. Even more than 10 legends have emerged in the past 100 years. Across from him, a slightly fat man took off his hood and nodded in agreement after Anchi finished speaking. After saying that, he picked up the barbecue that the waiter had just put down and started eating it. Besides, didn't you notice? Although the people around were surprised, no one was panicking. Belch. Holding the barbecue in one hand and touching his stomach with the other, the little fat boy who had spoken just now burped, and then spoke something casually. That's right, the Chessel Wizarding Academy is nearby. After hearing what the little fat boy said, everyone nodded, and their wandering eyes slowly calmed down. Then, they looked at the little fat boy who was eating happily, and pursed their lips slightly. After such a long journey, to be honest, everyone was a little hungry. As Anchi picked up the tableware, everyone who had been restrained just now, except the little fat man, also started to join in the eating. Chapter 21 Felidi. At the same time, in a large open-air martial arts arena, a dozen men were practicing against each other with bare hands, flames were rising, and the heat was spreading everywhere. Felidi, the captain, and his men are back, but it looks like they've suffered a lot of losses. At this time, a handsome man in his 30s, wearing a gorgeous warrior suit and holding a long sword in his hand, walked into the martial arts field. In his hand was an enchanted extraordinary weapon. I see. Hearing the sound, a tall figure slowly stood up in a corner of the martial arts field, and the fire energy that permeated his body slowly converged into his body as he stood up. The waist-length ice blue hair was somewhat inconsistent with the red fire energy on the body, and a pair of light blue eyes slowly opened under the delicate face. The slightly loose samurai uniform could not hide her hot body. Hearing what the visitor just said, Felidi frowned slightly. It's almost dark, and instead of going back to sleep with your noble lady, you came to the martial arts arena to inform me? Why, where are those two lackeys in your family? I remember they were also taken in by the captain. His words were cold, as if he disliked the visitor. Humph, I, Tony Hebrew, am also the young lord of Tooting City. Do I need you to teach me where to go? Hearing that Felidi was still so disrespectful, Tony Hebrew's face darkened and his tone became cold. Okay, young city lord, I'm going to go see the captain, so you stay here in the martial arts arena. Hearing this, Felidi Maximilian remained expressionless and slowly walked past Tony Hebrew. Snort. Tony Hebrew's face was gloomy. He joined the Flame Mercenary group as the young city lord, just for the woman in front of him. But no matter how hard he tried to pursue her, it was useless. Her attitude towards him even changed from ignoring her before to being worse. Could it be because of the B-level exploration mission that his father had imposed on them? Not to mention Felatai Marcasimilan's stunning beauty, her extraordinary talent in cultivation, which has reached a high level at the age of 32, has already attracted many people. Humph, I have acquired another Shengyuan pill. I will be able to successfully break through to the high-level official level in less than half a month. Just wait, when our realms are equal, I'll see how you can escape from my grasp. Looking at the direction where Felidi left, Tony couldn't help licking his lips, muttering to himself with a sneer in his heart. Time passed, and in the evening glow, the lobby of the Flame Mercenary Group's headquarters in Tooting City. The leader Carl Felix, the deputy leader Felice Maximilian, the captain Tony Hebrew, and several second-level top-grade main members were all there. But except for Tony, who had a sneer on his face, everyone else had a sad face, and the whole atmosphere seemed a little sad. Bennett Berg died because of me. Abel glanced at his left arm wrapped in white cloth, silently as if he had thought of something, his voice choked with sobs. The big brother who always liked to quarrel with him suddenly disappeared. Regret and remorse. It's none of your business, Bennett. He saved everyone. He's a hero. Hearing this, Captain Carl spoke softly with dry lips. I have to remind everyone that the beast tide will soon reach the city. The city lord has ordered that at least half of the mercenary group members above the senior apprentice level must participate in the defense of the city. Captain, come on, pick some candidates. At this time, Tony stood up, chuckled at everyone, then nodded at Captain Carl and urged him. Asshole, you're looking for death. Felidi, who was leaning against the door frame, suddenly rushed in and kicked Tony Hebrew directly with a whip kick. Bang! Tony, who was hastily defending himself, was knocked away and hit the wall behind him. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Tony stood up, brushed off the dust on his body, and looked at Felidi, who was stopped by Captain Carl. His face turned pale, and a deep resentment flashed in his eyes. Brother Burnett died because of you. If it weren't for you, how could the captain and his men have gone to the southern forest to carry out a mission at this critical moment? After calming down, Felidi still looked angry and spoke coldly to Tony. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. After being reviewed by the Mercenary Union, it was listed on the B-level mission list. The Flame Mercenary Group also accepts missions through normal channels. What does it have to do with me? Bullshit. After hearing this, Abel next to him stood up excitedly and yelled at Tony. Without your city lord's mansion and Adolf Hebrew's pressure, who among you would be a fool to accept such a mission? Okay, Abel, there's no point in arguing about anything at this point. At this moment, Captain Carl sighed and spoke in a persuasive voice. I don't want to see you again, go away. Not long after, Felidi walked up to Tony and spoke lightly. What qualifications do you have to chase me away? I am the captain of the Flame Mercenary Group after all. Hearing this, Tony took a step back, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and replied, I am now the leader. Tony was stunned when he heard Felidi's words. Then he looked at Carl Felix, who was lowering his head, and remained silent. You, Captain? All right, ha, fine. I'm leaving. I don't want to stay in a small, broken mercenary group anymore. Let's go. Turning around and saying something to his two mid-level formal followers in the room, Tony was the first to walk out of the hall. Chapter 22 Legendary Intermediate. I hope you can survive this defense of the city, otherwise it will be too boring. And Felidi, you will be mine in the end. Turning his head to look at the people in the hall, Tony Hebrew spoke coldly. After what happened, Tony Hebrew no longer hid himself and turned his eyes to Felice Maximilian with evil intentions. You. Seeing Tony staring at her with that kind of look, Felidi frowned and was about to stand up, but the next moment she was stopped by Carl Felix and slowly shook her head at him. Looking at Carl, Felidi sighed in his heart and slowly sat down. What can I do? Kill him? If nothing unexpected happens, the Flame Mercenary Corps will be massacred by the City Lord's mansion soon. Not to mention the Grandmaster-level Transcendent Adolf Hebrew. Even the dozen or so high-level formal transcendents in his mansion are not something the Flame Mercenary Corps can resist. Confused and desperate. Do I have to leave this place where I have taken root for so many years? Not to mention other members, even those sitting in the hall now are reluctant to leave. From nothing to something, from immaturity to maturity, Tooting City carries too many memories that are difficult to let go. Carl and Felidi looked at each other and saw the sadness and confusion in each other's eyes. I'll take everyone to defend the city. After a while, Carl then spoke. Let me go this time. You have just returned from a mission, so you should have a good rest. Let me take your turn this time. After hearing this, Felidi shook his head slightly, glanced in the direction outside the city, and spoke softly. You have been at the peak of the high level for nearly a year. If you can break through in the near future, all our current problems will no longer be problems. Hearing this, Carl gently refused. Ho ho. Hearing what Carl said, Felidi smiled bitterly. If it is really so easy to break through to the Grandmaster level, with a population of nearly 1 million in the entire Tooting City, Adolf is not the only Grandmaster. How many high-level formal peaks are stuck here and unable to make any progress? Felidi knows his own situation. It is difficult to make a breakthrough through simple hard work. Sorry. Hearing this, a trace of guilt appeared on Karl's face. I shouldn't have stopped you from going to the capital of Edri province. If not, you might have already achieved Grandmaster status. The highest-ranking person in Tooting City is only Adolf, a low-level Grandmaster. It is just a small city on the edge of the kingdom. There are no high-level spiritual formations, no high-level instructors, and even training resources are extremely scarce. When he said this, Karl's tone was a little sad and choked. Bang! After listening, Felidi stood up and patted Karl's shoulder heavily, with a smile on his face. Hey, Uncle Karl. At that time, I was just a 20-year-old girl who knew nothing about the world. I had no resources and no background. If Uncle Karl hadn't stopped me at that time, I might have died in a foreign land and been eaten till there wasn't even a bone left. How could I be the flame warrior Felidi of Tooting City now? His face was full of smiles, his tone was lively, he was reckless and jumping around. Karl's gaze seemed to have traveled through 10 years of time and space, and he saw the girl who was always smiling but had a stubborn personality. Good. Karl lowered his head and stroked the silver ring on his left hand. He seemed to have made a decision in his heart, then raised his head and nodded softly to Felidi. Before dusk, Southern Forest, Sunset Mountains, Rock Ant Mountain. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 100 third-generation rock ants surrounded Lin Kong, and several large rock ants around him released a strange black light that enveloped Lin Kong. Moving slowly and gently, we arrived outside the gate of the base. Seeing that the wind and waves were strong enough to move 1,000-pound rocks, but could not do anything to the black light around him, Lin Kong finally felt relieved and his movements became casual. Soon after, they arrived at the halfway point of the mountain and watched from afar the place where the two big bosses of the Demon Vine leader were fighting. Gray-black clouds enveloped the entire Demon Vine territory, nearly 1,000 meters from top to bottom. From time to time, red lightning flashed in the rotating clouds, and shocking sonic booms appeared from time to time, accompanied by irregular shaking of the clouds. Seeing the fight between the mid-level legendary guys, the surrounding environment became so harsh and terrifying. To be honest, Lin Kong was shocked when he first saw it. Could the strength of a mid-level legendary alone have such unfathomable power? Well, maybe this is just a tiny part of what the big guys have shown. If they don't restrain the leakage of energy, I'm afraid the Sunset Mountains that stretch for thousands of miles will be destroyed. Turning his head to take a look at the 3 third-generation super soldier ants around him that had grown larger, Lin Kong's eyes showed a hint of eagerness. As long as the energy is sufficient, not only can I make the queen ant produce a large number of soldiers and become a legendary being, I can also make my subordinates achieve the same level. Race, rock ant, super soldier ant. Status, healthy, excited. Level, advanced apprentice extraordinary. Notes, whole body optimization, inherit some excellent genes from the mother, huge strength enhancement, bite enhancement, and swallowing enhancement. Lin Kong spent another 6,000 energy points to optimize the whole body of the 3 third-generation ants that he thought had the highest IQ, 100 points each. Chapter 23 Human Traces. However, Lin Kong was very satisfied with the optimization results. You should know that the extraordinary energy range of a high-level apprentice is between 101 and 200. 100 points of energy is already most of the total energy of a high-level apprentice. Lin Kong estimated that they should now be considered the top existences among the high-level apprentices. Originally, insects were the ceiling of biological combat power of the same size. The same is true for extraordinary creatures now. They are definitely the overlords of the same level. Click. At this moment, a very penetrating sound entered Lin Kong's ears. Looking up, he saw a few red dots flying slowly across the distant sky, and it seemed that they were going to pass over the Rock Ant Mountain. It dares to come out in such a harsh environment. It seems that this bird is quite courageous. Lin Kong muttered to himself and looked at it intently. Race, Bifong Firebird. Status, healthy, tired. Level, high-level formal level extraordinary. Race, Bifong Firebird. Status, healthy, irritable. Level, high-level formal extraordinary. 2 of them are high-level and formally extraordinary, and 3 of them are mid-level and formally extraordinary. They are quite powerful. I wonder how they dare to hang around here. Race, human. Status, severely injured, comatose, dying from blood loss. Level, high-level formal extraordinary. The next moment, Lin Kong was suddenly stunned for a moment, and then his face was filled with ecstasy. Eh? Human? Lin Kong raised his head again and took a look at the red, approaching rapidly in the distant sky, then looked at his virtual panel. Ha 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 ha. A loud laugh came out of Lin Kong's mouth, and a few tears of excitement fell. Lin Kong was excited. He finally found traces of humans. There really are humans in this world. With a thought, the 3 generations of super soldier ants around him quickly drilled into the rock layer and restrained the energy fluctuations around them, leaving only 3 super soldier ants lying beside him. Little Green. He called out to Xiaolu in his heart. Although he had powerful troops around him, he would be helpless if the big bird above did not come down. This was the first person he met, and Lin Kong didn't intend to let him disappear in front of him. It felt like Little Green was approaching quickly, but the 4 big birds above were already close to the sky above the rock ant hill. Judging from their speed, they will probably fly over here in a while. They should have brought Xiaolu out in advance. Lin Kong couldn't help but have a gloomy look in his eyes. Click. After a while, Lin Kong raised his head and saw that the big birds that he was worried about flying away just now slowly stopped. And there were a few hissing sounds from the corners of his mouth, and the altitude was slowly decreasing. Seeing this, Lin Kong's face looked a little strange. What was going on? W. Whoosh. After calming down Xiaolu, who came to his side, Lin Kong looked at the 5 large birds with a wingspan of over 10 meters with great interest. He raised his eyes and watched them slowly float in the air several dozen meters above him. Although the distance was very high, it was already within the attack range of the 3rd-generation super soldier ants, but they saw the human being held in the claws of the big bird. Lynch thought for a moment, then turned and ran. He saw a bit of brutality and anger in the eyes of several bifong birds. Although he didn't know what happened, Lin Kong tried his best to be foolproof. If he launched an attack here, if they wanted to escape, Lin Kong would have no way to stop them. Right now, the only one who could fly here was the low-level formal extraordinary Little Green. Click. Sure enough, just as Lin Kong had imagined, when they saw him suddenly running down the mountain, the 5 bifong birds immediately flapped their wings and chased after him, making the wind and waves around them even more violent. Hey, I'm not afraid of you chasing me. I'm just afraid of you not chasing me. The black light emitted by 3 large 3rd-generation rock ants enveloped Lin Kong, and in a strange posture, they quickly lifted Lin Kong down the rock ant mountain. After a while, Lin Kong saw Xiaolu catch the human being that was casually thrown away by the bifong bird out of the corner of his eye, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Puff. Lin Kong and 3 large 3rd-generation rock ants rolled and crawled, seemingly running into the base in a panic. At this time, the rock ant mountain base, which had undergone a drastic change, had already rioted. All the rock ants in the original hall had hidden themselves according to Lin Kong's instructions. However, if you look closely, you can see that the entire hall is filled with surging 3rd-level super soldier ants on all sides. Puff, puff, puff. Driven by several tens of meters long and extremely hot fire streams, Lin Kong and the 3 big ants crawled into the base hall in panic. CRI. The 4 bifong birds behind only hesitated for a moment, and then immediately followed in. However, what puzzled them was that the damn human who had just been chased by them and fled in fear was now standing not far away at a leisurely pace. TSK. After letting out a few ferocious roars, the bifong birds spat out a mouthful of flames directly at Lin Kong. But this time the response to them was no longer a panicked escape or hiding. Sizzle. Countless 3rd-generation super soldier ants with black glow all over their bodies were already rushing towards them. With a light laugh, Lin Kong stepped back slightly, no longer paying attention to the battlefield, but slowly walked to the human that Xiaolu had just brought back. Thump. The next moment, I saw Xiaolu casually throwing the person on the cold ground. Lin Kong, who was walking next to him, couldn't help but frown. He was so scared that he quickly checked his condition. Fortunately, he was still seriously injured and dying. What a fart. Fortunately, he was a high-level formal extraordinary human with strong vitality. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. Race, human. Status, severely injured, comatose, dying from blood loss. Level, high-level formal level extraordinary. Optimization options, flame combat, specific parts, or whole body. Advanced optimization options, biological hierarchy. Looking at the thin, middle-aged man with wounds all over his body and a missing arm, Lin Kong touched his chin and felt troubled. Chapter 24 Homemade Lighter. Forget it, let's give it a try. After taking a look at the level of the miserable man, Lin Kong spent 200 energy points on the whole body option. I hope it works. Looking at his energy level plummeting again, Lin Kong couldn't help but feel a pain in his flesh. Whoosh! After a while, a pale golden light gathered around, slowly enveloping the middle-aged man, forming a human-shaped cocoon of light. Looking down at the light cocoon that was beginning to optimize the man, Lin Kong seemed to have thought of something. Huh, didn't I say I wanted to raise a chicken? A fire-breathing chicken, a turkey hunter? Thinking of this, Lin Kong's eyes lit up and he quickly turned his head. Oh my god, eat slower. At the same time, the battlefield was filled with the sounds of flying chickens and ants jumping and falling feathers everywhere. Lin Kong hurriedly called out to stop them. However, it was too late to shout now. The 3 mid-level official-grade Bifong Firebirds were already incomplete, and only one of the 2 high-level official-grade ones was left, and it was still breathing its last breath. Oh my god, you guys are so awesome. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, Lin Kong hurried over without even looking at it. He immediately spent another 200 points of energy to perform a full body optimization on the remaining high-level formal Bifong Firebird. Whoosh whoosh. A moment later, another pale golden light cocoon appeared, but this one was much larger than the one next to it. After absorbing the energy cores of the other Bifong birds handed over by the 3 super soldier ants and looking at the suddenly increasing numbers, Lin Kong's aching heart was comforted, and he even felt happy. Each intermediate-level official provided himself with more than 2,000 energy points, while the high-level official provided 7,000 energy points at once. Based on this, Lin Kong speculated on the energy range of the formal level extraordinary. The low-level official level is 201 to 1,000, the mid-level official level is 1,001 to 5,000, and the high-level official level is 5,001 to 10,000. However, looking at the more than 100 dead high-level apprentice-level super soldier ants, they did not drop any energy cores. Although Lin Kong was disappointed, he was not depressed. Name: Lin Kong. Gender: male. Age: 26. Level: none. Normal energy: 12500. Advanced energy: 0. Special energy: 0. Talent: super optimization, databased everything. The energy is approaching 20,000, and Lin Kong is slightly happy that he can upgrade the queen ant once more. However, when he learned that only one of the soldier ants that he had spent 2,000 energies to strengthen survived, Lin Kong suddenly became relieved and decided not to let them go up. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Lin Kong had an idea and saw the super soldier ants around him began to devour the bodies of their dead companions. Although they do not have energy cores, their corpses contain a large amount of energy. Lin Kong also accidentally discovered that soldier ants can improve themselves by devouring the corpses of their dead companions. I turned my head away from paying attention and listened to the low, muffled and loud noises coming from the distance. Sigh, I wonder how long they will stop fighting. It's been almost a day and it's not over yet. Time passed quickly, and after a while, Lin Kong entered a new small underground stone chamber. My lord, your most devoted servant, Bennett Berg, salutes you. Cough cough. Looking at the intact man half kneeling in front of him, Lin Kong's expression was vague. It had been a long time since he heard a human voice, although he could not understand what he said. Yes, Lin Kong actually couldn't understand Bennett's language. But it doesn't matter. Just based on the mysterious connection between them, Lin Kong can still understand what Bennett means. So from the beginning, the 2 men were in a room, not talking, just looking at each other, and the atmosphere was inexplicably weird. No, there was also a big red and yellow bird, about 7 or 8 meters long, lying in the corner of the room, looking at the 2 of them strangely. Name: Bennett Berg. Race: human. Status: healthy and excited. Level: advanced formal level. Note: whole body optimization. Race: Bifong Firebird. Status: healthy, excited, confused. Level: low-level Grandmaster. Note: whole body optimization. Looking at the Bifong Firebird that had already reached the master level, Lin Kong's face was full of confusion and wonder. He had indeed only spent 200 points of energy, but how did it advance? He clearly remembered that to reach the Grandmaster level, he would need at least tens of thousands of energy points, because optimizing to the advanced level officially required 20,000 energy points. Could it be that it was about to break through anyway, and the optimization of its entire body only accelerated the process? After thinking about it, Lin Kong could only come to this conclusion. But no matter what, I made a lot of money. With nothing to do, Lin Kong took stock of his current strength. Low-level Grandmaster. 1 Bifong Firebird. High-level Official Level. 1 Human. Low-level Official Level. 1 Green Mantis. 1 Rock Ant Queen. Advanced Apprentice Level. Approximately 4,700 third-generation Super Rock Ants. No Extraordinary Level. About 30,000 second-generation Rock Ants and 1 Human. And from Bennett, Lin Kong already had some understanding of the surrounding environment. I originally thought that I was very strong now, but when Bennett said that this piece of land belonged to the kingdom of Ayusin, there were 13 main cities in the kingdom and nearly 100 border cities like Tooting City. The current strength of his ant tide is equivalent to the power of a small city like Tooting City, not to mention those provincial main cities where there are many masters and legends. He is still very weak now. Lin Kong began to deeply realize his own shortcomings. How can we obtain energy cores in large quantities? Raising his hand and scratching his messy hair, Lin Kong couldn't help but mutter to himself. Sir, you said that you need an energy core now. Is it a monster core or a crystal? Bennett said it unintentionally, but listened with intent. Somehow he understood what Lin Kong meant and asked quietly in his heart. Chapter 25, Bennett's Proposal. Well, of course. What? Bennett, do you have an idea? Hearing Lin Kong's response in his heart, Bennett's face lit up with joy. After thinking for a moment, he said, right now, the Hurricane-Winged Tiger Beast King is fighting with the bloodthirsty demon vine. It is said that it has always been a loner. It seems that it only came to this area about 30 years ago. At that time, I was only in my 20s and was very curious, so I asked more about the Hurricane-Winged Tiger King. Oh, you mean to say that we should raid its lair now? After hearing the mental fluctuations from Bennett, Lin Kong immediately understood what he meant. The expression on his face changed rapidly. After listening carefully to the dull noise outside, Lin Kong gritted his teeth. Damn it, the brave ones will die of overeating, while the timid ones will die of starvation. Done. In fact, Lin Kong was not impulsive. He made such a move mainly because Bennett had told him before that this was the Sunset Mountains, which was just the outskirts of the southern forest. Although there are 2 legendary bosses, the Hurricane-Winged Tiger King and the Bloodthirsty Demon Vine, the others nearby are at most low-level official ones, and the high-level official ones are almost all the bosses of a tribe. Grandmaster-level extraordinary people are even rarer. Taking a look at the Bifong Firebird lying in the corner, Lin Kong's lips curled up slightly. Then I am now the boss of the Sunset Mountains, and a hopeless boss at that. Although there must be something wrong when things are abnormal, Lin Kong is skilled and brave, so after thinking for a while, he decided to go and take a look. Get up, go turkey hunting, and do something big. After a while, Lin Kong patted the Bifong Firebird's head and said with a smile. Lin Kong started to assemble his own ant army as soon as he said it. In the end, Lin Kong brought 2,000 third-level super soldier ants, divided them into 20 battalions of 100 ants, and the rest stayed behind to guard the base. Set off. Follow the turkey chute above. Not long after, in the cleared space outside the base, Lin Kong gave orders to the ant army. Lin Kong did not choose to ride the turkey fighter, which now had a wingspan of more than 20 meters. He still felt that it was safe to stay in the ant swarm, and Bennett was just right to lead the way. Brother, we made it. At the same time, a thin man with a full beard picked up a dagger from the corner of the cave. Looking at the pattern on it, his face lit up with joy. This was a third-level weapon. Then he saw a fist-sized khaki bead. The thin man looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to him. He wiped the bead with the corner of his clothes and stuffed it into his waistband. Deep in the cave, a bald, strong man who was 2 meters and 5 meters tall looked at the place in front of him that was paved with crystal stones as if forming a nest, his eyes almost bulging out. Second brother, third brother, come here, throw away all the filth in your storage equipment and load the crystals for me. Load them as hard as you can. As he spoke, the bald, strong man's voice couldn't help but tremble. Although the intermediate enchanted greatsword I just picked up also costs nearly 100,000 crystals, it is not as powerful as the nearly 1 million crystals in front of me. To be honest, this is the first time he has seen so much money in his life. This brother, am I dreaming? Hearing the bald man's voice, the thin man with a beard and a dark-faced man hurried over. Seeing the scene in front of them, they couldn't help swallowing. Why don't you hurry up and pretend? What are you taking so long for? Hey, call out. Just as he was about to move forward, a green light came rapidly from outside the cave. Bang, bang, bang. After turning over and dodging, the 3 brothers who sneaked into the cave looked at each other with pale faces, wondering if the real owner would come back. Have you guys seen the Qingxian tiger heartgrass in the cave? Just when they were getting anxious and about to collapse, a cold voice came over. Is it a human? Brother, is it a human? Hearing the sound, the three brothers who were lying on the ground stood up instantly, especially when he saw that the person coming was a pretty woman with a purple veil, a blue dress, and black hair. The fear in his heart instantly subsided. Then they felt extremely angry and felt that they had been fooled. I didn't see any azure black tiger heart grass, but I did see a beautiful girl who was about to be ruthlessly ravaged. The bald burly man felt that the woman actually had the strength of a high-level formal level, and his expression was slightly surprised. But then he snorted, because he was also, and his two partners were also mid-level formal level extraordinary. He felt that he could win against a high-ranking official level woman. You don't know, it looks like I need to find it myself. Hearing this, the long-haired woman did not care about the looks of the three big men, and spoke in a cold and calm tone. I don't know, who is the young lady? Looking at the long-haired woman who remained calm, the bald, strong man narrowed his eyes slightly, stopped the guy behind him who wanted to take action immediately, and asked carefully. If it was the child of a powerful person, he would not dare to take action. Who knows what backup plans these superpowers have? If I just killed their children, I might be found and chopped to pieces by my elders the next day. There are precedents around him. Not long ago, a friend who was drinking, eating, and having fun together was killed in front of him by a grandmaster-level elder from a powerful force. The scene had to be blurred to be seen. Later he found out that his friend had only flirted with the young lady of that family with words. Chapter 26. Someone cuts in. Regina. Glancing at them, Regina spoke softly. Hey, have you heard of the Three Wolves of Tudun North City? When he heard the woman call out his name, he racked his brains but couldn't think of any words related to the major forces in his mind. Have no idea. Hey, I don't know. It's better not to know. The bald man suddenly smiled ferociously, and then he shot out suddenly, slashing directly at Regina with the sword in his hand. The other two also drew their weapons and moved to block her retreat. Seeing this, Regina was not surprised or panicked, but just frowned slightly. She just put her palms together lightly and then made a sword-like gesture. Call out. A green sword shadow flashed quickly in the cave. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of metal colliding began to spread quickly in the cave. In less than a quarter of an hour, the three brothers of Adri North City, who had been showing off their might just now, were now hugging each other miserably, with dozens of bloodstains all over their bodies. Sir, spare my life. We didn't mean to offend you, please spare us. Woo-woo-woo. Glancing at the three big men hugging each other, Regina retracted her high-level enchanted sword, and then silently adjusted her restless energy. Have you three ever seen the azure tiger heartgrass? Hearing the terrifying woman in front of them asking the same question again, the three brothers couldn't help but look bitter. They had never seen this thing before, and had never even heard of it. My lady goddess, we have never seen any azure black tiger heartgrass. After looking at each other for a while, the eldest of the three brothers finally mustered up the courage and answered carefully. Since the scary woman was wearing a purple veil, he didn't know what Regina was thinking at the moment. But since she couldn't find what she needed, she probably wouldn't be in a good mood. If I'm in a bad mood, will I kill all three of them? Licking his dry lips, the bald man thought for a moment and spoke carefully. Lady Goddess, why don't you describe to us what this azure black tiger heartgrass looks like? You don't know? Regina was obviously stunned when she heard this, but then she seemed to think of something and felt relieved. Although Tooting City was given special care by the kingdom as a guardian city in the southern deep forest, it was still just a small place on the edge of the kingdom, and it seemed that there were not even a few master-level extraordinary people there. Afterwards, Feng Qiuya took out a palm-sized green disc and cast a few mysterious spells on it. Then something like a holographic projection floated above the green disc. The whole body is blood red, with 6 leaves covered with green lines. It's definitely easy to recognize at first glance. I've seen it. It's in a small cave on the left. At this time, a thin man with a full beard patted his head and shouted excitedly, Real? Hearing this, the terrifying woman's tone changed noticeably, and she was obviously delighted. However, a sudden strange shout from outside interrupted Regina's thoughts. Damn, there are people who arrived earlier than me? Oh ah. At this moment, Lin Kong, who had just arrived, couldn't help but look dark. He didn't expect that someone had arrived earlier than him. Listen, everyone inside. You are surrounded. How dare you touch our private property without permission? You are so bold. Give up resistance now and come out for inspection. My master might give you a lighter sentence. Standing not far from the cave, Bennett yelled at the Beast King's lair at the top of his lungs. Most of it was Lin Kongrong shouting, but Bennett also had his own performance in the middle. After waiting for a while, there was still silence inside. Are you planning to fight to the bitter end? It seemed that the people inside had no intention of coming out. After a while, Lin Kong waved his right hand lightly, and 2 teams of third-level super soldier ants quickly crawled into the cave. Crackling, bang, ping-pong. After just a short while, 1 woman and 3 men slowly walked out of the cave. Of course, they were still surrounded by nearly 200 large ants emitting black light. Race, human. Status, slightly injured, frightened. Level, high-level, formal level, extraordinary. Race, human. Status, healthy, suspected. Level, high-level, formal level, extraordinary. Race, human. Condition, minor injuries, severe fright. Level, intermediate, formal level, extraordinary. There were 2 high-level official level warriors and 2 mid-level official level warriors, and their strength was evenly matched. Looking at the 4 people coming out, Lin Kong nodded at Bennett. You guys deserve to die. Hand over immediately the things you took secretly from the cave. With an angry face, Bennett shouted at the 4 people in the common language of the mainland. Originally, Bennett would never speak like this, but since being optimized by Lin Kong, Bennett is now fearless except for Lin Kong and simply lets himself go. Day? Just now, they were forced out of the cave by 200 high-level apprentice ants. They were just a little nervous, but when they came out and saw the pitch-black mass outside, the nervousness immediately turned into fear. Even Regina, who was wearing a purple veil, couldn't help but open her mouth slightly, looking embarrassed as she listened to Bennett's words. Sir, we didn't take anything. This woman just picked a blade of grass. Did we really not take anything? After hearing what Bennett said, the 3 Adrian brothers burst into tears. They really changed. Their luck today was so bad. It's really like escaping from the tiger's den and falling into the ant's mouth again. You watch them, I'll go in and take a look. Listening to their strange language, Lin Kong silently sent a thought to Bennett in his heart, and then 3 teams of super soldier ants surrounded him and slowly approached the cave. Chapter 27: The Fate of the Bifong Firebird. The cave entrance is not very big. It seems that the legendary creatures can adjust their own size freely? Special circumstances? Or is it the same for all? Fuck. Looking at the thumb-sized crystal cubes piled up in front of him, Lin Kong's reaction was no less than that of the people he had just seen. Especially when he saw the information on the virtual panel, his eyes were filled with ecstasy. Energy crystal. Each contains a bit of pure energy. Note: suspected to be the universal currency of this world. Absorb it all. Extending his right hand forward, Lin Kong silently activated his innate branch ability to digitize all things. Ha ha ha. Looking at the gradually decreasing crystal pile and the rapidly growing numbers on his panel, Lin Kong's smile almost broke to his ears. After absorbing the huge pile of crystal stones, Lin Kong ordered a team of super soldier ants to search for beast cores. Sizzle. The sounds of gnawing and turning began to be heard in this huge cave. Time passed, and in less than 2/4 of an hour, Lin Kong walked out of the Hurricane Wing Tiger King's cave with a red face. Huh. At this moment, Lin Kong was stunned when he saw that there was suddenly another woman with a black veil fluttering beside the woman just now. Sir, the woman just now flew down from the sky. She is very likely a master-level expert. Seeing Lin Kong coming out, Bennett hurried to Lin Kong's side, and with a slightly solemn expression, he transmitted his thoughts to Lin Kong. Tomb, this is obviously a legendary master. What the hell is a grandmaster? Lin Kong clenched his right fist and 2 drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Huh. After concentrating and carefully reading the woman's message again, Lin Kong's expression suddenly became puzzled again. Race, human. Status, poisoned, extremely weak. Level, intermediate, legendary, extraordinary. Regina, did you get the Azure Tiger Heart Grass? Yes. Aunt Shui. Regina glanced at Lin Kong, who came out, and nodded at the black veil in front of her. What will they do? Kill them. Our whereabouts cannot be exposed. The masked woman in black veil spoke softly, but after she finished speaking, endless coldness and murderous intent still emanated from her. Presumptuous. Before Lin Kong could say anything, Bennett next to him immediately jumped out and roared. I don't know what you're talking about. You're actually being disrespectful to my master. Oh. The woman in black veil didn't pay much attention to Bennett's roar. She only paid close attention to the low-level Grandmaster-level Bifong Firebird, not to mention Bennett, who was just a high-level official, and Lin Kong, who had the aura of an ordinary person. In her opinion, Lin Kong was at most a useless young master from a small family nearby. Coo coo coo. An inky black gas emerged from the body of the woman in black veil and transformed into black devil claws several feet in size. Puff puff. Before the three Adri brothers could react, they were already blurred by the black claws, and then the black claws flew towards Lin Kong and the surrounding super soldier ants. On this continent, since when did a mere mid-level legend become so rampant? At this moment, with an evil smile on his face, Lin Kong's palm quietly touched the turkey's soft feathers. Originally, seeing that you were not feeling well, my master did not want to bother with you. But you are really too presumptuous. Bennett, who was standing aside, translated for Lin Kong at the right time. Upon hearing this, the huge black devil's claws that were originally flying stopped instantly. The woman in black veil no longer had a calm look in her eyes and stared at Lin Kong with a serious face. How could someone without any fluctuations in vitality see that she was a mid-level legend and detect something strange about her? This is simply impossible. So at this moment, the masked woman in black veil immediately adjusted her state, thinking that this person might be a terrifying enemy. Sir, who is it? Snort. If you want to know who my master is, then you should watch carefully. At this time, Lin Kong's eyes were indifferent, and he turned to look at the Bifong Firebird beside him. Whoosh whoosh. Pretending to do something and making two light gestures in the air, Lin Kong quickly optimized the level of the Bifong Firebird beside him. Seeing the more than 3 million energies he had just obtained disappear like that, Lin Kong felt so heartbroken that he almost cried. But Lin Kong had no other choice. He didn't believe that he could really scare away a mid-level legendary expert with words, even if the expert was in poor condition. You can have energy later, but you only have life once. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The energy from all around quickly gathered towards the Bifong Firebird, and in just a moment, a huge pressure slowly emanated. How is this possible? What on earth is this? Looking at what was happening right in front of her, the masked woman in black veil was shocked, and then the huge black claws floating around her slowly dissipated. She could only display her strength as soon as she became a legend. Now that the other party was clearly a legend, she had lost the ability to control everything. Not to mention the one who looks like an ordinary person, without a trace of vitality fluctuation around him, but is suspected to be an extremely terrifying existence. Click. With an extremely ferocious roar, its wings spread to almost 200 meters, and its body was surrounded by flames, looking extremely magical. It's not like I've unlocked the remaining 9 seals for you. Why are you showing off? Name, Lighter. Race, Bifong Firebird. Status, healthy and excited. Level, low-level legend. Note, strengthen the whole body. Although Lin Kong was delighted, he still pretended to speak in a leisurely tone and smiled. Although the other party couldn't understand him, since he had already started acting, he might as well make it more vivid and realistic. Chapter 28 Doris's Shock. After a while, the turkey restrained its breath and the flames around it, and rubbed Lin Kong's arm affectionately with its huge head. Okay, you did a great job. Your Excellency, I am the eldest princess of the Kingdom of Isinyu, Doris Rodriguez. I am sorry for offending you just now. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. On the other side, with his hands behind his back and a calm look in his eyes, Lin Kong nodded imperceptibly as he listened to Bennett's patient translation for him. After waiting for a while but hearing no response, Doris felt a little nervous. Ever since the incident that happened in the Kingdom of Isinyu, he had come alone to this barren area at the edge of the kingdom. But she actually met an old monster who seemed to be invincible to her. She was so bitter that she didn't even know whether her good luck was dug up and buried by someone else. My lord, this is an item I accidentally found in a small material plane. It seems to contain some kind of forbidden rule power. But maybe I'm too weak to draw out the power inside. I am now giving it to you to appreciate, as my apology. After a while, Dong Xian Shishue took out a fist-sized light red transparent crystal from the storage ring and presented it to Lin Kong respectfully. Name, Divine Power Crystal. Introduction, the power essence of the Morning Star creature, containing high-level energy. Seeing the virtual panel showing that 360 points of high-level energy, or 36 million ordinary energies, could be converted, Lin Kong couldn't help but tremble. Although I was ecstatic in my heart, I finally managed to restrain myself. However, after Lin Kong calmed down, he had a bigger doubt. According to his calculations, the energy range of morning star creatures was more than 1 billion and less than 10 billion. But the piece in front of him was obviously a morning star energy crystal, but it could only convert this little energy. Isn't this crystal of divine power just a fragment of the complete body? Looking at Doris, who was wearing a black veil, Lin Kong spoke softly, and Bennett translated beside him. The following is what he said. Divine power crystal? After hearing this, Doris suddenly looked up and looked in shock at the light red transparent crystal in Lin Kong's palm. What? Don't you know it's the crystallization of divine power? It's just the essence of the power of the morning star creatures. What's so surprising about that? Doris listened to Lin Kongfeng's calm tone, and her heart couldn't help but tremble. This was something left behind by a morning star-level existence that was more powerful than any other natural disaster creature above the legendary level. Originally, she thought her estimate might be too high. Seeing this, Doris couldn't help but raise Lin Kong's danger level several levels. You should know that from apprentice level extraordinary to formal level extraordinary, master level extraordinary, and legendary level extraordinary, they can only be called extraordinary, while natural disasters are called messengers of God. The morning star level above it is called the divine realm. These are gods. Doris's heart was stirred. The eastern region is one of the regions in the Doma continent, but the strongest being is just a natural disaster, and they are also few and far between. Although the disaster-level beings have a lifespan of 10,000 years, who wouldn't want to take the last step and become the immortal god? Therefore, although there are many disaster-level forces in the eastern region, there are very few disaster-level forces left at home. They are either in various different planes or in various subspaces seeking the final breakthrough. Your Excellency, this small piece of divine power crystal is indeed just a fragment. A few years ago, another small alien dimension was discovered, so the major forces in the kingdom sent their elites there to compete for resources. I got it there. Even Doris didn't notice that her tone was becoming more respectful and sincere. The natives of the other dimension have a very shallow understanding of power. Even the legendary ones there are worshipped as gods. I remember the natives had a final guardian temple, but when we broke in, we found there was no treasure inside, only a statue that was broken into countless pieces. Although I felt it contained a strong forbidden power, I was unable to utilize it, so I only took one piece and have kept it until now. After saying this, Doris's face beneath the black veil couldn't help but look a little nervous, as if she was waiting for the final judgment. I see. Even though you didn't mean it, this thing is indeed useful to me. I won't take it for nothing. Tell me, what are your conditions? The fist-sized divine power crystal in Lin Kong's hand disappeared visibly fast, like winter snow encountering fire, and after a moment there was nothing left. I dare not ask him, as long as the adults do not blame me for the previous offense. Hearing the response from the other side, Doris couldn't help but let go of the huge stone in her heart, breathed a sigh of relief, and expressed gratitude. I knew you didn't dare to put forward any conditions. Looking at the surging energy on the virtual panel, Lin Kong was overjoyed. Moreover, Lin Kong was just speaking casually just now. He really didn't believe that the other party would dare to ask for anything in this situation. But after thinking about it, I do have a request. I have collected all the antidotes for the poison in your body, so I won't bother you, sir. However, my kingdom of Ayusin suffered a sudden change some time ago, and the kingdom was torn apart. Although it cannot be seen on the surface now, once it breaks out, the entire kingdom may be overturned at any time. Chapter 29, Advanced Energy. After a pause, Doris spoke again. 3 months from now, I would like to ask you to stand up for the kingdom and not let other forces or high-level legendary masters interfere in the election ceremony for the king of the Ayusin kingdom. Hearing this, Lin Kong narrowed his eyes slightly. 3 months later? He originally wanted to find an excuse to refuse, but when he heard that the time was 3 months later, Lin Kong touched his nose and nodded slightly. Thank you, sir. Doris will be waiting for your arrival in the capital of Ayusin in 3 months. Seeing Lin Kong nod, Tao Ruisi was overjoyed. She didn't expect that there would be a silver lining. She just wanted to give it a try, but she actually got someone like him. But Doris didn't expect that the thigh she thought was thicker than her own was not even as thick as her own. Not long after, Lin Kong took a look at the two girls who disappeared into the horizon and breathed a sigh of relief. It was really tiring to pretend to be a big boss, especially in front of a real big boss. But it's all over. After taking a look at the energy points on the virtual panel, Lin Kong's lips slightly raised. It looks like the 4th generation of rock ants is about to be born. Climbing onto the Bifeng Firebird, which was already a low-level legendary bird, with a thought, the entire ant army began to move. Lin Kong looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. Time passes, Rock Ant Hill, Lin Kong's base. After returning to his own territory, without stopping or hesitation, looking at the queen ant in front of him, Lin Kong secretly activated his super optimization talent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It didn't take too long before the cocoon of misty light shattered. The next moment, an ant with a body length of more than 100 meters appeared. At this time, Lin Kong stood in front of it and could only see part of the queen ant's body. Ferocious, majestic, and powerful. At this moment, Lin Kong felt as if the whole world was under his control. Of course, this was just Lin Kong's momentary thought. He knew clearly that people always had big thoughts before their demise. Race, rock ant, queen ant. Status, healthy and excited. Level, high legend. Notes, giant strength enhancement, bite enhancement, egg-laying enhancement, swallowing enhancement, mental link enhancement. Lin Kong exchanged the previous crystal of divine power for 34 million points of ordinary energy and 2 points of advanced energy. Although he knew that ordinary energy and advanced energy could be converted into each other, Lin Kong did not exchange all of them into seemingly high-end advanced energy. A bird in the hand is worth more than 1,000 in the bush. Lin Kong still understood this truth. To formally optimize the queen ant from the low-level to the high-level legend, Lin Kong consumed a total of 33.33 million ordinary energy. Holding his chin, Lin Kong seemed to have thought of something and used advanced energy. Optimization options: great strength, spawning, bite, devour, armor, mental link, whole body. Looking at the optimization options that were no different from ordinary energy, Lin Kong couldn't help but frown, wondering if he had lost out by exchanging 2 points of advanced energy. Forget it. We'll know after a try. Practice makes perfect. Anyway, there are 2 points, and Lin Kong used them on the whole body optimization option. Whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, as the high-level energy at 2 points disappeared, the queen ant's entire body began to tremble violently, and then a unique rhythm continued to emanate from her body. After a while, Lin Kong was stunned when he saw the extra information on the virtual screen in front of him. Race, rock ant, queen ant. Status, healthy and excited. Level, high legend. Magical powers, elementary power control, elementary gluttonous stomach, elementary immortal body, elementary mother nest heart network. Looking at the extra information about the queen ant on the virtual panel, Lin Kong was overjoyed. Although he didn't know what the magical power column was, just by looking at the name, Lin Kong felt that it was extremely powerful. He knew that he had underestimated the results of advanced energy optimization. Looking at the increasingly mysterious and powerful queen ant, Lin Kong felt more and more confident. After touching the queen ant's solid shell, Lin Kong gave her an order to produce 4 generations of rock ants with all her strength, and then went to his small stone chamber to rest. To be honest, Lin Kong was really tired. However, this time, Lin Kong slept very soundly. Time passed slowly, and at dawn the next day, Lin Kong came out of his small stone chamber rubbing his eyes. "My lord, you are awake." Arriving at the lobby of the base, Lin Kong saw Bennett leaning against the wall not far away, his body wrapped in red gas. Following Lin Kong's footsteps, Bennett slowly stood up, and the strange phenomenon around him slowly disappeared. "Were you practicing just now?" Lin Kong's eyes lit up as he asked this question in his mind. The next moment, without waiting for Bennett to answer, Lin Kong hurriedly said, "Come over and see if I can practice." In fact, Lin Kong had long wanted to ask Bennett about the extraordinary conditions of humans in this world, and whether he was suitable for cultivation. However, because he was in a hurry to secretly raid the legendary boss's lair yesterday, his mind was tense, so Lin Kong held back and did not ask. "Yes, I practiced the fiery combat method and took the path of an extraordinary warrior. Sir, it should be possible to practice it." Bennett originally wanted to explain his flaming combat method again, but hearing Lin Kong's eagerness for the second question, he spoke without thinking. "Oh." Seeing Bennett coming in front of him and speaking without hesitation, Lin Kong felt a little excited. "Chow Fan, can I do it too?" Although he now possesses extremely powerful external force, Lin Kong still does not feel safe in such an extraordinary world because the power is not applied to himself. Chapter 30: Warriors and Wizards. At the same time, Bennett paused for a moment, sorted out his thoughts and said, "Sir, the supernatural powers in this world are mainly divided into 2 major systems: warrior and wizard. Extraordinary fighters like me, or other extraordinary knights, extraordinary swordsman, etc. all belong to the extraordinary warrior department. The other type of wizard is more mysterious. They are more diverse and possess all kinds of strange powers. Becoming a wizard requires specific qualifications. After hearing what Bennett said, Lin Kong's mouth curled up slightly, and then he said, "You mean that the warrior system can be practiced by anyone, and it is more approachable? The wizard system requires specific conditions and is more difficult to practice, but the power they possess is more mysterious and more powerful, right?" Hearing this, Bennett was stunned, then nodded. "Your Excellency is right. It is roughly true. This is interesting. Is it true that wizards are a bit weak in the early stages and need to bring a few warrior bodyguards when going out, but wizards become stronger in the later stages?" Hearing Bennett's confirmation, Lin Kong recalled some people's fantasy works on Earth before, which seemed to have such a setting. Sir, that's not the case." After listening to Lin Kong's words that seemed to be mumbling to himself after he was distracted, Bennett scratched his head and replied carefully, "The wizard system has always been slightly stronger than the warrior system, even in the extraordinary apprenticeship period. Although it is difficult to become a wizard once you become one, as long as you don't die halfway, as time goes by, you will generally advance to become a formal or grandmaster level extraordinary wizard. The warrior department is different. Although almost everyone can practice various combat techniques, 90% of them only reach the transcendent apprentice level. It is difficult for them to advance to the formal transcendent level. And when the extraordinary level becomes higher, this situation will become more obvious, especially the legendary threshold. From what I know, 8 or even 9 of the 10 legendary masters are from the wizard family. It's so hard to become a legendary knight or swordsman." After saying this, Bennett sighed as if he had thought of something. "So, is that so?" After listening, Lin Kong stepped forward and patted Bennett on the shoulder and said confidently, "Don't worry, you will definitely become a legendary warrior." Hearing this, Bennett was stunned, thinking back to yesterday's Grandmaster level extraordinary Bifeng Firebird, which had broken through several extraordinary levels in succession with just a casual gesture from Lin Kong. Thinking of this, Bennett looked excited as he looked at Lin Kong's back as he walked towards the base hall. "Thank you, sir. Bennett will become the sharp sword in your hand and wipe out all enemies ahead." On the other side, Lin Kong, who had come to the side of the 100-meter-long Queen Ant, heard the fanatical and excited words coming from behind him. He smiled but did not reply. In fact, after a few days of exploration, Lin Kong discovered that the more times he optimized other creatures and the greater his energy, the closer their mysterious relationship would become. Especially the Queen Ant now. After yesterday's optimization, Lin Kong could even feel its emotional fluctuations directly in his heart. Lin Kong even felt that he could feel it from a distance. Relying on the mysterious connection in his heart, Lin Kong can also communicate normally with the Queen Ant. However, as for Bennett, Lin Kong discovered that his connection with him had just become closer. Figuratively speaking, Bennett was just a devout follower of Lin Kong before, but now he suddenly became a fanatic. Strange? Could it be that what I said has some magical power? Turning around, he saw Bennett standing respectfully not far behind him. After thinking about it, he still had no clue. Lin Kong could only assume that maybe it was because of his promise that made Burnett's feelings towards him stronger. After a while, he shook his head, put aside these distracting thoughts, and began to focus all his attention on the Queen Ant in front of him. Huh? Why are there only 2 fourth-generation rock ants? Looking at the 2 tens-meter-long light cocoons emitting a hazy black light not far in front of him, Lin Kong couldn't help but look around, then turned to look at the Queen Ant. Following Lin Kong's question, the Queen Ant, which had been motionless, moved its long antennae slightly. A mental wave came, and the Queen Ant began to slowly explain to Lin Kong. After a long time, Lin Kong's frown began to relax, and then he looked at the 2 large light cocoons not far away. It turns out that it is lacking some mysterious substance and cannot advance to the legendary level. The 2 points of high-level energy yesterday contained it, so it can only produce these 2 legendary rock ants. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Lin Kong finished speaking, the 2 black light balls that had been silent just now began to vibrate violently at the same time. Hiss. The next moment, 2 strange hisses were heard, and then Lin Kong saw 2 fourth-generation super rock ants, more than 30 meters long and with huge jaws, rushing out from the broken light ball. Call out! Call out! The black light wrapped around itself, and in an instant, the 4th-generation super rock ant, which was originally 30 meters long, slowly shrank to about 3 meters. Well, race, rock ant, super soldier ant, status, healthy and excited. Level: Intermediate Legendary Extraordinary. Magical Power: Primary Power Control. Race: Rock Ant, Super Soldier Ant. Status: Healthy and Excited. Level: Intermediate Legendary Extraordinary. Avatar: Initial Immortal Body. Looking at the two fourth-generation rock ants that were quickly crawling towards him, full of power and emitting a ferocious and brutal aura, Lin Kong could not help but look up and say yes repeatedly. They may be extremely aggressive towards others, but in front of Lin Kong, the two fourth-generation rock ants are like docile puppies beside their owner. Chapter 31: Human Power. Although he knew that it was impossible to raise a large army of legendary rock ants, Lin Kong was a little disappointed, but it only lasted for a moment. After all, I have learned from Bennett before that in the kingdom of Isinu, legendary extraordinary beings are now rare. If the eggs are laid normally, about 2,000 intermediate or high-level grandmaster-level extraordinary rock ants will be born every day? Hearing the queen ant's response in her heart just now, Lin Kong couldn't help but mutter to himself. At this time, above the bloodthirsty demon vine territory, on a 100-meter-long magic airship covered with an invisibility spell, a group of 5 people stood on the edge of the deck, all watching the battle between the hurricane-winged Tiger King and the bloodthirsty demon vine below. Your Excellency Grand Duke Sabira, I'm afraid they have already noticed our whereabouts and want to stop the fighting. Among the 5 people, there was a short old dwarf who was only about 1.2 meters tall. He took out the huge cigarette holder from his mouth, slowly exhaled a circle of smoke, and then spoke to the man next to him. The man on the other side was tall and straight, about 1.85 meters tall, wearing a gorgeous court robe, and his white hair fluttered gently in the breeze. After listening to the words of the dwarf old man, he showed a faint smile on his face. Don't worry, President Takamo. The heart of Woodvine will definitely be ours today. General Sang Yuan, I'm in trouble. After saying this, Grand Duke Sabira turned around and looked at a bald strong man behind him. Your Excellency, Sang Yuan will be back soon. Hearing the sound, a burly bald man covered in silver armor said something in a muffled voice, then moved his feet, jumped out of the magic airship and flew to the center of the battlefield. They are almost exhausted at this moment. I think General Sang Yuan, a mid-level legendary knight, should be able to handle them. Looking deeply in the other direction of the battlefield, Grand Duke Sabira spoke softly. This time the kingdom has obtained the heart of the Woodvine. I believe that your Majesty Bertram should be able to take that step. Hearing this, the old dwarf Takamo who had just spoken, his face flushed, and he spoke with joy. It just increases the chances. There is no such thing as 100% certainty. Hearing Takamo's words, Grand Duke Sabira shook his head and replied. At the same time, General Sang Yuan, who had just flown out, had arrived at the center of the battlefield. As expected, the hurricane-winged Tiger King and the bloodthirsty demon vine, who had been fighting to the death, stopped in an instant. Then the next moment, he pointed the finger directly at General Sang Yuan who was causing trouble. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of sharp vines covered with hideous barbs of the bloodthirsty demon vine were now entangled with each other. In just 2 breaths, they turned into a green vine-like snake several hundred meters long. Roar! On the other side, the hurricane-winged Tiger King roared towards the sky and stared with his brutal bloodshot eyes at the human who was not even as big as one of his claws. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hundreds of green wind blades several meters long continuously swept towards General Sang Yuan. The bloodthirsty demon vine transformed into a green snake, which now opened its ferocious mouth and hissed, completely blocking General Sang Yuan's retreat. Ha ha ha, good job. A heavy sword as big as a door panel appeared in his hand at some point. General Sang Yuan, standing in the void, looked at the green wind blade that was rapidly slashing towards him with his eyes slightly narrowed. Drink! Bang bang bang. With a loud and cold shout, General Sang Yuan brandished the giant sword in his hand, continuously smashing the green wind blade swung out from the claws of the hurricane-winged Tiger King. Puff! But the next moment, the green snake's long tail turned into a black shadow and flashed away, directly knocking General Sang Yuan, who had his back to it, to the ground. Boom! 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 The earth trembled, making a muffled sound, gravel flying everywhere, and smoke and dust rising. Whoosh whoosh. The next moment, the figure lying on the ground slowly stood up, and then he waved his hand casually, and a violent gust of wind formed, directly blowing away the smoke and dust that enveloped him. Hey, you're being underestimated? When he fell to the ground just now, neither the hurricane-winged Tiger King nor the bloodthirsty demon vine chose to attack again. General Sang Yuan smacked his lips, put a chuckle on his face, and then looked up at the sky. In that case, come on. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, General Sang Yuan raised his legs and soared into the sky. His body was covered with a layer of golden light several meters thick, and a powerful aura spread out. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, violent explosions began to sound in the sky again. General Sang Yuan was fighting 1 against 2, but he was not at a disadvantage at all. Boom, boom, boom. On the other side, on a magic airship far away from the center of the battlefield, next to Grand Duke Sabira, Takamo suddenly took out 2 ink-colored beads the size of eyeballs from his arms. General Sang Yuan is so powerful, he deserves to be the leader of the 3 legendary knights of the kingdom. But just in case, if things take too long, I'll give him a hand. Looking up at the man and 2 monsters fighting fiercely in the distance, Takamo turned the ink-colored bead in his hand and spoke in a low voice. Well, here comes President Lautakimo. Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sarabi nodded and did not object to his intervention. Seeing Grand Duke Sarabi's reply, Takamo forced a smile on his wrinkled face, raised his hand forward, and began to utter a string of awkward and unreadable bites. Weakness, exhaustion, and severe pain. Snap. Not long after, Takamo suddenly clenched his outstretched hand, and the ink-colored beads inside shattered. It looks like the result is about to come out. President Takamo's weakening spell for the mid-level legends will not be easy for the 2 already injured and exhausted mid-level legends, even if they are in good condition and at their peak. Seeing Takamo casting a spell, the black-robed man standing on the other side of Grand Duke Sarabi spoke in a hoarse voice. Chapter 32, Dark Shadows in the Earth. The next moment, as if to verify the words of the man in black robe, the situation between the 1 man and the 2 monsters, which had been in a stalemate just now, became clear in an instant. The bodies of the 2 huge monsters suddenly paused for half a breath. In this situation, let alone the legendary level, even the ordinary Grandmaster level extraordinary people could determine the winner. Swish. Tear. With 2 sounds of tearing air, the giant sword in General Sang Yuan's hand directly cut off the head of the huge green snake transformed by the bloodthirsty demon vine. But on the other hand, the reaction of the Hurricane Wing Tiger King was extremely abnormal. As if he had known that this situation would occur, the Hurricane Wing Tiger King took General Sang Yuan's thundering blow on his shoulder and then quickly landed on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh. The body was covered in blood, but the Hurricane Wing Tiger King didn't care at this time. Its 2 front paws left countless afterimages, quickly destroying the place where the bloodthirsty demon vine's body was connected to the ground. It seems like this is a trap. Since the legendary potion half a month ago, this plan against me and the damn demon vine has been unfolding? From the moment the legendary human warrior appeared, the Hurricane Wing Tiger King had almost figured everything out. However, it had no choice. The pain of losing its son filled its heart with immense anger, and it simply couldn't withdraw. But don't think that this is the end, cunning human, you will pay the price. A violent red light flashed in the huge tiger's eyes. The Hurricane Wing Tiger King growled, and his movements became faster. Seeing the abnormality in its body, it knew that it must be other legendary wizards of the human race who had taken action. Its combat power was only 1/10 of what it originally was, and now it was extremely weak, and at most it could barely exert the power of a low-level legend. At this moment, the bloodthirsty demon vine, which had been severely injured, curled up and wanted to hide quickly underground, but the Hurricane Wing Tiger King who had flown down earlier stopped it directly. Violent energy unleashed, and in just 2 breaths, the bloodthirsty vine's body, which had just rolled over, was almost completely torn into pieces by the Tiger King. You are courting death. If I die, you will die too. Listening to the frightened voice in his mind, Hurricane Wing Tiger King couldn't help but grin and chuckle. Don't worry, with your woodvine heart, I won't die today. Ah, who are you? The next moment, screams filled with fear and resentment rang in his mind, but they stopped after only a moment. Snort. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the legendary human being standing in midair not far away, looking at him, and the Hurricane Wing Tiger King couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Although he was somewhat puzzled by what the bloodthirsty demon vine said before it died, the situation did not allow the Hurricane Wing Tiger King to think too much. He quickly lowered his head and tore open the shattered body of the bloodthirsty demon vine, searching for the treasure nurtured by this legendary plant monster, the heart of the woodvine. In fact, the bloodthirsty demon vine that has survived for tens of thousands of years Most of its life essence is in the heart of the wooden vine. If it can finally break through to the high-level legendary level and completely transform, it will be able to break free from geographical restrictions and use its own wooden vine heart to refine itself into another body and roam freely between heaven and earth. But the next moment, when the hurricane-winged Tiger King lifted the surface of the earth, he was confused because he did not see the woodvine heart, but saw a hideous big head wrapped in a faint black air. In the moment when he was stunned, the ferocious black figure dived directly into the ground and disappeared from the sight of the hurricane-winged Tiger King. Not good. At this moment, General Sang Yuan, who was not far away, also noticed the figure that flashed by just now, and his face was filled with shock and anger. Boom. A 10-meter-long golden energy spear quickly appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, the next moment, he stabbed directly at the ground where the black figure had just disappeared. Puff, puff, puff. As General Sang Yuan pressed his hands towards the ground, countless golden light and shadows pierced through the surface from underground and burst out. Hiss. After a while, a huge ant, 30 meters long and pitch black in color, jumped out from the ground. It was surrounded by flying black air, and its ferocious and brutal aura spread all around. Hand over the heart of Woodvine, or you won't be able to leave. Seeing the black shadow being forced out by him, General Sang Yuan, whose face was slightly pale, stood up and spoke coldly. Although the explosion just now consumed a lot of energy, don't forget that he didn't come alone. However, just as he finished speaking, the giant rock ant in the distance disappeared instantly and came directly in front of him. Whoosh! Looking at the ferocious long jaw that suddenly rushed over, Sang Yuan did not act carelessly, and his whole body was instantly covered in golden light. Puff! But the next moment, General Sang Yuan flew backwards with a look of shock on his face, spitting out a lot of blood from his mouth. Just now, he only felt an extremely terrifying and irresistible force coming at him. All the bones in his body were shattered, and his internal organs were damaged. With just one strike, he was severely injured even though he was also a legendary mid-level transcendent. Call out. Seeing that the strange black ant was coming towards him again, Sang Yuan's face changed drastically. If it came again, he really wasn't sure what would happen to him. Grand Duke, save me. At this moment of life and death crisis, Sang Yuan no longer cared about anything else and just opened his mouth and shouted in panic. Woohoo! Boom! A giant flaming hand several meters in size appeared in front of Sang Yuan, blocking the black ant's second attack. Puff, puff. Hiss. Looking up, he saw several huge flaming hands appearing in front of him. Black Ant turned his head to look at the dozens of meters deep pit created by the giant hand just now, and the edge of the pit and the inside of it had turned into horrific magma. The power was so terrifying that the Black Ant couldn't help but reveal a little fear in his eyes. But it did not show any fear. It just roared towards the sky, and a large amount of black light as thick as ink appeared around its body. Chapter 33 Queen Camilla. As the black light appeared, Grand Duke Sabira, who had appeared in front of General Sang Yuan at some point, frowned slightly, because in the previous instant, he felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his body. Click, click, click. The ground around them began to crack and sink, as if an invisible force was crushing them. Mr. Black Ant, I admit that you are very strong, but the heart of Woodvine must stay today. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of a high-level legendary emanated from Grand Duke Sabira's body and locked onto the Black Ant not far away. Oh, really? But I don't think so. The next moment, several figures were seen flying quickly from the distant sky and came to the side of the giant Black Ant. The snow-eared Spirit Eye Fox tribe, Queen Camilla. Looking up at the figures rushing over, Grand Duke Sabira looked at one of the extremely tall and beautiful women and spoke in a flat voice. Sabira, even if your brother Bertlam is here today, he can't take away the heart of the Woodvine. Hearing this, Grand Duke Sabira chuckled and shook his head. Your Majesty Camilla, there is no need to bluff. I know that what I see is not your true self. After all, when the underground monsters erupt, even if you are a high-level legendary peak with the strongest combat power under the natural disaster level, you have to go all out, right? After hearing this, the woman with a pair of snow-white fox ears and eyes as clear as gemstones couldn't help but shrink her pupils slightly. It seems that even within our Southern Forest Beast Alliance, there are spies from the human side. After glancing at the smiling face of Grand Duke Sabira and taking a deep breath, Camilla, with waist-length silver hair, turned her head to look at the three figures around her and spoke in a calm voice. At this moment, the three figures around her couldn't help but shrink their necks when they heard Camilla's seemingly normal words. Two dragon lizards with brown armor and skin, and a strong man with a bull head and huge curved horns. Your Majesty, when I return I will definitely find out who spread the news. The dragon lizard standing on Camilla's right glared fiercely at Grand Duke Sabira, who had just spoken, then turned to Camilla and spoke carefully. I hope so. Hearing this, Camilla spoke softly with no objection. If your real body was here, I would turn around and leave right now, but now, I have decided to take the heart of the Woodvine. On the other side, three figures appeared beside Sabira. They were the same figures standing on the deck of the magic airship before. 4 mid-level legendaries and 1 high-level legendary. It seems that you have been coveting this treasure on the bloodthirsty demon vine for a long time, right? Looking up at the 5 figures opposite, Camilla said in a cold and sarcastic voice. After all, it is a treasure that can increase your foundation and improve the success rate of breaking through the natural disaster level. I think it's understandable to be jealous. I think Her Majesty Camilla is the same, otherwise, she wouldn't appear here so soon. When Grand Duke Sarabi heard Camilla's sarcastic words, he did not seem angry at all. Instead, he responded in a teasing tone, like an old friend. Humph, Her Majesty Camilla is such a being. How could she be as greedy and despicable as you humans? Hearing this, the bull-headed burly man drew out the giant axe behind him and shouted at Lord Sabira with anger in his eyes. Obviously, he would not allow others to have any blasphemy against the most noble existence in his heart. Besides, the bloodthirsty demon vine is also a creature of our southern forest. Whether it lives or dies, and the whereabouts of the treasures on its body, of course, all depends on Her Majesty Camilla. Instead of you, a human being, pointing fingers here. Well, it seems that communication is impossible. In this case, after listening to what the bull-headed burly man said, Duke Sabila spread his hands and a helpless look appeared on his face. War. The next moment, with a low shout from his mouth, both sides immediately rushed towards each other tacitly. Boom. Boom, boom. Grand Duke Sabira did not move, but he raised his hand and sent out more than 10 giant flaming palms several meters long. The explosions and heat contained in them caused the rocks under everyone's feet to slowly melt. Puff, puff, puff. Seeing this, Camilla frowned slightly. This body of hers was indeed a clone and could only exert the strength of a mid-level legend. In fact, if it were to explode, it could barely reach the threshold of high-level legend. But it would not last too long. Which tribe's elder are you from? Leave now. I'll come back to you later to get the Woodvine heart. Seeing that Sabira on the opposite side was holding himself and the bull-headed muscular man together, the 2 dragon lizards next to him were beaten and fled away by a black-robed man and a dwarf old man on the opposite side. Camilla sighed in her heart, and then suddenly burst out with the power of a high-level legend. She stopped Sabira from taking a step, and then spoke to the giant black ant not far away. Bang! Due to Camilla's outburst, the bull-headed burly man freed his hands and quickly rushed over to stop a middle-aged elegant human who wanted to stop the giant black ant from leaving. Hiss. However, seeing the situation in front of it, the giant black ant was obviously stunned for a moment and let out an inexplicable roar. At the same time, on the other side, Lin Kong, who was standing on the rock ant mountain, couldn't help but have a strange look in his eyes after listening to the report from the left protector of the rock ant. So what are we waiting for? If the enemies stop each other, we will retreat. After conveying his meaning to the left protector of the rock ants far away on the battlefield, Lin Kong chuckled and patted another giant rock ant under his feet, then slowly returned to the base. As for the 2 legendary mid-level rock ants, Lin Kong directly gave them the titles of left and right protectors. In fact, this did not have any specific meaning, because the ant colony was already strictly hierarchical. However, in order to kill time and also to differentiate between 2 almost identical legendary intermediate rock ants, Lin Kong appointed the one with the primary level of power control as the left guardian, and the one with the primary level of immortal body as the right guardian. Chapter 34 Leaving. On the other side, he saw from the corner of his eye that the strange black ant had just escaped into the ground and disappeared in an instant. Sabira stared at Queen Camilla, who stopped him, and a hint of hostility flashed in his eyes. What are you angry and want to tear me apart alive? Looking at the appearance of Archduke Sabira, Queen Camilla raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and her voice actually contained a hint of joy. Call. Hearing this, Sarabi stretched out a hand, and the powerful aura of a legendary high level rushed straight into the sky, as if to kill the figure in front of him that was enough to charm everyone. However, after a moment, he paused and slowly lowered his raised hand. "Come back, everyone." The voice was calm, but it revealed a sense of certainty. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, in just 2 breaths, the 2 parties fighting on the side separated instantly. Snort. I didn't expect that Her Majesty Camilla was so courageous that she was willing to destroy a precious legendary mid-level clone in order to contain me. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then Grand Duke Sarabi looked at Queen Camilla, who was smiling across from him, and spoke with a slightly complicated look in his eyes. "Ha ha ha ha, seeing you like this, I suddenly realized that you are much better than the gloomy Bertram." Hearing this, Queen Camilla raised her hand to brush the silver hair by her ear and replied meaningfully, "I am not worthy of the Queen's praise. I will see you later." Taking another look at the place where the legendary mid-level strange ant had just disappeared, Grand Duke Sabira nodded slightly to the opposite side, then raised his foot and jumped directly into the air. "Call out! Call out! Call out!" As Grand Duke Sabira left, Takamo and General Sang Yuan looked at each other, shook their heads and sighed, then quickly returned to the magic airship not far away. Snort. Watching the human disappear, Queen Camilla's brows, which had just relaxed, instantly frowned. She raised her hand and saw that the energy at her fingertips had begun to slowly dissipate, and she couldn't help but snorted coldly. "Your Majesty, what shall we do now?" "You guys go back first. Although my main body is suppressing it, it's still good to have a little more strength." The 2 dragon lizards and the bull-headed man standing behind Queen Camilla couldn't help but look thoughtful. "Anyway, my body is already irreversibly damaged. You guys staying here won't help me at all. It's just a waste of your fighting power." Without looking back, Queen Camilla knew what they were thinking, so she spoke directly. "Then, Your Majesty, we will hurry back now." Putting away the giant axes in their hands, the bull-headed strong man and the others looked at each other, then respectfully saluted towards Camilla's back, and then quickly flew into the southern forest. After a while, Queen Camilla walked up to the hurricane-winged tiger king who was lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. "Baglos, although I said that I would not restrict you and would let you choose your place freely, but everything you have done now makes me very disappointed and angry." "I'm sorry, Your Majesty Camilla. My only child was framed by humans and the bloodthirsty demon vines. So, I really, really can't stand it. Please give me a chance, Your Majesty Camilla, so that I can redeem myself and seek revenge on humans." Seeing Camilla coming to him, the motionless hurricane-winged tiger King Bagros propped up his body with his front legs, opened his mouth slightly, and spoke in a sad tone. Hearing this, Queen Camilla did not reply, but looked at Baglos with a very scrutinizing look. Not long after, Queen Camilla opened her red lips and said lightly, "Accompany me to find the Black Ant tribe just now, and then return to the center of the southern forest." "Thank you, Majesty Camilla." Bagros offers his sincerest loyalty. Hearing this, Baglos lowered his head, and his huge tiger eyes showed complete relaxation, and he was filled with surprise at surviving the disaster. Whoosh whoosh. Swish. After a while, Queen Camilla stepped on Bagros's broad back and flew high into the sky. With their departure, there seemed to be no trace of any living creatures left here. All that was left was a land of pits and holes, scarred by battle, huge trees broken, rocks shattered, and the surroundings had become a ruin. However, no one noticed that many purple or green ferns in the distance had already carried a large number of their spores to the ruins with the help of the wind. Just wait for a heavy rain, and the spores will take root and sprout, covering up all traces here. Whoosh. "Your Excellency Archduke Sabira, I think it's better for us to follow them. I think she will definitely take the heart of Woodvine into her hands as soon as possible." After a while, a voice suddenly appeared around, and then 2 figures appeared silently at the place where Baglos had just been lying, as if they had always been there. "It's better to prepare for both situations. We will follow Queen Camilla, and Sang Yuan and his team will drive the magic airship to chase the other team. The heart of Woodvine, this time, we must get it." Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sabira turned his head to look at the Alchemy Guild President Takamo, and then spoke in a firm voice. "Let's go." "Okay, I'll get ready." Buzz buzz buzz. Hearing the voice of Grand Duke Sabira, Takamo did not hesitate. He raised his hand and cast a series of spells. Then 13 blue magic arrays appeared out of thin air and enveloped the 2 of them. The next moment, the 2 men disappeared again, without even a trace of their breath left. Chapter 35. Heart of Woodvine. Southern Forest, outside Sunset Mountains, Rock Ant Mountain. The wind was light, the clouds were clear, the sun was shining. The huge roar was no longer heard in my ears, and the strong wind that could overturn 1,000-pound rocks from time to time had completely disappeared. Ah, what a wonderful world it is! Not far from the entrance of the base, Lin Kong was lying on a chair that was carved out of a huge piece of yellow wood. Unlike the desolation on the Rock Ant Mountain, the foot of the mountain is quite nice. At this time, the tall trees around Lin Kong's chair blocked the glaring sunlight, and the unknown beautiful wildflowers brought fragrance with the breeze. Looking up at the blue sky with white clouds, Lin Kong showed a faint smile. Just now, the left protector of the rock ant came back with a mid-level legendary energy core in his mouth. After absorbing it, Lin Kong's mouth was almost grinning to his ears. Name: Lin Kong. Gender: male. Age: 26. Level: none. Normal energy: 368-1250. Advanced energy: 0. Special energy: 0. Talent: super optimization, data-based everything. 3 million energies. In addition to the windfall from last time, Lin Kong's ordinary energy surged again. And after all this, Lin Kong also speculated that the energy range of the Grandmaster level Extraordinary should be 10,001 of 500,000, while the Legendary level Extraordinary, from low to high, should be 500,001 to 10 million. So, if you want to improve the Queen Ant further, I'm afraid it will be impossible in the short term. After a while, Lin Kong sat up, turned his head to look at Xiaolu, who was lying in the grass next to him, and murmured something. But it seems that this thing is not useful now. After thinking for a while, Lin Kong took out a palm-sized, irregular polyhedron green crystal from his trouser pocket. Name: Heart of Woodvine. Introduction. It contains a large amount of life essence and extraordinary substances. When swallowed by an individual organism, it can improve its life essence and potential. Level: Legendary mid-level. After looking at it again, Lin Kong casually put it into his trouser pocket. A good thing may be a good thing, but Lin Kong is not a fool who will stuff it into his mouth after reading the introduction. I've asked Bennett before. To obtain an edible legendary mid-level extraordinary treasure, one needs to be at least a low-level grandmaster. Otherwise, the only outcome would be death due to the body exploding and failing to receive the replenishment. Bennett, come here and tell me again the apprentice formula of the blazing flame combat method. He waved to Bennett, who was turning over a 2-meter-long elk on the fire rack not far away. Yes, sir. Hearing the sound, Bennett immediately reduced the size of his homemade charcoal fire and then hurriedly trotted to Lin Kong. Because of Bennett, a human from another world who could communicate with his mind, Lin Kong could now speak some everyday words in the common language of the Doma continent. Moreover, Lin Kong was extremely enthusiastic about learning languages, to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep. Under the temptation of extraordinary power, Lin Kong now studies harder and more diligently than when he was a senior in high school on Earth. My lord, it is like this: the apprenticeship period of the flame warfare is... He first told Bennett in his mind about his understanding of the apprenticeship flame warfare method, and then listened attentively to Bennett's explanation. Although he is not a teacher who specializes in teaching extraordinary skills, for Bennett, who has been specializing in flame warfare for decades, teaching Lin Kong, a complete rookie, is no problem at all. After a while, the two came to a depression a few hundred meters away. This place had been cleared by 3 generations of rock ants. The tall trees and clusters of bushes had all been cleared out. All that was left were green weeds half as tall as a calf. The place is about half the size of a football field and is surrounded by rocks on 3 sides, but the last side is directly connected to a cliff, so there is no water. Looking down from a high place, the terrain looks like a square, but without the horizontal line at the bottom. Quiet and cool. The first time he came here, Lin Kong fell in love with this place, so he specially sent a team of 3rd-generation rock ants to clean it up so that he could use it as a place to learn and practice the fiery combat technique. Call. Swish. 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 Following Bennett's demonstration, Lin Kong immediately began to use his special breathing techniques and performed the preliminary movements of the fiery combat technique. Puff. Puff. Swish. On the soft grass, Lin Kong performed various strange movements for 2 minutes, and then sat cross-legged on the ground the next moment. Although his physical strength was almost exhausted, he was sweating profusely and felt extremely tired. But Lin Kong gritted his teeth and decided not to lie on the ground, taking a deep breath and resting comfortably. Instead, think of the mantra in your mind and then slowly start to visualize. 3 days later, in the depression near the rock ant hill, a strong young man, with only a piece of animal skin covering his lower body, stood there quietly, his eyes closed, letting the mountain breeze blow his whole body. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the man opened his mouth and spit out a string of hot white gas, which shot out more than 10 meters away like a sharp sword before slowly dissipating. After a while, a deep red energy wave slowly rose around his body. Although it looked extremely weak and seemed like it would dissipate if blown by the breeze, it eventually stubbornly swam around the body without disintegrating. Finally, we have taken this step? Lin Kong couldn't help but tremble slightly as he felt the energy flowing in his body, and he spoke to himself excitedly. The man was Lin Kong. During the 3 days, he was either learning the common language of Doma continent or practicing the flame combat technique. Time flies, and 3 days have passed. Plick. Lin Kong clenched his fist lightly and was enveloped by the orange-red energy. Feeling the explosive power within, his face was filled with surprise. One arm weighs at least 1,000 pounds. Chapter 36. Grandmaster is respected. He looked down at his hands, which were no different from usual, then quickly walked to the edge of the depression. Looking at the half-man-high boulder that Bennett had split in half with his bare hands, Lin Kong's expression changed, and then he bent down and grabbed it. Rise. With a low shout, Lin Kong suddenly exerted force with his hands. Flutter. Raising it high above his head, feeling that this was not his limit, Lin Kong raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and then threw the boulder away casually. Although this stone is only half a person's height, its length and width are both over 1 meter, and it definitely weighs more than 2,000 kilograms. Sir, your qualifications are extraordinary. Although civilians can also reach the low-level apprentice-level extraordinary warrior through training, it still takes at least a month. But you, sir, have achieved it in just 3 days. Bennett, who was standing by, saw the joy on Lin Kong's face and flattered him appropriately. Hey huh. By the way, Bennett, how long did it take you to become a low-level apprentice super warrior? Hearing this, Lin Kong restrained the weak energy in his body, turned around and asked Bennett with some curiosity. Forehead. After hearing this, Bennett was stunned for a moment, then his eyes dodged a little. Sir? I was 9 years old when I came into contact with the fiery combat technique, which was the right age. So, I finished it in 1 day. Well, 1 day. After saying this, Bennett lowered his head and no longer looked into Lin Kong's eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became silent for a while, and a breeze blew by, blowing up Lin Kong's bangs in front of his eyebrows. Well, are you an intermediate apprentice? 1 month. Where are the senior apprentices? 1 year. Breakthrough to official? 5 years. Fuck. Hearing this, Lin Kong stopped asking questions. He was afraid that his good mood from becoming extraordinary would be gone. Bennett, who may have better talent than me, took so long to break through to the formal transcendent realm, so wouldn't it take me twice as long? Is this world a Kryptonian world? Coming to the edge of the cliff in the depression, Lin Kong looked down at the lush and pristine forest below and asked Bennett, who was following behind him. Krypton gold? After hearing Lin Kong's words, Bennett repeated it with a smile on his face, and then became a little confused. That is there any treasure that can increase the speed of cultivation, such as magic potion, elixir, or some rare treasure? Noticing Bennett's doubts, Lin Kong realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly explained it again. Yes, a lot. This time, Bennett did not hesitate and spoke immediately. Then he looked up at Lin Kong's profile and added, there are in every stage. Well, that's good. But the next moment, Lin Kong suddenly frowned. The rock ant mountain and the surrounding area within a few miles were covered with 4 generations of rock ants. Because the 2 legendary mid-level rock ants were special cases, Lin Kong did not count them as a separate generation. The current 4th generation of rock ants are the offspring of a high-level legendary queen ant. Lin Kong once communicated with the queen ant. If high-level master-level rock ants were produced, the maximum number would be around 100 per day. However, if it is a low-level master, the output can be normal, about 2,000 per day. In order to consider the time and value ratio, and because Lin Kong wanted to go the route of mass production, the queen ant gave birth to a high-level grandmaster. The forces are now as follows. High-level legendary level, a rock ant mutant queen. Intermediate legendary level, rock ant left guardian, rock ant right guardian. Low-level legendary, a bifong firebird. High-level grandmaster, 104th generation rock ants. Low-level grandmaster, more than 3,000 4th generation rock ants. High-level formal level, a human Bennett. Low-level formal level, a green mantis. Advanced apprentice level, approximately 12,003 generations of super rock ants. Low-level apprentice, Lin Kong. No extraordinary level, about 30,000 second-generation rock ants. What's the matter, my lord? Noticing Lin Kong's abnormality, Bennett turned his head and looked in the direction of Rock Ant Mountain, then asked with some confusion. It seems like someone came to the door? Hearing this, Lin Kong had a little doubt on his face and replied softly, just now, the Queen Ant sent a telepathic message to inform Lin Kong that many uninvited guests had come. At the same time, at Rock Ant Hill, at the entrance of Lin Kong's base. Whoosh whoosh. The hurricane-winged Tiger King Bagros flapped his magnificent wings and slowly landed on the ground with his nearly 60-meter-long body. Snap! A humanoid creature jumped off its back, and then looked at the three Chinese characters Rock Ant Mountain, gnawed out by three rock ants above the entrance of Lin Kong base with suspicion. Sir, I am Camilla from the Southern Forest Beast Alliance. Please come out and see me. After a while, Queen Camilla, who was standing not far from the entrance of the base, adjusted her skirt and spoke solemnly to the inside. She couldn't help but be serious. She actually felt that there was a high-level legend, two mid-level legends, and one low-level legend among them. Before, they seemed to be deliberately concealing their presence. If I hadn't come to them directly, I'm afraid they would never believe that such a terrifying tribe existed in such a desolate place. Although the high level of legend surprised her a little, it was only a little bit, because there are always some strong people who don't like to be high-profile and prefer to live in a quiet place. In fact, what made Queen Camilla still difficult to calm down was that she suddenly discovered that there were thousands of master-level auras around her. This is an extraordinary Grandmaster level. Below the legend, the Grandmaster is the most respected. Their entire Southern Forest Beast Alliance, with hundreds of tribes, could probably only mobilize so many Grandmaster-level combat forces even if they put all their efforts, but now one tribe before them had done it. Chapter 37 Exposed. Queen Camilla was very surprised and puzzled. Why would such a powerful tribe hide in the Sunset Mountains outside the Southern Forest? With the terrifying strength of this tribe, if it were to come out, she, the Queen of the Southern Forest Beast Alliance, would probably have to give it some distance. Come with me, our Queen Ant has agreed to see you. Not long after, a fourth-generation high-level master-level rock ant, about 2 meters long and completely black, crawled out of the base gate. Its antennae moved slightly, and it spoke to Queen Camilla. Generally, formal-level extraordinary people can speak human language, and it is naturally extremely easy for a master-level person to do so. You, the big tiger, stay outside. The fourth-generation rock ant who delivered the message saw the hurricane-winged Tiger King Bagros, whose body had shrunk to 2 meters in length, and wanted to follow him in. So he immediately stopped in front of him and spoke in a cold tone. You are seeking death, great Bagros? Upon hearing this, the legendary mid-level hurricane-winged Tiger King Bagros became furious and wanted to attack directly, but the next moment, a huge rock ant phantom appeared in front of his head. Puff. With overwhelming pressure coming towards him, Baglos's strong forelimbs could not bear it and bent slightly. Sir, I apologize on behalf of Baglos. He is just such a reckless person. He didn't cause any damage. Please don't mind. Queen Camilla in front took a look at the phantom of the rock ant that appeared on the battlefield that day. Although it was condensed from Yuan Li and was very illusory, Queen Camilla knew from its breath that it was definitely the rock ant that day. It seems that the heart of Mu Tung is indeed here. Queen Camilla looked ahead and thought secretly in her heart. Baglos, who had been roaring with a ferocious look just now, shook his head at this moment, and a forced smile appeared on his huge tiger face. Queen, I'll wait for you here. Seeing Queen Camilla's eyes fixed on him, Baglos still kept his eyes fixed on the shadow of the rock ant above his head. He really felt like crying but had no tears. That really wasn't his intention. Staying in the outskirts of the southern deep forest surrounded by a few cats and kittens, he had developed an arrogant and bad temper that was hard to change all at once. It can be said that the words I just said came out without even thinking. Feeling the pressure of that breath, Baglos couldn't help but sigh inwardly at his bad luck. The owner of this aura beat the human Sang Yuan half to death with a single blow, and to be honest, in his prime, he could at most draw with Sang Yuan. Ahem, well, the scenery over there is pretty good. I'll go take a look. He slowly took a few steps back, then looked at a cluster of flowers not far away. Baglos muttered to himself and ran over on all fours. Please. After a while, the huge shadow of the rock ant at the entrance of the base disappeared, and the fourth-generation rock ant who had led the way turned his head to look at Baglos, and then spoke lightly to Queen Camilla beside him. As Queen Camilla walked into Lin Kong's base in Rock Ant Mountain, Grand Duke Sabira and President Takamo of the Alchemy Guild appeared a few hundred meters away from the base gate. Your Excellency, what should we do? At this time, Takamo held on to the moss-covered giant tree beside him and spoke in a heavy tone. Wait. You can see this place. The danger level is beyond your imagination and mine. With a green light flashing in his eyes, Grand Duke Sarabi looked at the entrance of the cave and replied in a serious voice. Not good. We may have been discovered, let's go. The next moment, the green light in Grand Duke Sarabi's eyes suddenly retracted, and then he quickly retreated. Puff. Boom. 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 In just a moment, the place where the two had just stood turned into a ruin with a few low muffled sounds, with dust like fog and flying rocks. Moreover, two huge heads slowly emerged from the ground. They were the left and right protectors of the rock ants sealed by Lin Kong. Hiss! He roared towards the sky, and his dark and deep eyes stared at Grand Duke Sabira and Takamo. Sabira, you really haven't given up yet? At this moment, Queen Camilla, who had been standing in the air not far away, spoke to Grand Duke Sabira with a cold look in her eyes. Your Majesty Camilla, I'm very curious. I'm using the once-lost secret technique, Sacred Regret, and I also have the legendary breath-suppressing ring to bless me. I think even a calamity-level existence would have a hard time discovering us. After hearing what Queen Camilla said, before Grand Duke Sabira could speak, Takamo, who was about the same height and width, looked at the place that had just turned into ruins and asked with a look of disbelief on his face. Sorry, I wasn't going to tell you. Hearing this, Queen Camilla replied in a flat voice, then looked at Grand Duke Sabira again. I think the fangs of the Icenu Kingdom are likely to be pulled out today. Looking at Grand Duke Sabira, Queen Camilla raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and her peripheral vision was watching the two legendary mid-level rock ants beside her with strange and deep auras, with an inexplicable meaning. Really? But I don't think so. I have no conflict with this powerful demonic insect tribe. I am just passing by. I don't think your tribe would want to cause any misunderstanding with a passing legendary high-ranking person like me. As he spoke, Grand Duke Sabira looked at the left protector of the rock ants, whose aura was familiar to him, with a friendly smile on his face and full of sincerity, but when he mentioned the high-level legendary level, he slightly emphasized his tone. Chapter 38 Requests Before Leaving. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that the Grand Duke of the Kingdom of Icenu, the legendary wizard Sabira who is famous in the eastern region, would actually get scared one day. On the other side, Queen Camilla couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh when she heard what Grand Duke Sabira had just said. You came here just to take away the heart of Woodvine, didn't you? I tell you, it's right here, come and grab it. Yes, my previous goal was indeed the heart of Woodvine, but I always thought that the heart of Woodvine was taken away by you, Camilla. But, since the heart of Woodvine is now in the hands of your tribe, then this heart of Woodvine is not the heart of Woodvine that I want. After taking a faint glance at Queen Camilla who had spoken, Grand Duke Sabira spoke again to the left protector of the rock ants. You This is the first time I realized that you, Sabira, are so shameless. Hearing this, Queen Camilla seemed to be meeting Archduke Sabira for the first time. She couldn't help but look him up and down carefully, with a sneer on her lips and mockery in her eyes. Sorry to bother you. If there is nothing else, we will leave now. As if he did not hear the ridicule from Queen Camilla, Archduke Sabira kept his eyes fixed on the left protector of the rock ants. At this time, after hearing his words, Queen Camilla frowned slightly and looked at the left protector of the rock ant. In the final analysis, whether this battle will be fought or not, and whether Sabira, the scorching high-level legendary wizard who is the sharp Fong of the Icenu Kingdom, will be kept or not, depends on the attitude of this terrifying demon insect tribe. Of course it was impossible to fight. Lin Kong never thought about keeping Archduke Sabira or Queen Camilla from the beginning to the end. Not to mention that this is at the gate of their own base. If they hit it, everything around it will definitely be shattered. On the other hand, it is obvious that Queen Camilla and Archduke Sabira are in a hostile relationship. In this case, why would Lin Kong help one and destroy the other? Lin Kong's idea was to sit back and watch the fight between the dragon and the tiger and develop slowly. Go, you can. After a while, the rock ant left protector, who had understood Lin Kong's intention, spoke in a cold voice. Ha ha ha, it seems that your tribe is a friendly neighbor. After I go back, I will definitely send people to establish diplomatic relations, exchange resources, and develop together. Hearing this, Archduke Sabira smiled, turned to look at Queen Camilla, who looked a little unhappy at the moment, then looked up to the sky and laughed, and was about to turn around and leave. However, your invasion of the sacred rock ant base is an established fact and requires compensation. With a quick move, he quickly came to a place not far in front of Grand Duke Sabira, and the rock ant left protector spoke again. Snort. Hearing this, Grand Duke Sabira and Takamo stopped and looked at the 30-meter-long black giant rock ant in front of them with some anger. But in fact, after Grand Duke Sabira and President Takamo of the Alchemy Guild looked at each other, they both showed relief in their eyes and let go of the last bit of nervous defense in their hearts. I am not afraid of your demands, but I am afraid of your lack of desires. Since I can offer conditions, I will obviously not resort to violence. Tell me, what does your tribe want? After a pause, Grand Duke Sabira spoke with a gloomy face, as if he was extremely angry. Not to mention that Lin Kong, who was watching all this through the perspective of the rock ant left protector, didn't notice it. Even Queen Camilla, who seemed to know Grand Duke Sabira, didn't seem to realize that his anger was a disguise. The lost secret technique he just mentioned, the sacred regret, and the legendary ring of the breath-stealing ring, our Supreme is very interested in it and would like to borrow it to observe. Raising one leg and pointing at the Alchemy Guild President Takamo, who was standing beside Grand Duke Sabira, the rock ant left protector spoke calmly. Impossible. When put together, their value far exceeds the legendary level. Hearing this, Takamo flatly refused, then immediately looked up at Grand Duke Sabira beside him, fearing that he would agree directly. Grand Duke Sabira felt Takamo's gaze at this time and became thoughtful. When Takamo heard the hesitation of Grand Duke Sabira, he puffed his beard and glared, and was so anxious that he almost jumped up. The sacred regret is an extremely profound secret technique. Unless you are a legendary wizard like me who studies the subject, it would be difficult for you to perform it even if you are one rank higher than me. Thinking of something, Takamo spoke to the left protector of the rock ants with a gloomy face, and seemed a little proud after he finished speaking. Then, forget about the sacred regret and exchange it for 10 legendary energy cores. After hearing Takamo's words, the rock ant left protector paused for a moment, then raised his head after a while and spoke lightly to the two of them. This is even more outrageous. Do you think the legendary level is cabbage? One at most. Hearing this, Takamo slowly took off a gorgeous ring from his left hand, held it in his palm, and then spoke to the rock ant left protector. 10 legendary energy cores, no less. After saying this, the rock ant's left guardian's antennae trembled, and his dark and deep eyes stared at Takamo. Rustle. At the side, as the left protector of the rock ant took action, countless crawling sounds suddenly came from the surroundings, and bursts of extraordinary aura at the master level kept approaching. Well, we can discuss it. But 10 is still too many. I only have 2 low-level legendary Storm Wolf cores. There was a constant rustling sound. Looking at the suddenly tense atmosphere, Takamo couldn't help but swallow a little, said something with the corner of his mouth, and then looked up at Grand Duke Sarabi next to him. I also have one in my hand, but it is a legendary mid-level beast core of the Earth Demon Bear. Looking at Takamo's sight, a blue light flashed in Grand Duke Sarabi's hand, and a fist-sized beast core emitting a hazy yellow light appeared in his palm. Chapter 39. Southern Forest Beast Alliance. Really, it's not that I don't want to give it, it's really just this much. Reaching out and slowly taking the beast core of the Earth Demon Bear, Takamo suddenly had 2 beast cores covered with light purple halos in his hand. He then held them in one hand, along with the legendary breath-hardening ring. Then he muttered softly and looked at the hideous and terrifying rock ant left protector not far away. You are lucky that our Supreme agrees. After a while, a master-level rock ant quickly jumped out from not far away, crawled in front of Takamo, and a black light flashed on its upper jaw, and it used its energy to transform into a pocket. Flutter. Seeing this, Takamo immediately understood what it meant. After a slight hesitation, he reached out and put the ring and 3 legendary beast cores into the pocket of the rock ant in front of him. Since your tribe has accepted the compensation, I will take my leave now. At the side, Grand Duke Sabira moved his feet, and a large ball of flames quickly formed, and then in a moment it turned into an unknown giant bird with a wingspan of more than 20 meters. Whoosh whoosh. The next moment, as Takamo also jumped up, the big bird slowly flapped its wings and rose into the air. After being 30 meters above the ground, it suddenly flapped its wings violently, and in an instant, it disappeared into the sky with the 2 of them. Not long after, Queen Camilla walked out of the rock ant base again, looked at the cave behind her with a strange expression, then raised her leg and jumped onto the back of the hurricane-winged tiger King Bagros, who had recovered his original form. Oops. With a slight roar and the movement of his limbs, Baglos quickly left here carrying Queen Camilla. High in the sky, looking down at the desolate rock ant hill below, Queen Camilla still couldn't figure it out. Just now I proposed that this demon insect tribe move to the central area of the southern deep forest, which is more fertile and has more abundant energy, but I didn't expect that I would be rejected. Hee, Your Majesty Camilla, maybe they feel comfortable here just like me. Bagros, who was standing under him, heard Queen Camilla's puzzled tone, chuckled and said casually, "If you feel comfortable here, you can choose to stay here." Hearing this, Queen Camilla glanced at the huge tiger head of Baglos at her feet and spoke in a cold voice. No. How is that possible? Since I have chosen to be loyal to Her Majesty the Queen, how could I change my mind at the last minute? Hearing Queen Camilla's tone as if she was going to leave him here, Bagros instantly panicked. It would have been better if he didn't know. Now that he knows that his neighbor is such a terrifying tribe of demon insects, how could Baglos stay in the Sunset Mountains so casually? Your Majesty Camilla, I think this tribe of demon insects must have migrated here recently. Although I am usually a bit lazy and stay in my lair for a long time, if such a terrifying tribe really existed before, even if I am a fool, a moron, I'm afraid you won't believe me if I say I can't find any clues. After being dozens of miles away from the rock ant hill, Bagros slowly landed on a huge rock above his nest. It was as if he had returned home. Bagros squinted his eyes and sniffed lightly with his nose. Then his body shrank rapidly, and when it was about 2 meters long, Bagros strolled to Queen Camilla, who was standing beside him, and told her his speculation about the rock ant hill. Okay, you're right. I entered the cave and found that it was indeed newly excavated. The queen ant inside was very scary and gave me a very strange feeling. I'm afraid even if I'm my real body, I wouldn't dare to easily say that I can defeat her. Recalling the scene of meeting the terrifying queen ant in her mind, Queen Camilla frowned and spoke softly. What? How is that possible? Upon hearing this, the hurricane-winged tiger King Bagros couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Even when he discovered thousands of Grandmaster-level extraordinary magic ants just now, he was not as surprised as he is now. Her Majesty Camilla in front of us is the queen of the entire southern forest. This honorable position was not obtained through election or recommendation, but was won through unparalleled strength. 200 years ago, Camilla of the snow-eared, spirit-eyed fox tribe rushed back when her tribe was in danger. She not only killed the 3 legendary humans who came to capture the fox tribe, but also went alone to the capital of the kingdom of Icenu. The powerful chamber of commerce that sold orc slaves, involving nearly a dozen legendary high-level human families, was directly destroyed by Camilla with the power of thunder. And there are rumors that if King Bertram of the kingdom of Icen had not helped Camilla, they would probably have moved the capital by now. In the power center of the human kingdom, there is certainly no shortage of legendary strongmen. There are records of as many as 73 human legends who participated in the siege of Camilla. Just like that, Camilla, who destroyed the Chamber of Commerce at the hands of nearly 100 legendary humans, only suffered some minor injuries and successfully returned to the southern forest. After this incident, Camilla took direct action to suppress all the tribes above the Grandmaster level in the southern forest. As a result, the Southern Forest Beastmen Alliance was established, which was capable of rivaling a large human kingdom. Moreover, it has continued to this day and is still in perfect operation. She should have also gained the power of natural disasters, although I don't know what it is specifically because I won't know until I fight her. Besides, Sabira gave in so quickly just now. I'm afraid he also felt the strong power of natural disaster from the Queen Ant. However, what puzzles me is that the 2 legendary mid-level demon ants just now were also shrouded in a faint natural disaster force. Thinking about what just happened, Queen Camilla's face was full of thoughts. Chapter 40. Breath-Resisting Ring. Call. Soon after, with a deep breath, the heavy doubt on Queen Camilla's delicate face gradually faded away. Forget it, but I can be sure of one thing, that is, this terrifying tribe should be able to help us alleviate the disaster of the underground monsters. Queen Camilla murmured to herself as she reached out and touched the soft hair on Bagros' neck. But didn't that terrifying ant queen reject you? Hearing this, Baglos, like a docile kitten, squinted his eyes comfortably, then asked curiously, I was rejected this time only because my conditions were not generous enough. There is a saying by cunning humans that when the benefits are sufficient, all the impossible will become possible. Yes, Your Majesty Camilla, you are worthy of it. Hearing this, Baglow's golden eyes showed a hint of flattery, and he flattered at the right time. Let's go to your lair. If my clone keeps trying, I'm afraid it won't even be worth the final repair. Hearing Baglow's flattering voice, Queen Camilla nodded undeniably, then jumped lightly and jumped down. Ouch! Roar. But soon after, an extremely angry voice quickly came out from Baglow's cave, shaking the whole area and startling countless flying birds. Who the hell is it that sneaked into the cave of the great Bagros and took all my treasure? Who is it? Who on earth is it? You damned, despicable, shameless thief. Don't let the great Bagros catch you. Looking at his empty cave, Baglow's heart bleeds. This smell is from humans. There are at least 7 or 8 humans. There are also some special smells, like ants. Thinking of the terrifying demonic insect tribe in his mind, Bagros quickly shook his head. How is it possible? The aura left behind is so weak. How could it be that terrifying tribe? It must be humans, and one of the humans is a beast exorcist. His nose twitched, Bagros' fangs were exposed, and his mind began to reconstruct the scene of himself fighting with the bloodthirsty demon vines and a few despicable humans sneaking into his cave. I have memorized these auras. Just wait, you damn thieves. The great Bagros will definitely catch you. H.U. H.U. What's going on? Who is missing me so much behind my back? At the same time, sitting in the center of the depression where he usually practiced and studied, a comfortable and cool breeze blew on his face. The next moment, Lin Kong suddenly couldn't help but sneeze twice in succession. Rubbing his nose, Lin Kong spoke to himself with a hint of surprise. By the way, Bennett, you said this is a treasure that can store items? How should I operate? The 3 legendary energy cores emitting hazy light in his hands quickly disappeared. Lin Kong didn't even have time to check how much energy had increased. Instead, he held the strange ring in his hand. He looked up and asked Bennett, who was standing beside him with great excitement. Yes, sir. All you have to do is drip a drop of blood, and then use your energy to imprint your spirit on it. Hearing Lin Kong's anxious question, Bennett did not pause and quickly explained how to use the breath-harming ring. Hey, okay. Hearing this, Lin Kong did not hesitate. He used his energy to squeeze out a drop of blood from his index finger, and then quickly dripped it onto the ring on the palm of his hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Lin Kong operated, a circle of red-gold halo began to appear on the breath-containing ring, and then the halo expanded, and finally even completely enveloped Lin Kong's body. But after just a moment, the strange phenomenon subsided and disappeared completely. At this time, the breath-concealing ring, which had returned to silence, had been worn on the index finger of Lin Kong's left hand at some point. That's true. By the way, Bennett, can you not sense my aura now? After looking up and down at the ring that was automatically put on his hand, Lin Kong asked Bennett. Yes, sir. If I close my eyes now, I won't even notice you are in front of me. Hearing the voice, Bennett closed his eyes and slowly spread out his extraordinary perception, but after a while, Bennett opened his eyes and spoke to Lin Kong truthfully. Hee, it seems that this baby is really good. Lin Kong couldn't help laughing when he thought of the surprised expression on the short old man Takamo's face when he was discovered. With the dual blessing of the lost secret art, the holy regret, and the breath-harming ring, not only Queen Camilla didn't notice it, but even the Queen Ant and the base didn't notice it. However, they actually dared to remove the simplest invisibility technique on their bodies. Although no breath could be sensed, there were countless pairs of eyes near the rock ant hill. Your skills are indeed good, but my physical plugin is also extremely powerful. More than 30,000 second-generation rock ants that were not of the extraordinary level were deliberately scattered by Lin Kong around the rock ant mountain base. It can be said that at least dozens of pairs of eyes saw Grand Duke Sabira and Alchemy Guild President Takamo appear out of thin air. After the second generation of rock ants passed the information they saw to the Queen Ant, it was natural that they were surrounded. TSK, this thing is really good. He put the palm-sized round stone in his hand into the ring space, and then took it out again. This happened several times, and a look of happiness appeared on Lin Kong's face. Chapter 41 Lin Kong's Plan. Just like finding a suitable toy, Lin Kong stood up and kept looking for various things in this depression, putting them into the ring, and then taking them out, enjoying it very much. According to the proportions of my own height, and the amount of things I have put in for testing, the space inside should be roughly 100 by 100 by 100 cubic meters. Not long after, Lin Kong stopped what he was doing, then took out all the sundries that had been put into the ring, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and murmured softly to himself, "Bennett, let's go to the tooting city you mentioned in 2 days. I think after a while, there will definitely be a lot of people watching the rock ant hill. If we continue to move around in the vicinity, our relationship with the ant nest may be exposed." In fact, Lin Kong does not want to expose his relationship with the ant nest now. He also plans to live in the human world and learn more extraordinary knowledge of humans. The journey to human society is also a must. Lin Kong knew that no matter how powerful he developed the ant nest, it was only an external force. He did not have his own power and was still very unsafe in such an extraordinary world. "Okay, sir. That's great. I also want to see how those guys from our Flame Mercenary group are doing now." Hearing this, Bennett couldn't help but show his joy. Although he had a fanatical believer like Lin Kong, his previous memories made him miss his relatives and friends who he cared about from time to time. Ha ha ha. Thinking of the captain and his men, and their surprised looks at not being dead, Bennett, who was usually serious, couldn't help but chuckle. In that case, let's give them another surprise. Looking up at Bennett, Lin Kong touched his chin and raised his eyebrows. Name, Lin Kong. Gender, male. Age, 26. Level, low-level apprentice warrior. Normal energy, 643-1250. Advanced energy, 0. Special energy, 0. Talent, super optimization, data-based everything. After absorbing the legendary energy core that Grand Duke Sabira and his men compensated him with, the energy in Lin Kong's hands once again soared to more than 6 million. Although it is still a long way from the 20 million energy points required to optimize the Queen Ant again, with more than 6 million now, Lin Kong is already very satisfied. Moreover, Lin Kong also had a hunch that even if he accumulated 20 million energies, he might not be able to optimize the Queen Ant because she might need higher-level energies by then. Seeing that the advanced energy and unknown special energy on the virtual light screen in front of him were all 0, Lin Kong frowned slightly, but his brows relaxed after a moment. TSK, TSK, TSK. I have been able to develop to this point in such a short period of time. So what else do I have to be dissatisfied with? Shaking his head and chuckling, Lin Kong secretly cursed himself for being so greedy. Then he spent 300,000 energies to optimize Bennett from a high-level formal transcendent to a mid-level Grandmaster level transcendent. I haven't reached the high-level Grandmaster level because that would require another million energies. Because Lin Kong wanted to store more energy, and when it reached 20 million, he would see if he could improve the Queen Ant's extraordinary level again. Soon after, as the energy disappeared, a mysterious force enveloped Bennett, causing him to quickly turn into a large light cocoon emitting red light. Thank you, my lord, for the gift of strength given to Bennett. At this moment, Bennett's extremely excited and fanatical voice was heard from the orange-red light cocoon. Well, you break through here. I'll let the lighter protect you. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong stretched out his hand, and a palm-sized Bifong firebird standing on a tree branch not far away quickly flew over. Ah! Lin Kong lowered his head and gave a few instructions to the lighter that flew down. Then he yawned and walked towards the base of Rock Ant Mountain. Time passed, and 2 days went by in a flash. The situation was similar to what Lin Kong had guessed. In the past 2 days, teams pretending to be representatives of the Southern Forest Beast Alliance and the Ice and Island Kingdom would come to the Rock Ant Mountain from time to time. Moreover, they all brought all kinds of rare and precious gifts. Because of these gifts, although Lin Kong was a little annoyed in the end, he did not try to drive them away. There are 3 reasons for their coming here. The first is to find out the specific strength of the Rock Ant Hill ant nest. But how could Lin Kong let them succeed? So even though the number of 4th-generation rock ants had increased to more than 7,000 in the past 2 days, it was still shown to the outside world that Grand Duke Sabira and his men had sensed more than 2,000 that day. The second is to explore the attitude of the Rock Ant Hill ant nest towards the surrounding areas. Lin Kong is very straightforward about this. He immediately ordered the rock ant's left protector to mark off the Sunset Mountain Range and its surrounding area of nearly 100 miles in front of the human and beastman envoys as the absolute territory of the Rock Ant Mountain ant nest. At first, the human messenger wanted to say something, because this was too close to Tooting City, but when he felt the cold, deep, and emotionless eyes of the rock ant left protector, he nodded in agreement instantly. The notice he received when he arrived was that even if he gave up Tooting City, he could not offend this terrifying demon ant tribe. Originally, he wanted to rely on his rich diplomatic skills and eloquence to work hard in this area and gain some achievements, but the rock ants would only loyally carry out Lin Kong's orders, and there was no such thing as bargaining. Therefore, after quoting scriptures and talking a lot, the messenger helplessly discovered that the other party just looked at him with cold and cruel eyes, as if to say that if he said one more word, he would be doomed. Forget it. Screw the achievements. I'm lucky enough to be able to lead the team back alive today. Listening to the rustling sound of the 6 legs of the more than 10-meter-long master-level extraordinary demon ants crawling in and out of the cave from time to time, the messenger was no longer sure about his own personal safety. When negotiating with other humans, no matter how stubborn that person is, communication is still possible. However, this human messenger discovered that the powerful demon ant opposite him seemed not to be listening to what he was saying at all. Chapter 42. Encirclement of Territory. After understanding this truth, the messenger completely let himself go. As long as it did not exceed the final bottom line given by Grand Duke Sarabi, he would instantly nod in agreement without any hesitation. This sudden change in behavior made the Beastman's envoy on the opposite side stunned. TSK. Weird? Just now this human was chattering and making a lot of noise, but how come he instantly calmed down after the rock ant left protector took one look at him? Could it be some weird magic was cast on this human? Thinking of this, the Beastman took a few more glances at the human messenger who had become silent. He glanced at the left protector of the rock ant with his peripheral vision, then straightened his body and became even more silent. In fact, the only reason he came here today, apart from the demon ant tribe that he was very curious about, and that Queen Camilla had explicitly told him to treat with respect, was to give gifts and territories to the others. I thought the task was very simple, delivering gifts and territory. How could it not be delivered? But today he really encountered a situation where he couldn't give away his territory. When he opened his mouth to say that he wanted to hand over the entire 3,000 miles south of the Sunset Mountains to the demon ant tribe, the left protector of the rock ants on the opposite side directly said that only 100 miles to the south would be needed. When he opened his mouth to say something, he suddenly felt a huge pressure coming at him, making it difficult for him, a mid-level grandmaster, to even breathe. We are in friendly negotiations, not fighting? We are envoys who come to give gifts and territory. Let alone a warm hospitality, at least our personal safety must be guaranteed, right? After a while, he used all his strength to say the word good, and the pressure on his body disappeared instantly. Call. Taking a deep breath and wiping the sweat off his face, the Beastman envoy finally understood why the human envoy suddenly became so obedient. Alas, it's not easy. Well, it seems you are the same. The two envoys from different tribes looked at each other at this moment. There was never a moment when they felt that the other party might not be so annoying. The third purpose of their visit was to reach a cooperation with the Rock Ant Mountain ant nest, but Lin Kong didn't even understand it and directly passed it over. Lin Kong doesn't know much about all the major forces around him, and he doesn't want to get involved in any unnecessary disputes. However, Lin Kong was wrong. Sometimes, even if you hide, as long as you are there, it will definitely happen to you. At the same time, in the center of the southern forest, about tens of thousands of miles away from the Rock Ant Mountain, there is a huge palace complex built with huge stones. At this moment, in a strange, huge palace with only 4 pillars supporting the ceiling and no walls. Oh, you mean the other party directly refused? It seems that I underestimated the other party's intelligence capabilities. I thought that this demon ant tribe just migrated from an unknown place and didn't know much about it. But the other party directly refused. It seems that he also knew that there are several open passages connecting to the underground caves in the southern forest. Your Majesty, what should we do? The Wing tribe in the east has already withdrawn its troops. It may not be appropriate to call them back now. After listening to the words of Queen Camilla and the envoy, an old and frail elder of the Schwer Spirit Eye Fox clan, who was standing about 3 meters away from Queen Camilla's throne, opened his squinting eyes and spoke with some concern. Don't worry. If I dare to directly order the Wing tribe to withdraw, I will definitely be able to get the mysterious demon ant tribe to join the battle. You go this way, and this way. Waving to the messenger, Queen Camilla whispered her plan to him. Yes, Your Majesty, I will do it right away. After hearing this, the messenger did not hesitate. He nodded solemnly, then turned around and flew out of the room. Well, turning his head to take a look at the mid-level master of the Lingi tribe who had just flown away, the Schwer Fox tribe elder who had just spoken sighed. Your Majesty, didn't you say that the other party's strength is extremely terrifying? There are thousands of Grandmaster-level extraordinary beings? Won't this anger the other party? Hearing this, Queen Camilla slowly stood up, walked to the edge of the room, and looked down at the misty green mountains and the reflected lake water. Maybe, But since we have chosen to settle and live in the southern forest, we have an obligation to help protect this beautiful place. And based on the strength they have shown, I'm afraid that medium-sized underground passage will not have much impact on them. With her hands behind her back and looking towards the sky, Queen Camilla spoke calmly. On the other hand, the situation in the kingdom of Icenu was much calmer. After several delegations arrived in the southern forest, it can be said that most of the tribes witnessed the horror of the demon ant tribe that suddenly appeared in the Sunset Mountains. In the kingdom of Icenu, apart from the power center, only the major nobles and legendary forces knew about the rock ant mountain in the Sunset Mountains. Especially in Tooting City, the place closest to the Sunset Mountains, no one in the city knew that not far from them, there appeared a terrifying tribe that made the entire Icenu kingdom somewhat fearful. Of course, this also has an advantage, which is that their normal lives are not disrupted. As the saying goes, sometimes ignorance is a blessing. Perhaps it was because of this situation that the kingdom of Icenu decided to block the news. Chapter 43 Happy Bennett. The breeze blew on the grass, and the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the bluestone paved road. It was evening, at the south gate entrance of Tooting City. My lord, this is Tooting City, the closest human city to the Sunset Mountains. Looking up at the familiar scene not far away, Bennett pointed with his finger and spoke to Lin Kong with a happy expression on his face. Including the surrounding towns, the permanent population here is about 700,000. Add to that some workers who come here specifically to work, as well as mercenaries and adventurers, and the total population is nearly 1 million. Yes, it is indeed magnificent. Hearing this, Lin Kong looked at him again and nodded. To be honest, from Bennett's description, Lin Kong had a vague idea of a city with walls dozens of meters high, but after actually seeing it, Lin Kong was still a little shocked. Is the construction team of the extraordinary world very powerful? After giving a thumbs up to the construction team of this world in his mind, Lin Kong followed Bennett's footsteps and quickly walked through the city gate into the city. Originally, there was a pass that everyone had, but as the local boss, Bennett obviously would not let Lin Kong encounter the embarrassing situation of being stopped. Although it was a bit difficult to face the official force of the City Lord's mansion, as one of the 3 major mercenary forces in Tooting City and a former high-level mercenary, Bennett still had many privileges. Nodding to the familiar man guarding the gate, Bennett led Lin Kong directly in. Not only did he not ask for a pass, he didn't even stop to question him. My lord, where are we going? After arriving in the city, Bennett led Lin Kong to a place where dragon vehicles were rented, then scratched his head and asked embarrassedly, "Let's go eat first." Hearing this, Lin Kong turned around and looked around at the bustling surroundings, then replied to Bennett, I remember there's a store that might be good. I'll take you there right now." After listening to Lin Kong's words, Bennett thought for a moment, then climbed onto a rented earth dragon. Forget about the restaurant. I've eaten so much food outside. I want to eat some home-cooked food. If we go, let's go to the Flame Mercenary Group. Following Bennett's example, Lin Kong also turned over and rode on a nearly 2-meter-tall khaki ground dragon. Sir, this? Hearing this, Bennett was stunned, and then a hint of joy appeared on his face. Why are you grinning like an idiot? Hurry up and lead the way. I didn't eat anything this morning and I'm starving. Patting the palm-sized lighter on his shoulder and squinting at it, Lin Kong looked up and spoke to Bennett. Yes, sir, follow me. As he spoke, Bennett patted the ground dragon's head, and then the dragon took the lead and rushed out quickly. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Lin Kong chuckled, then patted the earth dragon's head and quickly followed. How could Lin Kong not understand his desire to return home in glory when he kept whispering about his work in the Flame Mercenary Group? So when he said he was going to have dinner, he was actually just teasing him. Bennett had explained the ground dragon under his but to Lin Kong in advance. It was very easy for ordinary people to control it, not to mention that Lin Kong was now an extraordinary being. Moreover, they are very intelligent. When they found out that Lin Kong had been following the ground dragon in front, they hardly controlled it and relied entirely on its own biological lock. Not long after, the 2 men and 2 horses came to a group of buildings whose main body was gray and white. Tada, tada. Slowly walking to the gate of the building complex, Bennett stopped the dragon, and as its 2 strong hooves stepped on the bluestone floor tiles, Bennett's excitement slowly subsided. Bennett, Captain? The guards of the Flame Mercenaries were extremely surprised after seeing Bennett clearly, and then shouted excitedly. Captain, everyone said something happened to you, but I didn't believe it. It turns out to be true, hee. He quickly trotted over and held the ground dragon that Bennett was riding. The gatekeeper smiled and spoke. All right, you kid. I think you wish I wouldn't come back. Remember the last time you borrowed 30 gold coins from me? You still haven't returned it." Hearing this, Bennett also had a smile on his face. He then stepped forward and gently patted the gatekeeper on the head, then spoke with a scolding and a smile. "Sir, please follow me. I will take you to see the captain and others." After waving to the gatekeeper, Bennett quickly walked to Lin Kong, who had jumped off the ground dragon, and smiled as he led the way. "Captain Bennett, the commander? What's wrong?" Bennett, who was originally leading Lin Kong to the center of the Flame Mercenary Corps' base, turned to look at the gatekeeper, who spoke and asked in confusion. "No, nothing. I was just saying, Captain, you must be very happy to know that you have returned safely." Hearing Bennett looking at him in confusion, the gatekeeper scratched his head embarrassedly and replied softly. Then he turned to look at the young man behind Bennett, and a strange look appeared in the gatekeeper's eyes. Just now, Bennett respectfully called the young man not far away, sir. But how could an ordinary person with no extraordinary energy and wearing rough animal skins be respected by a high-level official extraordinary warrior? "You kid, I thought something happened to the leader? Wait until I come back. I'll deal with you later." After hearing what the gatekeeper said, Bennett pretended to glare at him fiercely and spoke. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, the gatekeeper quickly shrank his neck and quickly returned to the small house where he was guarding the gate. Chapter 44. Felidi blames himself. Time passed, and soon after, they arrived at the central meeting hall of the Flame Mercenary Group's base. "Ha ha ha, Brother Bennett, I knew you were okay." A 2-meter-tall burly man quickly ran into the house, scanned around with his eyes, and finally locked onto Bennett's figure, then went straight up and gave him a bear hug. "Thank you for saving my life." "Okay, Abel, let Captain Bennett sit down. After all, he must have been traveling for quite a while since returning from the Sunset Mountains." At this time, among the people sitting nearby, a very tall woman stood up. She had long, ice-blue hair that reached her waist and was extremely beautiful. He walked slowly up to the two of them and spoke softly. "Ice-blue hair? Mr. Tony's business has expanded to another world?" On the other side, Lin Kong, holding a cup of tea, looked at the woman who came to Bennett and couldn't help but muttered softly. After arriving in Tooting City, Lin Kong discovered that the hair color of the people here was generally dark brown and brown. Now, when he suddenly saw the woman with ice-blue hair, Lin Kong was indeed a little surprised. "It's just a family trait." But Lin Kong apparently didn't realize that his whispering was heard by the stunning woman who was not far away. Turning to look at Lin Kong, he found that he was looking him up and down. Felidi frowned slightly and spoke in a cold voice. "Bennett, would you like to introduce this person?" Bennett, who separated from Abel, obviously didn't know what was going on. Seeing that there was something wrong with Felidi's gaze on Lin Kong, Bennett quickly walked to Lin Kong's side. "Let me introduce you to everyone. This is my savior, Lord Lin Kong." Looking at the focused gazes, Bennett pointed at Lin Kong and introduced him loudly. Hearing this, Felidi's gaze narrowed and he sat back in his seat. When he looked at Lin Kong again, his eyes had become a little kinder, but only a little. Feeling that the ice-blue-haired woman didn't like him very much, Lin Kong raised his hand and touched his nose. "Not really, didn't she just say something about your hair?" Lin Kong complained silently in his heart, then looked at Bennett beside him. "That's the deputy leader of our Flame Mercenary Group, Felidi Marcasimulant, a high-ranking official warrior. He is Abel, a mid-level formal fighter, and he is Quinka, a mid-level formal fighter. And him, Kagus, a mid-level official-level warrior, and my best friend." Bennett chuckled and introduced the people in the room to Lin Kong. But after pointing around, Bennett became a little confused and looked at Casker, who was not far away. "Where is Captain Carl? And who is this winged man?" Pointing at a young man with a pair of white wings sitting next to Felidi, Bennett asked in confusion. After hearing Bennett's question, not only Kagus, but everyone else in the room, except Lin Kong, who was still sipping a cup of tea, lowered their heads and fell silent. "Kagus, what happened while I was gone?" Seeing everyone's reactions, Bennett knew without asking that something bad had happened. He put his hand on one of Kag's shoulders and asked again in a deep voice. "Captain Carl is missing." "What? Missing? What's going on?" Captain Carl is a high-ranking official. Apart from Adolf, the city lord, who else in Tooting City can kidnap him? Hearing this, Bennett was a little bit incredulous, but as he spoke, his face gradually darkened. "No way! It really was Adolf who led people to do it. I don't know, but there's a high chance that he'll do it." On the other side, Felidi raised his head and replied in a heavy voice. "Call, tell me specifically what happened." Taking a deep breath, Bennett glanced at Lin Kong, who had a calm expression and then slowly calmed down. He was no longer the same person he was before. Not to mention that he had the support of his master. Even with his current strength as a mid-level grandmaster, he could be said to be able to walk around freely in Tooting City. Thinking of this, Bennett slowly sat down and asked Felidi a question. Hearing this, Felidi nodded, thought for a moment, and then spoke slowly. I don't know what happened to the leader, but this is what happened that day. Not long after we rushed back from the outskirts of Sunset Mountain Range, the largest wave of beasts generated by the battle between Hurricane Winged Tiger Beast King and Bloodthirsty Demon Vine hit the south gate of Tooting City. Adolf has mobilized the combat forces of various major mercenary groups in the name of defending the city. I originally planned to take people with me, but Captain Carl insisted on going. In the end, the captain and I went there. When we arrived at the wall detachment, we were all dispersed and filled in various gaps. Although the beast tide was not small, there were not many formal-level extraordinary beasts. After almost half a day of fierce fighting, the beast tide finally dissipated. However, when I returned to the base, I didn't wait for Captain Carl to come back, and that has not happened until now. We also sent people to ask the people who were assigned to the group leader at the time, but there was no news. After saying that, Felidi lowered his head, his eyes slightly red, as if he felt a little guilty. It's all my fault. If only I hadn't separated from the captain at that time. With his hands clenched, Felidi gritted his teeth and spoke again. Don't be like this, Felidi. I think Captain Carl is a lucky man and will be fine. Hearing this, the young winged man next to him spread his wings that were over 3 meters long behind him, gently brushed them on Felidi's back, and spoke in a gentle voice to comfort him. Chapter 45 Arrogant Tony. Thank you, Luke. I'm fine. Hearing the voice beside him, Felidi shook his head, then turned and spoke softly to him. Bennett, this is Luke, a friend of the Wing tribe that I met during the last beast tide. Noticing Bennett's puzzled look, Felidi pointed at Luke, looked up at Bennett, and began to explain. Felidi, you put it too simply. If it weren't for you, I would have died. You saved my life. Hearing this, Luke smiled gently at Bennett, then turned to look at Felidi and spoke. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. Everyone is here. It seems I don't need to invite them one by one. Huh? Bennett, aren't you dead? The next moment, a man in his 30s suddenly broke in with a group of people, looking up and laughing. Tony Hebrew. Seeing the person coming, everyone in the house sat up and glared at Tony Hebrew, who walked in. I'm sorry, I'm still alive and well, and I'm doing very well now. With a cold face, Bennett said something to Tony, then turned to look at the dozen people behind him, among whom there were 5 high-level formal officers, and the others were all mid-level formal officers. What's the matter? If not, please leave. Felidi walked up to the crowd and spoke to Tony calmly. Yes, you are not welcome here. Please get out of the Flame Mercenaries immediately. On the other side, Abel had nothing nice to say and just growled at Tony. Snort. Someone does need to get out of here today, but it's not me. Hearing this, Tony gave Abel a cold look, then fixed his gaze on Felidi's face again and said something meaningful. Tony, after all, you have been in the group before. Tell me, is the disappearance of Captain Carl related to you? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but he couldn't help it in the end. Felidi stared into Tony's eyes and asked in a deep voice. Carl, huh? Hearing this, Tony burst into laughter. You guys are really good at keeping your composure. The disappearance of that stubborn old man Carl, of course, has nothing to do with me. At the end, Tony paused deliberately, then spread out his hands and pretended to be innocent. It's you. What did you do to Captain Carl? On the other side, Abel became furious after hearing this and wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by Felidi. Humph, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. If you slander the eldest son of a baron like this again, I will not be polite to you. Hearing this, Tony turned around and looked at Abel, whose eyes were red, with an undeniable look on his face. Huh. It's really strange. Since I left, the Flame Mercenary Group has really grown in power. Even a wild man who ran out from nowhere can sit in this meeting hall. Suddenly, as if he discovered something, Tony frowned and spoke with a tone full of disgust. Forehead. Gently placing the teacup on the table, and then watching everyone's eyes cast on him, Lin Kong couldn't help but touch his nose subconsciously. Although he is not very proficient yet, since breaking through to the extraordinary level, Lin Kong found that his memory has become super good, and he even feels like he has become a super academic master. Now Lin Kong has basically mastered the common language of Doma continent, and for the sake of practice, Lin Kong always uses the common language of Doma continent. Otherwise, if the whispered words just now were in Chinese, I'm afraid the woman would not understand. Oh, wearing animal skins makes you a savage? Then what are you wearing human skins? A beast? Lin Kong stretched himself, yawned, and replied calmly. For those who are rude and immoral, Lin Kong naturally would not talk about manners and morals. Otherwise, it will make you look very stupid. The ancient sage Confucius said, repay kindness with kindness and repay grievances with grievances. If you repay grievances with kindness, how can you repay kindness? Boy, you dare to scold me? After hearing this, Tony was stunned. Then he slowly walked in front of Lin Kong and spoke in a gloomy voice. If you dare to come close to me again, you will die. But before Tony could get within 2 meters of Lin Kong, Bennett stood in front of Lin Kong and spoke coldly. Ptah. Hearing this, Tony burst into laughter. Death, is that up to you? Himph, there are still us. On the other side, Kags, Abel and the others suddenly had a circle of scorching flames on their bodies and stared closely at Tony's movements. Tony, it's nothing, please leave now. Looking at Bennett's attitude towards Lin Kong, Felidi originally thought that Bennett called Lin Kong sir because he saved his life. But now, Felidi found that it was not what he thought. She felt that Bennett was acting like a servant in front of Lin Kong. He was just an ordinary person without any extraordinary power. How could he be so worthy? However, Felidi knew that now was not the time to ask, so he turned to look at Tony, and his face turned cold. Alas, it seems that you all haven't figured out one thing. Do you really think that I, Tony, came here just because I was bored? After taking a few steps back and walking to the center of the group he led, Tony smiled sinisterly and spoke to Felidi and his group. Chapter 46 Tony's Confidence. TSK Tisk. Seeing that the people on the opposite side were all frowning and looking puzzled, Tony slowly took out a parchment scroll with magic runes from his arms. Look carefully, this is a kingdom title deed, a valid title deed protected by the kingdom's laws and the Council of Nobles. That is to say, from now on, the Flame Mercenary Group belongs to me, Tony Hebrew. Tony Hebrew opened the parchment in his hand and spoke loudly to everyone. Humph, how is that possible? Without Captain Carl's consent, how could this thing of yours be real? Hearing this, Abel was the first to disbelieve it. He crossed his arms, snorted coldly, and spoke with disdain. Hey, I knew you wouldn't believe it, but you can go get it and check it out. Of course, you can just tear it up. It's already been filed in the kingdom. If you tear it up, I'll just have to spend some time getting a few more. I reached out and threw it over, and Tony looked like he was saying, believe it or not. This? Holding the parchment scroll in his palm and looking at the blood-red handprint of Captain Carl on it, Abel, a 2-meter-tall man, couldn't help but burst into tears. I just want to know, how is Captain Carl doing now? After taking 2 deep breaths, Felidi handed the parchment scroll he had read to Bennett, his body trembling slightly, then opened his mouth and asked Tony softly, Oh, your memory is really bad. I just said it, that stubborn old man Carl is missing. What does it have to do with me? Hearing this, Tony shrugged his shoulders, looking helpless. Also, this is my place now. You are not welcome here. Get out of here now. Tony looked around and found a chair in the corner. He sat down and shouted coldly at Felidi and his group standing at the door. You. Abel clenched his fists, but when he saw Felidi shaking his head at him, he finally slowly let them go. Let's go. After taking a look at the parchment scroll on the table, Felidi spoke word by word. Sir, I'm sorry to have you. At this time, Bennett stood in front of Lin Kong, his face full of apology, and spoke in a low voice. But before he could finish, Lin Kong raised his hand to interrupt him. That's nothing. It's already pretty good. After all, I can drink a cup of hot tea. What else can I be dissatisfied with? Recalling the difficult conditions he initially faced in Rock Ant Mountain, Lin Kong smiled slightly. Come on, let's go out. Patting Bennett on the shoulder, Lin Kong was the first to step out of the room. Not long after, several Corps members who came out from not far from the Flame Mercenary Corps' base stopped and gathered together. Felidi, I don't understand why we have to compromise. Although the contract is real, they must have obtained it by coercing Captain Carl. I know. Looking back, Felidi spoke softly. I think Felidi had to do this because of Captain Carl. Kagus on the side glanced at Bennett, who was standing behind Lin Kong, then spoke to Abel. Right. Hearing this, Felidi nodded slightly and then spoke again. It's no good to conflict with Tony now. Not to mention that he brought so many people today. It's obvious that he came prepared. Even if we can defeat them, we are now in Tooting City. I'm afraid it won't take long for the city's law enforcement team to arrive. Do you think this law enforcement team will be biased towards us? Or towards Tony, the eldest son of the Baron, who owns the title deed to the kingdom? Hearing this, Bennett nodded in agreement. The reason why he didn't take action just now was because of this consideration. He originally wanted to catch Tony with Thunderstrike, but then he thought it would be better to hide first. Now no one knows that he has become a mid-level grandmaster. I think if you do some things, it will become easy. But are we just going to let it go like this? Breathing heavily through his nose, Abel still spoke unwillingly. Of course not. Hearing this, Felidi, who was gently stroking an antique ring on his finger, replied in a decisive tone. Now we must first determine the situation of Captain Carl, then try to rescue him, and then we can talk about other things. Otherwise, whatever we do will appear passive. It's getting late. Let's find a hotel to stay in first. I'll go to the city lord's mansion late at night to check out the situation. At this time, Bennett looked at the sky and made a suggestion to the people around him. No, this is too dangerous. When people heard Bennett's proposal, their reactions varied, especially Kags, who immediately shook his head and rejected it. That's one way, but I'll go. Felidi paused for a moment, then spoke softly. Stop talking, just listen to me, and you'll know in a moment. Turning his head and looking back, a mysterious look appeared on Bennett's face, and then he spoke to everyone. Seeing this, everyone did not hesitate, but each of them rode on a ground dragon in the base's feed pin and quickly left the flame mercenary corps, which was slowly shrouded in darkness. At this time, the two younger brothers guarding the gate were both silent as they watched a group of disappearing figures not far away. Mike, I plan to leave the mercenary group tomorrow. Captain Carl is missing, Sister Hua and the captain have been squeezed out, and the current flame mercenary group is no longer the flame mercenary group I want to be in. The gatekeeper, who had been joking with Bennett, looked at his companion, then sighed and spoke. Marcy, It's okay, Mike. I know you have a sister. The treatment in the mercenary group is good, so it's understandable that you continue to stay here. Unlike me, I am alone, and if I eat, the whole family will not be hungry. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Mashi began to chuckle, but as he laughed, a line of tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes, but in the dark night, no one saw it. Chapter 47. Encounter with a Wizarding Apprentice. As time passed, Lin Kong, who had changed into a loose samurai uniform, followed Bennett and Felidi and walked into a hotel that looked pretty good. Hey, old kings, I heard you got some good stuff again. No way, don't listen to those people's nonsense. Bang, bang. The sound of wine glasses clinking could be heard. Come on, cheers, to celebrate Xiao Mozi's first complete success. A brown-haired young man of about 17 or 18 blushed when he heard this, but he also raised the glass in his hand. Your enchanted dagger is damaged in several places. It is not worth 50 gold coins at all. Hee, I bought this from somewhere. If you don't want it, there are plenty of people who do. As soon as I entered the door, noisy and bustling sounds came into my ears. All kinds of people from all walks of life were here. Hey, this woman is strong enough, burp. At this moment, a blond man with a red face and burping, holding a glass of rum, staggered towards Felidi. How about 10 silver coins and one night with me? Belch. After saying that, the blond man was about to place his greasy palm on Felidi's upright and full breasts. Bang, plop. But the next moment, he was responded with a loud slap in the face and was knocked to the ground. He didn't seem to move, as if he had fainted. Hey, he was wrong, but you were too harsh. Apparently the blond man also had companions. After seeing Felidi's actions just now, several sturdy men about 2 meters tall came out, reeking of alcohol and staring at Felidi coldly. Snort. I'm very angry now. I hope you'd better stay away from me. With a light snort, a ball of orange-red flame, several tens of centimeters thick, emerged from Felidi's body, followed by a powerful supernatural force that emanated from him. Gurgle. Gurgle. Feeling the waves of fire in the air, the sturdy man in front of Felidi, who was originally very aggressive, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Well, I'm sorry, sir. It's his own fault. We didn't mean to offend him. After saying that, the sturdy man in the front raised his leg and kicked his unconscious companion twice, then looked at Felidi with an awkward smile on his face. Forget it. Just go. Originally, most of the people in the lobby on the first floor of this hotel were ordinary people. There were not even a few apprentice-level extraordinary people, let alone formal-level extraordinary people. Glancing at the few people who were hurriedly leaving with their unconscious companion, Lin Kong couldn't help but laugh, then glanced at Felicity's graceful back as she walked to the counter. After a while, Bennett walked quickly to Lin Kong. "Sir, the room is ready. Would you like to eat on the first floor or in your room?" Hearing this, Lin Kong glanced around, thought for a moment, and then said, "Let's go to the room. It's really noisy on the first floor." "Okay, sir, follow me." Reaching out his hand to call a waiter, Bennett whispered a few words in his ear and then led Lin Kong to the stairs on the side. "Ms. Anchi, if we all go, what about your safety?" "It doesn't matter. What can I expect to encounter here? I am a high-level wizard apprentice after all, and I am not far from the official level. But, just in case, let's let Irtun stay?" "No, Archbishop Solii, you have to understand that this mission is extraordinary. You also saw the tone of the information delivered by those people from the Intelligence Bureau. I'm afraid you are facing great danger this time. It is actually very safe for me to stay here." After hearing this, Grand Priest Sor was slightly moved. "You two can take care of each other. I don't want any of you to be buried in this foreign country." Then, and Chi added another sentence. "Okay then, I'll go with Alton, but Miss Angie, you have to promise me to stay here and not go too far." Finally, Archbishop Sor nodded and agreed to Angel's suggestion. "Don't worry, I will." Hearing this, and Chi smiled sweetly and replied softly. On the other side, Bennett watched Lin Kong walking up the stairs on the third floor, staring at a beautiful girl of about 16 or 17 years old. Then he thought for a moment and whispered in Lin Kong's ear, "Sir, I know a place. The girls there are all pretty. If your excellency wishes, I will arrange it later." Ha 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 ha. Looking at Bennett blinking at him with an expression that said, "I understand. Leave it to me," Lin Kong couldn't help but chuckle while holding the handrail of the stairs. "What are you thinking about, Bennett?" "It was just the first time I spotted someone from the wizarding department, so I couldn't help but take a few more glances," Lin Kong explained to Bennett with a sullen look on his face, nodding at the two men and one woman who were slowly disappearing at the stairs on the first floor. "Ahaha, that's how it is." Hearing this, Bennett couldn't help but scratch his head, looking embarrassed. Interesting, a mid-level Grandmaster Wizard, a low-level Grandmaster Warrior, and a high-level Wizard Apprentice. It seems that this hotel has some hidden talents. Your Excellency, are you saying that the two middle-aged men just now are both extraordinary beings at the Grandmaster level, and there is also a wizard? Hearing this, Bennett was a little surprised. When they were restraining their auras, it was difficult for the two of them to discover each other's realm. At most, they could sense the extraordinary fluctuations in each other. "That's right, but it's none of our business. Why bother with them so much?" Looking at Bennett holding a magic pattern card and opening a room on the third floor, Lin Kong shook his hand and spoke indifferently. "Yes, sir. Take this card. The waiter will bring the food up in a moment. I'm right next to you. Call me if you need anything." Hearing this, Lin Kong nodded, took the card, put it into the space in the ring, and then spoke to Bennett. "Okay, you should go and rest too." Chapter 48. Extraordinary Grandmaster Bennett. What's wrong? Looking at Bennett standing at the door, hesitant to speak, Lin Kong frowned slightly and asked softly, "Sir, I want to go to the City Lord's mansion later to check on Captain Carl's situation." "Well, what's the matter? Let's go." Hearing this, Lin Kong waved his hand and spoke indifferently. "I'm not a child. You can go directly tonight. After all, I think it's appropriate." "Okay, thank you, sir." After getting Lin Kong's affirmation, Bennett showed a hint of joy on his face, and then he responded solemnly, "Uh-huh." Nodding, Lin Kong waved to Bennett and walked into his room. The room is not small and should be considered a luxury suite. It is decorated in a classical style, with some landscape paintings hanging on the walls from time to time. Opening the tightly closed window in the living room, Lin Kong took a breath of fresh air outside, then walked into the bathroom. During the days at Yinny Mountain, Lin Kong was sloppy for a long time because the conditions did not allow it. Although he could go to the river to wash himself after escaping from the territory of the bloodthirsty demon Vine, in order to prevent accidents, Lin Kong never went deep into the river and only cleaned himself up by the river. After all, most pristine forests, where there is water, are more dangerous. Soaking in the bathtub with only his head exposed, Lin Kong exhaled comfortably, then slowly closed his eyes and enjoyed it. Boom, boom, boom. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Hearing the sound, Lin Kong simply put on a bathrobe and came to the door of the room. "Sir, your order has arrived." As the door opened, A waitress with short brown hair and sweet looks nodded slightly to Lin Kong, then walked into the living room pushing a metal dining cart. Thanks. As the waitress placed the meal on the table in the living room, Lin Kong said thank you. It is my honor to serve you. Hearing this, the waitress who was about to leave with the food cart turned back and smiled at Lin Kong, then spoke sweetly. Looks good, doesn't it? As the door was closed again, Lin Kong walked to the table in the living room and sat down. Then, looking at the food in front of him, his appetite grew. After all, they were all wild fruits before, and although they eventually advanced to roasted game, Lin Kong was a little tired of eating it every day. Picking up a piece of golden toasted bread, Lin Kong took a light bite. His eyes lit up slightly, and then he began to devour it. Time passed, and it was already the second half of the night. Bennett turned into a shadow and disappeared through a window of the hotel room. At this moment, in the room, Felidi, Abel, Kags, and the winged man Luke were all staring blankly in the direction where Bennett had just left. I didn't expect that Bennett would actually break through to the Grandmaster level. This is a master level skill. Even in a big city in the kingdom, he is considered a master. The road to becoming extraordinary becomes more and more difficult as you go forward. If ordinary people have the opportunity to obtain extraordinary skills, they can basically break through and become apprentice-level extraordinary people, but it is basically impossible to go any further. However, in the Doma continent, supernatural skills are strictly controlled, and many ordinary people will find it difficult to obtain supernatural skills in their lifetime. And some talented people, if they are exposed to it at the appropriate age, have a certain chance to break through to the formal level of extraordinary and become powerful people who can demolish skyscrapers with their bare hands. And if they are formal level wizards, their attack power may be even stronger. The Grandmaster level of Transcendence, on the other hand, is a completely different form. Starting from the Grandmaster level, no matter whether it is the warrior or wizard system, one can fly in the air without learning various flying secrets or combat methods. Although there are some secret techniques that allow them to fly at the wizard apprentice level, in general, the ability to fly freely in the sky is still one of the characteristics of the master level extraordinary. Perhaps it was the escape from death in Sunset Mountains last time that stimulated Bennett's potential. After all, although there is great terror between life and death, it is also accompanied by great opportunities. Kagis came back to his senses, thought about it, and after congratulating his old friend on joining the ranks of truly powerful people, he couldn't help but express his views on Bennett's breakthrough in strength. It seems like this is a blessing in disguise, Brother Bennett. Abel propped his head on one hand, looked at the night view outside the window, and sighed. However, although he said it unintentionally, he listened attentively. At this time, no one noticed that Felidi was sitting not far from the door, holding the sofa cushion tightly with both hands. Can we only break through when we are between life and death? It seems that I have been in Tooting City all this time, which is a bit wrong. She lowered her head, thinking back to the moment when Bennett's aura exploded not long ago. The extraordinary pressure from the Grandmaster level almost made it difficult for her to breathe. I have always been considered by everyone to be the most talented and the one most likely to break through to the Grandmaster level, but now, after some of my companions have broken through, I am still standing still. Fight. Experience a life and death battle? He muttered to himself, then raised his hand and clenched his fist slightly. An orange-red flame slowly rose and jumped in his fist. Are we waiting here? Yes, I believe that if the master-level Brother Bennett takes action, there will definitely be some surprising news for us. Hearing Luke, who was sitting in front of Felidi, speaking, Abel turned his head to look at everyone, then spoke hopefully. Hopefully, there will be good news. Hearing this, Kag sighed softly and looked out the dim window. Then he also spoke. Chapter 49, Moonlight Beauty. Late at night, the windows are closed and the curtains are drawn. However, the room, which should have been dull, was indeed extremely bright at this moment. Sitting cross-legged in the living room, an orange-red halo about 2 centimeters thick was emanating from his body, leaping and rising, emitting light. Sure enough, breaking through to the intermediate apprentice level is more difficult than I thought. After a while, Lin Kong's mental strength was almost exhausted, so he stopped practicing and then removed the pure energy that enveloped his body. The next moment, the entire room was plunged into darkness. It was pitch dark, and one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. The only thing that could be heard was Lin Kong's mumbling. When Bennett comes back, we will start purchasing potions that can improve the speed and aptitude of training. Thinking about my own training just now, the speed was just like a turtle's pace. I wonder how long it will take for me to break through to the intermediate level of natural training. At the same time, A figure holding a wine glass slowly came to his bedroom window. Outside the window, the full moon hangs high in the sky, and the moonlight covers everything, adding a touch of mysterious silver white. Call. As the window opened, a cool night breeze blew on her face. She closed her eyes and exhaled lightly. Then Anchi raised her long, white legs and sat on the windowsill, leaning against the wall. He gently shook the wine glass in his hand, and the red wine foam swayed. He put it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it, then raised his head and slowly took a sip. Flowing down the throat, it is sweet and fragrant. It has been several days since I came to Tudun City. I thought I could just wait peacefully for more than 2 months before the Chesil Wizarding Academy would recruit wizard apprentices. But a secret letter from the Kingdom Intelligence Agency forced Angel to rearrange her plans. An extremely powerful tribe of demon beasts appeared in the southern forest. A tribe with thousands of grandmasters? If it wasn't a smoke bomb released by the Icenu Kingdom, then there would be some trouble? Could it be that the truly powerful forces in the eastern region have also set their sights on the item in the hands of the Icenu Kingdom? The Holy Church? The Sky Empire? Or the Eastern Region Wizard Council? Or is it? Sitting by the bedroom window, sipping Casa red wine, enjoying the night breeze and bathing in the moonlight, Anchi's thoughts kept wandering and flying. Right now, the news is not equal. We can only truly understand it after Archbishop Solii and his men come back. Angel, who was constantly thinking in her mind, did not notice that in the room opposite her, which was half a floor higher than her, the curtains were slowly pulled open, and then the tightly closed windows were also opened. Lin Kong was a little confused. He had just finished training and had no sleepiness. He wanted to enjoy the night breeze and breathe some fresh air. But when he opened the window, he suddenly found that the scenery outside was a little unique and beautiful. The silvery moonlight was shining down. About 2 meters away, on the opposite window, a stunning woman was sitting there, leaning against the wall with a wine glass in her hand, her face full of thoughts. The long golden hair was not curled, cascading down and fluttering slightly in the night breeze. The slender legs are raised and slightly closed, looking beautiful and dreamy under the silvery moonlight. Does it look good? The next moment, a cold voice came into the ears of the dazed Lin Kong. It's okay, just barely. Hearing this, Lin Kong raised his hand and touched his chin, then looked at the woman who had discovered him and looked up. Her eyes were amber and very beautiful. Do you need a spin? The Casa red wine glass in his hand was covered with a layer of frost at some point, and a faint white chill floated outside as he jumped out of the window. Looking down at the woman hidden in the darkness of the bedroom opposite, Lin Kong shrugged helplessly, then said softly, If possible, I don't mind you turning around and appreciating the beauty. It's good. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman, already wrapped tightly in a gorgeous sky blue robe, appeared in front of the open window again. Actually, you were wearing that. Whoosh. Seeing the woman coming out again, Lin Kong wanted to say something, but before he could finish, the next moment, he found a 7 or 8 centimeter long ice spike emitting cold air, whistling towards him. Bang! With orange flames wrapped around his hands, Lin Kong did not hesitate and shattered the ice spikes with a slap. But when the other side saw this, Angel was not surprised but happy, and the extraordinary fluctuations on her body instantly became stronger. Since you are not an ordinary person, it will be easy. The faint blue fluorescence in her hand kept changing its shape. In a split second, dozens of ice spikes, several dozen centimeters long with cold-pointed tips floated around Angel's body. Don't. Seeing this, Lin Kong quickly waved his hands and called for a stop. Snort. However, upon hearing this, Anchi just snorted coldly, then moved her hand, and the ice spikes around her body instantly shot towards Lin Kong. Puff, puff, puff. The next moment, a fiery red wing more than 10 meters long appeared in front of Lin Kong's window without warning and blocked all of Angel's ice spikes. Seeing this, Anchi's face changed and she wanted to retreat, but a sturdy claw had grabbed her waist and took her out of the bedroom directly. Formerly high level, or grandmaster level. Looking up and meeting a pair of bloodthirsty and brutal red eyes, Angel's pupils couldn't help but shrink. With her strength as a high-level wizard apprentice, the one who could subdue her in an instant must be a formal high-level extraordinary magical beast. You weak fellow, you attacked my master, damn it. The brutal voice shook her mind, and the huge Bifong bird's head slowly approached Angel's head. The sharp beak continued to enlarge in Angel's eyes. I never thought that my life would end in this way. Turning her head, she looked at the man who was still standing in front of the window not far away, looking at her indifferently. And she muttered to herself, then slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 50. Adolf's shock. Click. There was a gust of strong wind blowing beside my ears, but it became silent the next moment, and the claws restraining my waist also disappeared instantly. When I opened my eyes, it was my own room as expected, and I was lying on the floor under the window. Why? Don't you kill me? Standing up and holding onto the window, and she spoke. Looking up, the terrifying huge monster had disappeared, and only the annoying man was still standing by the window. We have no grudge against each other. Why should I kill you? Hearing this, Lin Kong bent over and leaned against the window, supporting his head with his arms, and replied with a question. You, forget it. This won't change the fact that you're a pervert. Spying on girls is not a good thing. Hearing Lin Kong say this, and she raised her hand and grabbed her messy long hair, then looked up and spoke to Lin Kong. I'm not happy with what you said. I am looking at the scenery outside the window of my room. It is my right. How can it be considered as voyeurism? Besides, we still don't know who is at a disadvantage between the two of us. You were wearing two pieces just now, just like a bikini beauty, not showing anything at all, but I was only wearing one piece. I'm the one who suffers, okay? Besides, I opened the window to see the scenery, and you appeared directly in my scenery without even asking me if I wanted to see you. At this moment, listening to Lin Kong's continuous barrage of words, and she clenched her hands, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Finally, she couldn't listen anymore, and closed the window with a swish. Go to hell, you pervert. She looked up and said something to the annoying man. Then she quickly closed the curtains in the room, completely isolating herself from Lin Kong. Ptah. This little girl is so young, but her figure is so well developed. Seeing the window opposite closed and the curtains drawn, Lin Kong couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Then he also closed the window and lay down on the soft bed. In the dungeon of the Tooting City Lord's mansion where serious criminals were held, a blurry shadow avoided all the guards and began to check the appearance of the prisoners. After only a quarter of an hour, the black shadow that was moving through the dungeon stopped. Carl, Captain? At this time, a man with torn robes and blood all over his body, his hands and feet tied with magic chains, was lying quietly at the edge of the door of a dungeon. If Bennett had not been so powerful and had not had the extraordinary perception to detect that the man still had a slight heartbeat, if it had been someone else, they might have mistaken the blood-stained man in front of them for a dead body. Damn it! How dare they? With a swipe of his hand, the big iron lock on the door broke immediately. Then Bennett quickly walked in and slowly helped up the seriously injured and unconscious man. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Although he did not know any healing skills, his extraordinary master-level energy was extraordinary. He poured his power gently into Carl's body. Bennett. You're okay. Why are you here? Not long after, Captain Carl slowly opened his eyes, but when he saw the person next to him, he looked slightly surprised, and his cracked lips opened, letting out a hoarse questioning sound. Don't talk for now. I'll explain later. I'll take you out first. Seeing Carl wake up, Bennett breathed a sigh of relief and was about to carry him out, but the next moment, the originally dim dungeon suddenly became brightly lit. Puff, puff, puff. All the magic lamps began to sway, then rose up and emitted light. Unfortunately, none of you can go out today. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people quickly walked into the dungeon, led by a brown-haired man with a full beard who looked to be in his 50s. Haha, Adolf, what a calculation. Glancing around, Bennett chuckled. He knew that he had fallen into a trap set by the other party. You sent your stupid son to the Flame Mercenary group to cause a big commotion, and then hinted that Captain Carl was here with you. Is that for now? Without paying attention to the people who surrounded him, Bennett turned his back to Carl and sneered at Adolf, the bearded Lord of Tooten, who was in his 50s. Pa pa pa. Hearing this, Adolf raised his hands and clapped gently at Bennett a few times, then said, I thought you would all come, but I didn't expect that you would be the only one. A lone hero, Bennett. You are very courageous, very good. Putting down his hand, Adolf looked at Bennett, who showed no fear, and spoke in admiration. Humph, my courage is beyond your imagination. As soon as he finished speaking, without any warning, Bennett's body turned into a shadow. The energy in his hand was tilted, and in an instant, a ferocious tiger head a meter tall appeared. Ooh! After a terrifying roar, the tiger's head rushed towards Adolf, who was unable to react in time. Phew! Swish! But the next moment, A fine enchanted long sword with a red blade appeared in Adolf's hand, and he held it across his chest, barely blocking the attack. You? Mid-Grandmaster level? A trace of shock flashed across his face, and Adolf looked up at Bennett in disbelief. He just couldn't believe that a man who was in the highest formal high-level mercenary group could actually reach the Grandmaster level, and at the mid-level level. Fortunately, the fine enchanted sword in his hand was a Grandmaster-level weapon that he had purchased at a high price. With the blessing of his own realm, it barely reached the mid-level Grandmaster level. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured by that attack just now. Chapter 51, Sending Away. On the other hand, Bennett secretly felt it was a pity, because he had suddenly attacked just now in order to catch Adolf off guard and underestimate the enemy, and wanted to seriously injure Adolf directly. But he didn't expect that Madame Adeo was so experienced and had rich experience in fighting enemies. She used all her strength when she raised her hand and directly took out an enchanted weapon with a powerful aura. How about it? Do you think you can stop me today? Whoosh, whoosh, the powerful aura spread out in all directions, causing the apprentice-level extraordinary people surrounding them to fall down. Only the formal level ones were still okay and could barely stand. His body was wrapped in an orange-red halo, and Bennett spoke coldly to Adolf. No, 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 it has come to this point. How could I let the tiger go back to the mountains? I'm not trying to stop you now, but today, you all have to die here. Swish. Raising the sword in his hand, Adolf rushed directly towards Bennett, who was carrying Karl on his back. Bang! With a kick of his foot, the floor broke into pieces. Bennett did not resist, but dodged to the side, then jumped into the sky, intending to fly out of the dungeon. However, Adolf seemed to have guessed Bennett's plan long ago. The attack just now was just a test. He flashed and appeared directly behind Bennett. Puff, puff, puff. The powerful force blade whistled, covering all the space Bennett could hide in. Broken. The next moment, Bennett let out a loud roar, and then energy like the sea poured out of his body, and in an instant he turned into a huge orange-red tiger with a shoulder height of more than 10 meters. Boom, boom, boom. The dungeon that had originally existed was directly knocked open, and a large amount of mud, sand, and gravel sank and splashed everywhere. The people who had originally surrounded them were now all tumbling and crawling away from the battlefield. Call out. Phew. However, at this moment, a green light directly pierced through one of the giant tiger's hind legs. Ouch! The huge tiger head turned around and stared coldly at Adolf, who was standing in the void beside him. Call out. Swish, swish, swish. With 4 limbs stepping on the sky, a pair of tiger claws turned into afterimages and kept waving towards Adolf. The surging strong wind left deep marks several meters long on the ground. At this time, Adolf waved the sword in his hand, forming a tight sword net, blocking all the flaming wind blades generated by the giant tiger's claws. Ha ha ha, you can't leave today. Watching the giant tiger transformed by Bennett pause slightly, Adolf's body rose again, and then violent energy began to gather on it. Whoosh! A ray of green light as thick as an arm came out from the sword in Adolf's hand, and with an indestructible momentum, it shot directly towards the giant tiger in the air. Phew! This attack was even more fierce, and the abdomen of the giant tiger transformed by Bennett was directly pierced by the green light. Click, click. The next moment, the body landed on the ground, and with a flash of orange-red light, the giant tiger disappeared, revealing Bennett with a gloomy face and Karl with a pale face. What? You're not going to fight back anymore? Standing in midair, looking down at Bennett, Adolf twisted his neck and spoke with a sneer. Huh, you talk a lot of bullshit. Don't worry, I won't leave until I tear your head off today. As he finished speaking, Bennett's slightly bent body slowly straightened, and Karl on his back slowly dissipated, turning out to be just an illusion. After a while, Bennett raised the corner of his mouth slightly, moved his hands and feet for a while, and then looked at Adolf with a smile. It seems that I underestimated you. You must have taken advantage of the chaos when you broke into the dungeon just now to throw that guy Karl out. I said, why was it so strange just now? It was so easy to hit you. However, how far can he run in that state? Adolf waved his hand, and Tony, who was watching from afar, was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly and led his people away quickly. I'm not sure how far it is, but I'm staying here just to tear your head off. Hot orange-red flames rose from his hands. Bennett grinned, then soared into the sky and quickly pounced on Adolf, who had a rather ugly look on his face. Boom, boom, boom. The orange-red flames and green light and shadows began to collide continuously in the sky. Late at night on the street, a slightly staggering figure appeared on the street, and then with every step he took, he tried his best to cover himself in the shadow of the building. Just like that, the figure quickly came to a 5- or 6-story hotel with stairs. At this moment, Abel, who was sitting in front of the window, opened his mouth and yawned. So much time had passed, it was almost dawn, and no news came. But they were not worried. No news was the best news for now. Moreover, Bennett is a master. So although everyone in the room is a little anxious at this time, they are not panicked. Looking downstairs, Abel made a surprised sound. What's wrong? Seeing Abel's strange behavior, everyone present stood up and looked at Abel. Well, no, nothing. I just saw a figure staggering over here, and then he fell down next to the garbage dump next to the hotel. He's probably a drunkard or a homeless person. Looking at everyone's reactions, Abel scratched his head a little embarrassedly, then spoke. You kid. Hearing this, Kags glared at Abel and sat back on the sofa. Where is it? Let me see. On the other side, Felidi walked to the window and asked Abel a question. There, right there. Making way for him, Abel pointed casually and spoke back. Call out. But the next moment, Felidi beside him stretched out his legs, jumped down from the second floor, and rushed quickly to the figure half lying on the ground. Chapter 52. Innocent People. This is Carl, Captain. When Felidi carried the man into the room, Abel couldn't help but open his mouth wide, looking at Captain Carl, who was smelly and bloody, with a look of surprise. Then, a wave of anger filled my heart. Damn it! They deserve to die. Luke was very perceptive. He stood up quickly and helped lay Captain Carl flat on the sofa. Felatai, how do you know for sure it's the leader? Approaching the lying Captain Carl, Abel looked up at Felidi, who was frowning, and asked curiously. In the situation just now, unless you use your extraordinary perception to investigate, it would be pitch black, and Captain Carl was facing the ground at the time. So how could he be recognized? I didn't know it was Captain Carl at first. I just smelled blood. Hearing this, Felidi shifted his gaze away from the unconscious Captain Carl beside him and replied softly, Careful. But the next moment, his eyes caught sight of Felidi outside the window, and he shouted urgently. Then his energy surged and a hot halo rose. Puff. Whoosh. 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 As Felidi's voice fell, countless enchanted crossbow arrows shot in from outside, covering almost all the space in the room. Captain Carl? Although this wave of attacks came quickly and suddenly, the room was full of extraordinary beings above the mid-level formal level. Except for Abel and Kags, who suffered some minor injuries, Felidi and Luke, who were at the high-level formal level, were almost unscathed. However, Captain Carl, who was lying unconscious on the sofa, had 4 enchanted crossbow arrows stuck in his body. Although Felidi reacted quickly, the intensive shooting still took away Captain Carl's last bit of life. Tony, how dare you use the military-made enchanted crossbow to attack the kingdom's extraordinary warriors? Standing in front of the window, Kags looked angrily at Tony, who was standing in front of dozens of city guards and law enforcement officers, and spoke loudly in a shocked and angry voice. Ha 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 ha. No, don't get me wrong. I have never attacked the kingdom's extraordinary warriors. The person I'm dealing with now is a wanted criminal in the kingdom. Bennett attacked the city lord's mansion at night and attacked the kingdom's noble Baron Adolf Hebrew. As the city's law enforcement officer, of course I have to arrest his accomplices and bring them to justice. After saying this with a smile, Tony took a step back and waved to the people behind him. The next moment, dozens of low-level, official-level extraordinary warriors, holding military swords, quickly rushed towards the door of the hotel and rushed inside. People of this hotel, listen carefully. I am Tony Hebrew, the current law enforcement officer of Tudun City, and I am currently arresting the kingdom's most wanted criminal. I hope everyone will cooperate and go downstairs to the hotel entrance together. You can leave after your identity is verified. Otherwise, you will all be regarded as accomplices of the wanted criminal and will be killed without mercy. Holding a strange magic amplifying prop in his hand, Tony shouted loudly to the entire hotel. At this time, in the room next to Lin Kong, and Chi, who had not fallen asleep to begin with, got up from the bed with a grim look on her face. Then he quickly walked to the living room, slightly opened the curtains, and looked outside carefully. The only good news right now is that it seems like the other party is really just catching some wanted criminals. Recalling the conversation between the law enforcement officer Tony downstairs and a guest on the second floor, Angel knew that the city guards and law enforcers downstairs were not looking for them on purpose. But when she thought about them wanting to verify her identity, and she couldn't help but frown. Although they can produce their identification documents, there is still a certain chance that they will reveal their flaws if they are repeatedly questioned. Forget it. I hope they are smarter. Boom, boom, boom. Who? The next moment, Angel suddenly heard someone knocking on her door. Her body shook violently, and the spell model in her hand was quickly generated. She stared at the door closely. Angie, it's me, Zyrmai. Soon, a familiar voice was heard from outside. Squeak. Hearing the sound, and she relaxed slightly, then quickly opened the door, only to see two figures hurriedly walk into the room with a somewhat flustered look. Charmy Cug, why are there only two of you? Where is Palia? I don't know. I just went to his room and he wasn't there. Maybe he's going there again? Hearing this, the quiet woman named Zyrmai thought for a moment, then spoke to Anchi with a slightly blushing face. This guy is going to look for women again. Hearing Xia Ermiai's words, and she nodded, obviously knowing what place Xia Ermiai was talking about. However, he found the right woman this time. Hearing the noisy sounds outside, and Chi frowned again. What should I do, Your Highness Angel? Do you want to die? In this situation, Angel was looking towards the window, and when she heard Cugger calling her, her expression turned cold and she spoke. I'm sorry, Angie. Okay, let's pack up and quickly go out to gather. Otherwise, the last one to go out will definitely be questioned or harassed. Turning her head to look at the two of them, and she stood up and went into the bedroom to change clothes. Zyrmai, you come too. Come and put on my clothes. What about me? Hearing this, and seeing Zyrmai also walking over, Cug asked weakly towards Anchi's back. Just wear your pajamas and wait here. Of course, if you want to wear women's clothes, I can find you two too. Looking back at Cugger, Anchi spoke unhappily. Forehead. After hearing this, Cugger felt a little embarrassed and stopped talking with an awkward expression. Chapter 53 Carl's Fate. At the same time, in a small attic of the hotel, Felidi and his companions were looking at the silent figure lying on the ground in front of them with sad eyes. Felidi, stop hesitating. We don't have time. Kags clenched his fists, his eyes slightly red. The elder brother who occupied most of his life died in front of him. From being a mid-level apprentice warrior to joining the Flame Mercenary Group, more than 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye. He also changed from that ignorant young man to a mature man who is now a mid-level extraordinary person. Goodbye, Carl brother. He murmured something, watching as a ball of scorching flames emerged from Felidi's hand and slowly enveloped it. In just 4 or 5 breaths, the flames disappeared. Come with me. We can't stay in Tooting City anymore. Let's go somewhere else first. The south gate is definitely guarded. How are we going to get out? Hearing this, Felidi tried hard to hide his sadness, and then looked at Luke, who had just spoken. Yes, although we are all strong, it is obviously unrealistic for fugitives to fight against the entire Tooting City army. Kagus, who was standing by, also shook his head after hearing this. Get out? Where else can we go? Why not rush out and fight Tony now? I must kill him and avenge the captain. With tears on his face, Abel turned his head to look outside and spoke viciously. No, if we confront them head-on now, not only will we not be able to get revenge, but we will also lose our lives in vain. Seeing Abel's look, Luke frowned slightly, then turned to look at Felidi beside him. His eyes softened and he said, Felidi, there is a magic circle in my residence. It can be teleported directly to the southern forest, where my tribe gathers. When the time comes, you can consider in detail how to avenge Captain Carl. After saying that, Luke came to the attic window and looked down. Don't hesitate any longer. The law enforcers will be here soon. If they know our exact location, it will be difficult for us to break out later. Okay, let's follow Luke to the southern forest first. After a moment's thought, Felidi glanced at Kags and Abel's faces, then spoke with finality. What about Lin Kong? He seems to be an ordinary person. Should we take him with us? Everyone was stunned when they heard Kags suddenly speak. Forget it, now we? Luke started, but was interrupted by Felidi before he could finish. Take him with you. After all, he is Bennett's savior, and Bennett has already reached the Grandmaster level. All right. After hearing what Felidi said, Luke hesitated to speak. Seeing that she didn't say anything else, Luke thought about it and nodded helplessly. You go to the top floor on the east side and wait for me. I will go find him alone. Walking out of the attic, Felidi spoke softly. No, I'm right here. Looking at Felidi opening the door, Lin Kong couldn't help but touch his nose in surprise. He didn't expect that everyone would actually take him with them. In fact, if everyone had just run away and ignored him, Lin Kong would not have said anything. After all, he acted like an ordinary person and was not familiar with everyone. If it weren't for Bennett, Lin Kong wouldn't have recognized the people in front of him. However, if they just left, it would have nothing to do with him, Lin Kong. Turning his head to look at the palm-sized lighter Bifong Firebird that was dozing off on his shoulder, Lin Kong chuckled. Well, let's go. Felidi looked at Lin Kong with some surprise, although she didn't know how Lin Kong knew they were in this attic. Moreover, so many of these formal-level extraordinary people did not sense that Lin Kong was just outside the door of this attic. But although she was puzzled, she did not ask. Not to mention the current crisis situation, even in normal times, it was impolite to take the initiative to pry into other people's secrets. Following closely behind several people, he kept walking towards the east. Going to the southern forest? That's really speechless. We've only been here for less than 2 days, and already we have to go back again? But that's my territory. Thinking back to their conversation just now, Lin Kong couldn't help but complain silently in his heart. I haven't done anything yet, but I've become a wanted criminal in the kingdom of Isenyu. I wonder what Doris, the princess of the kingdom, would think when she finds out? Thinking of the successful tricking of Doris Rodriguez, the eldest princess of the kingdom of Isen Island, Lin Kong couldn't help but laugh. It seems that I have an agreement with her? Hotel, open space at the entrance. Sir, we still haven't found any trace of them. There's no one in the room they were staying in just now. Continue. The entire hotel was surrounded by our people. How could they just disappear out of thin air? Hearing this, Tony glanced at his adjutant who had just spoken, and then spoke with a slightly gloomy expression. Yes, sir. Tony nodded and hummed slightly, then turned to look at the dozens of ordinary hotel guests gathered together. My lady, you are not a commoner from Tooting City, right? When Tony's eyes swept over one of the figures, his eyes suddenly lit up. The long golden hair fluttered, and the stunning face seemed a little shy and confused. Don't be afraid. We in Tooting City welcome all civilians without any stain on them. Tony straightened his face, acted very kindly, and spoke softly. Chapter 54, Drunk Palia. I am Angie, an orphan adopted by a nun from Moja City in the kingdom of Silver Moon Province. Because I have a wizard's talent, I left Moja City and wanted to study at Chesil Wizard Academy. Ha ha ha, wizard talent, then Miss Angel is so lucky. Hearing this, Tony smiled lightly, but a hint of jealousy flashed across his eyes. Then he added, I remember that Chesil Academy will start recruiting wizard apprentices again in more than 2 months. It's reasonable for you to come at this time. Originally, he wanted to do something with her, but thinking about what she had just said, Tony thought about it for a moment and decided to give up. After all, a city's wizard apprentices are very valuable. If he really wants to do something, not to mention the Moja City directly under the jurisdiction of the Silver Moon Province, even the intermediate-level Grandmaster Wizard stationed outside the city of Tootin will not let him off easily. This is... Turning to look at the other woman next to Angie, Tony licked his lips and asked softly. She is my friend Xia Ermiai in Moja City. She is also my companion. She also has wizard talent. Hearing this, Angie smiled sweetly at Tony, as if she thought he was a good person. The shyness on her face gradually disappeared, and then she took the initiative to speak. Yeah, that's great. After hearing this, Tony's expression stiffened a little. It was rare for such stunning beauties to gather together, but he seemed unable to do anything about it. This feeling was even more frustrating and uncomfortable than being turned away by Felidi. Because with Felidi, you can still pester him or use some tough measures. However, at this moment, a drunk young man staggered slowly over from another street. Belch. Why is it so lively today? Turning his head to look at the sky, it was still dim as before. Palia shook his head and then slowly walked forward. Sir, there's a drunkard wandering over here. At this time, a city guard came to Tony and reported loudly. Drunkard? Just kick him out. Hearing this, Tony didn't hesitate and casually gave an order. Angie, what should we do? It seems to be Palia. At this moment, Angel and Zyrmai saw a city guard walking towards Palia, and their eyes couldn't help but shrink. Don't make any hassles for now. He happens to be drunk. Maybe he won't reveal anything. Holding Xia Ermiai's hand tightly, Anchi looked in the direction of Palia. Of course, Tony, who was not far away, saw the strange behavior of the two people, and then Angie quickly said with some disgust, although I don't hate drinking, I am annoyed by those who drink without control and get drunk. Haha. After listening to this, Tony turned to Angie and chuckled, then said, there's nothing we can do about it. The last thing this world lacks is drunkards. Hearing the sound of arguing, Tony couldn't help but turn his head, and then he saw that the city guard and the drunkard seemed to be having some conflict. Bring it here. As if he had thought of something, Tony shouted to the city guard not far away, then turned to look at Enchi. Ms. Enchi, I actually hate this kind of people too. Bring him here. I'll teach him a lesson for you. Hearing this, Enchi's expression became a little stiff. No, I don't hate it. Please don't bring it here. Although she thought so in her heart, Enchi knew that she couldn't say it out loud. Seeing Tony's deliberate attentiveness, Angie tensed her face and then forced a smile. Okay, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer, as long as you are satisfied. Let me go, let me go. Who are you? Palia, who only had the strength of a mid-level apprentice wizard and was drunk, had no chance of escaping the drag of a high-level apprentice warrior. Puff. Looking at the man who was dragged to his feet, Tony raised his hand and fanned his nose. You kid, do you know who I am? I don't know who you are and why you want to arrest me. Hearing this, Palia, who had regained some clarity of mind, shouted in horror. When he happened to turn around and saw Angie not far away, Palia's eyes lit up and he hurried over. Angie, Zyrmai, Cougar, what's going on? Are they the city guards? Have they already known that we were sent by the Hellion Kingdom? Shut up, idiot. Hearing this, Enchi's chest heaved slightly. She was so angry that she didn't know what to say. What she feared really came true. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. On the other side, Tony was stunned at first, then he looked down at Palia, who was pale at this time, and finally fixed his eyes on Angie, Zyrmai, and Cougar, who had just been paying attention to him. Ha ha ha. Brothers, today is our day to get promoted and make a fortune. They are wizard apprentice spies sent by the Hellion Kingdom. You all heard it, right? If you capture one of them, you will be rewarded with 100 gold coins, and your rank will be promoted by 1 level. Tony raised his head and laughed, then waved his hand and shouted loudly to the city guards around him. Go ahead, brothers. Go, eh? Hearing this, the city guards around them shouted loudly and rushed towards Angel and the other 3 with excitement on their faces. 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin is equal to 100 bronze coins. In the kingdom of Isenu, 1 copper coin is equivalent to the purchasing power of $1 in Lin Kong's previous life. In other words, the 100 gold coins that Tony promised just now are equivalent to 1 million. Although the mainstream use of higher-grade crystals as hard currency in the extraordinary world, gold and silver are still the mainstream among ordinary people and some low-level apprentice extraordinary people. Chapter 55 Little Fat Bird. Hee hee, I was almost fooled by these 2 girls. Looking at the 4 people who were gradually surrounded, Tony showed a smile on his face. Idiot, is there water in your brain? On the other side, Anchi glanced at Palia, who was pulled up by Kugra, and couldn't help cursing in a low voice again. I don't know. At this time, the drunken state was almost completely gone. Palia listened to Angel's cold shout. Although he wanted to refute, he didn't know what to say. It's all because of you. If you didn't happen to have wizard talent, I don't think Lady Anchi would have brought you here. Cougar glanced at Palia coldly. Their current situation was entirely due to this guy's stupidity. Bullshit, you think I want to come? Hearing what Cougar said, Palia growled and spoke angrily. Okay, stop arguing. Fortunately, all those official-level extraordinary people have entered the hotel to catch the wanted criminals. Those who remain outside are just apprentices. But that Tony should be of the official level. Hearing this, Zyrmai, like Angel, put up a magic shield and used the wizard's hand to block the rushing city guards, then spoke in a somewhat pessimistic tone. I know. Now, before that Tony makes a move, quickly construct more spell models. Listen to my command and throw them all at him. As long as we can restrain him temporarily, I can use the light body technique and flying technique to take everyone away. After speaking to the 3 people beside her, Angel quickly constructed a spell model, and her energy was quickly consumed, turning into magic arrays floating around her body. Okay. Hearing this, Palia's frightened and panicked expression subsided slightly, and he quickly said yes and did as Angel instructed. Puff. Boom. Boom. After a while, a loud explosion suddenly occurred on the top floor of the hotel, and then several figures quickly jumped down 1 floor at a time and landed on the ground on the east side. Snort. You rats have finally shown up? Turning my head to look in that direction, I saw a familiar figure wrapped in an orange-red halo. The reason why Tony didn't take action against Angel and the others was that he was waiting for Felidi and his group. Otherwise, if he took action himself to deal with Angel's 4 middle and senior wizard apprentices and caused Felidi and his group to escape, it would be a waste of time and effort. Tony, you will definitely pay the price for your actions. Before Tony could rush over, Abel's angry voice in the distance reached Tony's ears. Oh, really? Huh? Why don't I see that stubborn old man Carl? Was he shot to death in that hail of arrows? With a green halo rising from his body and an official-grade enchanted sword in his hand, Tony leaped over and ran over quickly. Just wait, I will become your nightmare. A large ball of fire burst out from Felidi's hand, repelling the pursuers. Then he looked at Tony, who was running towards him quickly, and spoke in a cold voice. Ha ha ha, you thought you could get away today. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Tony finished speaking, 3 mid-level formal-level warriors quickly jumped out from the surrounding buildings and blocked the way for Felidi and his group. There were 2 high-level official-level players in Felidi's group. Although they couldn't defeat them, they could still block them for a short time. Once the 5 high-level official officers and dozens of low and mid-level official officers in the hotel come out and surround them, they will not be able to escape even if they have wings. Get lost. Felidi and Luke were fighting at full strength at this time, like 2 violent humanoid beasts. The hot air waves made Lin Kong, who was in the middle, feel uncomfortable. You can't get away. Knowing their roles, the 3 of them didn't dare to get too close, but the energy they poured out still greatly hindered the speed of Lin Kong and his group. On the other side, Tony had joined forces with the pursuers who jumped out of the hotel and were running over quickly. Seeing this, Lin Kong frowned slightly, and the people around him also became anxious. Go ahead and stop them. Be careful not to be too aggressive. He turned around and whispered something to the palm-sized lighter that was dozing on his shoulder. After thinking for a while, Lin Kong gave some more instructions. Otherwise, if a legendary supernatural beast caused a big commotion in this city where even Grandmaster-level monsters are rarely seen, the news would probably spread throughout the entire Isenu kingdom tomorrow. If we trace the source, I'm sure we will find that it's me who appeared here. How could he play happily in the human kingdom then? Moreover, if his existence was exposed, Lin Kong would not feel safe at all. Who knows if there is any strange power in this extraordinary world that can harm people thousands of miles away. If it is below the legendary level, even if it is at the peak of the high-level Grandmaster level, it will not cause a sensation, let alone attract the attention of major forces. At most, they are local forces, fighting small battles and settling grievances with each other, which will not attract any attention at all. CRI. As Lin Kong finished speaking, the lighter immediately flew into the sky, then flapped its little wings and looked disdainfully at the group of humans running towards it. Pfft, what is that? A fat little bird the size of a palm? Savages are savages. They don't think that a little bird with a little bit of supernatural power can stop us, right? Seeing a bird flying over Lin Kong's shoulder, Tony and the others were less than 30 meters away. They would be able to reach the battlefield in the next moment and rescue the 3 people who were blocking their way. Tony made a sarcastic remark and had an amused look on his face. The city guards around him also laughed. Chapter 56. I know him. Stupid. Lin Kong looked at the arrogant people opposite him, opened his mouth and uttered the above 2 words, then pointed his middle finger at them. Humph, you're looking for death. Noticing Lin Kong's lip shape, Tony, who was not far away, had a look of hostility in his eyes and was about to speed up the next moment. Boom, boom, boom. However, a huge heat wave suddenly appeared in the sky, and then looking up, I found that the little fat bird, which was the size of a palm just now, had turned into a magical bifong bird with a wingspan of more than 20 meters and flames rising from its body. Lin Kong, what is this? Oh, you mean the lighter, a pet of mine. Seeing Felidi's exclamation beside him, Lin Kong touched his nose, pretended to be casual, and replied, What a beast! He actually sneaked into the city center. Feeling the powerful master-level aura from the bifong bird, Tony's face looked extremely ugly, and then he was a little frightened, because he was too close to this ferocious beast. The sharp beak and scarlet eyes can't help but make people feel scared. But the next moment, a familiar voice made Tony's eyes light up. Lord Spot, you are here. The Spot he was talking about was the highest-ranking officer of the Legion stationed in Tooting City, with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel and a super powerful mid-level, master-level warrior. Forget it. Lighter knows the way home. Let's retreat first. It seems that there is also a master-level expert coming from the other side. Okay, let's go first. Upon hearing this, Felidi and his group did not hesitate anymore, as they had just dealt with the three people who blocked their way. Luke glanced at the Bifong Firebird not far away, and then looked at the ordinary Lin Kong with an extremely strange expression. How could a low-level, apprentice-level extraordinary being be able to tame a master-level pet? Come with me. There was only a slight pause, and then Luke took the lead and rushed towards his residence. At the same time, and Chi, who was always paying attention to Lin Kong and his group, looked surprised and finally bit her teeth. Let's go, let's follow them. Looking at the figure leaving quickly, and Chi spoke. But we are not familiar with them. If we follow them rashly, I'm afraid. First of all, they fled with a purpose. They must have made some preparations to leave Tooting City. Besides, we don't have much time. My energy is exhausted and my flying technique will become ineffective immediately. If anyone among you is sure or has a good way to leave this martial law city, I will listen to him. Looking at the people around her, and Chi spoke in a cold voice. Stop talking and listen to Anchi. Xia Ermiai frowned slightly, then spoke. Good. All right. Having made the decision, Angel, who was standing dozens of meters in the air, did not hesitate and immediately controlled the flying technique to chase in the direction where Lin Kong and his party had just left. A red glow appeared in the sky, and the sky gradually emerged from the darkness and bathed in the cool morning light. Not long after, seeing Lin Kong and his group stop at a separate three-story apartment, and Chi also quickly descended. Hello, we have no ill intentions. As you have seen just now, we are also being chased by the city guards, so we can cooperate. I'm sorry, we have no intention of cooperating. Please leave. Hearing this, Kags looked cold and replied. If he hadn't seen that they were also fighting the city guards, and had only just been following them, Kags would have taken action directly. Do you have a way to leave Tooting City? If so, please take us with you. She glanced at Lin Kong from the corner of her eye, and then in Chi fixed her eyes on Felidi, who seemed to be the leader. I can pay the price. 100 crystals per person. How about that? Not so good. You guys go, or I'll take action. Looking at the wizard apprentices who appeared out of nowhere, Felidi's expression was extremely cold. After listening to what Angel said, he spoke directly. I know your companion, him. Seeing that the other party was unshakable, and Chi bit her lip, suddenly raised her arm, pointed at Lin Kong and spoke. Forehead. Lin Kong was a little surprised to see the woman opposite suddenly pointing at him, and then looked at Felidi and Kags with puzzled eyes. Lin Kong shrugged and said, We have met each other twice, but we are not very familiar with each other. Luke, how's it going? No problem. As long as there are enough crystals, a few more people will be fine. Hearing Felidi's words, Luke was stunned, then replied softly. In that case, come on. After glancing at Angel and the other three, Felidi nodded at Lin Kong, then followed Luke into the apartment not far away. After a while, everyone saw Luke move his bed to the side, and the next moment, circles of mysterious grooves appeared in their sight. Teleportation array. When Anchi saw these grooves, her eyes lit up and she couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Are you ready? After putting more than 10 crystals into a hole at the top of the groove, Luke looked at her in surprise after hearing Angel scream. If one can recognize it at a glance, it must be someone who uses it frequently or has done some research on teleportation arrays. However, when he thought of the other party's identity as a wizard apprentice, Luke felt relieved. Okay, that's fine with me. Okay, I'm going to start it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Luke operated, a circle of turbulent space laws appeared, and the hazy white light enveloped everyone in the teleportation array. After a while, as the white light disappeared, everyone also disappeared, and the surroundings slowly fell silent. Chapter 57 Common Sense Mistakes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. My head suddenly felt dizzy, countless noisy sounds rang in my ears, and I inexplicably felt a nauseous feeling in my throat. The world was spinning, and my 5 senses felt the entire world was constantly turning upside down. All the discomfort seemed to come at once, making Lin Kong almost unable to stand. He squatted on the ground for a while, and when he found that his shaking head slowly stopped, Lin Kong slowly loosened his arms that were around his head. Isn't this your first time riding a teleportation array? At this moment, a cold and surprised voice appeared in my ears. I'm sorry, I've never been far away. This is my second time to use the teleportation array. Hearing this, Lin Kong raised his hand and rubbed his temple, thought for a moment and then said, The first time. I was probably teleported while unconscious, So I didn't feel anything. Huh? Where are the others? Did I just faint too? When he opened his eyes, Lin Kong only found the blonde wizard apprentice standing more than 2 meters away from him, but no one else was there. Looking left and right, there were huge rocks covered with moss all around, and the altar-like platform under his feet was also roughly built of huge rocks and was about 10 meters in radius. Further away, there are towering green trees, chirping insects, singing birds, and fluttering butterflies. Where is this? Isn't this the southern forest? Turning around and looking behind me, I saw a steep mountain. Looking up, I saw it was surrounded by clouds and mist and I couldn't see the top. This should indeed be the southern forest, but I don't know exactly where it is. The forests in the south cover hundreds of thousands of miles of land. Who knows where exactly we are now? Hearing this, and Chi looked at Lin Kong more strangely, then spoke softly. Don't look, there are only two of us here. No one else is here. Watching Lin Kong running around and jumping off the altar to look around, and Chi rolled her eyes and reminded him again. Puff. Let's leave here first. Just now a little demon looked at us from afar. Maybe he went to call his companions? With a light leap, and Chi also jumped down from the high platform with several cracks in the center, walked quickly to Lin Kong's side, and spoke. The little inferior demons you're talking about are these, right? At this time, there were 7 or 8 people in a row, about 1.45 meters tall, standing upright, with dark gray wrinkled skin, round ears, serrated mouths, and thick-boned sticks in their hands. Race Grell. Status: hungry, excited. Level: low-level apprentice level extraordinary. Race Grell. Status: hungry, excited. Level: intermediate apprentice level extraordinary. He made strange noises like wea, guagwaga, and when he saw Lin Kong and Chi, he rushed over excitedly as if they were 2 pieces of the most delicious meat. What are you standing there for? Why don't you run? Lin Kong turned around and ran, but found that Chi was still there. He paused and asked in surprise. Hearing this, Chi glanced at Lin Kong and then spoke lightly. I don't think we have the physical strength to outrun these tireless little demons. Swamp magic. Freezing magic. The next moment, those little demons seemed to be within Angel's casting range. Angel opened her red lips slightly and a light shout came out of her mouth. Gulp, gulp. Whoosh, whoosh. He just stretched out his hand and waved it, and the place where the little demons were running not far away instantly turned into a pool of mud, restricting their speed. Then a ball of blue cold air appeared almost at the same time, freezing the little demon in the swamp. Earth Spike Technique. Puff, puff, puff. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen sharp rock spikes over 1 meter long sprang out from the ground, stringing up those little evil demons into several clusters and completely killing them. Oh my god, the wizarding department is just a little bit special, right? Lin Kong, who watched the whole thing from beginning to end, couldn't help but sigh at how powerful Chi was. That small group of inferior demons had 2 mid-level extraordinary apprentices, and the remaining 5 were also low-level extraordinary apprentices. After Lin Kong used his first talent, digitization, to scan all things, he ran away immediately. The numbers and levels of the extraordinary powers were there. Lin Kong didn't think that once they got close, he, with his extraordinary power as a low-level apprentice, would be able to defeat these seemingly small inferior demons. However, even such a team of extraordinary little monsters were wiped out by Angel, a high-level wizard apprentice, in less than 2 minutes. Let's go. Since a little inferior demon appeared here, there must be an entrance to a crypt nearby? After taking a glance at her masterpiece, Chi frowned, then turned around, walked quickly to Lin Kong, and spoke. Let's go in a direction where the fog is a little lighter. It should be safer. Hearing Chi's words, Lin Kong nodded imperceptibly, then followed her footsteps and left quickly. In fact, as soon as Lin Kong saw the unfamiliar environment, he knew that he had been too careless. It can be said that as soon as Lin Kong came out of the teleportation array, he instantly realized that he had made a fatal mistake, or a common-sense mistake. The southern forest is indeed the southern forest, but the southern forest is so large that it is not like its own Sunset Mountains or Rock Ant Mountains. In fact, Lin Kong had thought about this problem before when he was next to the teleportation array, but he didn't go into it in depth, because Lin Kong assumed based on common sense that the teleportation array that teleported him to the southern forest should at most take him to the edge of the southern forest, which is the entrance to the southern forest. The Sunset Mountains happened to be the outer barrier, or the outer gateway, of the southern forest. It was his own territory, and countless armies of rock ants were waiting for him. Chapter 58 Anchi's Talent. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As if sensing Lin Kong's irritability, the queen ant far away in the rock ant hill let out a series of terrifying hisses, and then the entire rock ant hill began to shake. The evil spirit that rose into the sky almost instantly shattered the sea of clouds above the sky. Don't worry, I'm safe. Hearing the queen ant's worry coming from his heart, Lin Kong hurriedly tried to comfort her. In fact, although it can still sense the queen ant and communicate with her mentally, it cannot determine its location. Perhaps the distance is too far, and it cannot confirm the queen ant's location, and the queen ant cannot confirm its own location. Although he was extremely annoyed and gloomy in his heart, Lin Kong slowly calmed down and did not show any sign on his face. No, the nearby dungeon should be a medium-sized dungeon. With my strength, it may be difficult to avoid all dangers and get to a safe place. As she walked, and she noticed that there was a gray fog with a faint fishy smell floating in front of her from time to time. It seemed to be a bit thicker than the gray fog not far behind her. The footsteps suddenly stopped, and Chi's face looked a little ugly. In that case, let's find a place to hide first? Hearing this, Lin Kong glanced at the blonde high-level wizard apprentice whose expression did not seem fake, and then spoke up and made a suggestion. Now, this is the only way. After listening to Lin Kong's words, Chi nodded and looked around. Not long after, when Angel's eyes lit up when she saw a huge rock the size of several houses a few hundred meters away, it looked like it was a part that had broken off and rolled down from a nearby mountain. Come on, follow me. Pointing to the huge rock that was almost covered by vines and moss, Chi spoke softly. After a while, the two of them came down and carefully looked at the huge rock in front of them. The energy in Chi's hand fluctuated. Flying technique. She let out a light cry, and then under Lin Kong's slightly surprised gaze, Chi's body slowly rose and stopped about 5 meters from the ground. Corrosion. Angel pointed at a place where the stone was exposed, and the next moment a large ball of liquid with a green glow appeared out of thin air, covering the place where Angel had just pointed. Sizzle. Not long after, Chi, whose entire body had entered the corrosion hole, poked her head out of the hole, which was about 1 meter in diameter. Okay, come in, but remember to spray some of this around beforehand. As she spoke, Chi threw down a bottle about 10 centimeters high and as wide as a thumb from the 5-meter-high hole. Spray? Seeing what was obviously a spray reagent in front of him, Lin Kong was stunned for a moment. What are you standing there for? Spray it. This can eliminate the smell we left behind. Okay. Shaking it up and down slightly, Lin Kong sprayed a few times around. Finally, after thinking about it, he sprayed some around the area about 100 meters away from them. Lin Kong didn't know while he was doing this, and Chi looked at him with a puzzled look from the hole in the boulder. Why exactly? Who are you? Why does my premonition tell me that the only way to survive this time is to follow you closely? In fact, Chi is still a little puzzled. How can she protect herself from a person who is not as strong as herself and who she even claims to be able to defeat with one hand? As a descendant of the royal blood of the Hellion Kingdom, no one knew that she had awakened a mysterious talent, extrasensory perception. But my premonition has never been wrong. I hope it's not wrong this time either. Looking away, Chi sighed and slowly sat down. At the same time, about 10 miles away from Lin Kong and Chi, there was a large complex of buildings. But the strange thing was that all the creatures that originally lived there had disappeared. It was quiet and empty, and with the occasional gray fog drifting by, it seemed a little eerie. Luke was originally thinking about how to explain why he suddenly brought a large group of humans here, but when he arrived at the place where his tribe was originally stationed, he found that it was completely deserted. Why would the tribe suddenly withdraw? Could it be that they were counterattacked by the crypt monsters while I was away? Or has some powerful and irresistible underground monster appeared? Thinking about this in his mind, Luke couldn't help but feel relieved. Anyway, no matter what the situation is, a battle with the underground monsters is inevitable. Being sent to Tooting City to gather information was originally a tough job, but I didn't expect that, by some strange coincidence, it actually turned out to be a good thing. Humph, you stupid things. It would be better if you were completely devoured by these underground monsters. Looking down from a room carved out on a mountain wall, several dozen meters high, there were about 100 small demons wandering aimlessly in the camp below. Among them, there were also a dozen evil big demons that were 2 meters and 5 inches tall. What is surprising is that Luke seems to have no good feelings towards his own winged people tribe, and even feels a lot of resentment towards them. But looking at the people around us, it doesn't look like they are evacuating in a panic. It seems something has happened that I don't know about. but it has nothing to do with me anymore. They left and left me an empty camp, which is convenient for me to do that thing. Luke looked down again, and only felt relieved when he no longer saw the terrifying 8-armed troll and the 100-eyed troll. The smaller lesser demons are at the apprentice level, the larger lesser demons are at the official level, and the 8-armed trolls and 100-eyed trolls, who are generally more than 10 meters tall, are at least at the low-level Grandmaster level. Click. Carefully closing the heavy stone door beside him, Luke's face slowly revealed a hint of excitement mixed with madness. Just wait, I will be able to go down openly in a moment. Tada, tada, tada. The sound of casual footsteps spread from the dozen-meter-long tunnel at the stone gate to the deepest part. Who? Is it Luke? Chapter 59, Unexpected Luke. After a while, Luke saw a unique building standing at the innermost part of the cave. Looking closer, it looks like a pyramid that has been shrunk countless times. The diagonal diameter of the base is about 20 meters, while the space on the top platform is less than 3 square meters. The theme color is black and gray, but because there is a lot of bright red blood on many slopes and the pale yellow magic light swaying around, the entire platform looks a bit weird. At this moment, there were 6 people standing in the space of less than 3 square meters on the platform. It was exactly these 6 people, Felidi, Zyrmai, Kagus, Kugs, Abel, and Palia. For some reason, the teleportation array they were sitting in at the same time as Lin Kong and Angel took them to 2 different places. Yes, that's me. Slowly walking out of the passage and stepping into the huge space in the belly of the mountain, Luke looked up at Felidi, who had just spoken, and spoke lightly. Stop kidding, Luke. Let us out now. Ha 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 ha. Are you naive? Or am I acting just like you, stupid? Hearing this, Luke slowly walked to the edge of the platform, looked around and nodded with satisfaction, then raised his head and gave a mocking look at Felidi, who looked pale and extremely tired. You are dealing with them. Please let me and my companions go. As you know, wizard apprentices are registered in all major cities. If they die inexplicably, it will probably lead to an investigation by the Wizard Council. On the other side, looking up at the trap array carved on the surrounding Fengyuan stones, Xia Ermiai was a little flustered, but she still spoke to Luke in a clear and regular manner. Yes, we have no grudge against you. If you just let us go, I will give you crystals, thousands of crystals, and enchanted weapons. You can choose whatever you want. When Palia heard Zyrmai speak, he quickly walked to the edge of the platform and shouted excitedly at Luke. Yeah, I want everything you said. But it's impossible to let you go. After all, with wizard apprentices like you, my success rate has increased a lot. Hearing this, Luke raised his eyebrows and looked at the people on the platform with evil intent. Why you? Felidi saved your life. If it weren't for Felidi, you would have died at the south gate of Tooting City where the beast tide was surging. If you repay kindness with enmity like this, are you still a human being? Seeing that Luke was completely different from the past, Abel was so angry that he gritted his teeth and questioned loudly. Humph, so what? Do I have to be grateful to you for saving me? Also, your last sentence is right. I am indeed not a human being. After hearing Abel's shout, Luke snorted coldly, and the huge wings behind him suddenly spread open, as if he was a little excited. He slowly squatted down and wrapped himself with the wings. My father was a winged man. After he raped a human woman, I was born. It's ridiculous. I was abandoned in the wilderness less than 3 months after I was born. Ha ha ha. If I didn't have these so-called wings on my back, I would have been eaten by the monster. Ha ha ha. Do you know? Do you know? Forget it. How could you stupid guys possibly understand? What on earth do you want to do? Watching Luke fold his wings and stand up again, and glancing at the painful Felidi, Kag spoke coldly to Luke. Nothing, just to make you become food for my evolution? Say goodbye to each other properly. Or maybe just catch up. Otherwise, by the time I'm fully prepared, I'm afraid you won't even have time to hate me. After walking around the pyramid-shaped platform, Luke looked up at the 6 people on it, said something with a sneer, and then walked towards the passage not far away. Oh, by the way, since you saved me that time, I will let you die with a clear mind. When he was about to step into the passage, Luke suddenly stopped and turned to look at Felidi, who had a painful look on his face. Do you know? In fact, I was the one who killed your Captain Carl. Captain Carl was secretly thrown out of the City Lord's mansion by Bennett. He has been on the run for a long time. Tony and his men had no idea where to chase us. It was me who secretly sent a message to tell Tony the hotel where we were staying, and told him that Carl was probably informed by Bennett to come to this hotel. Unfortunately, things turned out just as I thought. But the abomination is that bastard Tony doesn't seem to be planning to pay me, and he wants to kill me and you guys together. But unfortunately, he failed. He didn't know that I spent a lot of money to build a teleportation array for escape in my residence in Tooting City. After all, people who do a job like me will need it sooner or later. Spreading his hands, Luke finished speaking with a happy look on his face, as if sharing with others could increase his pleasure. Luke, you, damn it. On the other side, after hearing what Felidi said just now, the next moment, red flames continued to burst out of his body. His wide-open eyes were extremely red, filled with boundless sadness, pain, and hostility. Slowly, orange-red flames began to flicker in his eyes, especially Felidi's long ice-blue hair, which fluttered up as his aura burst out, looking extremely enchanting. Chapter 60 Bloodline Awakening. Not long after, something even stranger happened. Felidi's originally ice-blue hair slowly turned red from the roots, and in a short while, it completely turned into a blood-red color with a cold glow. And Felidi's originally cold and elegant temperament gradually became evil and wild. Forehead. The blood of the Ice Elves is mixed with the blood of the Fire Lord? Her parents really know how to have fun? Also, can this really leave behind bloodline descendants? At this moment, Xia Ermiai, who was forced to the innermost part, looked at Felidi's current appearance. Even though the current environment did not allow it, she still couldn't help but complain a few words in her heart. Is this bloodline awakening? On the other side, Luke, who had been smiling, was now looking at Felidi, who was on the podium covered in flames and whose aura was rising little by little. He was so angry that he wanted to slap himself twice. It's almost successful. Why are you still talking nonsense? Boom. A shadow of a fire lord that was more than 10 meters tall, with double horns and a long tail, slowly began to take shape behind Felidi. The official-level witchcraft formation that had trapped them also shattered the moment the shadow of the Fire Lord appeared. The breath rises. Low-level Grandmaster, mid-level Grandmaster, high-level Grandmaster. Luke's eyes were now full of shock, anger, and regret. After looking at Felidi fiercely, Luke gritted his teeth and quickly fled to the outside world. I hate it so much. He had been a double agent for so many years, wandering between life and death between humans and his own tribe, and had accumulated such a huge fortune. This time, he lost almost all of it at once. At this time, Luke's pain was not just dripping blood. It was as if his heart was dug out and blood was spurting out. Just wait, Luke will be back. The figure disappeared, but a voice full of resentment echoed in the passage for a long time. At noon, the sun is extremely hot, but this is not the case in some parts of the pristine forest. The towering trees, ranging from a dozen meters high to nearly 100 meters high, separate the sky above and below the forest canopy into two completely different worlds. The sound of rustling and the rustling of leaves. Dense grass, messy low bushes, and a thick layer of dead leaves fallen from the trees. When you step on it, you never know how many insects are crawling underneath. Boom, boom, boom. Looking at the two ferocious trolls that were more than 10 meters tall and had many arms, they led more than 300 inferior demon brothers of all sizes behind them and walked over quickly. At this time, Lin Kong poked his head out and looked carefully through a gap in the boulder. Only when the thudding footsteps gradually faded away did Lin Kong feel a little relieved. They're gone. Can you let go of my hand now? And she also exhaled softly, then turned to look at Lin Kong, looked down at her right hand which was tightly held by the other party, and spoke coldly. Ha ha ha, sorry, I was too nervous just now, so I grabbed something involuntarily. I didn't expect it was Miss Wizard's hand. Sorry, I was really too nervous. After all, they are two master-level extraordinary trolls, and they lead hundreds of minions. Hearing this, Lin Kong quickly let go of Enchi's hand and began to apologize.
Thanks.
But on the other side, Enchi slowly sat down, lowered her head, and suddenly uttered two words. Thank you? Thank me? Thank me for what? The space that Enchi created with the boulder is about 5 or 6 square meters, and the height is only about 1.5 meters. Enchi is 1.65 meters tall, so she has no problem standing up straight. However, this is not so friendly to Lin Kong, who is 1.82 meters tall. He can only walk back and forth with his back bent. Sitting down opposite Enchi, Lin Kong asked with a puzzled look on his face. The legendary breath-suppressing ring, due to its special nature, costs at least more than 10 ordinary legendary enchanted weapons to create. Looking up and glancing at the exquisite ring on Lin Kong's left index finger, and Chi spoke lightly. Hearing this, Lin Kong's pupils shrank and he subconsciously touched the ring on his hand. Of course, although a certain pervert just now wanted to help me to restrain my aura, I am afraid that he also wanted to take advantage of me, right? As she spoke, and Chi took out a handkerchief, and a palm-sized water ball appeared in her hand. Then she wet the handkerchief and wiped her right hand in front of Lin Kong. Humph, it's you. You look like you're not even an adult yet. Even if I'm starving, I won't have any thoughts about a child. After hearing what she said, Lin Kong put his hands together, looked Chi up and down carefully, then curled his lips and spoke with disgust on his face. You. Seeing Lin Kong sitting cross-legged and leaning against the wall behind him, with an expression that said, I'm not going to argue with a child, and Chi couldn't help but get very angry. Sure enough, this annoying guy is so annoying wherever he goes. Hey, don't worry, I didn't ask you to like me. Hearing this, Lin Kong shrugged, yawned lazily and replied, don't worry. Even if the sky collapses and the earth breaks, causing all men except you to die, I will not like you. Oh. After listening, Lin Kong looked at Chi's angry expression and chuckled. Then his eyes inadvertently swept to the dim forest environment outside the cave. He originally wanted to tease her again, but this time Lin Kong restrained himself. Chapter 61. Abyssal Secondary Passage. Actually, I'm wondering why there were only 2 of us left in the teleportation formation. After a pause, Lin Kong opened his hands and changed to a more comfortable position. Then he looked at Chi and expressed the doubts that he had been holding back for a long time. It's simple, of course, because I secretly used the wizard's hand to change the magic circle. Your companion seems to be called Luke, right? There should be other purposes, but when I found out that the teleportation array was different, it was too late. Fortunately, he was an amateur and the arrangement was very crude. I was able to protect myself and teleport correctly. What about me? Hearing this, Lin Kong thought about it and then spoke again. I knew this trip might be dangerous, so I specially brought a companion with me. You were the closest to me at the time, so you came with me. Originally, I thought you were very powerful and could protect me, but now I realize that you seem to only have the strength of a low-level apprentice, right? After saying this, Chi seemed to feel that she had made the biggest mistake of her life. She looked up at the sky speechlessly with a look of regret on her face. TSK, low-level apprentice? Actually, I'm not even a low-level apprentice. Oh my, how could I possibly let a kid like you find out? Lin Kong waved his hand. He was not surprised by Chi's guess about his specific realm. After all, there was just a small conflict in the hotel, and then they had close contact for a period of time. If Angie didn't feel strange, that would be really strange. By the way, what are these underground monsters you mentioned? Oh my god, are you really from the main material plane? I now doubt that you are a native of some small material plane in some remote corner. Hearing this, Chi looked at Lin Kong in surprise, as if she couldn't believe it. Unfortunately, I am indeed from the main material plane. Also, tell me quickly, what is the situation in this crypt? After all, we are now on the same boat. The more I know, the greater our chances of survival. After nodding in confirmation at Chi, Lin Kong asked again. All right. Hearing this, Chi's eyes flickered slightly, and then she thought for a moment. The underground passages refer to the passages that connect the material planes that have been eroded and assimilated by the Abyss realm to the main material plane. Originally, it should be called the Abyssal Secondary Passage, but these Abyssal Secondary Passages usually appear hundreds of meters, or nearly 1,000 meters underground in the main material plane. Then the corrosive demonic worms and sharp-toothed worms will move upwards until they break through the surface of the earth. The most common ones are small inferior demons, big inferior demons, multi-armed trolls, sharp-toothed worms, multi-eyed monsters, hundred-eyed trolls, abyss demons, corrosive demon worms, etc. Therefore, many people believe that the monsters that rushed out from underground really came from the maze-like underground caves. So the names of underground caves and underground cave monsters spread widely and were very appropriate, so they were accepted. Strictly speaking, those monsters are the products of the Abyss realm, used to invade other material planes. Then, if the situation is so serious, why don't the strong men of Doma continent destroy these secondary abyssal passages? After hearing what Chi said, Lin Kong frowned slightly and asked with some confusion. Puff, don't you even know the difference between the material plane and the prime material plane? Hearing this, Chi looked at Lin Kong up and down again as if he was a fool, and finally couldn't help but chuckled. I'm sorry that my ignorance frightened you, but please, Almighty Miss Angie, please enlighten me. Ha 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 ha. This is the first time in my life that I've seen someone being so ignorant and confident. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Lin Kong's appearance, with a hand on her mouth, and Chi couldn't help but chuckle again. What's the big deal? It's strange. Ignorance is not scary. What is scary is those ignorant people who pretend to know everything. If you pretend to know something when you don't, then you will never understand. Although I am ignorant now, if you tell me, I will know it. Lin Kong spread his hands, with an expression that said there was something seriously wrong with his thinking, and he needed to sort it out. After listening to it, and Chi was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Lin Kong in surprise. Although it's a twisted theory, it does sound a bit reasonable. Oh well. And Chi felt that she had spoken more today than in the past half-month. In fact, no matter which main material plane it is impossible for it to be corroded and assimilated by the Abyss realm. The specific reason is unknown. It may be that my level is too low and I cannot access the real secrets. The Abyss realm devours all the ordinary material planes in the void. Moreover, these secondary channels of the Abyss leading to the main material plane are not one-way channels. The Abyss monsters can enter here, and we can also use the Abyss secondary channels to enter the material plane that has been eroded and assimilated by the Abyss. It is said that even if they are assimilated by the Abyss, as long as they have not been completely pulled into the Abyss, those material planes are still ownerless. It seems to have a great appeal to the Calamity-level warriors above Legendary, but I don't know what its specific effect is. Tisk, TSK, so that's how it is. I didn't expect that our Miss Anchi, though young, knows so much. After listening to Anchi, Lin Kong smacked his lips, touched his chin, chuckled and spoke. Mr. Lin Kong, I can tell you responsibly that I am 17 years old this year. I have already reached adulthood? Really? But in my hometown, people are considered adults at the age of 18, so you can still be a kid for another year here. Mr. Lin Kong's hometown is great, right? Of course it's great. However, you are already a high-level wizard apprentice at the age of 17. You have great talent. How can an ordinary person like you guess my talent? At the same time, the flames on Felidi's body in the belly of the mountain began to slowly subside and finally disappeared completely. The bloodline of the Fire Lord has been awakened. Closing his eyes and feeling his own extraordinary high-level Grandmaster status, Felidi turned his head and looked at the passage that Luke had just left. You can't run away. I will burn you to ashes no matter where you are. Whoosh. With her bare hands spread out, a ball of flame rose up. At this moment, Felidi, with blood-red hair, muttered to herself coldly. Chapter 62 Medium Crypt. That night, the bright moonlight was shining from the sky, but it could not illuminate the pristine forest shrouded in night smoke. At this time, in a place several miles away from the Wing tribe camp, there was a very strange open space there. Not only was there no big tree within a radius of several hundred meters, but there wasn't even a single weed to be seen. Desolate and dead silent. It was bare, with large and small stones scattered around, and the layer below was covered with fine gravel. Crunch, crunch. Suddenly, two white shadows like flowing light quickly descended from the sky and landed at the edge of the open space. When I looked closer, I saw that they were actually two slender and elegant white cranes, about 3 meters long. One of the blue-eyed cranes stretched out a wing, pointed to the center of the open space, and spoke. There are 5 underground passages in our southern forest, 2 of which are medium-sized underground passages, and 3 are small underground passages. This is the medium-sized underground passage that the Wing tribe defended before, right? The smell is hot, rotten, and confusing. Hurry up, I don't want to stay here for a moment. Hearing this, another purple-eyed spirit crane raised his head and took a look at a cave not far away that was about 37 meters in diameter, deep and dark, and led to the underground. Good. Apparently, the blue-eyed crane also hated the environment here. After hearing the words of his companion, he quickly agreed. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw his pair of wings folded in front of his chest, and then a hazy light yellow appeared. I wonder how many crystal cores of this legendary thousand-eyed troll can be drawn out? It doesn't matter how many there are, as long as there are no legendary ones. No, this is just a medium-sized underground passage, Grandmaster level at best. Legendary entities are usually only found in large passages. After listening, the purple-eyed crane spoke something, then vibrated its wings, and a powerful airflow began to form. The airflow was mixed with extraordinary spiritual light. After washing over the legendary thousand-eyed troll crystal core taken out by the blue-eyed spirit crane, it was controlled by the purple-eyed spirit crane and quickly flowed into the underground cave not far away. Roar. Moo. Boom. 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 The two cranes didn't have to wait too long. After just a cup of tea, roars began to be heard from the underground. With a mixture of bloodthirstiness and excitement, and with the sound of clumsy running, countless underground monsters began to rush out. Woolala. Gaga. Of course, the first to come out were the shallowest small and large demons. Crowds of large and small demons poured out from the dungeon with strange cries. I predict that there will be more than 30 Grandmaster-level trolls appearing. Then I think there must be 40 or 50. The two mid-level Grandmaster-level spirit cranes, who had flown more than 10 meters into the air at some point, looked at each other and began to speak. Whoosh! The next moment, a 1-meter-tall giant axe suddenly flew out of the ground and quickly chopped towards the two cranes. Stop talking and retreat now. He turned his body sharply to avoid the sudden axe, and then the purple-eyed crane looked at the 13 eight-armed trolls and the many-eyed trolls that had already run out. He quickly turned around and said something to his companion. Then, without hesitation, he turned over and ran away. Otherwise, after a while, it won't be a question of whether you want to leave or not, but a question of whether you can leave or not. Whoosh! Whoosh! Roar! Not long after, more than 20 trolls appeared, roared to the sky, and then quickly chased in the direction where the two spirit cranes had just fled. At the same time, more than 20 miles away, Lin Kong and Chi were both listening with suspicion to the angry roars coming from afar. Then there were waves of sounds of more than tens of thousands of monsters marching and screaming. Although the sound was very faint when it reached us, I think someone must have angered those brainless guys. And Chi stuck her head out, listened carefully for a while, and then spoke to Lin Kong. Should we go out and take a look? Lin Kong was finally able to straighten up at the entrance of the cave. He twisted his body a few times, then turned to ask Chi a question. Of course, we have to make sure that the monsters are not heading in our direction, or their flanks will pass us by. Hearing this, Chi nodded solemnly, then her body rose directly into the air, rising rapidly. Seeing this, Lin Kong stretched his legs and jumped out of the place where he had been hiding for nearly a day. For Lin Kong at this moment, the recoil force from a height of 5 meters was almost negligible. After landing gracefully, he immediately glanced around and then looked up at Chi's movements. Is Bennett bragging about the warrior department to me? Why do I feel that the wizard department is better than the warrior department in every way? Looking up at Angel, Lin Kong recalled how Bennett had introduced the wizard and warrior departments to him. After thinking about it, Lin Kong couldn't help but smile bitterly. After a while, Angel, who was standing 100 meters in the air, felt it closely. After about a cup of tea, Angel's figure began to descend. How about it? Seeing Chi coming down, Lin Kong hurriedly went up to her and asked. Luckily, the direction they were running in was completely different from where we were. It can be said that they didn't affect us at all. Hearing this, Chi chuckled and looked relaxed. That's good, that's good. Lin Kong raised his head and was about to say something, but suddenly he saw a string of data flashing on his virtual panel of the digitization of all things. His body shook violently, and then he immediately showed a look of relief. Chapter 63 Green Python. Angie, what will happen if your strength matches that of a regular level? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Hearing Lin Kong's sudden change of subject, Chi was a little confused and looked up and replied in confusion. Well, come to me first. As he spoke, Lin Kong stepped forward and grabbed Chi's hand. Then he spoke with a joking expression, but his eyes kept winking at Chi, who was looking at him. Well, it's okay. You have to see what official level it is. If it's a low-level official level, a wizard type, I have no chance of winning at all, but if it's a warrior type, a kite-flying style, I can win. Gurgle. As she spoke, Chi couldn't help swallowing. How could Chi not understand Lin Kong's abnormal behavior? So, she quickly answered Lin Kong's question and followed Lin Kong's instructions, trying not to show any abnormality. If it's a mid-level official level or above, I won't stand a chance of winning no matter what. After saying that, Chi looked at Lin Kong with a little nervousness. A formal level monster shouldn't understand what we're saying, right? Yes, most wild monsters are like this. Although they are very intelligent, they don't often come into contact with humans, so they generally don't understand. Seeing Lin Kong's sudden words, Chi quickly answered. Phew, that's good. Don't move for now. More than 20 meters away from us, there is a green forest python that almost blends in with the surrounding environment. It is a mid-level formal level extraordinary level. However, it probably doesn't know that I have already discovered it and is still moving towards us very slowly. Hearing this, Chi put on a stiff smile and quickly glanced at the place where Lin Kong pointed. It should be that it wants to launch a surprise attack. This is the nature of pythons. After observing carefully for a while, Chi finally found some clues. She put on a fake smile and spoke to Lin Kong vaguely. What should I do? Can you still fly? As he spoke, he pulled Angie a few steps to the side, closer to the huge rock next to him. You. Seeing Lin Kong suddenly move, Chi was shocked. Don't worry, it thinks we haven't noticed it. It's normal for us to take a few steps like this. Otherwise, it would be abnormal to just stand there. As he spoke, Lin Kong indicated with his eyes that there was no riot inside. You are so bold. When you pulled me just now, I thought it was going to jump up and hurt someone. Also, unfortunately, the flying technique has too many restrictions. Because I flew too high just now, it is difficult for me to perform it easily again. And even if you try hard, you won't be able to hold on for long. Shrugging, Chi said helplessly, since we can't run away, we can only fight it? I'll hold it back, and you'll be responsible for the output. After hearing Chi's words, Lin Kong's heart sank. Then he gritted his teeth and spoke. Otherwise, in a forest with complex terrain, racing with a mid-level formal-grade extraordinary green forest python with a body length of nearly 20 meters, anyone with a normal IQ would know what the result would be. You contain it? Can you? Hearing this, Chi looked Lin Kong up and down again and spoke in disbelief. In this situation, it doesn't matter whether it works or not. We have to do it even if it doesn't work. Lin Kong almost shouted this sentence, and then the next moment he suddenly threw Chi, who was using the light body technique, onto a huge rock more than 30 meters away. In the other hand, a fist-sized firebomb appeared without anyone noticing. Whoosh! Plick! As expected, the firebomb fired by Lin Kong accurately hit the head of the somewhat confused green forest python. Feeling a little bit of heat, it shook its head and recalled the strange behavior of the two tiny humans just now. The green forest python obviously realized that it had been fooled. Hiss! The scarlet snake tongue moved in and out, and a pair of cold blue pupils stared at Lin Kong's movements. Whoosh! The huge body moved flexibly on the ground. For the green forest python, which was nearly 20 meters long, the distance of 20 meters was reached in the blink of an eye. Damn it! I hid from the underground monsters for a whole day, but I didn't expect to fall to the local monsters? Looking at the long tail that was getting bigger and bigger in his pupils, Lin Kong didn't hesitate at all. He rolled on the ground without any image and came to the base of the boulder. Bang! With a muffled sound in his ears, mud and sand splashed everywhere where Lin Kong had just stood, and a 1-meter-deep hole was directly created. Ice rain. The next moment, before the green python could attack again, Chi, who was on the boulder, pointed at the bottom of the boulder with the energy surging in her hand. Wow! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I saw a nearly 1-meter-long icy spikes mixed with cold air, constantly appearing out of thin air and shooting towards the green python at a rapid speed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Puff, puff, puff. His body turned sharply, circling and winding as he rushed out of the dense area covered by icicles, then turned his head to look at the several scratches on his body and the scales on the ground. Roar! The green python no longer paid attention to Lin Kong, but raised its head and looked at Anchi on the boulder. Then it opened its mouth and roared, and real sound waves spread out from its bloody mouth. The fishy wind was raging, and the oncoming fishy smell mixed with a foul stench almost made Chi faint. The wounds on its body made it even more bloodthirsty and violent. Its pair of cold, inverted blue pupils stared at the human woman who had hurt it. Chapter 64 Desperate Anchi. On the other side, feeling the chill brought by the ice spikes constantly sticking into the ground in front of him, Lin Kong hurriedly walked along the boulder to the other side. Is this fucking normal? The insects and small animals that we normally see everywhere are all gone all of a sudden. Looking around, there was nothing but dead silence. Not even a flying insect could be seen. Prepare for a rainy day. Prepare for a rainy day. If I had known earlier, I would have caught an insect without a supernatural level and put it in my pocket. Now I have decided to consume energy, but the key is that I can't find a host. Although Lin Kong kept searching around, his eyes were still focused on the green python. Grass. Seeing that the magic shield held up by Angel was about to dim and her face was extremely pale, Lin Kong cursed in a low voice, then picked up a huge dead tree that was more than 10 meters long at hand. Now that the mage Anchi is finished, Lin Kong believes that he is not far from ascension. Swoosh. Bang. Holding a dead tree that was several times bigger than himself, Lin Kong looked fierce as he ran and smashed directly at the head of the green forest python that kept hitting Angel's magic shield. Call. Without hesitation, after smashing the boulder, Lin Kong took a deep breath and ran away. He did not run outside, but circled around the boulder. Puff. A huge long tail hit the boulder directly, and the broken stones fell down. However, after the sound, there was no sound of pursuit. Turning around and seeing that the huge green python was not chasing him, Lin Kong was a little confused. He stopped, then slowly turned around and carefully looked at the other side of the boulder. No? Looking up at the place where the green python had just been, there was no trace of it. Lin Kong couldn't help but mutter to himself in confusion. Run. The next moment, Angel's scream came from the boulder. Boom. After hearing the sound, I was unable to react at all. Feeling the chill behind him that appeared out of nowhere, and just as he smelled a hint of a frightening fishy odor, Lin Kong felt as if his body was hit and thrown out by a speeding truck. How so? At this time, Angel, who was on the boulder, looked at Lin Kong being whipped away by the tail of the green python that had circled around him, and her face became very ugly. Of course, it's not that Anchi cares about Lin Kong that much, but her previous premonition shows that whether she can leave here alive this time depends entirely on Lin Kong. Am I wrong? And a fatal mistake? In fact, when the teleportation array was activated, she could have saved any of her companions, Zyrmai, Kugger, or even Palia. But she finally believed her own mysterious premonition and helped Lin Kong, a stranger whom she had only met twice. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As if it had dealt with the troublemaker, the huge green python raised its head and looked at the human woman with an ugly face on the boulder. Compared to the man before, the green forest python was more envious of the woman now. It felt that if it swallowed her in one gulp, it would be very likely that it would be able to break through the ranks. Roar. With an excited roar towards the sky, the green python then swam directly towards the boulder. Humph, even if I die, I won't let a big bug like you have an easy life. The little remaining energy in her body was constantly used to construct spell models, and dazzling and mysterious halos began to form in front of Angel. Water flow technique. Cold wind technique. A stream of water appeared and rushed towards the green python. When the green python saw this, a hint of disdain appeared in its blue pupils. Such a weak supernatural fluctuation would not destroy it, not even the eggs it laid yesterday. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The scarlet snake tongue kept moving in and out, catching the extremely sweet fragrance emanating from the human in front of it, and the green forest python couldn't help but rush forward even harder. But the next moment, with another weak extraordinary wave, the entire boulder that had just been washed by the water was instantly covered with a layer of smooth ice crystals. Flutter. Puff. Enjoying the smoothness, the next moment the green python slid down from the boulder with confused eyes and fell to the ground with a bang. The green python coiled its body into a circle and looked up at the faint reflection on the boulder. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and a large ball of green energy poured out, turning into a force bullet and hitting the boulder. Boom, boom, boom. Gravel of all sizes began to splash down. As a physical-type magical beast, the green forest python can also launch energy attacks, but the effect is completely different from using the energy on its body. If the energy just now was used on the body, it could almost repair the broken tail, but if it was released now, it would only blast a big hole in the boulder. Looking up, he saw that the side of the boulder was already full of potholes and could not be blocked at all. The green forest python looked up at the human woman who was looking at him with fear in her eyes. His mouth was open with pointed teeth exposed, revealing a hint of bloodthirsty excitement. Whoosh, whoosh. The body turned into an afterimage, and the green forest python rushed forward carefully this time. Sure enough, in the space leading to the human woman, huge ice spikes appeared from the sky and fell rapidly, and sharp rock spikes also emerged from the boulders from time to time. Hiss, hiss, hiss. However, as a physical-type monster, the green forest python would dodge if it could, and would use its body to resist if it couldn't. This time it did not retreat. The green forest python decided that this time, it would tear her in half and then swallow her into its stomach. On the other hand, Anchi was really desperate at this time. She was running out of energy, and all her energy had been squeezed out of her. But looking at the giant snake, even if it was hit, it just twisted slightly and then rushed over without paying any attention. Do you regret it? Maybe. Thinking about it, before Archbishop Sor left, he wanted to keep the intermediate Grandmaster level Extraordinary Urton to protect himself. Let's end it. I'm just sorry, Mother. Angel has let you down. Holding a sharp ice spike in her hand, she slowly pressed it against her heart. Angel looked up at the ferocious snake's mouth that was so close to her, then closed her eyes and stabbed it hard. Chapter 65. Lin Kong with a little blood. Phew. This imagined sad and beautiful sound did not appear. Suddenly, a warm hand appeared on his hand, and then a very weak voice appeared in his ears. Ms. Anchi, do you know how to heal? Show me some. Hearing the sound, Anchi was excited and then suddenly opened her eyes. Lin Kong, whose body was almost half covered in blood, had one hand on his shoulder and the other tightly grasping his hand that was holding the ice spike. What are you looking at? If you don't give me a healing spell, I'll really die. Lin Kong felt that when he was whipped away by the tail of the official level green forest python, at least 1/3 of his bones were broken. His internal organs were displaced and broken in many places. If he was not a transcendent being with energy supporting him, Lin Kong felt that if an ordinary person suffered such injuries as his, he would definitely die in an instant. Fuck you and you. I'll remember what happened just now. Little green number 2. Chop it to death for me. No, chop it into pieces for me. Looking up at the green python with its ferocious head leaning towards him, Lin Kong changed his bleeding hand from Anchi's shoulder to hugging her neck. Of course, it wasn't that Lin Kong wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, but he had lost too much blood, his feet were weak, and he could hardly stand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the other side, the green python looked at the man who had just been blown away by it, but now came back, and wanted to raise its tail to hit him again. But before he could raise his tail, he heard the sound of fluttering wings suddenly coming from behind the human man. Call out. Before it could take a closer look, it saw a blade of light flashing with unparalleled extraordinary power, which directly passed through its 7 inches. That is my body? When the head fell, the green forest python still felt a little strange in its mind as it looked at its huge headless body, but the next moment it fell into endless coldness. With a thud, the head and body fell to the ground respectively. What's this? At this moment, he was looking at the huge monster with a body length of more than 4 meters that had just attacked the green python. It has a strange triangular head and a mouth with a combination of saw-like mouthparts, which is extremely hideous and terrifying. Its forelimbs are long and well-developed, and they are shining with metallic light. At this moment, he seemed to have noticed his gaze. His body did not move, but his head turned 180 degrees and looked at him coldly. Seeing this, Anchi couldn't help but take 2 steps back subconsciously. A big, scary bug? Is there such a supernatural beast in this world? To be honest, this is the first time Anchi has seen one. Healing technique? Don't you understand? Or something related to healing techniques or techniques? Hurry! With his arms around Anchi's neck, Lin Kong felt his body becoming increasingly numb and colder. He couldn't help but raise his head and growl at the dazed Anchi. Okay. Hearing the sound, Anchi finally came to her senses and turned to look at Lin Kong, who was leaning against her covered in blood. Feeling Lin Kong's emotional fluctuations, for some reason, Anchi suddenly felt a sense of fear in her heart, which she had never experienced before even when facing death. For some reason, looking at the man who was almost unconscious in front of her, Anchi subconsciously felt fear. It was as if what was in front of him was not a human man, but an abyss that could swallow everything and bury everything. Slowly helping Lin Kong to sit on the ground, Anchi used the little energy that had just recovered to perform hemostasis and healing techniques. His hands emitted a green glow, and they kept moving around the bleeding and dislocated areas in the forest. Call. Feeling the warmth, Lin Kong breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he would not die this time. Lin Kong? After a while, when the bleeding on Lin Kong's body stopped and formed a blood scab, the green fluorescence on Anchi's hand slowly dissipated. What's wrong? Reaching out and touching his chest, which was still aching, Lin Kong looked at Anchi, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, and replied softly. What is it? Is your wizarding profession a summoner? Well, if it's a secret, just pretend I didn't ask. Anchi looked at Lin Kong's gaze, and instead of her usual cold and arrogant expression, she quickly lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. A wizard's profession? There are so many different professions for wizards? Hearing this, Lin Kong's eyes showed astonishment. Then he thought for a moment and turned to look at little green number 2 next to him. Before, He was hit by the green python's tail and flew away, and he flew 70 or 80 meters away. Coincidentally, there were two praying mantises mating not far away. It is true that after searching for a long time, I finally found it without any effort. For the sake of his own life, Lin Kong felt that he considered it for about 0.01 seconds. Then he staggered forward and grabbed the larger of the two. Name: Little Green Number 2. Race: Giant Mantis. Status: Excited, Hungry. Level: Low-level Grandmaster. Note: Strengthen the blade. After spending 132,700 energies, Lin Kong optimized it from the non-existent extraordinary level directly to the terrifying master-level extraordinary magic insect in front of him. Moreover, Lin Kong later spent another 10,000 points of energy to strengthen the two swords on its forelimbs, consuming a total of 142,700 points of energy. You have a good eye. I guess you guessed it right. He stood up, but the next moment he sat down again, holding his chest. After thinking for a while, Lin Kong waved to Little Green Number 2 who was standing silently beside him. You look hungry. Isn't there a delicious meal below? But remember to save the crystal core for me. Next to him, upon hearing Lin Kong's words, Little Green Number 2 flew down excitedly, pounced on the green python's body, and started swallowing it in big mouthfuls. Chapter 66. Narrowing the Cave Entrance. On the other side, and Chi couldn't help but feel secretly proud when she heard Lin Kong admit that he was a summoner. I knew it. Otherwise, I would never understand why you suddenly created such a terrifying guy. Then why didn't you summon it beforehand? It's a secret. Don't you understand that the more people know, the faster they die? Hearing this, Lin Kong glanced at Chi, then put on a gloomy expression and spoke slowly. Oh. Seeing Lin Kong's attitude, Chi couldn't help but shrink her neck and then step back a little. I think it would be better if you cast a few more healing spells on me. Why do I still feel so much pain all over my body and I can't use any strength at all? Seeing Chi pouting and sitting away, Lin Kong held his waist for a while, waved to her helplessly, and made a suggestion. Wait a moment. When I have enough energy, I will use a healing spell on you. This is more advanced than any bleeding or healing techniques. It should make you better. Hearing Lin Kong's words, Chi shrugged, indicating that a few more healing spells would be of no use. Oh well. Hearing this, Lin Kong thought for a moment, then nodded and no longer insisted. Then he covered his chest and slowly lay down. After finding a comfortable position, Lin Kong rested his head on his arms. Lying on this cold boulder, he looked at the starry night sky through the gaps between the towering trees. Maybe. There should always be a few quilts in the storage ring. This stone is really uncomfortable. At the same time, in the original Wing People tribe camp, Felidi and his group were not feeling well either. Because of the awakening of Felidi's bloodline, the noise was so loud that not only the nearly 100 monsters below the camp, but even the three-headed troll far away was attracted. Above the camp, Felidi, holding an official-grade enchanted sword provided by Zyrmai, fought against 3 Grandmaster-level trolls alone. One of them is a high-level Grandmaster-level 8-armed troll, and the other 2 are multi-eye trolls at the initial Grandmaster level. Although Felidi seemed to be slightly defeated when facing the powerful 3-headed troll, there was no sign of defeat. But Charme and Kags below were in trouble. Even though they were in front of a cave several dozen meters high, and the 3-headed Grandmaster troll that could fly was stopped by Felidi. But in fact, whether it is crawling up or jumping from the cliff on the side to attack, hundreds of inferior demons of all sizes always cause trouble to the 5 people guarding there. Fortunately, there are 3 mid-level wizard apprentices in his team who can take turns to attack and contain the enemy from a distance, and Abel and Kags are also formal mid-level. No, those small demons are okay, but those big demons are too tough and thick-skinned. We, the mid-level wizard apprentices, can't defeat them at all. He fired more than a dozen fireballs the size of a human head, repelling a group of small demons that were slowly climbing up from below. However, a big demon behind them actually withstood Zyrmai's fireballs. Roaring, still climbing quickly with excitement. Its sharp claws pierced the rocks, and its 4 limbs moved together, quickly advancing in the direction where Zyrmai was stationed. Come on, I'll do it. Hearing the sound, Abel, who was closest to him, roared and swept the big sword in his hand, which was only 2 centimeters smaller than himself, across and hit the head of the big evil demon who jumped onto the platform of the cave. Puff. Unsurprisingly, this low-level, official-level inferior demon was chopped away by Abel. However, the next moment, Abel hurriedly turned around because several small evil demons suddenly jumped up to the place where he was stationed. Whoosh whoosh. There were intense breathing sounds all around. After nearly half an hour of fierce fighting, it was a huge test for both the energy and spirit. Palia, are you ready? Otherwise, we'll all die. On the other side, Palia did not participate in the defense at this time, but continued to build witchcraft models in front of him. Okay, it will be ready soon. Hearing the sound, although Palia was panicked at this time, his hands did not stop at all. He looked up to respond, then quickly walked to the edge of the cave in front of him. Multiple rock wall technique. He pressed his palm on the rock wall at the entrance of the cave. The next moment, he saw it tremble abnormally. Then, rock walls condensed out of thin air and began to slowly merge with it. Good. Hearing the noise behind him, Abel looked back panting, saw the cave entrance shrinking, and shouted, "Great. Kags. Clear." On the other side, Kagas swept the sword in his hand and then pulled back. Drink. Drink. At this moment, Kags and Abel were full of vigor and energy. They poured huge amounts of energy into their weapons and then suddenly inserted them into the platform they were on before. Snap. Click. 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 With a muffled sound, the platform extending from the cave broke directly and fell downwards. Puff. Boom. 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 Retreating to the cave entrance, which was only about 2 meters in size at this moment, the pressure on the 5 people was instantly reduced by more than half, and some people could stay on duty while others could rest, taking turns to operate. The crisis on our side has been resolved for the time being, but it still depends on where we are in the end. Whether it's life or death, it all depends on Felidi. Next to him, Abel, who was panting with his sword in hand, also muttered to himself after hearing what Charm, whose face turned slightly pale, said. Then he turned to look at Kags and Palia, who were at the entrance of the cave. Abel took a deep breath, then sat cross-legged on the ground and quickly recovered his energy. The group of evil demons outside, big and small, simply had no idea what tiredness was. After half an hour, they were still howling and screaming, and their enthusiasm was not diminished at all. Even the injury or death of their companions could not ignite the fear in their hearts, but instead aroused their ferocity. Chapter 67. Walking in the Night. In the cold and silent night, 2 figures slowly moved forward in the southern forest covered with vines and towering trees. Not long after, the figure walking in front suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Lin Kong? The last person also slowly squatted down like the figure in front, then leaned forward and asked in a low voice. Something's going on. Little Green number 2 told me that there should be a group of crypt monsters ahead. The 2 of them were in a broad-leaved forest with no rocks around. The night wind blew, and the rustling sound of countless branches and leaves could be clearly heard. Call out. The next moment, a dark green afterimage quietly appeared on Lin Kong's left-hand side, and then the mind began to tell Lin Kong about the situation ahead. Oh, it turns out there are only 3 official-level big demons, and more than 20 small demons. After a while, Lin Kong touched the ferocious exoskeleton of Little Green number 2 in front of him, then slowly stood up, turned around and spoke to Enchi in a relaxed manner. The 2 people were Lin Kong and Enchi. After Enchi recovered his energy, she immediately performed a healing spell on Lin Kong. This spell is 1 level higher than the hemostasis spell and the healing spell. It is one of the most powerful spells that Angel can perform as a high-level wizard apprentice. The effect was also very good. After Angel finished casting the spell, Lin Kong felt that he was at least 80% better. Gaga. In front of a huge tree hole, there lay a low-level formal earth demon bear that was 5 meters tall. The dark brown fur was now stained with blood, and the bear's paws, as big as palm leaves, were covered with scratches. Its fangs were turned outward, but its glaring eyes were lifeless, and it was obvious that it had been dead for a long time. Around it, more than 20 small demons looked at the corpse of the earth demon bear not far away with envy, but when they saw the 3 big demons in front, each about 2 meters and 4 meters tall, they still suppressed the urge to pounce on them, bite, and eat them. Crunch, crunch. The 3 big inferior demons in front were enjoying the delicious food at this time, greedily swallowing up anything that could be torn off, including the skin and bones. But neither the big or small demon noticed that at this moment a silent dark green afterimage had quietly come to their surroundings. Hidden in the shadows of the trees, it blends almost perfectly with the surrounding environment. Whoosh whoosh. With an inexplicable night breeze, the dry and rotten branches and leaves on the ground were blown away lightly. Call out. At the same time, The dark green figure that had been hiding in the shadows of the trees suddenly rushed out, and the two big swords on its forelimbs, which were shining with a cold metallic luster, danced at lightning speed. Whoosh! Within 2 breaths, the sound of the wind disappeared, and the dead leaves that had just been blown up by it slowly fell to another place, waiting to be completely decayed and destroyed. Snap, snap, snap. The 3 big evil demons that were just satisfying their appetites suddenly stopped, and then their heads fell to the ground with a thud, as if they had agreed beforehand. On the other side, the little demons standing nearby were all surprised when they saw the sudden strange situation in front of them. Then they looked around, and the next moment they raised their bone sticks and rushed forward with excitement. They didn't care how the 3 big inferior demons died. Now they only knew that they had no superiors to suppress them, and in addition to the giant earth demon bear that they had just beaten to death, they had 3 more delicious foods. Crack! Baji baji. After a moment, the sound of broken tendons and frantic swallowing began to be heard. At the same time, Anshi, who was standing on the branch of a big tree not far away, frowned slightly. I've heard that the crypt monsters are extremely cruel and bloody, but I didn't expect that they would even eat their own kind. Looking at the situation there, Anshi was obviously a little uncomfortable. What is this? They are just some mindless, bloodthirsty monsters. I wouldn't be surprised if they just gnawed their own hands when they were hungry. Hearing this, Lin Kong turned his head to look at Anshi, chuckled and spoke. Why do you only let your summons kill the big imps? What about the small imps? After listening, Anshi rolled her eyes at Lin Kong, then changed the subject and asked with some confusion. Isn't this for you? I saw you had a lot of fun fighting the little demons the last few times you encountered them. Look, there are more than 20 of them down there. Isn't that just what you want? Really? Violent little Angie. After saying that, Lin Kong raised his finger and pointed at the little demon who was eating frantically below, and spoke to Anchi with a raised eyebrow. I'm sorry. I attacked you before because I thought you had taken back your summoned creature, but I didn't expect it was just hiding well and was always around us. So, I dealt with all the little demons I encountered along the way. And you, a powerful summoner, are just watching leisurely from the sidelines. How can I be happy? Humph, then I am really happy. Hearing this, Anchi crossed her arms over her chest, snorted coldly, and looked very unhappy as she spoke to Lin Kong. Also, you said I was violent? At this point, Anchi's brows were obviously furrowed tightly. However, when he saw Lin Kong's lazy face, the corner of his mouth suddenly raised inexplicably. Then I think it has to be this way. Otherwise, how can I control a shameless guy with lustful intentions and courage by my side? Chapter 68. You are still young. Huh. After hearing Anchi's meaningful words, Lin Kong next to her pointed at himself and looked at her in surprise. Well, I've already told you that you're still young, and I wouldn't do that to you even if I really wanted to. Standing up, Lin Kong raised his hand and touched Anchi's head, then spoke slowly in the tone of an elder talking to a child. You're so annoying. I told you I'm already 17 years old. How am I younger? Reaching out to knock away the blow that Lin Kong was doing to her head, Anchi straightened her huge body that was difficult to grasp with one hand, and replied in a cold voice. Forehead. Seeing this, Lin Kong didn't know what to say, because Anchi's figure was really perfect. Whether it was her slender curves, or her nearly 1.7-meter tall figure that was mostly made up of her long legs, or her childish face that looked like that of a high school student, everything else about her was very attractive to Lin Kong. By the way, what did you eat to grow up so well at such a young age? I'm not young anymore. Hearing Lin Kong's questioning look, Anchi's reply almost came out from between her teeth. Originally, she thought that if she did that, something would appear in Lin Kong's eyes, but Anchi, who looked closely at Lin Kong's eyes, found that there was no disgusting desire mixed in. On the contrary, there was a hint of doubt in her clarity, wondering why she had such a good figure at her age. Shaking her head to get rid of the chaotic thoughts in her mind, Anchi felt speechless. Although she was still worried about how she would resist the guy in front of her if he really had sexual intentions, when she found out that he didn't, Angie couldn't help feeling strange. Am I really unattractive? Thinking about the noble sons and daughters who were suitors for her in the royal capital, Angel felt a little insecure about her appearance for the first time. Are they being so attentive to me just because of my identity? Thinking this in her mind, Anchi didn't notice that Lin Kong was looking at her strangely. Hey! If that dazed little girl doesn't leave now, it will be dawn soon? Lin Kong waved his hand in front of Anchi's eyes and spoke in a teasing tone. After ordering Little Green number 2 to chop at the howling little demons not far away, Lin Kong turned around and found that Chi was holding her chin with one hand, looking into the distance with a dazed look on her face. By the way, what are you daydreaming about? Your brows are furrowed. Are you missing home? Seeing that Chi was awakened by him, Lin Kong chuckled and asked again. Yes, of course I do. Why wouldn't I want to have a family? Looking up, she saw that the group of little demons had been beheaded, and Chi glanced at the dark green figure hidden in the shadow beside Lin Kong, then cast a light body spell on herself and gracefully landed from a tree branch more than 10 meters high. On the other side, Lin Kong was stunned after hearing Chi's words. He looked up through the gaps in the woods and looked at the equally starry night sky. Well, kids tend to get homesick easily. After a while, he shook his head and chuckled. Then Lin Kong jumped to the ground and replied softly, By the way, Angie, don't these little demons and those big demons have energy cores in their bodies like the monsters? Walking to Chi's side, Lin Kong pointed at the group of little evil demons scattered on the ground, turned to Chi and asked in confusion. No, and not only do they not have it, even the Grandmaster level trolls do not have energy cores in their bodies. This may be related to the Abyss realm. I don't know the details. However, there is something in the body of a legendary Abyss Lord. And Chi was already used to hearing Lin Kong's questions, so she answered right away, and after thinking for a while, she added 2 more sentences. Sure enough, it's somewhat similar to my ant colony. But are there any legendary ones? In that case, we don't know if the left and right guardians have any? Hearing this, Lin Kong thought of his own ant colony. There were no extraordinary energy cores in the bodies of the rock ants that died earlier. Lin Kong was absolutely certain of this. Let's go. Keep moving forward. Although your summoned beast is very powerful, we are still near the underground passage and are not out of danger yet. Thinking of the large group of crypt monsters that passed by not far from the boulder where they were hiding, Angel's face became heavy. That group was led by 2 master-level trolls. Okay, let's go. After listening, Lin Kong nodded without objection. He took the energy core of the Earth Demon Bear handed over by Little Green number 2, and once again set out with Angel on a journey to escape in the deep southern forest. On the other side, in the camp of the original Winged People tribe, violent energy continued to explode in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. He swung out a flaming whip from his left hand, knocking away the many-eyed troll that was rushing towards him. Then, standing in the void, Felidi did not stop, but dodged and retreated directly. Sensing the sound behind him, Felidi struck back with the sword in his right hand. The hot light trembled and collided with the 8-armed troll covered in a blood-red halo. Bang! The surging energy emits a powerful energy wave. Call. Steadying his retreating body, Felidi looked up at the 3 Grandmaster trolls opposite him standing together again, and his brows couldn't help but frown. The 8-armed troll was indeed very powerful. Even if it was fought alone, Felidi, whose bloodline had awakened, did not dare to say that he could win with 100% certainty. Not to mention, at this time it had 2 low-level master-level multi-eye trolls as helpers. Chapter 69. Flame Lord Complete Form. It seems that we must find a way to deal with those 2 low-level master-level multi-eye trolls first, otherwise. Although I had thought about this a long time ago, those 2 multi-eye trolls should not be underestimated. Their skin and flesh are extremely tough, and sometimes even if they were hit by Felidi's full force, they only suffered minor injuries. Moreover, the key is that their recovery ability is extremely abnormal. After they went down and stuffed a few dead little demons into their mouths, the minor injuries caused by Felidi disappeared in a short time. In that case, just explode for me. The next moment, a huge aura surged from Felidi's entire body, and a ball of deep red energy began to spread from his abdomen. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In just a moment, after the crimson energy faded away, Felidi's entire shape and appearance had completely changed. Felidi, who was already very tall, nearly 1.8 meters tall, now reached 3.5 meters tall, and 2 flaming horns grew on his blood-red hair. Behind it, a nearly 2-meter-long fiery red tail kept swaying in the air. There is also a circle of mysterious flame patterns on both sides of the cheeks, but this not only does not affect Felidi's beauty, but instead adds a touch of inexplicable charm. The Flame Lord is in his complete form. At this moment, everyone in the cave saw the changes in Felidi not far away, and they all showed surprise, and then they became excited. Because the current Felidi is not just a changed appearance, his already terrifying aura has become 3 times stronger at this moment. If he was evenly matched with the high-level Grandmaster level 8-armed troll before, Now Felidi is absolutely confident that he can chop off the troll's head within 1,000 moves. A circle of orange-red light began to dance from head to toe, and the clothes that were originally ruined by the change in body shape were replaced by a set of orange-red armor constructed of energy. Oh, what a joke. Why did you cover yourself with a circle of flames? You have such a beautiful figure. It's really… Palia, standing at the entrance of the cave, looked up at Felidi in the air and sighed frivolously. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt two cold, murderous intentions enveloping him. Sorry. I just said it casually. Snort. Next time I see you looking at Felidi with those lustful eyes, don't blame me for killing you with a sword. Abel snorted coldly and glared at Palia, but he didn't really take action. He just issued a verbal warning. Yes, I understand. Hearing this, Palia nodded quickly, then leaned against the mountain wall and stopped looking outside the cave. Although he had never looked upon those official-level extraordinary warriors in the Hellion Kingdom before, he now knew that this was not the Hellion Kingdom, and his identity as the descendant of Earl Hellion Shisa had no deterrent power here. He turned around and smiled at Zyrmai and Kyuj, who were indifferent and did not speak for him just now. Then Palia sat against the mountain wall. No one knew that Palia, who was lowering his head at this time, had a face full of resentment. The murderous intent that seemed to be real just now really made the pampered Palia very scared and angry. If it weren't for my rock magic, you guys would have been torn to pieces by the underground monsters. How dare you do this to me now? And Zyrmai and Kugger, as my companions, you didn't even speak up for me just now. Do you want to watch me get killed? Just wait. When we get to Chesil Wizard Academy, Uncle Koki will have plenty of ways to deal with you. Especially Charm. She is just a commoner. If she wasn't lucky enough to have wizard talent, how could she be worthy of traveling with me, the son of a noble earl? But thinking of Xia Ermiai's stunning face and well-proportioned figure, Palia couldn't help licking his lips. Just wait. I will make you regret it. The people in the cave fought off the small and big demons that kept harassing them from time to time, and then looked up at the fierce battle between the Grandmasters in the sky. Although Felidi's strength was higher after his transformation, the three-headed master-level troll on the opposite side was only slightly at a disadvantage. It was the same situation as Felidi before he transformed, but now the situation was reversed. But neither Felidi nor the people in the cave looked relaxed, because this was a place of beasts and monsters, and who knew what would happen as time went on. Boom, boom, boom. Good things don't work, but bad things do. Just when everyone was wondering if there would be other monsters coming, they soon heard the sound of the earth shaking in the distance. Roar! Roar! Two excited roars came from a distance, and then, under the ugly faces of everyone, two multi-eyed trolls led hundreds of big and small demons and rushed into the camp with a howl. It seems that it will be difficult to leave here alive today. Kags looked down at the two multi-eyed trolls that were more than 10 meters tall and staring at the sky, and muttered to himself in a heavy voice. Gia. After watching for a while, a low-level and a mid-level Grandmaster-level extraordinary troll on the ground let out strange cries of excitement and rushed towards the sky by cracking the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Fierce energy explosions were heard, and Felidi kept moving around to avoid their attacks. Surrounded by 5 master-level terrifying trolls, Felidi suddenly felt extremely exhausted, especially the two that had just joined the battle. The full energy impact caused her to suffer some minor injuries. Coupled with the injuries that had just accumulated, Felidi's face couldn't help but become extremely ugly. Chapter 70A Dazzling Light. Felidi, just run away on your own and leave us alone. At this time, Abel, who was standing at the entrance of the cave, looked at Felidi's staggering body under the siege of 5 trolls, and couldn't help but open his mouth and roar at that place. How could you do this? What are we going to do if she leaves? Hearing Abel's voice, Palia, who was sitting, panicked. He sat up suddenly and spoke in panic. Hey, what do you think? Of course, we'll fight those monsters to our death. Turning his head to look at Palia, Abel thrust the huge sword into the ground, grinned, and said with a very hoarse laugh. On the other side, Zyrmai and Kugger, who had been watching the battle, also had grim expressions. They certainly agreed with Palia's opinion at this time, but they knew that the two parties were strangers and would not consider the words of the other party at all. At this time in the sky battlefield, Felidi of course heard Abel's words, but she was hesitant, although she knew that she would be defeated soon. But the person below was her partner whom she had been with day and night for more than 10 years, a comrade in arms with whom she could trust her life. How could she bear to leave him like that? She had already lost Carl, so she didn't want to lose anyone else. Don't hesitate, Felidi. Have you forgotten? The revenge of the leader, the revenge of the flame mercenaries. Tony and Luke are still waiting for you to kill them? Let's go to Tuden City and meet up with Bennett. As long as we kill them and avenge the leader, it will be worth it even if Abel and I die here. Obviously noticing Felidi's hesitation, Kags roared at the sky with a look of madness on his face. Go, Felidi! As soon as he finished speaking, the violent orange-red flames on Kag's body shot up into the sky and turned into a spear that stabbed at a low-level Grandmaster-level multi-eyed troll that was about to besiege Felidi. Roar! The orange-red flames exploded, and the many-eyed troll was obviously enraged that the weak ants dared to attack it. The next moment, it broke away from the battle group and flew to the entrance of the cave. Whoosh whoosh. It didn't seem like a big deal from a distance, but when the troll, which was more than 10 meters tall and had blood-red eyes all over its chest and head, appeared not far away, the terrifying murderous aura and tyrannical aura could almost instantly destroy the mind of an ordinary human being. Ha ha ha, bastard, just like that, come at me. But at this moment, Abel and Kag stood side by side, looking at the ferocious and tall multi-eyed troll not far in front of them, and laughed out loud. Crazy, crazy, two crazy people. Looking at the situation at the entrance of the cave, Palia, Zyrmai, and the others instinctively retreated into the cave. Call out. Phew. The next moment, before the many-eyed troll could raise his hand to do anything, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in everyone's eyes. After the light faded, a strange picture appeared in everyone's eyes. The many-eyed troll, which was originally surrounded by a blood-red halo, suddenly had its huge head slip off its neck like a deflated ball. With a thud, it fell to the ground and rolled far away. Angie, Lin Kong. As the body of the many-eyed troll also fell down, everyone immediately saw the situation outside the cave. Lin Kong and Chi were seen sitting on a monster that looked even more hideous than the many-eyed troll, looking at them with some surprise. This is Kagis and Abel, who were preparing to face death at this time, looked at the little green number 2 where Lin Kong and Angel were sitting in surprise. Well, I forgot to tell you before, I am a special summoner, and this is my summoning partner, Little Green number 2. Seeing Abel and Kagis's eyes shifted to his face, Lin Kong touched his nose and answered them using the professional summoner that Chi imagined. Summon creature. Hearing this, Abel was a little stunned, while Kags on the side was still shocked as he recalled the scene where the little green number 2 in front of him killed the multi-eyed troll with one blow. Now, he could finally understand why his old friend Bennett was so respectful to Lin Kong. Mr. Lin Kong, thank you for coming to rescue us. Kagis clasped his fists towards Lin Kong and thanked him with some awe. On the other side, Zyrmai, Kug, and Palia also quickly came to the entrance of the cave, looking at Angie with calm face with excitement. I'm glad you're okay too. Angie, what about the teleportation array? As Angel jumped off Little Green number 2 and came to the entrance of the cave, Zyrmai hurried over and held Angel's hand tightly and spoke with a happy face. However, thinking about the teleportation array that separated them, Xia Ermiai asked Chi again with doubts. We'll talk about it later. Let's deal with the situation at hand first. Hearing Xia Ermiai's question, Chi's eyes showed a strange color, but it was fleeting. Then she looked up and smiled at Xia Ermiai. Don't worry, since we meet again, we will be fine. Glancing at Lin Kong, who was looking up at the sky on the other side, Chi spoke with a mysterious tone. Okay. Hearing this, Xia Ermiai nodded heavily. The other 4 trolls in the sky also discovered that their companions who had just left the battle group were dead. After fighting with Felidi for a few rounds again, they stopped and looked down in confusion. Although they are also dominated by desires such as bloodthirstiness, destruction, and madness, as master-level extraordinary beings, these trolls can also feel fear. Chapter 71. The Queen Ant's Thanks. Call out. Felidi glanced at the 4 trolls that had not attacked her for the time being, and then her body turned into a stream of red light and flew not far in front of Lin Kong. Mr. Lin Kong, I wonder what realm your summoned creature is in. Although her supernatural perception was open during the battle just now, most of it was used to lock onto the trolls. So when Little Green number 2 killed the low-level Grandmaster-level multi-eye troll in an instant, she was actually a little surprised and confused, just like the 4 trolls in the distance. Low-level Grandmaster. Hearing this, Lin Kong took a look at the 3-meter 5-foot-tall weirdo who vaguely had the face of Felidi, then thought for a moment and did not hide it, and replied softly, Just a low-level Grandmaster? After hearing what Lin Kong said, Felidi couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but then he changed his mind and thought that he could kill a powerful troll of the same extraordinary level in seconds, so Felidi became a little excited. Don't worry, little green number 2 can hold back 3 of them, but the high-level Grandmaster level 8-arm troll will have to be dealt with by you. A high-level Grandmaster level Transcendent? As if Felidi was about to say something next, Lin Kong waved his hand and then spoke directly. As a powerful physical attacker, the status of the big saber mantis in the food chain has hardly changed since it was optimized to the super master level by Lin Kong. In other words, the position of the original giant mantis among food competitors of non-supernatural level is almost the same as that of little green number 2 among low-level Grandmaster level supernaturals. Among all living creatures at the same body position, there are almost no ones that can surpass insects in combat power, not to mention that the giant mantis is among the top in combat power among the Zerg. However, with little green number 2's high attack, high agility, and low defense, he can barely fight against the mid-level Grandmaster, but if he is 2 levels lower, he will have no chance of winning. And the reason why he was able to kill the mini-eyed troll in an instant was entirely because of the ambush from behind by little green number 2. Okay, then please help me, Lord Lin Kong. Looking again at Lin Kong's summoned creature standing still like a sculpture beside him, Felidi made up his mind, then turned over and soared into the sky. At the same time, the figure of little green number 2 also disappeared instantly. A crypt monster? Not long after taking a look at the battlefield in the sky that had rekindled, Lin Kong turned his head to look at the underground monsters below that were howling and screaming. Angie, come and protect me. I need to summon another summoned beast. After saying something to Anchi, Lin Kong walked to a relatively clean place and sat down, then slowly closed his eyes. Oh. Hearing this, Anchi walked over and stood not far in front of Lin Kong. But after a while, seeing that there was no extraordinary spiritual light fluctuation around Lin Kong, and no witchcraft array appeared, Anchi couldn't help but twitch her mouth. If you are sleepy, just say it directly. How can there be so many summoned beasts for you to summon? She muttered something quietly, but Anchi didn't leave. Angel, was that terrifying summoned beast really summoned by him? Don't they say that the extraordinary level of a summoner cannot be 2 levels lower than that of his summoned beast? But I just can't tell how he looks like a formal great wizard, and he can summon the most difficult and mysterious branch of the space system in the wizard system? Xia Ermiai put her head close to Anchi's ear and looked at Lin Kong carefully, who had his eyes closed. Then she blurted out a bunch of doubts to Anchi all at once. To be honest, I don't believe it either, but that summoned beast is definitely his. Hearing this, Anchi simply spread her hands, indicating that she was also confused. On the other side, Lin Kong closed his eyes and did not hear Anchi and Xia Ermiai's discussion about himself. In fact, even if he heard it, Lin Kong would not care much, because he was indeed not a summoner. In fact, the reason why Lin Kong closed his eyes was because the Queen Ant called him in her heart just now. At the same time, on the outskirts of the southern forest, the Sunset Mountains, and the Rock Ant Mountains, the Rock Ant Queen, which was 100 meters long and extremely ferocious, slowly crawled out of the base hall that had been expanded countless times. In the open space in front of the base gate, hundreds of 4th-generation rock ants with terrifying auras crouched low, but their deep, dark eyes were staring at the 2 slender cranes that were being stepped on the ground by the rock ants' left and right bodyguards. Tell Camilla for me, just say thank you. The next moment, the queen ant turned her head, and her extraordinary perception spread to dozens of miles away. She saw more than 2,000 4th-generation rock ants gnawing on the ground, large and small, and nearly 10,000 creatures with strange breath. No one noticed that at this moment, deep in the queen ant's eyes, there was a pair of human eyes. With the queen ant's extraordinary perception, they saw the underground monster that had just been torn apart by 2004 generations of rock ants. That day, that large group of monsters actually ran to my rock ant mountain? At this moment, Lin Kong almost laughed out loud. He was worried that he couldn't find the way back to Yini Mountain. Remember, you must tell Camilla in person that I am very grateful to her. Retracting her extraordinary perception, the queen ant once again turned her head, which was as big as a small house, towards the 2 slender cranes, which now had bitter expressions on their faces. Let them go. The body retracted into the base, but the queen ant's calm voice could be heard in the open space outside. After receiving the order from the queen ant, the rock ant's left and right guards slowly raised their legs. Flutter, flutter. After regaining their freedom, the blue-eyed crane and the purple-eyed crane looked at each other, both with fear mixed with a hint of relief and confusion. Chapter 72 Lingi's Reminder. When they led that large group of crypt monsters to the Sunset Mountains, in less than half a quarter of an hour, they were surrounded by 2,000 master-level extraordinary demon insects. If they had not thought quickly and held on to a glimmer of hope, shouting that they were the envoys of the Southern Forest Beast Alliance, their fate would probably have been similar to that of the thousands of subterranean monsters that were almost shattered into pieces. Alas, it seems that Her Majesty Queen Camilla has miscalculated this time. The other party looks very angry. I'm afraid that letting us go back would be a declaration of war. Flying high into the sky, the blue-eyed crane turned its head to look at the inconspicuous rock ant hill, sighed, and said with a heavy voice, "Yes, she also asked us to convey her gratitude to Her Majesty Queen Camilla. I think this is another way of expressing her extreme anger." Upon hearing this, the purple-eyed spirit crane also spoke in agreement. Alas, it seems that our Southern Beast Alliance will not be able to rest in peace this time. After all, thinking of the situation just now when they were surrounded by thousands of master-level magic insects, the blue-eyed spirit crane couldn't help but worry about the future of the Southern Forest Beast Alliance. As they were talking, 2 master-level extraordinary spirit cranes had already flown out of the Sunset Mountains. Only at this point did they feel completely relieved. If you have not experienced it yourself, you will never be able to understand the feeling of being paid attention to by thousands of extraordinary people of the same level. Whoosh. The next moment, the blue-eyed spirit crane was stunned when he saw the figure that had just flown past below. He seems to be from the Wing Tribe, a high-ranking official-level fellow. Look at his direction. The 2 cranes stopped and spoke softly, but when they saw that the winged man was flying towards the north, their eyelids twitched wildly. They looked at each other, and then their figures whooshed and quickly caught up with the guy from the Wing Tribe. 2 strong men from the Lingi Tribe. I don't know why they want to stop me." Luke was a little confused. He was just walking leisurely, but the next moment 2 strong men appeared in front of him. No, 2 elegant cranes about 3 meters long stopped him. Actually, well, my tribe sent me." Looking up at the 2 members of the Lingi tribe who were emitting the aura of a master, just staring at him without saying a word, Luke felt confused and nervous. Then he acted incoherently and spoke in a stuttering voice. "I know, but what I want to tell you is that if you want to stay alive, don't fly in that direction again. Otherwise, what will greet you is only the most horrific despair." After a pause, the 2 cranes spoke to Luke seriously. Then, in Luke's surprised eyes, the 2 cranes that had said this flapped their wings and leaped high into the sky, leaving behind a confused Luke who was slowly flapping his wings in midair. "What's going on? You didn't rob me, you didn't threaten me, you just stopped me and said a few inexplicable words?" Turning his head to look in the direction of the Sunset Mountains, Luke rubbed his eyes, looking confused. "I've walked this road no less than 200 times. How could there be any danger? Fuck, are we going to run into 2 psychopaths who like to play pranks? If we take a detour, won't it take 7 or 8 days?" Recalling the words of the 2 cranes in his mind, Luke thought for a while, shook his head, and decided to ignore them because he was too familiar with the passage under him. Compared to other people's ambiguous words, Luke trusts the intelligence and judgment he has collected in the past. As for the road leading to Tudun City, Luke believed that even with his eyes closed, he would not be able to deviate from it. Whoosh. Having made the decision, Luke no longer hesitated and continued on his journey. After secretly breaking up with Tony, the reason why he risked returning to Tudun City now was because Luke still had a secret treasure location in the city. After working so hard for so long, arranging the altar was like going back to the time before liberation, but the result was completely different from what I had imagined. Not only did I not reap the fruits of my labor, I almost lost my life. But I, Luke, am not so easily depressed. As long as I return to the city and take the wealth that I left behind. Just wait. I, Luke, will definitely become a legendary warrior, and then kill those hateful guys who insulted me, looked down on me, and slandered me. Thinking of those hateful faces, Luke clenched his fists, and even the wings behind him flapped faster. A while later, Luke, who was about to pass over a bare and desolate mountain, did not notice at all that a huge monster tens of meters long suddenly appeared behind him. The Queen Ant meant to ask the Supreme first. The next moment, another huge monster several tens of meters long appeared and stood quietly beside the previous monster. "Let's wait a moment then." His eyes swept over the departing figure, and the 2 huge monsters quietly faded away and then disappeared. Not long after, in the morning, the city of Tudun, just like before, looked solemn and majestic under the golden morning light. Entering the city through the gate, Luke flew directly to the place in his mind without any hesitation. He didn't know when Tony received the news that he had entered the city, but just in case, he assumed that the city guards at the door had informed Tony directly. This means Luke doesn't have much time left. Hey, let me see how my Luke's luck is this time. We arrived at a civilian area and stopped beside a dirty and abandoned house. We looked around, and although it was still early, people were already moving around. Chapter 73: Luke's Helplessness. After a pause, Luke stepped forward naturally, then reached out and slowly pushed open the door of the abandoned house. Who? But the next moment, a scream suddenly came from the room, and Luke's face suddenly changed when he heard it. In fact, Luke didn't care at all about the few homeless people and beggars inside, but the only voice inside made Luke's heart sink slowly. Lord Bennett, why are you here? Before he could think about it, he saw the person in the house coming out, with the sword in his hand directly against Luke's neck. You? Luke? Master Lin Kong, where are Felidi and the others? Looking around behind Luke, Bennett frowned and asked with some confusion, but he put away the sword in his hand. I fought with that guy Adolf and severely injured him. Unexpectedly, the kingdom army attacked, so I had no choice but to retreat and hide. What about you? Why are you alone? Well, it is like this, Lord Bennett. Hearing Bennett's question, Luke's brain was working rapidly, thinking about countermeasures, but after thinking for a while, Luke found that even if he told the truth, there seemed to be no flaws. That day, Captain Carl came to the hotel, but Tony and his men caught up with him not long after. Next, Luke gave a brief account of what happened that day. After talking about how everyone was teleported away and went to the southern forest, Luke noticed that Bennett's eyes became strange. And that's it. I came here to get some information. But how did you know I was here? I just picked this place randomly. After hearing what Luke said, Bennett looked at Luke suspiciously again. Luke came into the room at this time and saw out of the corner of his eye that the mark of his treasure had not been touched. He couldn't help but feel relieved. But when he looked at Bennett in front of him, Luke felt like crying but had no tears. Even if your wealth is right below, you have no chance to get it now. Actually, it is like this, Lord Bennett. Don't be afraid of you laughing at me. I am an orphan. I was abandoned by my mother when I awakened the wings behind me when I was a child. But later, a kind-hearted human lady took me in, and I lived with her for several years. You mean to say that this was where you and that kind human lady lived before? After listening, Bennett looked at Luke, who had a sentimental expression, and couldn't help smacking his lips, and asked in some surprise, what a coincidence. He was injured and randomly chose an abandoned place, which turned out to be Luke's home before. Yes, Lord Bennett. However, in fact, Luke only said half of it. The human ant took him in, but her purpose was not simple. When he was 5 or 6 years old, he was sold by the kind-hearted ant to a merchant who specialized in reselling orc slaves. Luke clearly remembered how his days were like hell at the hands of those cruel merchants. However, all of this is in the past and it doesn't matter anymore. Now Luke is just thinking, how can he get Bennett out and take out his treasure? Lord Bennett, that? What's that? Close the door quickly. It's just right that you're here. Keep an eye on me while I recover my strength. When Bennett heard Luke speak, he interrupted him directly, waved at him, and sat cross-legged in a clean corner of the room. Fuck it. Seeing Bennett enter into a state of meditation, Luke choked on the lines he had just prepared. At this time, Luke's face was gloomy, and he couldn't help but curse angrily in his heart. He came in openly, and Luke believed that someone would pass the message to Tony. Forget it. It seems the treasure cannot be taken out for the time being. Walking to the door and looking at Bennett meditating in the room, Luke's mind was in a mess, but he soon calmed down. Every second I stay in the city, the danger will increase. If you don't make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences. Call. Walking out gently, Luke took a deep breath, then spread his wings and flew away, rushing quickly towards the south gate. It seemed like the time difference was very good. After Luke arrived at the south gate, he got out safely. After leaving Tooting City and flying for a while, Luke looked back. Just wait, I, Luke, will be back. At that time, it will be me, Luke, who will rule the world. After saying a few words hatefully, Luke spread his wings and flew away, soon disappearing outside the city of Tooting. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the southern forest, 3,000 miles south of the Sunset Mountains, is the camp where the original Winged People tribe was stationed. Whoosh whoosh. Fierce winds blew continuously, blowing the fireworks formed on the battlefield. At this time, the battle in the sky was basically over. Only the high-level Grandmaster level 8-armed troll was still struggling to hold on. However, in front of Felidi's full firepower, death was only a matter of time. Boom, boom. The next moment, huge energy suddenly exploded in the sky, and the violent sound seemed to shake the mountain. Finally solved it. Watching the eight-armed troll falling freely from the sky, Lin Kong stroked the little green number 2 beside him and murmured to himself. Not long after, Felidi, who had returned to his normal form, landed in front of everyone from the sky. Everyone, get ready. We're going to evacuate quickly. There should be a terrifying underground passage nearby, so we are not out of danger yet. After recovering a little, Felidi spoke to everyone with a serious expression. Chapter 74 Anastasia. Then Felidi, you take them and evacuate. I'll be waiting for a friend here, and we'll leave later. Hearing this, Lin Kong nodded in agreement, then glanced at everyone and spoke slowly. You're not coming with us? Waiting for our friends? And Chi, who was standing not far from Lin Kong, asked in astonishment after hearing what Lin Kong said. What kind of friend would you like to meet in a place like this? Hey hey. Hearing this, Lin Kong turned around and smiled at her, then raised his eyebrows and said, This place has beautiful scenery and a mild and refreshing climate. It's a great place to enjoy the spring with your beloved. Enjoying the spring with a beautiful lady? Then we won't disturb Mr. Lin Kong's elegance. After hearing what Lin Kong said, and Chi rolled her eyes, waved to Zyrmai, Kugger and the others, and left the cave entrance first, flying down. Mr. Lin Kong, are you sure you want to stay in a place like this alone? After hearing what Lin Kong said, Felidi on the other side couldn't help but speak up to confirm it again. Yeah, don't worry, just go now. Lin Kong nodded and spoke to her with certainty. Well, take care of yourself. After pulling Abel, who was about to say something, Felidi led Kags and the others and flew down the cave quickly. Then, without stopping for a moment, they quickly left here. After a while, only Lin Kong and Little Green number 2 were left here. The little and big demons below started to run away in all directions when there was only one 8-armed troll left in the sky. At this time, only the corpses of nearly 100 inferior demons, big and small, were left in the camp. Of course, there were also many-eyed trolls and 8-armed trolls that were more than 10 meters tall and still exuded a hideous and terrifying aura after death. At this time, Lin Kong just took a quick glance and didn't pay any more attention to it. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to communicate with the Queen Ant mentally. Legendary energy core? Although we are really short of them, they have helped us a lot. Maybe the 2 cranes were chased by the underground monsters and had no choice but to come to our rock ant mountain. But you should still return this thing to the owner. It is true that I have received a favor from him. After hearing the Queen Ant's explanation, Lin Kong thought about it and decided to return the legendary energy cores dropped by the 2 cranes. Because no matter what, the 2 cranes let the ant colony know the approximate location of Lin Kong. But in fact, Lin Kong was obviously thinking in the wrong direction. If Lin Kong knew that the energy core belonged to the legendary Abyss Lord, he might know that maybe the 2 spiritual cranes were not panicking. Now the number of 4th-generation rock ants has almost exceeded 10,000, and we are worried that there is no food rich in energy and strong in chi and blood. This underground passage, with its endless supply of underground monsters, is really a good thing. Standing up and looking at the sun that was slowly rising, Lin Kong murmured to himself with a slight smile on his face. Time passed slowly, and Lin Kong didn't have to wait too long. About an hour later, the throbbing in his heart told Lin Kong that the ant colony was not far away from him. Standing up, Lin Kong patted Little Green number 2's tough exoskeleton, then kicked off and jumped onto Little Green number 2's back. Hello, do you know what just happened here? Before Lin Kong could greet Little Green number 2 and welcome the incoming ant colony, a figure quietly appeared in the air at the entrance of the cave. His tone was calm, but it revealed a hint of no need to question. After hearing this, Lin Kong frowned slightly. Because there was glaring sunlight behind her, Lin Kong couldn't see her appearance clearly while standing in the cave. He touched the slightly uneasy Little Green number 2, and then, after feeling Lin Kong's will, the nervous Little Green number 2 instantly calmed down, and then flew out of the cave carrying Lin Kong. After a while, Lin Kong came to about 7 or 8 meters away from the figure, looking somewhat surprised. I didn't expect that among the Abyss Lords, there is someone as polite as you. Name: Anastasia Andrea Crocony Binra, Capricorn. Race: Abyss Lord, Succubus. Status: Healthy. Level: Low-level legendary. Avatar: Pseudo-immortality, Mark of the Abyss. Anastasia Andrea Crocony Binra. Never mind. Your name is too long. How about I just call you Anastasia? On the other side, after Lin Kong casually read out her series of names, a huge wave of thousands of feet suddenly rose in Anastasia's heart. How is it possible? How is it possible? Although she was able to maintain a calm expression at this moment, in fact, the panic she felt at that moment was the biggest and most intense she had ever felt since she became the Lord of the Abyss thousands of years ago. A murderous intent arose in her heart, but seeing Lin Kong casually reciting her real name of the Abyss, she gathered invisible terrifying energy in her hands, but she was hesitant to release it. Just like the information that Lin Kong digitized all things, the Lords of the Abyss all have this kind of immortal body. This is one of the reasons why the Abyss realm can invade and devour countless material planes. The Abyss nobles, those legendary Abyss lords, are simply impossible to kill. What can you do? Moreover, in some material planes, some legendary bosses whose lifespan is coming to an end will even actively cooperate with the Abyss's invasion of this world, just to obtain the Mark of the Abyss. Because they have obtained the Mark of the Abyss, even if they become Abyss nobles, they will no longer have to worry about their lifespan. But there are pros and cons. The moment you obtain the Mark of the Abyss, your extraordinary level will no longer be upgraded. Just like Anastasia in front of Lin Kong at this moment, she obtained the Abyss Mark at the low-level legendary level, and thousands of years have passed, and she is still at the low-level legendary level. Chapter 75, Another Abyss Lord. Your Excellency, if you like, then you can call me Anastasia. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly for a moment, and Anastasia, with 1,000 thoughts running through her mind, ultimately did not dare to make a move. Where there is yin, there is yang, just like their immortal body. The reason why there is a word, fake, in front of it is because there is still a way to kill these Abyss nobles. As long as you know their true names of the Abyss, and with the help of other Abyss lords, you can directly erase their souls and completely destroy them. Is it difficult to find an Abyss noble to kill another Abyss noble? No, no, no. In fact, quite the opposite. If you can provide the real name of an Abyss lord, I guarantee that countless Abyss lords will want to cooperate with you, and even actively try to please you and beg you. Because of their eternal and unchanging strength, after devouring the Abyss Mark of other Abyss lords, they can break through their own extraordinary level. Just think about it, under such temptation, almost no Abyss lord would give up such an opportunity. Therefore, when Anastasia heard Lin Kong reading her true name of the Abyss, which only she knew, she was so frightened. In fact, the underground monsters here were killed by some of my friends. They have nothing to do with me. Looking up at the Abyss Lord opposite him who seemed to be distracted, Lin Kong thought about her previous question, then spread his hands and spoke innocently. The Abyss Lord Anastasia on the opposite side is somewhat similar to Felidi after his transformation. They all had horns on their heads and a long, swaying tail behind them, but the colors and details were slightly different, and Anastasia in front of them didn't have any patterns on her face. The waist-length black hair made Lin Kong feel very comfortable. Although her hair was waist-length, its actual length was probably taller than Lin Kong's, because the Abyss Lord Anastasia in front of him was more than 5 meters tall. That's nothing, they are just ants. Actually, I want to ask, Your Excellency, how did you know my real name of the Abyss? After hearing what Lin Kong had just said, Anastasia tried to calm down, lowered her head and glanced at the bodies lying on the ground below, feeling speechless. Is this the time to care about these things? You just read out my real name of the Abyss? Although she didn't want to admit it, Anastasia was not a naive little girl. Since she would die sooner or later, she really wanted to be a clear-headed ghost. Ah, your name? Hearing this, Lin Kong felt a little surprised. Why did he suddenly start asking about his name? Wasn't he asking what happened here just now? I can't tell her this either. Can I scan out her general information? Holding his face with one hand, Lin Kong thought for a while, then slowly said, What's the matter? Of course it depends on you to figure it out. Look at me. See that? Hearing this, Anastasia's expression froze. What kind of answer is this? Can you tell my real name of the Abyss just by looking at me? Hello. Anastasia, what are you doing? What do you have to talk to this human ant about? Nearly 50 Grandmaster level trolls have died in just a few days. I think it might be the legendary masters here who took action. The next moment, a winged Abyss Lord with exposed fangs, much stronger than Anastasia, flew over quickly from a distance. TSK, TSK, TSK. I was wondering what's going on. It turns out to be a human gigolo. Why? Do you want to recruit her into the male favorite group, or do you want to ravage her and eat her? It had a toad-like head and skin as red as magma. Its periosteum wings on its back flapped slightly, and it glanced at Lin Kong with a cruel look on its face. Banoas, It's not your place to interfere in my affairs. Get out of here. Hearing this, Anastasia, who was already in a very depressed mood, responded directly and coldly. She had never been like this before, because Banyuas was one small stage higher than her, with the strength of a mid-level legendary. However, now that she heard her real name, Anastasia was almost on the verge of exploding, so she no longer suppressed her pent-up anger and it burst out directly. Oh! Ha 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 ha! Anastasia, are you crazy? You dare to ask the noble Banyuas to get out? Hearing this, the evil Banyuas on the side was stunned at first, then he raised his head and laughed. But then, the aura of terror and brutality was directly locked onto Anastasia. This human is a bit of an eyesore. Let's kill him first, and then let the noble Banyuas teach you a lesson for being a little bit insane today? After he finished speaking, Banyuas smiled cruelly, and his huge claws, mixed with raging flames, directly grabbed Lin Kong, who was a little confused, standing aside. Gah-huh. Originally, Banyuas thought that there should be anger or regret in Anastasia's eyes, because he felt that Anastasia could not control her succubus nature again and fell in love with this human man. However, at this moment, Anastasia not only showed no intention of stopping, but also had no anger or annoyance in her eyes. But some people actually showed surprise and expectation. Why? What? She's expecting me to kill this human? For a moment, seeing the light in Anastasia's eyes, Banyuas couldn't help but feel a little confused. Boom. The next moment, something even more surprising happened to Banyuas. He was about to succeed in his attack, but suddenly a dark shield appeared around the human and blocked his attack. Chapter 76, His True Name of the Abyss. Sure enough, it was right not to take action just now. Seeing the appearance of the black light, Anastasia frowned and couldn't help but mutter to herself in her heart. Compared with that polite lady from the abyss, you are not even a little bit inferior. Left Guardian, come out and cut him down for me. Glancing at Banyuas, Lin Kong spoke to the people below with a cold face, then patted Little Green Number 2 and moved a little away from the two abyss lords. Hemph, you are such a trickster. The great Banyuas will destroy you today. Although he was a little surprised at first, Banyuas was not afraid at all. He was a noble of the abyss. He was immortal. What was he afraid of? The worst-case scenario is that you have bad luck and are sealed, and then have to wait until the person who seals you dies before you can come out. Give it to me. Go to hell. The terrifying energy was compressed to the extreme and then released at will, shooting towards Lin Kong and Little Green Number 2 at a rapid speed. Phew. Hiss. Puff. 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 But the next moment, a huge monster suddenly jumped out from the ground below. It was nearly 50 meters long and instantly came into the air, blocking the attack with its body. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, but after the surging energy, there was no damage at all on the dark and glowing body of the huge monster that rushed out. What's going on? Banyuas clearly felt that the huge ant-like demon insect that slowly turned its head and looked at him was, like him, only at the strength of a mid-level legend. But how could he receive his powerful and terrifying blow without any damage to his body? You disgusting thing, how dare you attack our supreme? Are you ready to die? Oh, to welcome death? Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Banyuas on the other side seemed to have heard the most childish joke and burst out laughing. Call out. But before Banyuas could stop laughing, the left protector of the rock ants, who was wrapped in a thick black light, appeared directly in front of him. It was like a wild, evil spirit, covering the sky and making the sky behind it stained with a touch of blood. In an instant, a slender forelimb broke through Banyuas' defense layer by layer. In front of his horrified eyes, he pierced his body directly. How is that possible? I'm a legendary. Looking at the long legs on his chest, Banyuas couldn't help but feel a little shocked and angry. Although the dead would be resurrected in the abyss realm, they would be weak for a period of time. Furthermore, if the body is destroyed at the same time as death, then the period of weakness may be extended indefinitely. You, get out of here. The sharp claws in his hands stretched forward, surging energy gathered, and then he tried hard to pull out the long legs that pierced his body. Hee. But he was disappointed. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move the long legs that passed through his chest, not even a little bit. How is this possible? His strength was enough to blow away a 50-meter beast, and he had even torn apart a 500-meter beast with his bare hands. He is a mid-level legendary, blessed with the power of the abyss, and can smash a mountain to pieces with a single blow. I said, you will die, and you must die. His deep eyes swept over Banyua's, who kept pulling at one of its long legs, and the left protector of the rock ants spoke again coldly. Broken. The next moment, the left protector of the rock ants took the initiative to pull out his long legs, and then a strange black force remained in Banyua's body. Bang! Puff, puff, puff. As the left protector of the rock ants finished speaking, a black crack began to spread from the pierced chest of Banyua's in just a breath. The horrifying black cracks covered almost the entire body of Banyua's, and then with a loud bang, Banyua's body, which was about 5 meters long, exploded directly. It broke into countless pieces and fell to the ground. On the other side, Anastasia looked at the 5,000 extraordinary master-level magic insects below, and her face turned pale. What on earth was this? Anastasia felt a little tingling on her scalp as she watched countless demon insects pick up all the fragments on the ground, chewing and swallowing them into their stomachs. Damn you! You abominable reptiles! The great Banyuas will not let you go. After a while, a red, tumor-like thing began to slowly form out of thin air, and Banyua's extremely angry roar was heard from it. After saying that, the red tumor was directly swallowed up by a fleeting space crack, and even the extremely powerful rock ant left protector did not have time to react. Supreme, what is that? The body shrunk to about 5 meters, and the left protector of the rock ant came in front of Lin Kong and asked with a somewhat self-blaming tone. That is the will of the abyss. Its extraordinary level has reached the high-level morning star level. Just one will can reach such a height. It is indeed impossible for you to stop it. Lin Kong looked at the information on his virtual light screen with a serious expression. It was the first time he had seen such a terrifying existence. He hasn't even encountered the natural disaster above the legendary level, but just now he encountered the will of the abyss, which is as high as the morning star level. Well, sir, you just said that you could tell my abyss true name from me. I wonder if you could tell the abyss true name of that Banyuas just now? On the other side, seeing Banyuas being beaten to pieces right in front of her eyes, Anastasia had no sympathy at all. Instead, she changed her mind and looked inexplicably excited. The human-looking man in front of him was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Although Anastasia didn't know the details, she had a hunch that the human man in front of her didn't seem to have any ill will towards her. Chapter 77 Meeting. Well, sir. Anastasia stuck out her deep scarlet tongue and pursed her lips. She slowly came to a distance in front of Lin Kong and spoke in a respectful and odd tone. He and I are from the same area. I know where he will be resurrected. You mean that guy? He figured it out. What's wrong? Seeing Anastasia asking for the name again, Lin Kong frowned slightly, looked up and asked in confusion. Can you tell me? I can go to the abyss and help you kill him? Oh. Lin Kong is not stupid. Anastasia asked Abyss's real name several times, and his expression was very strange. Can you kill someone knowing his name? He thought about it in his mind, but Lin Kong didn't let Anastasia wait any longer. He started to spit out a series of names in front of her surprised eyes. Banoas, Yukali, Crane, Amanda, Mositis, Phoebe. Call. After finishing reading it all at once, Lin Kong let out a long breath and spoke again. I'm waiting for your good news. By the way, remember to give me his energy core. Don't you want the mark of the abyss? Hearing this, Anastasia became a little nervous. She clenched her slender fingers together and looked at Lin Kong with watery eyes. Oh, no, keep it for yourself. Hearing this, Lin Kong thought for a moment, waved his hand, and spoke casually. The mark of the abyss, just by hearing the name you know, it is not a good thing. It can't be converted into energy, so it's better to leave it to Anastasia. She looks like she wants it very much, which will give her more motivation. At the same time, in the heart of the southern forest, the Orc Alliance. In the original strange palace with no walls but only pillars, Queen Camilla sat high on the throne in a gorgeous red dress. Below it, at this moment, there was not only the elder of Schwer's Spirit Eye Fox clan, but nearly 100 figures of all sizes, all standing respectfully. You mean, the guy from the ant nest came out to check the situation in person? And I asked you to bring me a message? Queen Camilla, who was sitting on the throne, rested her cheek with one arm, and looked at the 2 slender cranes who came back to report the news. Yes, your majesty. The queen ant asked us to say thank you. Recalling the situation at the Rock Ant Mountain in the Sunset Mountains, the blue-eyed crane and the purple-eyed crane looked at each other with bitterness in their eyes. Among them, the blue-eyed spirit crane sorted out his thoughts a little, and then began to describe the situation there in detail to Queen Camilla and the powerful men of the Beast Alliance. Not long after, as the blue-eyed spirit crane finished speaking, The entire hall fell silent. Tell me, what exactly does that demonic insect tribe mean? Queen Camilla looked around the hall with a puzzled look in her eyes, and then asked lightly, Is there any need to say this? Didn't the leaders of the demonic insect tribe ask the spirit crane messenger to come back and say thank you? What's there to say about this? Hearing Queen Camilla's question, a 5.6-meter tall sturdy brown bear in the hall opened his mouth and spoke in a roaring voice. Ahem, Your Excellency the Blood-Eyed Bear King. But this old man doesn't think so. After hearing the words of the Blood-Eyed Bear King, the corners of the mouths of the powerful men from various tribes present could not help but twitch, but except for the elder of the snow-eared spirit-eyed fox tribe, Tiafong, who was standing not far from Queen Camilla's throne, no one else spoke. The Bear King of the Blood-Eye Bear tribe, Mondo Pango, is the only high-level legendary figure in the entire Southern Forest Beast Alliance besides Queen Camilla. And in the entire Blood-Eye Bear clan, there are as many as 13 legendary bear warriors. As for other legendary Beast King tribes, it would be good if they could have 2 or 3 legendary ones. That's right, Your Excellency the Bear King. Seeing the fierce blood eyes of the blood-eyed Bear King Mundapango sweeping over, the elder of the Schwerer spirit-eyed fox clan, Tiafong, raised his hand and bowed, slightly saluting. Although he only had the strength of a low-level legend, Tiafong's eyes were calm at this moment. We previously sent out a spiritual crane messenger to lead a team of tens of thousands of underground monsters to the territory of the demon insect tribe. In fact, although our starting point was to get them to help protect the southern forests, our methods were too simple and crude. However, this is also the advantage of Queen Camilla. She does things openly and directly, and does not like to be sneaky. Originally, I was planning to let Lin Shika, a legendary warrior from the white-haired rat clan who is good at hiding, carry out this mission, but Her Majesty did not listen to my advice. After saying that, Tiafon turned his head and glanced at Queen Camilla, nodded slightly to her, and then said, I think that the demonic insect tribe may be dissatisfied with our Southern Beast Alliance. As for that thank you, it should be the angry words of the Ant Queen. Having said that, Tiafong slowly stepped aside and said nothing more, looking calm and at ease, watching his nose and his heart. This time, I was inconsiderate. I didn't expect that the demonic insect tribe would dare to do evil to our entire alliance. Queen Camilla stood up, glanced at the hall, and said softly, However, since things have come to this, let's find a way to solve it. Whether it's war or peace, I want to hear everyone's opinions. She slowly walked down from the throne, and then phantoms appeared on Queen Camilla's body in an instant, and then she was seen standing at the edge of the palace 100 meters away. The long wind tore and gently lifted the hem of Queen Camilla's skirt. Chapter 78. I Send You Kingdom. Hee, since you are not happy with us and Queen Camilla, what else is there to say? I am willing to lead the team to destroy them directly. Raising a pair of bear paws as big as palm leaf fans and patting his chest, the blood-eyed bear King Mundapongo turned his head to look at Queen Camilla's back and spoke in a sullen tone. Is that a war? My Dolly Black Bull clan agrees. After the words were spoken, people around began to voice their agreement. We, Silverback Greedy Wolf, agree. We, the Phantom Moose clan, agree. We, the Sawtooth Water Lizard clan, also agree to fight. After hearing the voice behind her, Queen Camilla slowly turned around and spoke softly. In this case, each tribe will provide 50,000 formal-level combat forces, and the rest will depend on the situation within the tribe. Integrate 2,000 Grandmaster-level fighters and 30 legendary-level fighters. 5 days later, the troops will march to Sunset Mountains. We in the Southern Forest haven't taken action for a long time, so long that the Kingdom of Ice and Island has begun to plot against our legendary Beast King. As she said this, Queen Camilla glanced at the hurricane-winged tiger King Bagros, who was standing not far away with his head shrunk. We must take this opportunity to let all the major forces in the eastern region know that our Southern Forest Beast Alliance is no longer as weak as it was 200 years ago when it was first established and anyone could take a bite. Now, let's get ready. Upon hearing these words, everyone in the hall, which covered thousands of square meters, held their breath and waited until he finished speaking. Yes, Her Majesty Queen Camilla. The entire vast southern forest, which spans over 100,000 miles, began to become wildly agitated following Queen Camilla's order. Countless tribes stopped their food chain-like battles and began to gather and integrate. Lin Kong was completely unaware of this strange operation because he was busy dealing with the underground passage. Ever since he discovered this treasure, Lin Kong has become completely interested in it. However, although Lin Kong didn't care, the Isenyu Kingdom was in a dilemma. As an old neighbor, how could the kingdom of Icenu not be on guard against the Southern Forest Beastmen alliance right next to it? So when its army gathered to 500,000, the kingdom of Icenu received the news. What? The Southern Beast Alliance has assembled an army of 700,000. Are they sure they are heading towards Tudun City? 7 days later, in a magnificent palace in Lompabana, the capital of the kingdom of Icenu, a middle-aged man listened to the report from the spies below, his face becoming increasingly gloomy. Who is it? Who released the news? Grand Duke Sarabi was extremely furious at this time, but apart from clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he couldn't find a good way to deal with it. Forget it. If that's the case, let's announce that matter to the public. After a while, Grand Duke Sarabi sat back in his chair and spoke slowly to the people below, but his words revealed a hint of fatigue and helplessness. If it were you, what would you do? Thinking of the man's face in his mind, Grand Duke Sarabi looked thoughtful and then murmured softly. Then, what happened in the next 2 days made the people in Longporbana, the capital of the kingdom of Icenu, so excited that their heads were about to explode. Among them, some of the news spread the most widely and quickly. First of all, the Southern Forest Beast Alliance has assembled an army of 700,000 and has already marched towards Tudun City. They will arrive in 2 days at most. Then came the matter of the royal family of the kingdom of Icenu. King Bertram had actually disappeared a long time ago, and now it has been Grand Duke Sarabi who has been handling state affairs. There are also rumors that Bertram's disappearance was caused by his younger brother, Grand Duke Sarabi, in order to usurp the throne and seize power. These two pieces of news seem to be secretly fanned by powerful people. Although the kingdom's Special Affairs Bureau tried its best to stop and cover it up, it could not interrupt the spread of these news at all. And with the statement made by Grand Duke Sarabi's spokesperson a day ago that Grand Duke Sarabi had indeed been handling state affairs during this period and had not mentioned a word about the disappearance of Bertram, the entire kingdom was in an uproar. Many great nobles on the border began to frequently travel to Lompabana under the pretext of meeting Grand Duke Sarabi. This also made the situation in the entire royal capital even more complicated and turbulent. Coupled with the sudden arrival of the envoys from the Hellion Kingdom and the Zizaran Kingdom, now in Lompabana, the capital of the Icenu Kingdom, an extremely huge storm seems to be condensing under the calm surface. Regina, is your aunt okay now? At this time, in the manner of Grand Duke Sarabi in the royal capital, on a green lawn, there was a tall woman dancing with a long sword in her hand, and she seemed to be practicing a set of swordsmanship. However, 2 men were walking slowly towards them from a distance. One of them had silver hair. After watching the woman dance with the sword for a while, he spoke softly. It's all right, but Aunt Doris said she doesn't want to see you yet. Hearing this, Regina stopped, put away the sword in her hand, and slowly walked to Grand Duke Sarabi. That incident may not be your fault, but it was caused by you after all. Not only has His Majesty never been heard from again, but even Aunt Doris almost died. Regina said with a somewhat complaining tone, then paused and looked up into Grand Duke Sarabi's eyes. Tell me, is it really because you covet that position? After hearing Regina's words, Grand Duke Sarabi clenched his hands behind his back, but his expression did not change at all. He did not answer, but asked in a flat voice, "Why do you ask this suddenly?" "Why else? Now the whole streets of Longporbana are saying that you, the Grand Duke Sarabi, want to get the throne, so you don't believe me either, do you?" Raising his hand to interrupt what Regina was about to say next, Grand Duke Sarabi suddenly turned sideways and spoke slowly. Chapter 79: The Unknown Abyss. On the other side, after listening to Grand Duke Sarabi's words, Regina chuckled. "Isn't it irrelevant whether you believe it or not? Don't we in the Rodriguez family agree that you should be the new king? Your Majesty is missing, and my aunt is seriously injured and needs to recover. Now the entire Rodriguez family only has you as the only high-level legend left. Those members of the family are used to glory and high status. How can they tolerate unrest in the kingdom of Icenu? So, even if you don't want to be the new king, I'm afraid they will force you to do it, right? You know all this?" Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sarabi's voice trembled a little, and then he turned around and looked at his daughter in surprise. "You are my father, of course I will choose to love you. But these are what Aunt Doris told me, and she also asked me to tell you that you don't have to worry about the coronation in more than 2 months. Oh, did Doris return to the Eastern Region Wizard Council to seek help from her teacher?" Hearing this, as if he remembered something, Grand Duke Sarabi asked with a complicated expression. Hee, this is a secret." Recalling what happened that night in Sunset Mountains, and looking at her father's expression, Regina suddenly smiled mischievously and then said, "And the Chessel Wizarding Academy is recruiting wizard apprentices this time, and I will also participate." Um, Hearing this, Grand Duke Sarabi's thoughtful expression suddenly turned stern. "No, those great wizards in the palace can't teach you anymore, right? Aunt Doris has agreed, and my strength is just right. I am not a child anymore. I can also contribute to the Rodriguez family." As if she knew that her father would definitely react like this, Regina first brought up Doris, and then spoke in a serious tone. Once you're in there, not only me, but even the entire Icenu kingdom will be unable to do anything for you. You have to think carefully and don't be impulsive." On the other side, seeing her father's cautious look, Regina's heart suddenly warmed up, and then she slowly said, "Don't worry, I'm a genius. When I got there, all those legendary instructors were vying to take me in as their disciple, to protect me, and to take care of me." Well, hearing this, Grand Duke Sarabi sighed softly, then slowly said, "Talk to your Aunt Doris. After all, she stayed there for so long. If you have anything to say, just tell me. I'll be busy now." After taking a closer look at his daughter who had grown up without him noticing, Grand Duke Sarabi nodded slightly, then turned and left. "Just wait, father. I will prove it to you." Looking at Grand Duke Sarabi, who had already walked away, Regina Rodriguez murmured something inexplicably. On the other side, in a corner of the Abyss realm, all you can see is ruins and violent sandstorms. However, the entire field of vision is covered with ochre-colored stone spikes that are tens or hundreds of meters high. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Passing through this sandy area, we saw a mountain area with volcanoes covering thousands of miles in radius. From time to time, red magma flowed out, bubbling, and black smoke rose into the sky, forming a condensed haze that would not dissipate. At this time, in the center of this barren, reddish area, there is a palace built of obsidian. How is this possible? This is impossible. How do you know my real name of the Abyss? No way, no way. You are lying to me, right? Inside the palace, a burly Abyss demon was half kneeling on the ground with a look of disbelief on his face. However, after hearing the words of the familiar voice in front of him, the last bit of fantasy in Banua's heart was shattered. "Unfortunately, your painful career as the Lord of the Abyss will come to an end here." Anastasia covered her smiling mouth with one hand and swung out a black whip with the other hand, tightly wrapping it around Banua's neck. "Anastasia, please let me go. Please let me go. I give you all my wealth. I am willing to sign a contract and become your slave in the Abyss. Please let me go." Banuas grabbed the whip around his neck with both hands, then knelt in front of Anastasia, begging in a humble tone. As a newly resurrected Abyss Lord, his strength is only about 30%, but this is enough to rival the average low-level legendary level. "Unfortunately, I promised a terrifying being that I would give him your energy core." However, Anastasia, who knew his real name of the Abyss, was not among them. She kept uttering the crude and ancient language of the Abyss, and the power of the Abyss surged in her body, as if a mysterious ritual was being performed. As the power of the Abyss on Anastasia enveloped Banuas, his entire body began to change drastically. "Ah, damn you, Anastasia. You bitch, you slut. Damn it. Ah." Banuas, holding his head, wailed in pain on the ground, as if he was experiencing the most painful and terrible thing in his life. "I curse you, Anastasia. You will experience the pain of being deprived of the mark of the Abyss just like me. Just wait, ha. Damn you, Anastasia. You bitch. I will be waiting for you in the dust of the Abyss." Anastasia seemed not to hear the vicious words coming out of Banua's mouth, and her lavender eyes showed no fluctuation. Phew. Not long after, as Anastasia stopped speaking the awkward Abyss language, the body of Banuas not far away suddenly shattered, and then seemed to be weathered, turning into the smallest particles. Chapter 80, Exploring the Underground Passage. Anastasia looked up at the place where Banuas disappeared and saw two strange objects. One was a fist-sized energy core emitting a black glow. The other was an irregular, deep red smoke that did not dissipate. Energy core and the mark of the Abyss Lord. Call out. With a wave of her hand, a huge suction force appeared, and then the two objects floating in the air quickly flew into Anastasia's hands. The mark of the Abyss, what a wonderful thing. He glanced at the energy core in his hand and no longer paid attention to it. He put it directly into the space ring, and then looked carefully at the dark red mist in his hand that was constantly changing its shape. Suck. After admiring it in front of her eyes for a while, Anastasia put it to her nose and then took a sharp breath, sucking it directly into her body. This feeling is hot, burning, and refreshing. It's so addictive, I really want to do it a few more times. After a while, after absorbing the manhwa's abyss mark, Anastasia was seen sitting on the ground with her eyes closed, gently pressing her lower abdomen with her hands, with an inexplicable blush on her face. Whoosh whoosh. The next moment, Anastasia, who was lying on the ground, was seen slowly floating up, and a terrifying aura emanated from her body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. If it had substance, it would turn into an 18th force gale, blowing the palace hall into pieces. Soon after, the aura gradually subsided, and Anastasia, who was wearing a black gauze skirt, slowly landed on the ground. The slender legs, more than 3 meters long, wrapped in light black gauze, slowly moved forward, and the fullness of her chest also shook gently up and down with her steps. With stunningly beautiful and seductive looks, big breasts, a round butt, and a devilish figure, Anastasia fully embodies the advantages of a succubus. Tada, tada, tada. Anastasia walked gracefully in her gorgeous black high heels, constantly wandering around the manhwa's palace. Where on earth is it? Her red lips parted slightly, her lavender eyes scanned the surroundings carefully, and Anastasia's gentle voice echoed from time to time in this empty hall. Call out. Boom, boom, boom. He stretched out a finger and saw a black energy ray containing terrifying power suddenly shot towards a place. Following a loud roar and a cloud of rising dust, Anastasia, who was already a mid-level legendary, looked at the treasure house that appeared in front of her. Ha ha ha. The scarlet tongue stretched out and licked the corners of her mouth left and right, and Anastasia laughed. Isn't all your wealth in my hands? At the same time, in the southern forest, more than 3,000 miles south of the Sunset Mountains, a medium-sized underground passage is not far away. As time passed, the sun set and slowly it was evening. At this time, Lin Kong was still staying in the camp of the original winged people tribe. He found a clean chair and directed the 4 generations of rock ants coming and going nearby. They gnawed at the mountain walls and built out U-shaped caves. The place chosen by the winged tribe was a good one. It was located under a cliff several hundred meters high, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and there was only one exit in one direction. The open space inside is about tens of thousands of square meters, and at this time, there are buildings with architectural styles different from those of humans. The bottom is hollow and supported by pillars. It is roughly similar to the stilt houses in Lin Kong's previous life, but the ones built by the winged people are much higher, more than 10 meters on average. At this time, there were also some extraordinary master-level rock ants, who, under Lin Kong's will, all turned into behemoths of more than 10 meters in length, constantly pushing down these houses and then transporting them out of the camp. Boom, boom, boom. The extraordinary rock ants rushed around recklessly, looking like the most capable demolition team. The reason for this is that Lin Kong took a fancy to this place and decided to use it as the second base of the ant colony. Not only are there mountains and water and beautiful scenery around it, but most importantly, it is relatively close to the medium-sized underground passage. Lin Kong was very uncomfortable with the rock ants gnawing on the rocks and plants every day and only getting a blood meal occasionally. To be honest, he felt very uncomfortable. It's not that he doesn't feel sorry for them, but these lovely and powerful rock ants are Lin Kong's most loyal warriors. Although rock ants can eat rocks, that was before they reached the extraordinary level. Now, eating rocks is of no use. Moreover, with the current appetite of rock ants, it is difficult to feed them through basic ordinary hunting. Even if Lin Kong got angry and ordered the rock ants to go out and slaughter the monsters and wild beasts in the forest, it would be difficult for them to continue to do so after eating them a few times. However, after learning about the underground passage, Lin Kong felt that the rock ants would now have food and a place to train. At this time, Lin Kong only had 3,000 4th-generation rock ants here, and another 1,500 were the crypt monsters that were swept out from the surrounding areas. The last 500 were led by the rock ant left guardian to the underground passage. After instructing the 4th-generation rock ants around him about their work, Lin Kong's spirit connected to the left protector of the rock ants. The entrance to the underground passage is a large hole of more than 20 meters, nearly 30 meters in diameter. It is dark and deep, sloping towards the mysterious underground. Crypt monsters, hee. My rock ants are also the overlords of the underground. Chapter 81 Crypt Worms. At this time, the left protector of the rock ants shrank in size, mixed in with the master-level extraordinary rock ants that were 7 to 8 meters, or more than 10 meters tall, and quickly crawled towards the depths of the underground passage. With the vision of the rock ant left protector, Lin Kong could clearly see the situation in the cave. At first, Lin Kong thought that the underground passage was a slanted tunnel leading underground. But when the army of rock ants went deeper, Lin Kong discovered that there were many passages below, and the complexity was beyond his imagination, like a maze. However, this is not a problem for rock ants, who are good at digging and once lived underground. It can be said that they feel as relaxed as if they were at home. Wah, ah, puff, puff. From time to time, they would encounter some underground monsters, but in front of the army of fourth-generation rock ants, they would be torn to pieces and devoured almost instantly. No matter if it was an apprentice-level little demon, a formal-level big demon, or even various grandmaster-level trolls, at most they let out a dying howl, and then in the blink of an eye they were in the stomachs of the rock ants. As if he could feel the joy of the rock ants in his heart, Lin Kong, who was far away in the ant colony's number 2 base, couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. But after a while, when the rock ants entered a very large underground space, 2 fourth-generation rock ants that advanced from other branches lost contact. This is the first time the ant colony has suffered a loss of members since entering the underground cave. Sensing Lin Kong's will, the scattered ant colonies in the branches quickly converged towards the large force led by the left protector of the rock ants, and then under the leadership of the left protector of the rock ants. From this huge underground space, they quickly crawled towards the branch where the 2 rock ants had lost connection. Puff. 2 high-level, grandmaster-level, fourth-generation rock ants that were over 10 meters long twisted their bodies and squeezed into the cave first. Roar. The moment he entered, an angry roar was heard from inside. It seems like you are the one who ate my 2 lovely fourth-generation rock ants. When the left protector of the rock ants also went in, Lin Kong also saw the situation inside. This is also a branch road connecting to the huge space not far away, and it is not small. Although it is very irregular with potholes, it is still hundreds of meters long, wide, and high. I saw a dark red object, which looked like a huge earthworm magnified countless times, coiled in a corner here. Its length was terrifyingly close to 100 meters, and its body diameter was about 7 or 8 meters. It was impossible to tell where the head was at either end, because Lin Kong discovered that on both sides were ferocious giant mouths with more than 20 rows of sharp white teeth. Race, cryptworm. Status, healthy. Manic. Level, high-level grandmaster. After exploring the distance, the burrow worm kept twisting its body, opening and closing its huge mouth from time to time, revealing rows of terrifying sharp teeth leading to its body. Through the vision of the rock ant left protector, Lin Kong saw that the ant colony had already assembled. Snort. Attack, tear it apart. Although the rock ant queen produces about 2,000 fourth-generation rock ants every day, Lin Kong, who knows how powerful the Grandmaster is still heartbroken over the death of 2 fourth-generation rock ants. With the help of the rock ant's left protector, he commanded the 4th generation of rock ants, whose bodies were covered in black light and whose energy was strong and powerful. 2 high-level, Grandmaster-level 4th-generation rock ants each restrained the 2 large, toothy mouths of the burrow worm. Then the remaining 4 generations of rock ants quickly crawled over and pounced on the constantly twisting burrow worms. Puff. Slah. Boom boom boom. Under the influence of extraordinary energy, the bite force of the 4th generation rock ants has become so terrifying that it is difficult for ordinary units to calculate. At this time, the powerful and defensive burrow worms could not even last 2 minutes under the control of the 4th generation rock ants and fell completely to the ground. Large pieces of flesh were torn off his body, and the bright red blood almost covered the entire space. It was broken into several sections, and only the 2 ends would twitch from time to time. The crypt worm, with a body length of 100 meters, has strength and defense that almost rivals that of a legendary creature. It is truly formidable. I'm afraid that even the 2 high-level Grandmaster-level rock ants, which are the ceiling of Grandmaster-level combat power, cannot be said to be able to defeat this top Grandmaster-level cryptworm in a single fight. After all, with a larger body size, strength still prevails. Although rock ants are also known for their strength and defense, there is still something for these terrifying guys in the abyss to survive in that kind of place. Poof. Call out. The next moment, before Lin Kong could react, he saw that the top of the underground space suddenly cracked, gravel splashed everywhere, and then 2 more burrowing worms came down. Whisper. Rustle. The body turned into an afterimage, and the 2 crypt worms' ferocious mouths full of sharp teeth directly bit the 4 low-level master-level rock ants closest to them. How brave! Seeing this, Lin Kong couldn't help but feel a little frightened and angry, thinking that he had just won a battle without losing any personnel, but the joy had not passed yet, and it seemed that he was about to be slapped in the face. Hiss. Feeling Lin Kong's anger, the rock ant's left guardian flashed a black light and instantly restored to its original size, with a body length of more than 70 meters, but one of its legs alone was thicker than that of a burrow worm. So it seemed that the 200-meter-long burrow worms were like two noodles in front of the rock ant left protector. Bang! As the left protector of the rock ants took action, the two subterranean worms were blown away before they could bite the fourth-generation rock ants. The terrifying force directly pressed them into the surrounding rock walls. Only the huge mouths on both sides could open and close slightly, and the rest of the body could hardly move at all. Chapter 82. Abyssal Secondary Passage. Hidden Guy, why don't you come out? After suppressing the two burrow worms, the left protector of the rock ants didn't even look at them, but opened his mouth and said something coldly to the side. Snort. Seeing no response, the rock ant left protector moved his body and appeared directly there, then raised his terrifying long jaws, and a rich black light flashed. Boom. A pair of smooth hands suddenly appeared in the empty place the next moment, and quickly blocked the terrifying attack of the rock ant left protector. Your strength has increased in a strange way. Seeing the guy shrouded in purple light blocking his attack, the rock ant left protector was stunned, then said something in confusion. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, in an instant, the power of the rock ant left protector instantly increased several times, and a terrifying rock ant phantom appeared around him, circling and roaring at the figure. Bang! The next moment, facing the full-strength attack of the rock ant left protector, the figure was blown away. The slender figure also hit the rock wall, but before she could stand up, the next moment the black pincers condensed from the long jaws of the rock ant's left protector directly clamped her body. No, I'm here to give something to the adults. Feeling the terrifying power at her waist, Anastasia couldn't help but panic. Although she wouldn't die if this body was destroyed, she had absorbed Banyua's Mark of the Abyss with great difficulty and was promoted to the middle legendary level. If this body was destroyed, she, who has not yet reached the nurturing realm, would definitely regress to the lower legendary level again. We the Supreme don't like sneaky people. Next time, come out openly. Leaning his head forward, the rock ant left protector stared at Anastasia, who was lying on the ground with his dark and deep eyes, and spoke coldly. Yes, I remember it. Anastasia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at the winter-like voice in her ears. In any case, the body's life was saved. We, the Supreme, ask you, where is the secondary passage to the abyss? The body shrank back to a few meters in length. The rock ant left protector raised his eyes to glance at Anastasia, who stood up and adjusted her black gauze skirt, and asked. Lin Kong was indeed quite confused. This place was almost 700 meters below the ground. The left protector of the rock ants below had also used his extraordinary perception to explore and found that there should be no branch of the underground cave. The 4 generations of rock ants have almost crawled through this place with many passages, but they have not found anything special, let alone any secondary passages in the abyss. Is that sir looking at this place? Hearing the question from the rock ant's left protector, Anastasia's expression suddenly became serious and a little nervous, and her lavender eyes couldn't help but glance around. After all, Anastasia was really frightened by a terrifying existence that could tell the true name of their abyss lord at a glance. Anastasia would never believe that such a terrifying existence had no means to completely wipe out the lord of the abyss. As for Banyua's, she was sure that the being would simply not bother to make a move on her. What I'm asking is, where is the secondary passage to the abyss? Without answering Anastasia, the rock ant's left guardian raised one of his forelimbs, pointed at her, and spoke softly. Oh, I know. Why are you so fierce? Hearing this, Anastasia shrugged her fair shoulders, then twisted her waist and walked slowly to a rock wall. Under the confused gazes of rock ant left protector and Lin Kong's astonishment, Anastasia clasped her hands together, and circles of deep purple light suddenly began to appear around her. The purple halo created an upward current, causing Anastasia's black gauze skirt to flutter. The slender white legs, under the purple halo, took on a psychedelic color. Lin Kong, who was seeing through the rock ant left protector's vision, couldn't help but look serious. His eyes were unblinking, as if he was facing his greatest enemy in life. The material world that is eroded by the abyss and connected to the abyss secondary channel is controlled by us, the legendary abyss lords who are attacking that material world. Although the anchor point is always here, if we want to open it, we have to operate it. After a while, the purple halo on her body disappeared, and Anastasia's fluttering black gauze skirt fell down, covering her amazingly beautiful long legs. Ahem. On the other side, Lin Kong came back to his senses and blinked his slightly dry eyes. Then he looked around and found that the rock ants were all working hard, and none of them noticed that he was in a daze just now. He coughed lightly, touched his nose, and connected to the vision of the left protector of the rock ants again. This is the abyssal secondary passage, the passage that connects to the eroded plane. But there's basically nothing left in that world. All the valuable resources have been plundered by us abyss lords. Even ordinary things have been devoured by various abyss lesser demons. We are not a resource of that world. Hearing this, he looked at the vortex channel that Anastasia had just created on the rock wall, which was like an eye of a storm with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. The left protector of the rock ant shook his head and replied softly, "How many ordinary abyss monsters are there in that material plane?" Hearing Lin Kong's question in his mind, the left protector of the rock ants looked up and asked Anastasia. Chapter 83, Anastasia's Surprise. How many? Anastasia was stunned when she heard such a question. Right now, the material plane is completely corroded. Only a few places and a group of legendary masters from their world are barely holding on. However, as time goes by, I'm afraid it won't be able to hold out for much longer, so the entire material world is almost full of abyssal lesser demons. A small part of it was migrated directly from the abyss by us, and the vast majority of them are the inferior demons of the abyss obtained by assimilating the power of the abyss and then demonizing the natives of that material world. If I really have to give a number, it would probably be several tens of billions, and this number will increase. Hundreds of billions. Hearing this number, Lin Kong couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This meant that they were basically impossible to kill all of them, because even if all of Lin Kong's rock ants were to devour these abyss demons, I'm afraid the growth rate is not as fast as theirs. After all, the current base of tens of billions is really too large. However, this also dispelled Lin Kong's idea of sending the rock ant colony directly to that world. After all, the current fourth-generation rock ants have just exceeded 10,000 in number, and it would probably be difficult for them to survive in a place full of abyss-inferior demons. Because according to Anastasia, there are a total of 22 abyss lords who are now mainly active in that material plane. The strongest abyss lord among them is Francis. Although he is only at the mid-level legendary level, he has been the abyss lord for tens of thousands of years, and his background is unfathomable. He is already considered a senior abyss lord, and even an ordinary high-level legendary one may not be Francis' opponent. After learning this information, Lin Kong directly asked Anastasia to close this secondary passage in the abyss first, and then left 100 rock ants to continue exploring this interconnected underground cave. The others, led by the left protector of the rock ants, quickly climbed out of the underground passage and headed towards the ant colony base number 2, named by Lin Kong. In just less than 3/4 of an hour, these extraordinary rock ants, at least at the low-level Grandmaster level, returned to Lin Kong. Anastasia, who came with her, also saw Lin Kong sitting leisurely on a chair, enjoying the coolness under the branches of a big tree that were lifted up by the breeze. "Praise you, my lord. It is an honor to meet you, Anastasia." Flutter. Anastasia followed the rock ant left protector to Lin Kong, half knelt on the ground with a look of awe on her face, and spoke in a soft and respectful voice. However, Anastasia is 5 meters tall under normal circumstances. Even if she is kneeling on the ground, she is still much taller than Lin Kong, who is standing upright, not to mention that Lin Kong is lazily slumped in a chair at this time. "This is not your abyss. You don't need such false courtesy when facing me." Hearing this, Lin Kong glanced at Anastasia, straightened his body, and then replied softly, "Yes." Hearing Lin Kong's reply, Anastasia nodded respectfully, then her body, which was originally kneeling on one knee, softened and she knelt not far from Lin Kong. "As you expected, this is Banyua's, the energy core that blasphemed your existence." Anastasia took out a Banyua's energy core from the space ring. The core was the size of an ordinary person's fist and emitted a hazy glow. She held it in both hands and handed it to Lin Kong. Without hesitation, facing the legendary energy core that was so close to him, Lin Kong reached out and grabbed it in his palm. After a while, as it slowly shrank and disappeared, Lin Kong's ordinary energy reserves increased by more than 2.7 million. Adding the previous ones, it becomes what it is now. Name: Lin Kong. Gender: male. Age: 26. Level: Low-level apprentice warrior. Normal energy: 896-8550. Advanced energy: 0. Special energy: 0. Talent: super optimization, data-based everything. Although it seems like a lot, in fact, these 8 million ordinary energies can at most optimize 4 high-level Grandmaster-level extraordinary beings to the mid-level legendary level. Even the high-level ones can't do it, because the peak energy of the mid-level legendary transcendent is 5 million, and the optimization level requires double the energy, which is 10 million. Alas, there is still a long way to go to reach the goal of 20 million. Lin Kong shifted his gaze away from the virtual light screen in front of him and couldn't help but mutter to himself. By the way, Anastasia, do you still have this energy core? Looking up and seeing Anastasia kneeling not far from him, Lin Kong asked casually. There are some. Do you need them, my lord? Hearing this, Anastasia was delighted. Just now, she saw Lin Kong sitting there without saying a word. To be honest, Anastasia was still a little nervous. Although Lin Kong said before that he didn't want the Abyss mark, but with the way the Abyss Lords usually do things, that is simply impossible. Originally, Anastasia was going to leave the mark of the Abyss, but she couldn't resist the temptation at that time and absorbed it directly on the spot. Now hearing Lin Kong speak, Anastasia immediately took out a dozen legendary energy cores emitting glowing light from her space ring. My lord, do you like these? He had just asked casually, but when he saw Anastasia take out a dozen energy cores emitting legendary energy fluctuations, Lin Kong's body suddenly paused, and then he looked at Anastasia in astonishment. You don't like it, sir? Anastasia realized that Lin Kong was looking at her strangely. The next moment, she couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Then she knelt on the ground with the energy cores in her hands. He faced the ground, not daring to look at Lin Kong, his body shaking with fear. Chapter 84. Lin Kong returns. The energy core of the Abyss Lord is so rare. Please give me some time and tell me the real name of the Abyss Lord. I will definitely bring it back. Please give me some time. Looking up at Anastasia's performance, Lin Kong blinked, a little confused. Then she opened her mouth, but stopped herself from speaking. Did she misunderstand something? Did I look scary and angry? Also, where is your dignity as a legendary warrior? I like these very much, and of course, if there were more, I would like them even more. He stood up directly from the chair and walked over to Anastasia's hands holding the energy core. After thinking for a while, Lin Kong stretched out his hand and pressed it down directly. Anastasia could hold more than a dozen fist-sized energy cores, but Lin Kong would be lucky if he could hold 3 in one hand. Feeling Lin Kong's movements, Anastasia's heart, which had been slightly relieved, became uneasy again. Although she didn't look up, with her extraordinary perception, she knew that Lin Kong had placed one hand in her palm. Through the energy cores, Anastasia only felt that the energy cores were disappearing quickly, and in just a moment, they completely disappeared. However, after the energy core disappeared, the warm palm still pressed down. Your palms are a little cold. Keep warm and drink more soup. After a while, Lin Kong raised his hand from the white and soft touch, touched his nose, then sat back in his chair and slowly spoke to it. Huh. Hearing this, Anastasia raised her head, her mind full of question marks. But when Lin Kong saw the energy value on the virtual panel, he didn't have time to look at Anastasia's puzzled face or give her an answer. Go back to Rock Ant Mountain. Lin Kong increased his ordinary energy by more than 30 million at once, and immediately turned to the left protector of the rock ant next to him and spoke. We need the fastest speed. To be honest, Lin Kong was a little impatient. He stood up and jumped onto the back of the left protector of the rock ant. The next moment, a ball of thick black light directly wrapped around Lin Kong's body. Wait for me here. I'll be back in a moment. However, when he saw Anastasia, at the moment when he was about to sink into the ground, Lin Kong turned his head and whispered something to her. Yes, my lord, Anastasia will always be here for you. Looking at Lin Kong and the rock ant left protector who disappeared on the ground, Anastasia replied respectfully. Although she wanted to leave badly in her heart, she wanted to be away from here forever. But whenever Anastasia thought of Lin Kong's power to see her true name of the Abyss at a glance, she felt powerless and terrified. Faced with such an existence, running away would probably be the most foolish thing to do. At this time, Lin Kong, who was shrouded in the laws of Earth and was being led by the left protector of the rock ants to travel quickly underground, was of course unaware of Anastasia's inner thoughts at this moment. I don't know if it's possible, but now that I have enough energy, I can finally try it. The legendary mid-level rock ant left guardian at full speed, is simply terrifying. More than 3,000 meters per second, and this is the case when the left protector of the rock ant does not understand the laws of space. Otherwise, that speed cannot be calculated normally. Therefore, the distance of more than 3,000 miles was reached in less than 10 minutes by the rock ant left protector carrying Lin Kong. Southern Forest, Sunset Mountains, Rock Ant Hill. Flutter. In front of the gate of the base, a black light flickered, and then the 7 or 8 meter tall rock ant left protector suddenly jumped out from the ground. Hiss. Hiss hiss. As if sensing Lin Kong's return, the queen ant in the base hissed excitedly, and as the queen ant hissed, all the rock ants in the entire rock ant hill began to hiss. Okay, I won't do that anymore. Don't worry, when I go out to explore next time, I will definitely find a foolproof method. Arriving at the lobby of the base, looking at the trembling queen ant, Lin Kong quickly stretched out a hand and gently stroked the queen ant's shell armor. Feeling the concern in his heart, Lin Kong assured with a smile. Next, it depends on whether it will succeed or not. After a while, as the queen ant calmed down, Lin Kong's expression also became serious. The talent of digitizing all things is turned on, looking at the energy values on the virtual panel. Then Lin Kong's mind moved, and he activated his super optimized talent. Super optimized. But as time passed, the energy on the virtual panel did not decrease at all, and the queen ant did not change at all, let alone advance to the disaster level. Race: mutated rock ant, queen ant. Status: healthy and calm. Level: high-level legendary extraordinary. Magical powers: elementary power control, elementary gluttonous stomach, elementary immortal body, elementary mother nest heart network. After checking the condition of the queen ant, Lin Kong's face became a little gloomy. It turns out that ordinary energy can no longer optimize the queen ant's extraordinary level. The remaining options are advanced energy and special energy. Although he had obtained some from Doris Rodriguez before, that was essentially a morning star level existence. Where could Lin Kong get more? Moreover, to be honest, Lin Kong was still a little nervous about taking advantage of that kind of existence with his current strength. After all, among extraordinary beings, the higher you go, the greater the gap becomes. Moreover, in this surrounding area where high-level legends are the overlords, Lin Kong has never even heard of the disaster level, let alone the more terrifying existence above that. Forget it, there will always be a way out when you reach the mountain. Since Doris, who is at the mid-level of legendary, has some, then others may have some too. It seems that we can still contact Doris. Thinking about the March appointment between himself and Doris, Lin Kong couldn't help but murmur softly. Originally, Lin Kong didn't plan to have any interaction with them anymore. After all, Lin Kong was just trying to fool her, so he acted like a big boss. Lin Kong didn't want to get involved in other people's grudges. However, Lin Kong decided to think carefully about the agreement with Doris. Chapter 85, Warcraft Legion. Ouch! With a whoosh, a howling moon wolf, about 3 meters tall at the shoulder and with mysterious silver hair on its back, jumped out from the dense forest behind it. Behind it is an endless pristine forest, and now it is standing on a wetland covering hundreds of miles in this forest. To be more precise, it is a swamp in this big forest. As the silver-backed howling moon wolf jumped out, a series of sounds came from behind it after a while. Puff puff, rustle boom, boom, boom. In just a moment, one after another extraordinary magical beasts, big or small, all with Yuanli, stepped out, and their number exceeded 100,000. And as time went on, more and more monster armies stepped out of the dense forest and came to the edge of the swamp. The powerful black bulls with an average shoulder height of 8 meters, the sawtooth water lizards with poisonous fog all around them, the phantom moose with sharp eyes and wind elements under their feet. Lin Shika, be careful when you go there. Both Queen Camilla and the envoys who visited later said that the demon insect tribe is extremely terrifying and mysterious. Behind the hundreds of thousands of extraordinary monster armies, there are 70 or 80 large airships with a length of hundreds of meters, soaring in the sky, carrying extraordinary monster tribes that are not good at long-distance travel but have extremely strong combat power. At this time, on the deck of a large and gorgeous airship in the middle that was nearly 1,000 meters long, there were more than a dozen figures of varying sizes standing, their eyes fixed on the front. Thank you, Elder Tiafeng, but don't worry, if my white-haired rat clan wants to leave, even a high-level legendary being will find it difficult to stop me. I saw a legendary strong man named Lin Zik, who was from the white-haired rat tribe and had a rat head and rat tail and was wearing a gray linen robe. When he heard what Tiafeng said beside him, he narrowed his rat eyes and replied, Everyone, Wait for my good news. I will make sure to find out everything clearly. With confidence on his face, Linsik raised his tail and flew directly out of the deck. His figure quickly disappeared, and the next moment he appeared thousands of meters away. It seems that Lin Shika is not far from becoming a mid-level legend. He is becoming more and more proficient in using the laws of space. Even for me, it would be difficult to feel his figure unless I was in a special environment. Looking up at Lin Zik, who was leaping away by using the law of space, a middle-aged man with deer horns looked slightly surprised and said with a sigh in his voice, let me tell you, there's no need to get any information. We can just march forward at full speed. It's just the power of one tribe. No matter how strong they are, can they compete with our entire Southern Forest Beast Alliance? At this time, the blood-eyed bear king, Mondo Ponga, who was more than 5 meters tall and standing at the front of the deck, snorted coldly and spoke with some disdain. Don't worry, Bear King. You will have to contain the opponent's high-level legendary force. It will surely be a thrilling battle. Listening to Mondo Pango's words, Typhon nodded slightly, did not express any opinion, but changed the subject and spoke. Hee, I want to see what the queen ant who scared 2 master-level spirit crane tribes into limp legs can do. Hearing this, Mondo Pango turned his head and glanced at a low-level legendary crane standing not far behind him, and then glanced at the hurricane-winged tiger king Bagros. At this time, Baglos transformed into a 6-meter-tall burly man with a tiger's head and a human body. What are you looking at? The great Bagros is not afraid of the queen ant, or something like that? If it weren't for Queen Camilla's summons, I would still be staying in the Sunset Mountains. The others were afraid of the blood-eyed bear king Mundapongo, but the hurricane-winged tiger king Bagros was not afraid, not only because he had turned a disaster into a blessing some time ago, and had achieved an extraordinary breakthrough and successfully reached the high-level legendary level. On the other hand, as the overlord of the sky and land, his mid-level legendary level can almost compete with the high-level legendary level, not to mention that he is now at the high-level legendary level. Hey, it looks like a little kitty wants to die. Hearing what Baglos said, Mondo Pongo turned around and stared at Baglos cruelly with his fierce, bloodshot eyes. Humph, I think you are used to being domineering. You don't even need to use your little eyes to see who is standing in front of you. I am the great hurricane-winged tiger king, Bagros. Bagros did not show any weakness and immediately responded. The 2 beast kings burst out with a mighty aura that seemed to be real, stirring up the wind and clouds in the sky. Just as the fight was about to break out, Tiafong, who was standing not far away, slowly walked towards them. Her Majesty Queen Camilla has ordered that all matters concerning this external battle will be decided by me. If you two continue like this, please go back. However, I will report everything that happened here to Her Majesty Queen Camilla in detail. Coming between the 2 beast kings, Tiafong spoke lightly. When this is over, I will settle the score with you. TSK, Great Bagros, waiting for your challenge. After hearing what Tiafong said, the pupils of the 2 beast kings shrank, and then they took a step back and spoke to each other coldly. On the other side, the legendary warriors from other tribes who had retreated to the edge of the deck couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw the tense atmosphere ease. Then they pretended nothing had happened, gathered together again, and discussed how to attack in the future. Chapter 86, Watching the Ceremony. At the same time, in the southern forest, at the gate of the Rock Ant Mountain base, a burly man with silver hair stood there quietly, as if waiting for something. You are the human from last time, right? Tell me what you want to say quickly. Our Supreme is about to start the heroic spirit return ceremony, and we can't stay here any longer. Not long after, the left protector of the rock ants quickly crawled out of the base, glanced at Grand Duke Sarabi, and spoke in a somewhat impatient voice. Ceremony for the return of the heroic spirit? Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sarabi was slightly stunned, but recovered in a blink of an eye, then thought for a moment and said, I'm sorry to come and disturb your tribe at this time, but the situation is really urgent, and I have no other options. I wonder if you can be flexible. How long will your tribe's heroic spirit return ceremony take? Can you let me watch the ceremony? You want to watch our heroic spirit return ceremony? Hearing what Grand Duke Sarabi said, the rock ant's left guardian's antennae moved slightly, and then he looked at him with a deep gaze. If not, I'll wait here. Noticing that the rock ant left protector was a little hesitant, Grand Duke Sarabi did not continue to force him, but instead spoke in a natural manner. Nothing. I have just reported to the Supreme. If you want to see it, come in. After a while, the left protector of the rock ants suddenly turned around, stepped on 6 long black legs, and slowly crawled back to the base. Then I won't be polite. There was no hesitation, nor any fear, as if the place I was going to was an ordinary place. Grand Duke Sarabi followed quietly behind the left protector of the rock ants. After entering, he looked straight ahead with a calm expression, without looking around curiously. At this moment, the hall of the rock ant mountain base has expanded to thousands of square meters, and several layers have been dug underground to store ant eggs and food left after the ant eggs mature. So it was not as messy as before when there was only one floor of the base hall, and under Lin Kong's command, many U-shaped ventilation holes were dug around the mountain wall. It is ventilated and cool, not damp, and most importantly, there is no peculiar smell. Coupled with the luminous mushrooms planted around the mountain walls and the unique purple fluorescent grass, the entire base hall looks dreamy and mysterious. At this moment, in the center, the queen ant, which was 100 meters long, lay there quietly, with her aura restrained, just like an ordinary sculpture. However, Grand Duke Sarabi, who was well aware of the terror of the beast, followed the rock ant's left protector until he came close to it and bowed slightly to it, not daring to treat it carelessly at all. "Stand here with me. I think the Supreme should be ready." His body shrank twice more, and when it was only about 2 meters in size, the rock ant left protector turned around and stood up. The hind half of the body sat on a stone bench, with 2 legs spread apart and clawing at the ground, while the other 4 legs were suspended in the air. Sitting ant? He glanced at the rock ant left protector, and it should have been an extremely funny scene. But when he saw another being on the opposite side with a similar aura to the rock ant left protector, it was the same. Grand Duke Sarabi showed no strange expression on his face. Instead, he glanced at the stone bench prepared behind him and sat down on it. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Grand Duke Sarabi has this kind of self-cultivation, but as I watched, I felt that this following of customs was a bit strange, and it felt more and more like a human lifestyle habit. After sitting on the stone bench, Grand Duke Sarabi finally calmed down and began to observe his surroundings. The entire empty hall has 13 pillars with a diameter of more than 1 meter, arranged in a staggered manner. In addition, there are several black holes on the mountain wall from time to time that lead to unknown places. Moreover, there are only 3 stone benches in front of the queen ant. If you think about it carefully, maybe this stone bench was just added. Thinking of this, Grand Duke Sarabi was really curious about what kind of ceremony this terrifying demon insect tribe was going to perform. Grand Duke Sarabi didn't have to wait too long, just a dozen breaths. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Many crawling sounds were heard, and then Grand Duke Sarabi saw more than 100 high-level Grandmaster-level magic insects, each more than 10 meters in size, rushing over in neat rows. The front row was about 20 meters away from them, and then these high-level master-level magic insects stopped and lay down. Finally, is it time to start? Grand Duke Sarabi muttered to himself when he noticed that the left protector of the rock ants beside him had also turned his head to look at his fellow ants lined up in rows not far away. Tada, tada, tada. After a while, a series of footsteps suddenly came from the darkness behind the queen ant. It seemed a bit out of place in this empty and silent hall, so Grand Duke Sarabi was a little confused and looked over. "Our Supreme is coming, don't speak." At the side, seeing Grand Duke Sarabi's actions, the rock ant left protector turned his head and spoke to him through voice transmission. "You mean, your Supreme is coming over? When you usually talk about the Supreme, don't you mean your queen ant?" After hearing the voice in his heart, Sarabi's eyes suddenly shrank. Then he paused, suppressed the shock in his heart, and asked in a calm voice. "Of course, the queen ant is the queen ant, and the Supreme is the Supreme." Without looking back, the rock ant left protector turned his head towards the direction where the voice came from, but he still transmitted a message to Grand Duke Sarabi. As the footsteps walked out from the shadow of the queen ant's body, Grand Duke Sarabi clenched his fists suddenly. There is no doubt that this is the breath of the Lord of the Abyss. Chapter 87 Krypton Gold Optimization. The person walking slowly towards him was a stunning female succubus who was about 5 meters tall, wearing black high heels and a black gauze skirt. Grand Duke Sarabi was certain that she was a legendary Lord of the Abyss. She is the Supreme? The Supreme of this terrifying demon insect tribe? Although the female succubus has a strong aura and is powerful enough to be a mid-level legendary, Grand Duke Sarabi is full of doubts about becoming the supreme leader of this mysterious demon insect tribe. However, a long-standing puzzle was solved. Before, Grand Duke Sarabi had always been puzzled as to how such a terrifying tribe of demon insects could suddenly appear in the Sunset Mountains. But when he saw the Lord of the Abyss slowly approaching him, the doubts in his heart were cleared up. So it's the terrifying demon worm from the abyss? Although the ordinary material plane keeps its distance from the abyss, it will even suppress it immediately if it finds any signs of it. However, knowing that this is the main material plane, Grand Duke Sarabi understands that neither the abyss nor the infamous void evil spirits can take root in the main material plane. Therefore, although Grand Duke Sarabi thought he had discovered the truth about this terrifying demon insect tribe, after being surprised, he no longer had any other resistance. Since it will not harm his own interests, Grand Duke Sarabi will not meddle in other people's affairs. The next moment, Grand Duke Sarabi, who was watching the action over there, actually forgot the reminder of the rock ant's left protector and couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise. Because I originally thought it might be the Supreme Lord of the Abyss, but at this moment, a figure in a black robe walked out from behind him, and his shape and face could not be seen clearly. Lin Kong walked to the head of the lying queen ant, turned his head and glanced at Grand Duke Sarabi, who was sitting about 10 meters away. Then he withdrew his gaze and raised his hand to wave to Anastasia, who was standing beside him. After learning that ordinary energy could no longer work on the queen ant, Lin Kong no longer planned to keep the ordinary energy he had accumulated. Let the queen ant use the magical power of the Mother Nest Heart Network to notify a master-level rock ant 3,000 miles away to tell Anastasia to come here. Originally, he wanted to go back and watch the construction of the ant colony base number 2, but after thinking about what he had experienced in the past few days, Lin Kong decided not to go out and stay in the rock ant mountain to develop for a while. Anastasia, I really like what you contributed. As a return gift, I will invite you to be the elder of the ant colony. Your status will be second only to the queen ant and equal to the left and right guardians. Now, wait over there for a moment. I'm going to start the ritual. Pointing to a stone bench next to the right protector that had been moved there at some point, Lin Kong spoke softly to Anastasia. Praise the eternal darkness. Praise my lord. It is my honor to be able to present a gift to my lord. Anastasia nodded respectfully to Lin Kong, then slowly walked to the stone bench. After looking around, she looked at Grand Duke Sarabi with some confusion. Then, as if she had thought of something, a purple halo flashed around Anastasia, and then as the halo disappeared, her body had shrunk to the size of a normal human, about 1.88 meters tall. Anastasia lowered her head and glanced at herself, frowning, as if she was not used to her current short self. Turning her head to look at the stone chair, the shrunken Anastasia gently sat on it. At this time, Lin Kong walked up slowly and came to the open space in front of the rock ant's left and right protectors, Anastasia and Grand Duke Sarabi. Looking into the distance, the mountains remain green and the sky is clear. Who can truly understand the meaning of life if it is not tens of thousands of miles away? Only when you have something or someone you love in your heart will you look forward to the sun rising the next day, right? The corners of his mouth twitched as Lin Kong spoke in a calm tone. He spoke in Chinese, and Lin Kong believed that no one present could understand what he meant, so he just treated it as a spell. This was indeed the case. Both Grand Duke Sarabi and Lord Anastasia of the Abyss were somewhat surprised when they heard the voice coming from Lin Kong in the middle. After searching through all the linguistic knowledge in his mind, Grand Duke Sarabi, who considered himself to be knowledgeable, could not find any information about the wonderful bites that were ringing in his ears. The same is true for the Abyss Lord Anastasia on the other side. Moreover, in terms of erudition, Anastasia, who has lived for thousands of years and invaded countless material planes, is definitely much more knowledgeable than Grand Duke Sarabi. But after searching through all the ancient languages in her mind, Anastasia, like Grand Duke Sarabi, had no clue at all. However, although no information was found, both the man and the succubus relied on their powerful memories to remember everything Lin Kong had just said in Chinese. Although they don't understand what it means, if you ask them to repeat it, they can definitely say it word for word. Not long after, Lin Kong felt that it was about 3 minutes, so he stopped reading the chicken soup article. Swoosh. Crash. The next moment, he suddenly opened his arms, causing the black robe to make a loud, rustling sound. Lin Kong pointed his hands at the left and right guardians of the rock ants and consumed 20 million energies to optimize their intermediate legendary level to an extraordinary level. The energy peak of the intermediate legendary level is 5 million. It consumes twice the energy peak to optimize 1, and 20 million is exactly 2. Lin Kong, wearing a black robe, noticed that a layer of light cocoon began to cover the bodies of the rock ant left and right protectors. Then he stopped paying attention to them and turned his gaze to the 107 high-level, master-level rock ants in front of him. Chapter 88, The Peering White Shadow. There should have been 109 of them, but 2 were sent to base number 2. So now there are only 107 high-level Grandmaster-level rock ants left at the Rock Ant Mountain base. Not long ago, the reason why Lin Kong called Anastasia here was to fleece her again. The legendary energy core is gone. What about other levels? Anastasia, who was called over, had no idea of Lin Kong's sinister intentions and inadvertently learned that even a low-level energy core could please Lin Kong. Anastasia did not hesitate and immediately took out all her energy cores. Because they had just uncovered Banyua's lair, Anastasia took out the energy cores that she had brought with her as snacks and piled them up into a mountain of energy cores that was more than 10 meters high. After seeing this, Lin Kong finally realized that he was really poor and that all the days he had spent in this world were in vain. Seeing Anastasia take out her wealth with a look of joy on her face, Lin Kong couldn't help but think deeply. He began to reflect on himself. What should I do? Can I continue to deceive Anastasia? Deceive a wealthy abyss dog like Anastasia to contribute energy cores to myself? It's not that he hadn't thought about making Anastasia his own. Lin Kong had secretly tried it, but the optimization was simply unsuccessful. It seems that the optimization restriction that leaves no room for resistance is quite large. Although Lin Kong was slightly disappointed that he could not completely turn Anastasia into his own person, he found that she was very obedient to his words. Lin Kong suddenly felt that she was not much different from himself. However, after absorbing it all, Lin Kong discovered that it was not as much as he had imagined. Such a large pile only had an energy value of more than 90 million, and the dozen or so legendary ones already have an energy value of more than 30 million. He consumed another 100 million energy points and optimized the extraordinary levels of the high-level Grandmaster-level rock ants lying quietly in front of him to the legendary level. At this time, Lin Kong's information and energy data are as follows. Name, Lin Kong. Gender, male. Age, 26. Level, low-level apprentice warrior. Normal energy, 936-8550. Advanced energy, 0. Special energy, 0. Talent, super optimization, data-based everything. There were nearly 9 million energy points left, and all the other energy points that had been taken from Anastasia were thrown out at once. Whoosh! As Lin Kong opened his arms and lowered them, the 107 high-level Grandmaster-level rock ants over there were also covered with a layer of large black cocoons emitting a hazy black light. It didn't take too long. Unlike the complicated process of optimizing Bennett as a human, it only took a quarter of an hour for more than 100 large black light cocoons to begin to burst one after another. Hiss, hiss, hiss. One by one, powerful rock ants emitting unique legendary fluctuations slowly emerged from the disappearing light cocoons, and they all raised their heads and hissed excitedly. This is the ceremony of the return of the heroic spirit? Whether it was Grand Duke Sarabi or Anastasia, they all stood up when they saw this, and looked at the scene that appeared before them with horror. Legendary level, this is a realm that countless people dream of. Many talented people are pursuing it with their whole life energy, but now, they actually saw more than 100 legendary powerhouses appearing inexplicably right before their eyes. Whoosh whoosh, boom boom boom. The next moment, Grand Duke Sarabi discovered that the cocoon of light beside them also showed signs of breaking, and 2 extremely powerful aura fluctuations began to appear out of thin air along with the heartbeat like a war drum. No way. Moving his body slightly back, Grand Duke Sarabi looked at the light cocoon that was beginning to fade away in front of him and spoke softly. Legendary high level. It really is a legendary high level. Looking at the 2 unique rock ants covered in hideous armor and whose aura was as condensed as lightning, Grand Duke Sabira stood where he was, not knowing how to start. Who? And the next moment, the queen ant, who had been lying quietly, suddenly stood up. The huge head turned to the side and looked at a corner of the base hall, and a terrifying howl came out of its mouth. With a sound like thunder, the white shadow was exposed when the rock ant protectors on both sides broke out of their cocoons. The queen ant's voice shook him so much that he trembled 3 times on the spot. Whoosh! But the next moment, the white shadow immediately flashed in front of him in panic, and without thinking, it dived directly into the space crack created by itself. Humble peeper, die. Just as the space crack was about to close again, an energy shadow in the image of the queen ant, which was shrunk countless times, suddenly condensed on the back of the huge queen ant. Call out. At the moment when the space crack closed, the phantom wrapped in strange power opened its mouth wide and rushed in. What happened in a flash, and although Lin Kong didn't react, all the legendary beings present saw the Queen Ant's attack and fully witnessed her power. With just one angry shout, the white figure that exuded a low-level legendary aura actually trembled a few times. What kind of tribe is this? Why are they so powerful? Anastasia looked at the Queen Ant lying down again, and her thoughts began to drift. Even though she knew that the Queen Ant was of high-level legendary rank, Anastasia could still retreat if she was defeated, relying on the power of the abyss. Chapter 89. The purpose of Grand Duke Sarabi's visit. But after seeing that stunning move just now, Anastasia couldn't help but slowly approach Lin Kong and slightly move away from the Queen Ant, who now looked like a sculpture. It's okay. You guys go out for a walk first. Raising his hand and touching one of the Queen Ant's long legs, Lin Kong turned around and spoke to the ants that had completed their advancement not far away. After receiving Lin Kong's order, these legendary rock ants quickly crawled out of the base hall. Soon after, the hall became empty again, but Grand Duke Sarabi, who was still here at this time, was feeling a different level of complexity than when he first arrived. By the way, I wonder why Grand Duke Sarabi came to see me? Raising his hand to signal Grand Duke Sarabi and Anastasia to sit down again, Lin Kong's calm voice came out from the black robe. Meet the Supreme. I felt that there was nothingness there, but I could see a figure standing in front of me with my naked eyes. Grand Duke Sarabi took a deep breath, then spoke with a tone full of awe before saying, "It's like this. The Southern Forest Beast Alliance suddenly assembled hundreds of thousands of extraordinary monsters. I think they are planning to attack our Icenia kingdom. In order to deal with this, I mobilized the extraordinary armies of 2 provinces and brought a group of masters from the capital to the vicinity of Tooting City." Having said this, Grand Duke Sarabi paused, and seeing that the unknown Supreme being shrouded in black robe did not interrupt, he continued. "I know your tribe has not joined the Southern Forest Beast Alliance, so I want to take the Sunset Mountains and lead people to the Yellowstone Grand Canyon to stop them." "Oh, you mean you're going to fight?" After hearing what Grand Duke Sarabi said, Lin Kong was a little surprised. He was still struggling to survive in the Southern Forest a few days ago, so Lin Kong didn't care much about the news around him. "Yes." Hearing this, Grand Duke Sarabi nodded with a heavy expression. "Well, there's nothing wrong with me. If you want to borrow the road, just do so. As long as it doesn't damage the environment of Sunset Mountain Range, it'll be fine." After thinking for a while, Lin Kong found that he had no reason to refuse. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Time is urgent, so I will leave now." "Hey, come on, I haven't finished yet." Grand Duke Sarabi, who was about to turn around and leave, was stunned when he heard this, and then looked at Lin Kong in confusion. "Of course it's no problem to borrow your passage, but it's not free. Give me 3 legendary energy cores," Lin Kong said, holding his chin. After hearing this, Grand Duke Sarabi blinked for a moment, then after a pause, he said, "Okay, I'll send someone over. I was originally planning to give a gift, and was still struggling over what to give. But now after hearing what you just said, I don't have to worry about anything anymore." Strange? Why did they suddenly start fighting? After a while, when Grand Duke Sarabi left, Lin Kong sat on the stone bench with a puzzled look on his face. As far as Lin Kong knows, the Southern Forest Beast Alliance and the Icen Island Kingdom are both in the development stage and have no spare energy to expand outward. Did something unexpected happen that I'm not aware of? As he pondered, Lin Kong sent a message to the lighter standing on the rock ant hill, asking it to take over Knight's job. The Bennett boy should still be in Tooting City and hasn't come out yet. Bennett, who has been staying there all the time, should know something, right? By the way, Anastasia. After thinking about this, Lin Kong suddenly remembered that Anastasia was still beside him, so he turned around and called out to her, who was now of human height. "Praise my lord, I am here." Hearing Lin Kong's voice, Anastasia, who was originally daydreaming, immediately came back to her senses. Anastasia couldn't help but feel excited when she saw the scene of advancement in a moment, because she remembered every word of the mysterious and powerful ritual spell that Lin Kong uttered. She had been thinking about what had just happened. After reinforcing her memory several times to make sure she would not forget it, she began to slowly interpret it in her mind. The same was true for Grand Duke Sarabi, who had left in a hurry earlier. He was eager to go back and study the mysterious and powerful ritual spell he had just memorized. "Do the Abyss Lords who are with you have a lot of energy cores?" After thinking about it, Lin Kong asked directly. "Yes, sir. They are all extremely wealthy." Thinking about Lin Kong's question, Anastasia couldn't help but complain in her heart. "How much do you like energy cores?" "I want the energy core they have. Do you have any suggestions? Also, what are they generally like, and how should we exchange them? With his hands crossed and placed against his mouth, Lin Kong asked again. Exchange? Hearing this, Anastasia was stunned for a moment, then blinked and said, Praise, sir. You are so kind. I have a suggestion. I think we should just kill them all and destroy their lair. In this way, all their wealth will belong to you, my lord. Well, after hearing what Anastasia said, Lin Kong's mouth twitched. Aren't they your companions? Lord of the Abyss, there is no such thing as a companion. We are just temporarily cooperating under the will of the Abyss. Please leave this matter to me, sir. I will give you all their wealth. Anastasia knelt on one knee and pleaded solemnly. Well, it's all fine, as long as we can bring the energy core back. After listening to it, seeing Anastasia looking forward to pitting her teammates, Lin Kong's face stiffened slightly, and then he spoke casually. Chapter 90 Black Pan Town. Haipan Town is the largest village in the southwest of Tooting City. Normally, there are more than 1,000 people living here, plus travelers, mercenaries, adventurers, and speculators who come to the southern forest to try their luck in the hope of getting rich overnight. Adding all these together, the entire Haipan Town has an annual traffic volume of several thousand people. At this time, inside a hotel in the center of the town, a group of people were eating by the window. Looking closer, they saw that it was Felidi and others who had separated from Lin Kong. It was getting close to evening, but it was probably not time for dinner yet, so there were only 4 or 5 tables occupied with meals in the first-floor lobby of the entire hotel, making it seem a bit empty. Kags, who was sitting by the window, looked at the busy street outside with a worried look on his face, and his brows were unconsciously frowned. Why exactly? Is His Majesty Bertram really missing? Then why did we go to war with the Southern Forest Beast Alliance? Kags was still very surprised and puzzled that he didn't pick up the food on the table like Abel did. After returning to human society from the Southern Forest, Felidi and his party had no time to be happy when several pieces of news that kept circulating shocked them. King Bertram of the Kingdom of Icenu has disappeared. Rumor has it that his brother, Grand Duke Sarabi, is trying to usurp the throne. But when they wanted to sneak back to Tooting City, they found that the entire city was under martial law and they could only leave but not enter. Moreover, the news that a legion of hundreds of thousands of extraordinary monsters had gathered in the southern forest and were approaching Tooting City spread like wildfire. That noise just now should be the sound of Grand Duke Sarabi personally leading the 300,000 troops from Longdong Province and Silver Moon Province to the Sunset Mountains, right? Picking up the riot hand, Kagus tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. And it's still unclear what happened to Bennett who stayed in Tooting? Hearing this, Abel, who had been eating and listening to Kags mumbling, raised his hand to wipe his mouth, then turned his head to look over. Brother Bennett is a master-level extraordinary strong man. Don't worry, he should be fine. Now, our main task is to sneak into the city and kill Tony and Adolf. After saying that, Abel stretched out his greasy hand and made a throat-cutting motion at his neck. And Luke, on the other side, Felidi, who was looking out the window, retracted his gaze and spoke in a cold tone. Although this is good, given the current situation, we should wait and see. The army has been mobilized. Almost all the main forces of the 2 provinces have been recruited by Grand Duke Sarabi. Now the city is different from before. It can be said that there are truly many masters. And during the war, if we assassinate the nobles of the kingdom who are fighting, we might really become the wanted criminals in the whole country, as Tony said. Looking at the expressions of Felidi and Abel, Kags considered his words and then spoke softly. What should I do? If I let that bastard Tony live one more day, my heart will hurt like a knife. Recalling that Brother Carl was shot right in front of him, Abel's face turned red, his neck became thick, his fists clenched, and he spoke with gritted teeth. Kagus is right. It is indeed not easy to take action in Tooting City right now. Felidi, who is now a high-level grandmaster, once secretly wanted to sneak into the city at night, but he recalled the gaze that suddenly appeared in front of him when he just climbed over the city wall. Legendary. Absolutely a legendary existence. That feeling of oppression, even though it was just a look, made Felidi feel as if a mountain was pressing on his back, and it was a little difficult for him to straighten his back. The strong man I met that day should be a legendary being from Longdong Province or Silver Moon Province. Although Grand Duke Sarabi has taken most of his troops to the Sunset Mountains, there are still legendary warriors left in the city. Felidi was really a little depressed at this time. He originally thought that he could take revenge after awakening his paternal bloodline, but he did not expect to encounter a war period. Are we just going to wait like this? Hearing this, Abel was a little discouraged and spoke in a heavy tone. Of course not. As I said just now, it's not about doing nothing, but taking a long-term view. Kags shook his head, then continued, as the Lord of Tudun City, Adolf should also lead his troops to participate in the war. We just need to keep gathering information to get the exact route of Adolf and his entourage, as well as the exact number of troops they brought with them. You mean us? After hearing what Kags said, Felidi's eyes lit up. Right. And isn't there a group of red maple thieves roaming around here? And Adolf captured and executed the son of Leonard, the leader of the red maple thieves. Reynard once said that he would chop off Adolf's head with his own hands to avenge his son. We just need this. Waving to Felidi and Abel, Kags began to tell them the plan he had been perfecting. After listening to Kags' plan, Felidi and Abel's eyes became brighter and brighter. Felitai, why are you guys down so early? Not long after, Angel, Zyrmai, and their group slowly walked out from the stairs. When their eyes saw Felidi and his group leaning against a window, they immediately smiled and walked over. Hey, those two foodies over there get hungry faster. Hearing this, he glanced at Angel, who was approaching. Then Felidi pouted at Abel and Cages, who were sitting opposite him, and spoke helplessly. Chapter 91. Prepare for both situations. Hee, I was wondering why Abel and Uncle Kags are so strong. Turns out it's because of the food they eat. After listening to this, Angie smiled sweetly and spoke to Abel and Kags. Humph, don't listen to Felidi's nonsense. My figure is a natural gift. Hearing the voice, Abel, who was sturdy and 2 meters tall, raised his hand to show off his biceps and spoke with a proud look on his face. By the way, are you guys leaving? On the other side, seeing that Angel and her group were tidy and didn't look like they were going to sit down to eat, Felidi asked softly. Yeah, I didn't expect there would be a war. That is an alliance with the Southern Forest Beastmen. We decided to go to Chesil Wizard Academy in the West in advance to prevent the war from affecting those of us with weak arms and legs. Okay, by then, I wish you a safe arrival at Chesil Wizarding Academy. After hearing what Angel said, Felidi pondered for a moment, then nodded at them and whispered his blessings. Goodbye. Walking to the door, Angel waved to Felidi, then turned and left the hotel. Oh, that's the good thing about being a wizard's apprentice. Watching Anchi and her group disappear on the street, Abel seemed to have thought of something and spoke with a slightly envious tone. Everyone's fate is different. Just live your own life first. Why do you care about other people's fate? Hearing this, Kags looked at the man with an envious look on his face and couldn't help but reach out and pat him on the head. Okay, let's get ready. Glancing at Abel, who was holding his head, and Kagas, who looked unhappy, Felidi stood up and spoke in a serious tone. At the same time, on the other side, Angel and his group quickly left Hypan Town and came to the edge of a dense forest. Your Highness, I'm so glad you're okay. When Anchi and her group arrived there, they saw 2 middle-aged men who looked a little tired, but with surprise in their eyes suddenly appeared in the empty place. They were none other than Angel's previous bodyguards, Archbishop Sori and Archbishop Olton. It was a near miss. Sorry to have made you worried. Seeing the 2 people in front of her, Anchi took a deep breath and spoke with some surprise. This is not the place to talk. Follow me. After glancing at Zyrmai and the other 2 behind Anchi, Archbishop Soriai's tone became calm. Then he pointed in a direction and walked towards it first. After a while, the group of 6 arrived at a quiet waterfall. Puff. Wow. The cool water vapor brought by the flowing spring water made the people who had been rushing on the road breathe more easily. How is it going? He motioned to Zyrmai, Kug, and Palia to rest in the small wooden house built nearby, and then Archbishop Sor led Angel to the waterfall. After standing still, Archbishop Sor looked thoughtful when he heard Angel's question. I originally thought that things were going to be troublesome because the news was true, and the strength of the terrifying race that suddenly appeared in the Sunset Mountains was not exaggerated. According to the investigation by Erton and I, that terrifying race should be a kind of ant tribe. Not only are their individual combat capabilities extremely strong, but they also appear in groups. The Grandmaster level combat power has indeed reached several thousand. Because we are afraid that their legendary masters will take action, Erton and I did not get too close to their base camp. But according to my guess, there shouldn't be a few legendary experts among them. After all, there are already a lot of Grandmaster level experts. It's right not to take any risks. We are just confirming the truth of the news. After listening to what Grand Priest Soliai said, Angie nodded in agreement. Since such a powerful race suddenly intervened, why did the Kingdom of Icenu and the Southern Forest Beast Alliance go to war? Then, and she looked a little confused and couldn't help but speak with a frown on her face. Your Highness, to be honest, I am also very confused. This matter is full of weirdness. Could it be that the Kingdom of Icenu and the Southern Forest Beast Alliance have secretly reached a cooperation agreement and want to develop that place together? Is the war now just an illusion, a smokescreen to confuse the outside world? Looking up, Angel couldn't help but guess when she saw Archbishop Soar, who also had a puzzled look on his face. It's possible. Hearing this, Archbishop Soar nodded, obviously agreeing with Angel's guess. Then let Erton go to the capital of the Kingdom of Essenu to meet up with the envoys, and then you will lead us to Chessel Wizard Academy. We will prepare for both scenarios. No matter how many quotas we obtain through diplomatic means, we will not occupy them here. Angel held her chin and looked into the distance. After a long pause, she made a suggestion to Archpriest Sori. Of course you can, but Your Highness, you don't need this. Don't try to persuade me. I will never walk the path that woman has walked again. The Eastern Region Wizard Council is one of the few superpowers that is superior to the surrounding kingdoms. Only by developing there can I have the opportunity to find that person and avenge my mother. At this point, a hint of hatred appeared in Anshi's eyes. Then, as you wish. Hearing this, Archbishop Soar realized that he had said too much. As a subject, it would be better for him to keep his mouth shut about the relationships between royal family members. Chapter 92. Strange Demonic Insect. But Your Highness, if you don't want to use the quota over there. In the Chessel Wizard Academy, you have to be among the top 10 wizard apprentices recruited this time to be eligible to ask the Academy to send you to a specific material plane to make a formal wizard breakthrough. The next moment, he thought of something and looked a little hesitant, but in the end, he looked at Angel's expression and slowly spoke it out. I know, but it doesn't necessarily have to be in the top 10. As long as we can make it into the top 100, we can team up with the top 10. I will then tell him the news. Do you think he will choose the material plane? Hearing this, Anchi was not angry, but instead expressed her own thoughts. Although Chessel Wizarding Academy has an outer school built in the kingdom of Ison Island, in fact, in the eyes of those who know it, they all know that it is just a transit station for receiving wizard apprentices. As a princess of a powerful kingdom, the Hellion Kingdom, Anchi was not arrogant. In addition to her personal cultivation, she also knew that the eastern region was too big. If we compare the eastern region to a lake of several miles in radius, then the Hellion Kingdom, the Icenu Kingdom, the Zizeron Kingdom, and the Southern Forest together only occupy an area as big as an ordinary lotus leaf in the lake. The real big forces, like the Sky Empire, the Holy See, and the Wizard Council, which radiate to countless planes, and there are also the families and forces of the disaster-level wizards who have lived for countless millennia, or the various disaster-level monster leaders. It is indeed a hegemonic country among the surrounding kingdoms, but looking at the entire eastern region, it is just a tiny place that no one cares about. At the same time, south of the Sunset Mountains in the Southern Forest, there is a continuous Yellowstone Grand Canyon. Report to the general, the Eagle Knights have found the enemy and are now returning. Well, give the order to charge all the legendary cannons in advance. Don't worry about the consumption of crystal stones. This time, we must teach these brainless beast cubs a severe lesson. Inside an airship filled with all kinds of sci-fi atmosphere, a blonde, middle-aged man listened to the report from the soldier in front of him and shouted loudly, "Yes, General." After receiving the instructions, the soldier immediately turned around and left, and then began to give the blonde general orders. At this moment, the entire Yellowstone Grand Canyon, which appears to be normal on the outside, has actually been completely occupied by an army of 300,000 extraordinary humans. Rubbing your hands in anticipation of the battle. Because they were not on the same channel, the Warcraft Legion completely focused its reconnaissance efforts on the Rock Ant Mountain. Therefore, they still don't know that the opponents they want to fight have not responded, while the enemies they don't want to fight are already waiting for them with their fists rubbed. Legendary experts will basically not participate in the following battle. Our mission is to stop the legendary experts from the other side from making a move. At this time, high in the sky, Grand Duke Sarabi led more than 20 legendary warriors of the kingdom, looking seriously at the army of monsters approaching in the distance. It seems that someone has paid Queen Camilla to come to this critical moment. Being tied down by the war, we may suffer a loss in the upcoming negotiations. At this time, an old legendary member of the Rodriguez family spoke with a gloomy expression. No matter what, since they want to fight, we, the Kingdom of Icenu, will certainly fight to the end. I've wanted to settle that account from back then for a long time. Hearing this, A man with a feminine temperament and gorgeous clothes looked at the distant sky with an inexplicable expression and then spoke lightly. Earl Silvermoon is right. That was a great humiliation for our Icenu kingdom. When Count Silvermoon, who was standing in front, spoke, someone immediately echoed him. Yes, it's time to settle it. Looking up and glancing at the people behind him, Grand Duke Sarabi nodded slowly, but his tone was a little strange, as if he had some hidden meaning. Grand Duke Sarabi and his companions who were waiting here did not know that the Warcraft army staying in the swamp wetlands far away had stopped advancing. Not long ago, Lin Shika crawled out from the space crack next to him, but he immediately vomited blood and fell to the ground. Only the upper half of his body was left. Before he could say a few words, the black light under his body trembled and he fainted. The shock in the eyes of Typhon, Mondo Pango, Bagros and others had not yet subsided. As soon as the pure energy in Typhon's hand touched Lin Zik, it immediately caused a big reaction. The black light that was originally in an irregular shape and swallowed Lin Zik suddenly turned into a black magic insect several meters in size, emitting a hazy light. Its 6 legs trembled, its ferocious front jaw opened and closed, and it roared towards the sky, especially the pair of cruel eyes, like an extremely cold killing machine. Just one look at them is like putting your heart in an ice cellar and freezing it for 3 days. Is this the thing that made Linsyke like this? The blood-eyed bear king stretched his legs forward, his eyes fierce, and as he finished speaking he raised a huge bear paw and slapped it directly. Puff, puff, puff. The moment the two came into contact, the several-meter-long black magic insect was slapped away. Boom, boom. It fell from a height of hundreds of meters, and with a huge roar, a hole with a diameter of tens of meters was directly smashed into the ground. You were able to take my attack. Interesting. The next moment, the blood-eyed bear king looked down at the center of the pit, and the magic insect that was slowly crawling out, emitting a black light, said something with some surprise. Chapter 93, An Attack. Call out. Without hesitation, Mondo Pongo jumped off the airship and flew to the edge of the pit. Hiss. Sensing the breath of Mondo Pango, the demon insect emitting a black light hissed at it coldly. Himph, so noisy. He raised his leg and kicked, and in an instant, Mondo Pongo appeared in front of the magic insect. Die! With a light shout, the center of the bear's paw, mixed with blood-colored energy, blasted towards the demon insect again. Boom, 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 boom. The aftermath of the punch caused the ground within a radius of 1 kilometer to sink more than 1 meter deep in an instant. What's going on? Moving his body back a little, Mondo Ponga discovered that the strange demon insect was not dead yet. How is that possible? Just now, when the center of its bare paw mixed with blood-colored energy hit, the high temperature generated was over 1,000,000 degrees, not to mention the impact force generated physically. Even though it is immune to most physical attacks, the high temperature generated by the energy just now is enough to cause damage to an ordinary legendary level. No, it's absorbing the energy I just released? Looking up at the strange demon insect whose body had grown a little bigger, Mondo Ponga's bare face began to look a little gloomy. Hey, get out of the way. If you can't do it, let me do it. In the sky, the hurricane-winged Tiger King Bagros had recovered to his original form at some point. His body length of 30 feet, nearly 100 meters, and his majestic wings gave people a great sense of oppression. Roar! Bagros opened his bloody mouth, and the next moment a green energy began to gather. In just a blink of an eye, a green energy ball several tens of meters in size took shape. Baglos, don't. Below, seeing Baglos's actions, Mondo Pongo's mouth twitched, and he quickly looked up and shouted loudly. But it would have been better if he didn't shout. After he shouted, Baglos in the sky seemed to become even more excited. The tiger narrowed its eyes, and then directly threw down an energy ball with a diameter of tens of meters, emitting terrifying fluctuations. Oops. Seeing this, Mondo Pongo shouted that something was wrong. Sure enough, looking up at the energy ball flying down from the sky, the strange demon insect did not retreat but advanced, rushing directly towards the whistling energy ball. Get out of here! Mondo Ponga increased his speed to the limit and rushed to the side of the strange magic insect and slapped it again with his huge bare paw. However, this time the strange demon insect's body turned directly into mist, leaving Mondo Ponga with nothing to attack. However, the terrifying energy on the Mondo Ponga bear's paw also dissipated a lot of the strange magic insect's mist-like body. Call out. Then the body regrouped again, and quickly fell on the energy ball dropped by Baglos. The black light in its mouth was shaking, and it kept biting the energy ball that should have exploded at any time. After a while, the strange demon insect even drilled its body directly into the energy ball. Puff, puff, puff. Damn it, look what you did. At this time, Mondo Pongo flew to Baglo's side, pointed at the energy ball that was stagnant in the air, and spoke angrily. What do you mean by a good deed? Upon hearing this, although Bagros was also puzzled as to why his attack did not land, he angrily responded when he heard Mondo Pango's accusation. Flutter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, there was no need for Mondo Ponga to explain. The energy ball in the air glowed brightly, but it did not explode. Instead, it slowly shrank like a deflated ball. Hiss. Then, a several dozen meter tall black demon insect crawled out from inside and hissed excitedly towards the sky. It can absorb energy and strengthen itself? Seeing the situation below, Baglos was not a fool and understood it instantly. Thinking of Mondo Pango's reminder just now, Baglos couldn't help but blush. It's no use saying anything now, just go ahead and blow it up. A green halo flashed, and Baglos turned back into a 6-meter-tall, tiger-headed man, and then said something to Mondo Pango. Call out. With his fists clenched, Bagros went head-on and engaged in a purely physical fight with the strange demon insect. Humph! Idiot! Mondo Pango looked up for a while at the battle between the tiger and the insect in the sky, and saw that Baglos had barely suppressed the strange demon insect, and he couldn't help but snorted coldly. Then, without hesitation, holding a pair of big bare paws, he joined the melee. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Puff. Not long after, about a quarter of an hour later, a 6-meter-tall tiger-headed man and a 5-meter-and-a-half-tall bear-headed man, breathing heavily, pinched their waists in the air and looked at the strange demon insects that were slowly dissipating not far away. Finally, he was beaten to death. The two Beast Kings looked at that place with some joy and excitement. Although it was hard just now, the fight was really enjoyable. Imph, you seem okay. Glancing at Bagros, Mondo Pongo spoke with a hum. You're not bad. You have something like that? The two Beast Kings looked at each other, then snorted proudly, and then flew to the deck of the airship one after another. Are you awake? What happened? What was that just now? Back on the deck of the airship, Mondo Ponga discovered that Linsik had woken up, and his mutilated lower body had grown back under the huge amount of life essence. But at this time, Lin Shika's face was pale, and there was confusion and fear in his eyes. If I say that it was just a random attack from the demonic insect ant queen, would you believe me? Hearing Mondo Pango's question, Lin Zik raised his eyes and glanced at the figures around him, then spoke in a hoarse voice. Chapter 94, Taking the Initiative. What? What did you say? How is that possible? After hearing Linsik's words, not only Bagros and Mondo Pango, but also the other figures on the deck were horrified. Although I don't want to believe it, this is the fact. Looking at everyone's reactions, Lin Shika smiled bitterly and then spoke helplessly. Also, I have another piece of news to report to Queen Camilla alone. Don't march yet. Wait until I come back. Single report? What is it that you can't tell us? Upon hearing this, Mondo Ponga showed some displeasure on his face, and so did the other legendary beings. You go ahead. I'll give the order to garrison there first. On the other side, Typhon looked at Linsik, who was shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Although his brows were slightly frowned, he looked at him for a while, and finally nodded and spoke. This is of great importance. It's not that I don't trust you all, but if this gets out, not only me, but the entire southern forest will instantly become the eye of the storm in the eastern region. After saying this, Lin Zik did not explain any more, but stretched out his hand to create a space crack, and then activated the space nodes remaining within the alliance. Call out. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shika's figure disappeared from the deck again. It seems that this period has been a turbulent time. Walking to the edge of the deck and looking out at the misty southern forest, Typhon murmured to himself. On the other side, the human army that was constantly waiting for the Warcraft army was now confused. Didn't they say they were coming soon? It's been half a day. Why is there no movement at all? On one side of the Yellowstone Grand Canyon, tens of thousands of warriors wearing iron armor and holding standard enchanted weapons stood solemnly. The queue was neat and tidy, and from the front, it looked as if there were only people in the first row. At this time, listening to the whispers of several adjutants around him, Sang Yuan was also confused. Stay alert. I'll go take a look. After turning around and saying something to his adjutants, Sang Yuan stood up and rushed straight into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh. After a moment, they arrived above a cloud, which was where Grand Duke Sabira and the legendary warriors were hiding. Your Excellency, has the enemy discovered our ambush? Coming closer, Sang Yuan spoke directly without beating around the bush. Not sure. In order to prevent the other party from finding out, we didn't even use witchcraft detection. Instead, it's a direct remote physical exploration. Logically, it's impossible for the other party to discover it. Wait a little longer. I have already sent a magic airship over there. There should be results soon. Okay. Hearing this, Sang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It was good to have a solution. He was just afraid of just waiting like this. The breeze blew by, time passed, and after a while, and then a quarter of an hour later, not only the soldiers waiting below, but also the legendary existence in the sky at this moment, were a little confused. Here you are? The next moment, Grand Duke Sarabi suddenly looked up at the sky and spoke softly. Here they come. Is the army of monsters here? Finally, I've been waiting impatiently. Then I will go down and give orders and… Listening to the words of the people around him, Grand Duke Sarabi couldn't help but twitch his mouth, ahem. What I'm saying is that the magic airship sent out to investigate has returned. Having said that, Grand Duke Sarabi didn't wait for everyone to react, then raised his legs and walked in the void, heading towards the magic airship that had emerged from invisibility not far away. Well, hearing this, everyone present looked at each other, and then followed Grand Duke Sarabi as usual. What's going on with the monster army on the other side? Your Excellency, the Grand Duke, the other party's reaction is very strange. The magic airship's light shield opened, and then a handsome man in the kingdom's military uniform flew out. Upon hearing Grand Duke Sarabi's question, he hurried to his front. They are still in the Blackwater Swamp, more than 40 miles away from here. All the magic beast armies are resting. I don't think they have any plans to advance again in the short term. Thinking back to what he had just seen, the heroic man spoke like this. No plans to continue the march? Hearing this, Grand Duke Sarabi looked puzzled, then raised his head and glanced in the direction of the Blackwater Swamp. Southern Forest Beastmen Alliance, what is going on? Your Excellency, what should we do? The legendary warriors around also heard the heroic man's words. Sang Yuan pondered for a while, and then looked up at Grand Duke Sarabi. If that's the case, then the other party has already discovered our explanation. There's no point in staying here any longer. Notify them to march out. If they don't come, we will go. Seeing that all eyes were on him, Grand Duke Sarabi put his hands behind his back, looked at the kingdom's army below whose formation was still neat, and said lightly, Good. Hearing the voice, Sang Yuan clasped his fists and nodded, then flew down. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after, the entire human army in the Yellowstone Grand Canyon was reorganized and quickly marched towards the Blackwater Swamp. 50,000 are all regular-level extraordinary warriors with enchanted longswords, 70,000 are high-level apprentice extraordinary warriors with enchanted rifles, and 10,000 are all high-level regular-level eagle knights. Finally, there is a legion of 30,000 apprentice-level wizards, among which there are nearly 1,000 formal-level wizards. Then, in the sky, there were hundreds of 100-meter-long magic airships, loaded with crystal cannons, and some of them were enhanced versions of legendary cannons. If hit head-on, even a low-level legendary being would feel uncomfortable for a while, and might even be in danger of falling. Set off. Following an order from Sang Yuan, who was in charge of the command center, the entire solemn army suddenly started to move like a huge beast. The distance of more than 40 miles is more than enough for the extraordinary army to march in 2/4 of an hour. Chapter 95. The war begins. In the open space not far from the main gate of the Rock Ant Hill base, Bennett excitedly told Lin Kong about several major events that had happened in the kingdom of Isenu in recent days. So that's how it is. Is this another drama about fighting for the throne? Sure enough, no matter where you go, this kind of thing will never change. After listening to Bennett's words, Lin Kong finally understood why the Southern Forest Beast Alliance suddenly gathered troops without any warning and attacked the human kingdom. Now the news of the disappearance of the king of Isenu Kingdom has spread almost all over the world, and the whole kingdom is in a state of panic. Although it is not the best time to start a war now, it is not much worse. However, Lin Kong could never figure out this time. The reason for the incident was completely different from what he had imagined. Just because of his sincere thanks, the Orc Alliance felt a huge threat, and Queen Camilla originally wanted to show her fangs that she had kept for many years. As a result of some strange mistake, it became what it is now. If Lin Kong knew that his thank you was heard by the Southern Forest Beast Alliance as a declaration of war, he could only laugh and say that your imagination is really too powerful. Let's go. It looks like they are fighting. After all, the battle is taking place next to our territory, so we have to be on guard against them destroying the flowers and plants. Looking up and gazing at the roar coming from far away, Lin Kong raised his leg and jumped onto the back of the Bifong Firebird, which was more than 70 meters long, then turned and said something to Bennett. Sir, what if they really destroy it for us? Hearing the sound, Bennett followed Lin Kong's footsteps, jumped onto the back of the Bifong Firebird, and asked a question. Hey. Hearing Bennett's words, Lin Kong smiled maliciously, and then said, Of course we let them pay. We are all decent people. Would we go up and beat them up? Of course, if they don't pay. As he spoke, Lin Kong waved to the 107 legendary rock ants, led by the left and right rock ant protectors on the open space next to him. In an instant, the entire sky was covered by these giant insects that slowly climbed up into the sky. Don't worry, sir. If they don't pay, there will be no decent people here except you. Ha, that's it. Raising his hand and patting Bennett's shoulder beside him, Lin Kong chuckled a few times, then waved his hand, and the army of ants began to fly towards the direction where the sound came from. Meanwhile, in the southern forests, the Blackwater swamps. Just now, the human army suddenly appeared, and a series of spell rains and crystal cannon bombardments stunned the Warcraft army that was resting. What's going on? How could the human army appear here and dare to attack us? At this time, in the sky above the Warcraft army, Tiafeng and other legendary bosses looked at the human army that kept emerging on the opposite side. After looking at each other, they all had question mark faces. Wind Spirit Deer, Flame Snake, Ice Crystal Rabbit, fight back. However, without much hesitation, Tiafeng shouted loudly and ordered the magic beasts behind to start attacking. Although there are no crystal cannons, the magic-powered beasts in the Warcraft Legion obviously have many more magic beasts than the wizards on the human side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Even though it was launched later, the series of wind blades, fireballs, and ice arrows that hit it almost non-stop instantly made up for the disadvantage. Although the flesh-type monsters in front took a wave of attacks, except for some unlucky ones who were hit head-on by the crystal cannons, the others were only slightly injured. Not to mention that because of the companions in front blocking them, most of them were just dazzled by the spell fluctuations. Cunning human, powerful black bull tribe, follow me. Moo. At the front, a powerful black bull with a shoulder height of nearly 10 meters and a very strong body looked at the human army in the distance, dug the ground hard with its front hooves twice, then let out a low roar and ran over quickly. His whole body was wrapped in rich energy, especially a pair of ferocious horns that were several meters long and gleaming with metallic luster, as if they could penetrate everything. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, tens of thousands of huge black bulls charged together, the ground shook, and the scene looked extremely shocking. The more than 100,000 flesh-based monsters behind them, such as the blue-eyed greedy wolf, blood-eyed bear clan, sawtooth water lizard, and phantom moose, were also wrapped in protective energy and roared as they launched their charge. Follow my orders, wizards, retreat, and provide targeted support to the soldiers at the contact point. The enchanted longsword warriors will attack head-on, the flying eagle knights will hold off the enemy's air support, and the enchanted rifle legion will attack from both sides. Now, attack! As the charge began, both sides stopped their strategic spell exchanges and began a real battle. The first ones we come into contact with are the frontal troops, which are basically formal-level extraordinary beings. No matter whether they are humans or monsters, the formal-level ones can completely demolish skyscrapers with their bare hands. Puff, puff, puff. Except for the beginning when the human super warriors were knocked away, pierced, and trampled to death by the fast and powerful black bulls. Once their speed slowed down, the disadvantage was instantly reversed. The huge and somewhat clumsy black bull was beheaded and hacked to death by the warrior holding an enchanted weapon. However, when the light and fast blue-eyed greedy wolves surrounded them, the battle immediately became tense again. These blue-eyed wolves, which are only 3 or 4 meters long, move among the formations of powerful black bulls that are 7 or 8 meters tall at the shoulder. They appear and disappear mysteriously, hunting down distracted human warriors. Chapter 96, Alchemical Mecha. General Sang Yuan, the battle situation is too unfavorable for us. I saw it. Give the order and let them go on stage. On the huge airship behind the humans, a series of widescreens were displaying various scenes on the battlefield.
Yes.
Upon hearing this, an adjutant standing next to Sang Yuan immediately took the order and went out. At this moment on the battlefield, when the slower-running blood-eyed bears and saw-toothed water lizards joined in, the human side suddenly found themselves in a very difficult situation. As a being with high attack, high defense, and low agility, it is difficult to inflict any fatal damage on these roaring, huge blood-eyed bears in a close frontal encounter unless 4 or 5 extraordinary human warriors of the same level work together. Moreover, humans do not have an advantage in numbers on the battlefield now. On the contrary, the Warcraft Legion has an absolute numerical advantage. If it weren't for the powerful enchanted weapons in the hands of humans that could break through the protective energy shields of these extraordinary monsters, the war would have been completely one-sided. Brothers, don't save any bullets. Reduce the pressure on the soldiers on the front battlefield. Backup will be here soon. Let's get closer. At this time, the officers on both sides received orders from their superiors and immediately shouted at the enchanted riflemen. Bang, bang, bang. The enchanted bullets were extremely powerful, and even an ordinary flesh-bodied monster of the official grade would find it difficult to withstand a few hits. The pressure on both sides increased, and from time to time the bodies of the blue-eyed greedy wolves were directly exploded by the enchanted rifles. Boom boom. Seeing this, the leading high-level official blood-eye bear slammed the ground twice, then raised his head and roared loudly. The next moment, thousands of blood-eyed bears began to consciously move to both sides, using their huge bodies to block the bullets from the humans' enchanted rifles. As a highly defensive monster, these enchanted bullets can hardly cause fatal damage to these blood-eyed bears after passing through a thick layer of protective energy. Although it can also create a bloody hole, with the nourishment of Yuanli, not only will the bullet be squeezed out, but the wound will also recover quickly. Retreat. Retreat immediately. Seeing thousands of blood-eyed bears roaring and rushing over on both sides, the leading officers immediately started shouting loudly. Not to mention that those giant bears are followed by tens of thousands of sawtooth water lizards emitting poisonous gas. Even a single blood eyesight bear is difficult to resist even for these extraordinary enchanted riflemen with good eyesight and high accuracy. If they face it head-on, they will definitely be eaten. Although their retreat was panic, they achieved their goal. Not only did it reduce the number of blood-eyed bears on the front battlefield by half, but it also led away most of the slowly crawling saw-toothed water lizards. However, even so, the situation for the extraordinary formal-level warriors on the front battlefield is not optimistic. Companions were constantly being torn to pieces and injured. The original number of 50,000 could barely reach 40,000 at this time. The key point was that the war had only just started for a quarter of an hour. Click, 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 boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the sound of the earth shaking suddenly came from behind the humans, and the sound was dull, just like the powerful black bull had just launched a charge. TSK Tisk, interesting. The technology tree of this world is a bit crooked. Lin Kong, who was hiding in the dark and watching all this, was also attracted by the sound coming from the direction of humans. What drives these things? Bennett. Looking at the steel mecha that was more than 10 meters tall and resembled a Gundam, Lin Kong turned his head and asked Bennett, "Sir, this is an alchemical mecha. It should be powered by crystals, but it requires 2 or 3 humans to operate it together." Hearing this, Bennett turned his gaze away from the more than 2,000 alchemical mechas and replied respectfully to Lin Kong. Crystal-driven? Sure enough, it is inseparable from the supernatural power. Since humans still have this thing, it looks like the next battle will be a stalemate for a while. Watching those iron lumps running with interest and quickly joining the battlefield, Lin Kong said something in a low voice. Just as Lin Kong said, with the 2,000 alchemical mechas that were powerful enough to crush the high-level formal level and almost comparable to the low-level grandmasters joining the battle, the situation on the battlefield turned into a stalemate again. Elder, aren't we sending out grandmaster-level combat power? On the other side, looking at the human mechas galloping on the battlefield, he saw the Warcraft camp who were also paying close attention to the situation. The hurricane-winged Tiger King Bagros turned his head and asked Tiaphon. No, this battle was really inexplicable. At this time, Tiaphon was still thinking in his mind why the human army appeared here. We have prepared a master-level combat force, but don't the humans on the other side have any preparation? Humph, even if they have some, can they be as many as we have, or as powerful as our grandmasters? The blood-eyed bear King Mundapongo next to him snorted, obviously agreeing with Baglo's idea of using his grandmaster-level combat power. Let's end this battle here. It really shouldn't escalate any further. If you say stop, we can stop? Her Majesty Queen Camilla, Why did you come here in person? Hurricane-winged Tiger King Bagros was about to say something, but as he was speaking, he felt that the voice beside his ear just now sounded familiar. Sure enough, when he turned around, a woman in a red dress appeared in front of him. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Your Majesty! At this moment, all the legendary warriors on the airship turned around and saluted respectfully to Queen Camilla, who was only about 1.7 meters tall and standing in the void. Among the Beast Kings whose average height is 5.5 meters, Queen Camilla is completely a tiny one. But such a tiny thing made a group of giants tremble in fear and dare not say a word. Chapter 97 Truce. Bagros, make the humans stop. Glancing down at the fierce war going on below, Queen Camilla spoke softly. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Baglos raised his legs and kicked, instantly flying into the sky and quickly arrived above the battlefield. Ouch! The next moment, a terrifying, low-pitched sound came out from Baglos' mouth, as if it had substance, shaking the entire battlefield. Hurricane-winged Tiger King, Bagros. As a legendary, you want to join the war down below? As Baglos entered the scene, the Icenu Kingdom also reacted instantly. General Sang Yuan flew straight into the sky, came to the opposite side, opened his mouth and shouted loudly. But then, Sang Yuan looked a little surprised. You have been promoted to the high-level legendary level? Ha ha ha, why are you scared? At this time, Baglos, who has a tiger head and a human body, still exerts a great sense of oppression with his 6-meter height, and his pair of cruel eyes stare at Sang Yuan. When he saw Sang Yuan, he recalled how he had been plotted against. Not only did he lose his only son, but even the wealth he had collected for a long time was stolen. It's miserable. So fucking miserable. Damn human, die. Thinking of this, Baglos was so angry that he even forgot Queen Camilla's orders. A pair of tiger claws were raised, mixed with wind blades powerful enough to tear apart mountains, and suddenly swung towards Sang Yuan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. No one expected that Baglos would suddenly attack. Sang Yuan, who hurriedly put up a shield, was slapped away. And Baglos's sharp claws instantly cut Sang Yuan's chest. Blood was spilt and flesh fell. Whoosh. He originally wanted to go up and kill him directly, but feeling the attack coming from the side, Baglos raised his tiger claws to block it. Bang! A violent explosion exploded on Bagros' arm, but when the smoke and dust cleared, Bagros, who was unharmed, turned his head to look at the huge human airship that had just launched the attack. The so-called legendary cannon? Feeling the attack just now, it could indeed bring some danger to the low-level legends, but for Baglos, who was already a high-level legendary, his body was just blown back a little. Okay, enough is enough. Baglos, who originally wanted to rush forward and tear Sang Yuan into pieces, heard the sound ringing in his ears. His huge body paused for a moment, and then he looked fiercely at Sang Yuan, who was retreating with minor injuries. I didn't expect that Lord Bagros has already reached the high-level legendary level. After a while, Grand Duke Sarabi appeared not far from him and spoke with an exclamation. Himph, our Queen Camilla said both sides should withdraw their troops. What do you say? Ignoring the amazement in Grand Duke Sarabi's eyes, Baglos glanced down, snorted, and spoke quickly. If there is a ceasefire, of course we are willing. Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sarabi was stunned, somewhat confused as to what the monster opposite was thinking. Just now he was ready for a legendary and tough battle. Back off. Retreat. Not long after, as the order was given, the two sides in the fierce battle slowly stopped, then quickly separated and slowly retreated to the side. Huh? Is this the end? At the same time, sitting cross-legged on the comfortable back of the Bifong Firebird hovering in the air, Lin Kong watched with some surprise as the two armies separated and began to retreat. It looks like yes, sir, they should have decided to cease fire. Hearing this, Bennett took a closer look at the formations of both sides, then responded. Have you figured out how much of our territory has been affected? Standing up, Lin Kong stretched his body after sitting for a long time, and then asked again. It's ready. 12 miles north of there is the territory we agreed with them last time. What are you waiting for? Let's go. So they don't run away. After giving some instructions to the Bifong Firebird, Lin Kong spoke to Bennett, then put on the loose black robe he wore last time and looked towards the sky above the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. After a moment, loud muffled sounds began to be heard all around, and then a group of legendary rock ants that had been hiding underground and restraining their breath slowly crawled out. The monsters and humans originally thought that the other side had changed its mind and were preparing to turn back to fight, but the next moment they received an order to speed up the evacuation. Hiss, hiss, hiss. More than 100 giant rock ants, each about 50 meters long, with dark and ferocious bodies, were now crossing the sky. The unrestrained legendary fluctuations made the operators on the human airship turn pale. Because they could see it most clearly, seeing those hideous long legs on the big screen, they even subconsciously breathed a lot lighter. Those over there and those over here, the leader, come here quickly. Bennett jumped out and came to the Bifong Firebird next to the ant colony, then pointed at the Warcraft camp and then the human camp, and started shouting loudly. At this moment, Bennett used all of his extraordinary power as a master to amplify his voice. What's going on? Didn't they say that the other side only had a few thousand Grandmaster-level tribes? How come there are so many legendary beings? On the huge airship, looking at the huge magic insects above the battlefield, Typhon couldn't help but exclaimed, then turned his gaze to Queen Camilla. That's why I asked you to stop here, and? On the other side, Lin Shika, who was standing behind Queen Camilla, spoke softly, but was interrupted by Queen Camilla raising her hand before he was halfway through. Elder Typhon, please go over there. But don't be afraid. Even if these terrorist tribes really besiege us, I'm here to ensure your safe evacuation. Queen Camilla looked thoughtful and spoke softly. Yes, your majesty. Hearing this, Tiafeng straightened his white robe, then stepped out of the deck and flew quickly towards the battlefield. Chapter 98, Typhon's Compromise. Your Excellency, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. Grand Duke Sarabi, who was already there, glanced at the magic insects slowly crawling in the void around him, then looked at the black-robed Lin Kong who was stepping on a legendary Bifong Firebird, and spoke softly. I don't know. Is there something wrong? I have already prepared that legendary energy core. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Let's wait for the leader over there to come over. Hearing the voice, Lin Kong turned his head and looked at an old man with fox ears and human height who was slowly flying towards him, and spoke. Actually, I am one of the leaders over there. At this moment, looking at the two guardians on the left and right with familiar auras, Baglos wanted to be proud, but suddenly he discovered that they were emitting a high-level legendary aura. Oh, why? Why did you guys advance too? At this moment, Baglos was really mad in his heart, but he scanned the surroundings with his tiger eyes and had to suppress his resentment no matter how big it was. However, after hearing what Lin Kong said just now, Baglos really couldn't bear it anymore, and then he spoke weakly. Really, I really am the leader over there. Bagros, here I come. As Typhon arrived, he heard Bagros shaking a pair of tiger claws and speaking to the black-robed figure on the back of a huge orange-red firebird. Hello, I am, along with Bagros, we are both representatives of the Southern Forest Beast Alliance. I wonder what exactly you want to talk to us about? Coming in front of Bagros, Typhon bowed to the black-robed Lin Kong, and then spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Now that everyone is here, come on, Bennett. Hearing this, Lin Kong looked at Tiafeng, then turned and spoke to Bennett next to him. Given your previous battle, you destroyed many places in our supreme territory. The land over 10 miles away is scorched, with no vegetation and no creatures left. I don't know how many weak creatures died there. So are you ready to pay compensation? Although he was facing a legendary boss, with Lin Kong, his highest belief, watching beside him, Bennett was arrogant and spoke in a cold voice. Cough. Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sarabi looked normal. He just raised his hand to cover his mouth and coughed lightly, and then did not say anything. Compensation? What's going on? In this southern forest, you want us, the Southern Forest Beastmen Alliance, to pay compensation? But on the other side, Baglos was a little angry and questioned in a somewhat cold tone. Oh, so, you guys are unwilling to pay compensation? Hearing Baglos' voice, Bennett glanced at him and spoke lightly. Let's talk about compensation first. We need to compensate you directly. If we really can't pay, it will also be your loss. At this time, Tiafeng glanced at Grand Duke Sarabi with some confusion, and then replied softly to Bennett. Logically speaking, it should be even less likely that Grand Duke Sarabi would agree to such an unreasonable request. But at this moment, the careful Typhon discovered that although Grand Duke Sarabi's eyes showed a moment of astonishment when Bennett asked for compensation, he did not show any resistance. What's going on? Could it be? Turning his head to look at the black-robed figure not far away, Typhon couldn't help but ponder silently in his heart. It's not a big compensation. According to our Supreme, each of you just needs to provide 2 legendary energy cores. It's just a token of our appreciation. After all, we are neighbors and we see each other every day. Bennett finished speaking, then looked at Typhon and Grand Duke Sarabi respectively. 2 legendary energy cores? Are you kidding me? Hearing this, Bagros could hardly hold back his anger. Wasn't this legendary energy core dug from legendary monsters like them? I have no objection, but I only prepared the original 3 legendary energy cores. I wonder if the remaining ones can be replaced with crystals of the same value. On the other side, Grand Duke Sarabi, after hearing Bennett's offer, thought about it for a moment and then nodded.
Can.
Before Bennett could speak, Lin Kong, who was standing not far away, whispered his agreement. We can't. We really don't have any energy cores. Unlike humans who like to collect, even if we have a legendary energy core, we will just swallow it up and won't keep it at all. Typhon whispered to Baglos for a while, then turned to Bennett and spoke. Grand Duke Sarabi's unusual reaction made Typhon a little unsure. Was he acting? Or was he really afraid? Then what are you going to do? Are you planning to refuse to pay the debt? After listening to Typhon's words, Bennett was a little confused, and then he asked a question. Since I have indeed destroyed your territory, I should pay you compensation, but I really don't have any legendary energy cores. However, we can also use crystals of equivalent value as a substitute. Hearing this, Typhon, who had already made a decision, spoke softly. Well then, everyone is happy. Bennett, who was standing by, smiled after hearing what he said. I have crystals here. According to the price, 1 crystal should be around 1 million. Here are 2 million crystals. Without hesitation, a yellow light flashed in Typhon's hand, and then a storage ring appeared. He whispered and raised his hand to throw it to Bennett. Yes, sure. You can go now. After taking the ring and looking at it carefully, Bennett spoke to Typhon. Chapter 99 Horde. Let's go. Hearing the voice, without hesitation, Typhon spoke lightly to Baglos, and then flew towards the Warcraft army in the distance first. Why? Isn't Her Majesty Queen Camilla here? Why should we compromise? After a while, Bagros caught up with Typhon, still unable to understand what he had just done. It's not a compromise, it's a stopgap measure. Don't you think Grand Duke Sarabi's attitude just now is too strange? As a high-level legendary, he has long been famous. His strength is stronger than the average high-level legend, and he is extremely arrogant. But just now, he did not object to the compensation at all, and he did not even show any dissatisfaction. Do you know what this means? While flying, Typhon spoke to Bagros. What does it mean? It means that this terrifying tribe is likely to be above the legendary level. After looking at Baglos, Typhon spoke softly, with a strange look in his eyes. Above the legendary level? That means the disaster level? Hearing the sound, Baglos muttered to himself, but as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened and he turned around and looked in disbelief. Then he couldn't help swallowing and quickly followed Typhon in front of him. On the other side, Lin Kong was unaware of Typhon's endless speculations, but was looking at Grand Duke Sarabi, who was a little embarrassed in front of him, with a look of surprise. I'm really sorry, Your Excellency. Because of the consumption of the crystal cannon just now, I didn't expect that I would not even have 1 million crystal reserves. Now there are only more than 900,000 left. Grand Duke Sarabi flew down for a while, then came back up and brought back the following news. Well, how about we leave first, and then I'll send someone over. Looking at the battlefield below, which had been basically cleaned up, Grand Duke Sarabi made a tentative suggestion. Never mind, it's not that serious, just some crystals. By the way, how much do your spaceships cost? Hearing this, Lin Kong waved at Grand Duke Sarabi, but then changed the subject and asked, You were talking about the magic airships, right? There are big ones and small ones. A small one costs about 5 million crystals, while a large one costs tens of millions, or even more. Then you should get me a magic airship. It looks okay, and can barely cover the compensation. After hearing what Grand Duke Sarabi said, Lin Kong immediately expressed his thoughts. Goddamn, it's barely enough. It's not even on the same level, okay? Not to mention the cost of millions of crystal stones. The configuration inside and the training of personnel are all huge investments. Just pick up a small old one. I'm not picky. Seeing the embarrassment on Grand Duke Sarabi's face, Lin Kong spoke again and lowered his conditions a bit. Well, I'll go get it for the Supreme. Hearing this, Grand Duke Sarabi finally nodded and flew down directly. After a while, he arrived at the human army and walked directly into the command center under the awe-inspiring gazes of the staff. Your Excellency, are we leaving now? Sang Yuan, who was slightly injured, saw Grand Duke Sarabi come in and hurriedly stood up from the commander's chair, then walked up to him and asked, "Okay, let's evacuate in batches." However, among the magic airships participating in this battle, are there any that are about to be retired, or are there any damaged ones? Looking at Sang Yuan, Sarabi asked openly, "Don't worry, Your Excellency. The ships we are using this time are all the latest models, and they have already undergone a round of maintenance before they arrived. Besides, since no Grandmaster or legendary experts participated in the battle, no airship was damaged." Hearing this, Sang Yuan thought that Grand Duke Sarabi was worried about the safety of the kingdom's treasures, hundreds of magic airships. Ahem. With a light cough, Grand Duke Sarabi obviously realized that Sang Yuan had misunderstood his meaning. I mean, are there any old ones that can be given away for free? After thinking for a while, Grand Duke Sarabi stated his purpose directly without beating around the bush. Give it away for free? And it's old and long? Hearing this, Sang Yuan was a little confused, but after a while, he clapped his hands and said, "Grand Duke, there really is a ship like this. It's old and old enough to be given away for free. Well, don't take too long. At least you have to save face." Hearing this and looking at Sang Yuan's appearance, Grand Duke Sarabi began to worry again, wondering if it was too tattered. Rest assured. Does the Grand Duke still remember the Richardshold family? They were executed by His Majesty Bertram for treason. The airship they prepared for their escape is now here. Although Sang Yuan didn't know what the Grand Duke Sarabi was used for, he was confident that the ship absolutely met the requirements. It was shot down, and it was stolen. How come it's serving in the Legion now? Hearing this, Grand Duke Sarabi felt a little strange and looked at Sang Yuan suspiciously. Indeed, the medium-sized airship was indeed broken, but after an inspection by the military, the redundant items inside were removed, and the main focus was on restoring the power room inside. It is now being used as a large transport aircraft, but because it is the hull of a medium-sized magic airship, it is still quite intimidating. Speaking of this, Sang Yuan felt a little embarrassed. After all, he was the one who made the decisions regarding the magic airship. Originally, considering his position as a general, it was nothing for him to make a fuss about some stolen goods. But now that Grand Duke Sarabi asked about it, he felt a little embarrassed. "Okay then, this is it. Pack it up right away. I need it." After thinking for a while, Grand Duke Sarabi spoke with finality. "Yes." Hearing the voice, Sang Yuan nodded, sat back in the commander's chair, and then spoke to the staff beside him. "Link Transport Squadron Hod ship." Snap, snap, snap. Following the sound of buttons, a holographic projection of a beautiful red-haired female officer suddenly appeared on the large screen in front of the commander's seat. "General, this is the Hod transport ship. I am Captain Karina. Please give me your instructions." Lieutenant Colonel Kalina, quickly hand over to the other transport ships. Once the cabins are vacated, come to the command airship immediately. Receive. As soon as she finished speaking, the projection of the red-haired female officer disappeared instantly, but at that moment of disappearance, there was a hint of doubt in her eyes. Chapter 100 Karina. The opposing monster army has basically evacuated, leaving only a few flying monsters that are cleaning the battlefield, and occasionally flying low over the battlefield. Coming back to her senses, Kalina slowly walked to the exit of the Hod's cabin. Crash. I reached out and opened the cabin door, and instantly strong wind from outside rushed in. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of wind passing by her ears blew Karina's waist-length burgundy curly hair. "Captain, I don't know what the mission is, but you want to leave the Hod alone?" At this time, a senior lieutenant standing behind Karina spoke in a puzzled voice. "I'm not sure, but this is General Sang Yuan's order. Let's go down quickly." Hearing this, Karina shook her head, indicating that she had not received any definite mission information. Without hesitation, the two were both master-level transcendents who could fly in the air. After they finished speaking, they wrapped themselves in their energy and quickly leaped towards the huge magic airship not far away. There was almost no obstruction. After Kalina and the others arrived at the command center, they soon met General Sang Yuan. And there was another one, whose existence they had never imagined. "Your Excellency the Grand Duke." "Your Excellency the Grand Duke." They didn't expect that the real powerful person in the kingdom, Grand Duke Sarabi, who is now acting as the king, would also be there. So they couldn't help feeling a little nervous and also hesitant about the next task. The matter that could be explained personally by Grand Duke Sarabi must be very secret and important. From now on, Karina, you will all follow the Grand Duke's instructions. Then I'll be busy with the evacuation first? Sang Yuan said to Kalina and the others, then looked at Grand Duke Sarabi and said, Well, go ahead. Hearing this, Grand Duke Sarabi nodded and then spoke in reply. You guys come with me. Turning his head and glancing at Kalina and the other person who were standing straight, Grand Duke Sarabi waved at them and said. Not long after, Lin Kong saw Grand Duke Sarabi flying over again, but the magic airship that had been promised was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there were two beautiful female officers following behind him. Although he was confused, Lin Kong did not speak first, but waited for Grand Duke Sarabi's explanation. Your Excellency, I am sorry to have kept you waiting. Coming not far from Lin Kong, Grand Duke Sarabi spoke with a smile on his face. No problem. But it seems that what you brought is not what I want. Although they are beautiful and heroic, but forehead. Hearing the words in his ear, Grand Duke Sarabi obviously knew that Lin Kong was thinking too much, and then he hesitated and interrupted Lin Kong quickly. Your Excellency, they are the captain and vice captain of that magic airship. I think the Supreme came here in a hurry and probably didn't bring anyone to drive the magic airship. Maybe they can help. Oh, so that's how it is. That's very thoughtful. It's really needed. I was just about to tell you about it, and you brought it here now? Lin Kong said this without blushing at all. Anyway, he was wearing a loose black robe and the most others could see was Lin Kong's chin. You mean supernatural perception? Hee. Not to mention that Lin Kong was standing on the legendary Bifong Firebird. The rock ant guardians on both sides were lying not far from Lin Kong's feet. If you dare to scan with your extraordinary perception, you may be beaten to pieces in the next moment. Since you have them, go get busy. I see you are quite busy too. After thinking for a while, Lin Kong spoke to Sarabi openly again. Okay, then I won't bother the Supreme here. Hearing this, Grand Duke Sarabi's mouth twitched, then he took a deep breath and tried hard to force a smile on his face. Turning around and saying a few words to Kalina, Grand Duke Sarabi flew away again. At this moment, Karina's heart was filled with huge waves. They heard everything that happened between Grand Duke Sarabi and the mysterious black-robed figure in front of them, who could be treated with such awe by a high-level legendary warrior and the Grand Duke of a powerful kingdom. What are your names? Lin Kong waved to them, glanced at Grand Duke Sabira who was leaving, and asked softly, Karina Elvis. Loy Stewart. Hearing this, Kalina and Roy looked at each other, then slowly landed in front of the black-robed Lin Kong. The soft legendary warcraft feathers under their feet made them feel as if they were walking on flat ground, but their feet were shaking slightly at this moment. Don't be afraid, everyone here is a decent person. He is my assistant Bennett, a very kind man. As if he could tell that the two were a little nervous, Lin Kong raised his hand and pointed at Bennett who was smiling innocently beside him, then spoke gently. By the way, please quickly show me the magic airship your Grand Duke gave me. As he spoke, Lin Kong's tone became somewhat impatient. To be honest, Lin Kong had long wanted to see this kind of product from the extraordinary world. Magic airship? Hearing this, Karina was a little surprised, then smiled bitterly in her heart. The Hod is now a large transport ship. When did it become a powerful magic airship? Although it was indeed a medium-sized magic airship that was transformed before. But the problem is that there is almost nothing inside now. Large runes that can support magic shields, extremely lethal crystal cannons, energy armor, memory metal devices. All these things are gone. Only the power room remains the same. Everything else has been modified. Sir, please follow me. Although they were nervous, Karina and Roy did not hesitate and quickly stood up to lead the way. Not long after, the hood was stopped in the air below. As all the other ships and airships had left, the hood was very conspicuous. Chapter 101. Inside the Hod. Is this the one? Not long after, when they were about a few dozen meters away, Karina heard Lin Kong behind her ask, Yes, sir. Forget it, let's just die. Kalina glanced around and found that the main force of the Legion was no longer visible at this moment. She couldn't help feeling helpless. Your Excellency the Grand Duke, if you want to give something away, just give a real one. Now send the transport ship out as if it were a magic airship. What if they are not satisfied and tear us apart in anger? She watched the movements of the black-robed Lin Kong out of the corner of her eye. Since she couldn't see his expression, Kalina didn't know what Lin Kong was thinking at this moment. I can only remain silent and wait for the final judgment. Lin Kong was motionless and silent at this time, and seemed to be on the verge of a rage. However, in fact, Karina misunderstood. Lin Kong was so satisfied at this time that he even observed her appearance for a long time. The main body is dark blue, with some light white here and there. It doesn't feel painted, but instead the whole thing looks like an unknown metal texture, which is very impactful. Moreover, the length of over 300 meters is very moderate. If you have no sense of length, then you can imagine the length of more than 30 buses connected end to end. Come in. Please ask the two captains to show us around. After a while, Lin Kong suppressed the joy in his heart and spoke to Kalina and the others in a calm tone. Ah, yes, my lord. Please follow me. Suddenly, the silence around them was broken by Lin Kong's voice. Karina, who had been lost in thought, did not react for a moment. Seeing that Roy had already flown over and opened the cabin door, Kalina hurriedly showed Lin Kong the way. After entering, Lin Kong found it very empty, but after thinking about it, he didn't care. After all, it was free. Lin Kong was already very satisfied that Grand Duke Sarabi could find someone like this. Sir, over there are all the crew members of this airship. At this time, in the center of the empty cabin, there were about 20 people standing in a neat line. As Lin Kong and his party came in, their eyes quickly shifted over. Apparently, they had been briefed beforehand. So when they saw a legendary Bifong firebird and two terrifying demon insects coming in, although they couldn't help swallowing a little, no one made a noise or anything. Forget it, Karina. Please introduce me to her. After taking a look around, Lin Kong discovered that the cabin hall was connected to many aisles, and there were room doors on both sides of the aisles. The key is that the entire airship has several floors, and it may take a lot of effort to look at the whole thing. Yes, sir. Hearing Lin Kong's words, Kalina, who was standing not far behind him, hurried forward, thought for a while, organized her words, and then spoke. This airship is called the Hot. It is 333 meters long, has 6 floors and 75 rooms. The main body is made of earth blue gold, which is immune to attacks below the official level. It is equipped with 12 tracer engines and can reach a maximum speed of 16 times the speed of sound. At this point, Karina paused because she realized there was nothing more to say. Then he opened his mouth slightly and looked at Lin Kong cautiously. I see, that's pretty fast. By the way, are the rooms here available for living? I'd like to sit for a while. Hearing Karina stop, Lin Kong replied softly and then asked again. I'm sorry, my lord, for keeping you standing. Hearing Lin Kong's calm tone, as if he was not angry, although Karina was confused, she still breathed a sigh of relief. Then he quickly took Lin Kong up 2 flights of stairs, and after several turns came to an exquisite room. This room should be the top floor, because when Lin Kong walked in, he found a 1-meter square glass ceiling, through which he could see the sky directly. Not long after looking around the room, Lin Kong sat on the soft mattress, feeling somewhat puzzled. The room is not small, and it is a suite with a living room, bedroom, bathroom, and kitchen. Are the other rooms like this? Lin Kong looked up at Karina, who was standing next to him, and asked softly. Not really, sir. Only a few of the other rooms are habitable, and the conditions are not good. Most of them have been converted into small warehouses. Seeing Lin Kong asking questions, Karina did not hide anything. Everyone would know it in the future anyway, so it was better to tell the truth now. Yes, I understand. The air is so sweet. I feel like taking a nap. Taking a deep breath, Lin Kong lay sideways on the bed and whispered to himself. Karina, Bennett, you guys go out first and drive directly to Rock Ant Mountain. I'll take a rest here for a while. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The 2 people standing at the bedroom door turned around and said something respectfully, then quickly walked out of the room. At this time, the only people left in the room were Lin Kong and the left and right Rock Ant Guardians lying on the sofa in the living room. Lin Kong asked the Bifong Firebird to assist Bennett. Because the entire airship crew were strangers, and Kalina and Roy were both master-level extraordinary beings, Lin Kong was afraid that Bennett alone could not control the situation. On the other side, in the cockpit of the Hod, Bennett looked at the big screen in front of him with a serious expression, then raised his hand and pointed to a place. That's it. Just fly there and land slowly. Okay, got it. Karina, who was sitting in the captain's command seat, heard this, operated it for a while, and then walked down. Chapter 102, Luke's Fate. It's ready. I wonder if you could tell me when your people will come to take over. In this way, we can go back and report. Walking up to Bennett and taking a look at the middle-aged man with a weathered face, Karina thought for a moment and then asked, I'm sorry, but you will probably have to serve our Supreme for a while. Bennett, who knew the situation in Rock Ant Hill, knew that there was no one to take over to her, as Rock Ant Hill was filled with nothing but rock ants. Forehead. Hearing this, Karina was speechless. Was the other party so straightforward? Well, I'll ask our general for instructions. By the way, I asked someone to prepare a room for you. Do you want to go over and rest for a while? With her arms folded, she looked down through the window at the rapidly receding earth below and asked again. No need. With the speed of the airship, I'm afraid it won't take long to get there. Okay, but I won't accompany you. Hearing this, Karina nodded, then left the cab with Roy. After a while, Karina and Roy came to another room, and both of them were lying on the bed in an untidy manner. What is going on? What do the General and the Grand Duke mean? Not only are they sending the Horde, they are also sending us along? Thinking about what Bennett had just said in his mind, Roy rubbed his face hard on his pillow a few times, then looked up at Karina and said, Just be content. At least your bed is still your bed now, but mine doesn't belong to me anymore. Thinking about the guy taking a deep breath on her bed just now, Karina said with a slightly blushing face. Hee, my dear captain, that's a man that even Grand Duke Sabira treats with awe. Would you like to consider it? Roy, who was standing by, heard this, reached out and grabbed Karina's burgundy hair, then spoke teasingly. What? How could such a being be interested in an ordinary person like me? Also, that adult may not even be a human. I always feel like when I face him, it's like I'm facing the most terrifying thing in the world. Raising her hand to smack away Roy's hand that was touching her, Karina spoke with a thoughtful look. Yes, that's right. I feel the same way. However, this mission is not without benefits. I think that during this period of time, the Earl's son, Kaslenko, should not be able to harass you again. After a pause, Roy thought about Karina and then spoke. Hearing this, Karina's face froze slightly, then she shook her head. My mother has already agreed, and I've let it go. Marry him, and I won't lose anything. Huh. After hearing what Karina said, Roy was a little confused. Then, looking at Karina with a sad expression, he couldn't help but blame himself in his heart, thinking that he was really talking about something that was not relevant. At the same time, in the southern forest, Ant Colony Base Number 2. What's going on? How could such a terrifying race of demon insect ants appear here? On another hilltop, a figure was seen staring at the space of the original winged people camp. It was Luke, who had disappeared for some time. Some time ago, when he was passing by the Sunset Mountains, he was suddenly held down by a giant insect, and then a legendary energy core was stuffed into his arms. Luke was stunned when he heard their words. Then there was a burst of ecstasy, as they regarded him as an envoy from the Southern Forest Beast Alliance, who said they wanted to return this thing to Queen Camilla. Who cares whether she is Queen Camilla or not? There is no way I would give her away if she is in my hands. However, when facing the giant insect, Luke agreed with certainty and patted his chest to promise that he would deliver it to Queen Camilla personally. After leaving, Luke certainly did not go to the base camp of the Southern Forest Beast Alliance sincerely, but excitedly collected materials, because he discovered that the energy core in his body was actually the extremely rare energy core of the Abyss Lord. Due to the immortality of the Abyss Lord, it is basically difficult to find the Abyss Lord's energy core circulating. Ha ha ha, is God helping me, Luke? With the energy core in his hand, Luke's original plan of castration could finally be carried out. It should have been more perfect. With the altar that I spent countless efforts to build, I should be able to please the will of the Abyss. But now, looking up at the huge demon insects crawling over there from time to time, and the camp that had changed drastically, Luke's face was a little gloomy. So much time has passed. Felidi and the others should have left long ago. Luke, who thought there should be no one here, almost scared himself to death when he came here. If it weren't for his cautious habit of observing carefully from a distance first, he would have run over foolishly and might have been dead by now. Even without the help of the altar, with this Abyss Lord energy core, I'm afraid the effect will not be too bad. Luke lowered his head and muttered to himself, then turned around and quickly left here, and then returned to the temporary residence where he had collected various materials some time ago. This is a cave created by a rabbit-like monster, but it has now been occupied by Luke. There is no time to lose. To prevent any more accidents, let's proceed quickly. Luke returned to the cave, sorted out the various materials, then took out an ancient animal skin and began to carve a sacrificial array with his own blood according to the records on it. Chapter 103. The Expanded Luke. In his early years, Luke obtained a piece of mysterious animal skin, which recorded the method of pleasing the Abyss and gaining power. Thinking of the last time when he almost succeeded but was temporarily overturned by the sacrifice, Luke's pupils shrank slightly. No one will defeat me this time. After clearing a large space, Luke casually cut his wrist in the dim cave and began to bleed. The carved sacrificial array was not complicated. Following the pattern on the ancient animal skin, Luke carved most of a sacrificial array with a diameter of 2 meters in a short while. Click, click. As the blood dripped, Luke couldn't help but smile wildly. Soon after, as the sacrificial array was completed, a scarlet glow began to linger in the sky above the array. Hee hee, ha ha ha, just wait. Wait for me, Luke Junlin, to come back? As hateful faces flashed through his mind, Luke laughed softly. Without starting immediately, Luke checked the magic circle on the ancient animal skin with satisfaction, then took a few steps back and sat directly on a pile of hay. Even with Luke's high-level official strength, he was exhausted after losing so much blood just now and needed to recover. As he practiced his cultivation technique, Luke was surrounded by a faint fluorescent glow of energy. In just a quarter of an hour, Luke's originally pale face turned rosy. Well, let's get started. Carefully taking out the fist-sized energy core of the Abyss Lord, Luke slowly placed it in the center of the sacrificial array. Then he began to place the various bloody materials he had prepared in advance, including parts of insects, monsters, birds, and many other creatures. Luke picked them up and placed them in a special place in the magic circle. Whoosh whoosh. As the last offering was placed there, a strange, fishy wind suddenly appeared in the entire cave. Then the originally dry sacrificial array seemed to come alive, and scarlet blood began to flow, flowing along the grooves of the sacrificial array. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a while, the entire sacrificial formation was glowing red, and a terrifying sense of oppression slowly emanated. Abyss baptism. Is this the abyss baptism? Feeling the red light gushing out, Luke knelt on the ground with an ecstatic look on his face, and then prayed frantically in the ancient animal skin way. Call out. The next moment, the red light that was originally gushing upwards suddenly turned and shone on Luke. As if some law was affected, a unique force separated from the red light and quickly penetrated into Luke's body. Ah! His clothes were torn, his body suddenly swelled, and even his originally high-pitched voice became low and hoarse. But the pain in his body did not stop. The power penetrated into his body, constantly transforming it, and even attached itself to his soul after a while. Strong. I want to become strong. Luke, lying on the ground with his face twisted in pain, kept repeating this sentence. High-level formal level, low-level grandmaster level, mid-level grandmaster level, high-level grandmaster level. Why did you stop? Feeling that the speed at which his extraordinary level was rising had slowed down, Luke raised his head. At this time, Luke's appearance had changed drastically. The cave, which was originally more than 4 meters high, could no longer accommodate his height. The skin all over his body turned blue-gray, sharp bone spurs protruded from the joints, fangs were exposed, and there were 6 blood-red eyes on his huge face. Call out. With a move of his body, Luke jumped out of the cave and came outside. The 7-meter height is completely different from the previous perspective. Power. Wonderful power. He raised his hand and clenched his sharp claws, and terrifying power was generated immediately. This feeling made Luke a little intoxicated. Swish. With a casual wave of his hand, 2 terrifying energy blades flew out from his hands that had turned into sharp claws, and then quickly hit a pile of rocks in the distance. Puff. Swish. Swish. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Instead, the rock that was hit by the 2 blood-red light blades was cut in half like tofu. Then, the slanted blade of light sank directly into the ground, creating 2 bottomless pits. Ha ha ha, this kind of power. Seeing his own attack, Luke laughed out loud. To me, no one in Tudun City can stop me. Felidi, I'll let you know the consequences of ruining my plan. Thinking back to that day when Felidi's bloodline suddenly awakened, Luke felt extremely cold in his heart. However, Luke left early and had no idea that Felidi had reached the high-level Grandmaster level as soon as she awakened. He thought that she had at most just reached the low-level Grandmaster level. Although it has not advanced to the legendary level, it is enough for now. Turning his head towards the direction of Tudun City, Luke smiled grimly and was about to fly over. Hee hee. I didn't expect there are still living beings who know this ancient method of abyss sacrifice. Hee hee, this is interesting. All of a sudden, Luke's huge figure stopped abruptly when he heard the sound next to him. Who? You're playing tricks on me. Come out. Glancing around, Luke shouted coldly. The expansive feeling brought by the enormous power he had just gained made Luke fearless. He felt that he could tear everything apart. Chuckle. I'm out. What do you want to do? Following a gentle voice, a figure quietly appeared on a weathered boulder 20 meters away. It has two horns on its head and a long tail. A noble black gauze skirt wrapped around her fiery body. Her beautiful face had a charming smile on it, and her pair of enchanting eyes looked at Luke with interest. Abyss demon? Luke, who knew clearly that there was a medium-sized underground passage nearby, was not too surprised that an abyss demon would appear nearby. Chapter 104 Abyss Slave. With a height of 5 meters, he's probably only at the Grandmaster level. At this time, Luke also looked up and down at the demon of the abyss who suddenly appeared in front of him, sneering in his heart. Unless one is much higher than the other, it is difficult to tell the other's specific realm within the same extraordinary rank. Of course, if the other does not restrain his aura and deliberately exposes it, that is another matter. Ha ha ha, God really favors me, Luke. Beautiful abyss demon, do you know how powerful I am now? I am very angry about your disrespect just now. However, as long as you please me and serve me, the great Lord Luke will spare your life today. With 6 eyes, Luke looked at the graceful body of the abyss demon opposite him unscrupulously. He spoke loudly and excitedly, then raised his arms, and violent energy gathered instantly. Whoosh whoosh. The violent energy in Luke's hand directly caused the surrounding rocks and trees to tremble, and a fierce wind was generated. It whistled past. How about it? Be afraid. Be terrified. Come and please me, or else? Releasing the aura of a high-level Grandmaster, Luke laughed wildly. To be honest, the abyss demon in front of him was so beautiful that it was no exaggeration to say that it was the most beautiful creature he had ever seen. Originally, he thought of tearing it into pieces and killing it after using it, but the more Luke looked at it, the more he felt itchy and began to feel that it would be a pity to really kill it. Your neglect will only make the great Luke more angry. Seeing the abyss demon opposite him looking at him strangely, Luke became a little impatient. Then it moved, and the 7-meter-tall ferocious body came directly to its side. It licked the corner of its mouth with its tongue, and raised a pair of claws to grab the tall and full body. Phew! But the next moment, a palpitating feeling suddenly appeared. A blinding purple light flashed in his eyes, and Luke found that his ferociously powerful arm suddenly fell to the ground. With a snap, his arm hit the ground, which instantly woke Luke up. Ah! Half kneeling on the ground, Luke wailed in pain. In fact, although it was very painful, Luke would never show such an attitude given his personality. Most of it was just pretense. He knew that some powerful beings in the abyss loved to hear their enemies wailing in pain. Only in this way would they avoid being wiped out so quickly. He. You lowly bastard, didn't you ask me to please you just now? What are you doing? Screaming in pain? How can you be in pain? Hey, it seems that you don't like my way of pleasing you. As she said this, she was about to raise her slender jade finger again and point at Luke, who was kneeling on the ground. No, great being, please forgive the offense committed by humble Luke. Luke is delighted to have his arm chopped off by you, the Great One. Luke is very happy. Ha ha ha. Seeing the terrifying actions of the existence opposite, Luke instantly stopped wailing, then quickly changed his expression, forced a happy smile on his face, and laughed softly. Chuckle. Interesting worm. You are so interesting. Seeing Luke's actions, Anastasia couldn't help but chuckle with her hands covering her mouth, and her body shook with laughter. Snap. Anastasia smiled widely as she stepped forward and crushed Luke's shoulder bone with her hand. Phew. Seeing Luke's other arm, Anastasia grabbed it directly, and then pulled it hard the next moment, tearing it off in an instant. The hot liquid like magma scattered and corroded the land. How is it? Are you happy? Anastasia asked softly, stepping back and looking up at Luke. Ha 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 ha. Great being, Luke is so happy. Luke is so lucky to be touched by the great you. Seeing the excitement and joy in those eyes, Luke laughed and couldn't help but perform even harder. Chuckle. Interesting bastard. My name is Anastasia, and I am a powerful lord in the abyss. Now, are you willing to sign a contract with me and become my eternal slave of the abyss? He stretched out a hand and drew a strange magic circle in the air. Then a strange purple scroll emerged from the glowing magic circle. A strange purple scroll floated in front of Luke's eyes, and Luke, who was laughing, suddenly stopped. How could Luke not know about the abyss slave contract? This is one of the most direct and effective ways for the Lord of the Abyss to drive his subordinates. In the abyss where there is no loyalty or trust, this kind of slave contract is extremely overbearing. Once the contract is signed, it is impossible for the Abyss slaves to betray the Abyss Lord. Even a trace of disrespect in their minds will be backfired by the contract, let alone thinking about betrayal. What's more, the most domineering thing about this contract is that as long as the Abyss Lord dies, the Abyss slaves who sign a contract with him will die instantly. But Luke was not afraid of this, because it was very difficult to kill a Lord of the Abyss. Thousands of thoughts kept flashing through his mind, looking up at the stunning face not far away that could instantly arouse endless desire. Luke's teeth were almost broken. Unwilling. He was very unwilling. Why am I so unlucky? I have succeeded, but I still have to meet the invincible Lord of the Abyss. Why? Why? Screaming in his heart, Luke almost collapsed. But when he saw the interest in the owner of that face slowly fade away, a threat of death instantly filled his heart. Without any hesitation, a new arm suddenly grew out of Luke's broken arm, and then he raised his hand and wrote his name with his blood. Whoosh whoosh. As the ceremony was completed, the contract scroll in Luke's hand instantly burned and turned into nothingness in a moment. Well, from now on, my life and death are no longer in my own hands, but at least I'm alive now. He let out a final sigh in his heart, and then when Luke looked up at Anastasia, his eyes were filled with boundless fanaticism and admiration. Luke knelt down and gently kissed Anastasia's black high heels, then knelt respectfully beside her. You bastard, you gave me a little surprise. Get up and follow me to see an adult. Anastasia glanced at Luke at this moment, then looked towards the ant colony base number 2 in the distance and spoke lightly. Chapter 105. Mission of Transformation. Time passed, and an afternoon was gone in the blink of an eye. Sunset Mountains, Rock Ant Mountain. What is different from the past is that today, a magic airship full of sci-fi atmosphere is parked at the foot of Yini Mountain, which is particularly conspicuous in the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. At this time, inside the HOD, in a room next to the porthole, there was a heroic female officer with long red hair who was talking to a holographically projected man. General, we have been here for an entire afternoon, but no one is handed over to us. Moreover, I found that apart from the mysterious man and his assistant Bennett, there is no living person in this strange place. They are all huge black ants. General, I wonder if we can evacuate now? Karina Elvis spoke truthfully into the remote communication device. Through the porthole not far away, Karina saw the huge monsters that were several meters long or even more than 10 meters long crawling quickly from time to time in the open space nearby, and her heart was beating fast. Those were all extraordinary fluctuations at the Grandmaster level. Although she couldn't sense them specifically, as a mid-level Grandmaster, she was most sensitive to that unique aura. In just a short while, she saw no less than hundreds of master-level transcendents crawling by in a dignified manner. Isn't this the Sunset Mountains? Isn't the Sunset Mountains the outskirts of the southern forest? Logically speaking, Grandmaster-level extraordinary magical beasts should not be common, but not only do they appear here, but they appear in large numbers. Lieutenant Colonel Karina, this was originally a very secret piece of information. The kingdom had tried its best to block it, but after being spread by people with ulterior motives, many major forces now know about it. And I have just asked His Majesty Grand Duke Sarabi for instructions. Your mission has been changed. After hearing what Karina said, the holographic projection of Sang Yuan on the opposite side shook slightly, and then a vivid voice came over. General, please speak. Hearing this, Karina's expression became serious. She stood up straight, saluted, and then responded. The place you are in now is the base camp of a terrifying demon insect tribe that suddenly appeared. As soon as the kingdom discovered them, after multiple investigations, the danger rating reached the pseudo-disaster level. However, His Majesty the Grand Duke just told me about it in private. Having said this, General Sang Yuan paused. At this time, Karina was already very surprised. She was an officer in the military of the Kingdom of Icenu, and her family was also a count's family. Although she was down and out now, she knew a lot about the affairs of the Kingdom of Icenu. The danger level is pseudo-disaster level, and Karina knows exactly what this means. The entire Kingdom of Icenu, with dozens of provinces and hundreds of millions of people, is such a prosperous and powerful kingdom, and it only rates itself as a pseudo-disaster level. But what she had just heard was that in this Sunset Mountains, within a radius of only a few thousand miles, there actually existed a terrifying tribe that was comparable to the Kingdom of Isen Island. But this area of thousands of miles is not even half the size of the Kingdom of Icenu. How could it accommodate such a terrifying tribe? Although it has not been confirmed yet, since Grand Duke Sarabi told me, I think given his temperament, he should be very confident. Just now, His Majesty the Grand Duke told me that the danger rating of this tribe is likely to exceed the pseudo-disaster level. So, your mission is to drive the Hod for him obediently as long as that mysterious being doesn't drive you away. Listen more, watch more, talk less. Well, speaking of this, General Sang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. I don't ask you to send back any secret information, as long as you can tell us the movements of that terrifying tribe. Got it, General. After listening, Karina realized the seriousness of the problem. Such an unstable factor had appeared between the southern forest and the Kingdom of Icenu. Although the territory of the Kingdom of Icenu is bordered by the southern forest to the south and the sea to the east, it only borders other countries to the west and north. However, the comprehensive national strength of the Hellion Kingdom in the north and the Zizaron Kingdom in the west is basically not weaker than that of the Icenu Kingdom, and is even slightly stronger. Therefore, at these two borders, the Kingdom of Icenu has always deployed a large number of soldiers, and each of them has a high-level legendary general stationed there. The situation of the other two kingdoms was similar, and both had deployed heavy troops along the borders. After all, if there is a war between extraordinary kingdoms, it would be too late to temporarily mobilize troops, and once the territory is taken away, it would be difficult to take it back. After a while, with a bang, the holographic projection in front of Karina disappeared. Call. Karina took a deep breath, her heart heavy at this moment. Then she sat on a chair beside her and looked at the pristine forest outside through the porthole. The master-level extraordinary magic ants that crawled by from time to time seemed to be quite interested in this sci-fi behemoth. People passing by would stop and look at it curiously for a while, and some even stretched out their long legs and poked it gently. Every time this happened, Karina would feel nervous. Although the hood is said to be immune to formal-level attacks, in fact, if a formal-level extraordinary attack hits the hood's weak points, it can still cause damage. Chapter 106 Luke's Troubles. Not to mention, now each of the demon insects is a master-level extraordinary being, knocking and hitting the Hod. However, every time this happened, Bennett would appear and drive the curious master-level magic ants aside. Exceeding the pseudo-calamity level? Doesn't that mean it has become one of the truly first-class forces in the eastern region? Although the Kingdom of Icenu is considered a hegemon in the surrounding areas, it can only be regarded as a second-rate country in the entire eastern region. Huh? What is that? Karina, whose thoughts were originally wandering, suddenly saw through the porthole that there were two figures who were not rock ants walking quickly towards Bennett. This was the first time Karina saw someone other than the extraordinary demon ant besides Bennett after being here all afternoon. Both figures were extremely tall, and the one walking in front had sharp horns on his head and a long tail swinging around, making it obvious that he was not a human. Not to mention the other one, who was shirtless, with blue-gray skin that looked a bit like weathered rock, and bone spurs protruding all over his body, making him look particularly hideous and even less like a human. However, as they walked, the foreign woman in black veil who was leading the group began to glow with purple light, and her height gradually became the same as that of an ordinary human. The ferocious aliens behind him, who looked like bodyguards, did not change. The next moment, Karina suddenly found that the foreign woman in black veil suddenly stopped and looked at her. The moment they looked at each other, Kalina felt a sudden pain in her eyes. Without hesitation, she quickly moved away from the porthole and diverted her gaze. Such a terrifying perception. Is he a legendary expert? Collapsing in the chair and muttering to herself, Karina recovered but did not look out of the porthole again. On the other side, Bennett obviously noticed Anastasia's abnormality. What's wrong? That's the apology gift from the Kingdom of Icenu to you, sir. It's not bad, right? As a native of a small town on the southern forest border, Bennett actually likes the Hod more. He had heard about the magic airship before. Now that he had a real ship in front of him, how could Bennett not be happy? Just like some ordinary people on Earth in Lin Kong's previous life, the knowledge of sports cars worth tens of millions was limited to seeing them on the screen or in other people's mouths. Bennett's action of driving away the curious rock ants that were knocking on the Hod just now was completely spontaneous. He now treasures the Hod very much. It's quite good. Where is he now, sir? Turning her head, Anastasia admired Bennett's words, then asked softly, right up there, resting? Hearing this, Bennett pointed to the docked hood over there and replied, is the master resting? Then I will wait for a while. Anastasia didn't expect that she came at such an inopportune time. After thinking for a moment, she spoke to Bennett. Why don't you go sit up there and wait for a while? I think the master should be waking up soon. After hearing what Anastasia said, Bennett turned his head to look at the Hod and extended an invitation. Okay, please lead the way. Hearing this, Anastasia did not object. She nodded and spoke politely to Bennett. Although Bennett's extraordinary rank was only mid-level Grandmaster, not as high as the Abyss slave she had just recruited, Anastasia did not dare to neglect him at all since she could work for that mysterious master. Wait for me here. Turning her head and speaking lightly to Luke, Anastasia followed Bennett in front of her and slowly walked towards the Hod not far away. Yes, Your Majesty, Anastasia. Hearing this, Luke replied respectfully. After a while, as he watched the man and the demon disappear before his eyes, Luke's face suddenly turned gloomy. Of course, it was not because he was dissatisfied with Anastasia for leaving him alone outside, but because he was worried about his own safety. As long as he doesn't face Anastasia directly, Luke is still Luke. His mind is not affected in the slightest, but he is infinitely loyal to Anastasia in his heart. Luke really didn't expect that the adult Anastasia mentioned would be here. He had just stolen a legendary Abyss Lord energy core from here. If something went wrong, Luke felt that Anastasia would definitely not protect him. Why is it so difficult for me, Luke? Am I easy? Thinking about the life he had gained by sacrificing his freedom, but about to face another severe test, Luke felt a lump in his throat and wanted to cry. Also, why is Bennett here? And why is Her Majesty Anastasia so polite to him? Thinking about what just happened, Luke began to ponder in his mind. This is a matter that concerns his own life and property, so Luke cannot afford to be careless and cautious. Maybe, after I become like this, they won't recognize me? Thinking that Bennett had just glanced at him curiously and then stopped paying attention to him, Luke couldn't help but pray that the same thing happened to those horrible demon insects that day. Because at this point, even if Luke was very scheming, there was no particularly good solution. After I survived one calamity, God immediately arranged another one for me. It's really one after another. As he spoke, Luke looked up at the already dark sky and suddenly felt a sense of inexplicable melancholy in his heart. Chapter 107, Enchanting Master. At the same time, in the room on the top floor of the Hod, Lin Kong yawned and slowly sat up from the bed. To be honest, this was the most comfortable sleep Lin Kong had ever had since he came to this world. After a while, Lin Kong put on his clothes and walked into the living room. The living room was very quiet, with only the left and right guards of the rock ant lying on the sofa with their shrunken bodies, motionless, like metal sculptures. Since ordinary energy has no effect on the queen ant now, we have to figure out how to get the other two types of energy. Also, the most important thing besides this is one's own extraordinary level. Sitting on another sofa, Lin Kong began to think about his future development. Name, Lin Kong. Gender, male. Age, 26. Level, low-level apprentice warrior. Normal energy, 936-8550. Advanced energy, 0. Special energy, 0. Talent, super optimization, databased everything. Although he now controls a terrifying ant colony and even the Grand Duke of the nearby kingdom is in awe of him, Lin Kong did not become arrogant. After all, those are still external forces. Now, I am still an extraordinary newbie at the apprentice level. There are still more than 9 million ordinary energies. There is no point in keeping them. Why use them on the ant colony now? Looking at the information on the virtual screen in front of him, Lin Kong whispered to himself, 1 million ordinary energies can optimize a high-level Grandmaster level to a low-level Legendary level, and 2 million energies can optimize a low-level Legendary level to a mid-level Legendary level. To advance from the mid-level Legendary level to the high-level Legendary level, 10 million ordinary energies are required. In other words, the ordinary energy that Lin Kong currently has is not enough to create even a high-level legendary creature. Name, Hod. Condition, normal, undamaged. Structure, mainly made of dark blue gold and refined iron. Level, none. Most of the components are missing, and the normal state has little destructive power. Notes, a medium-sized magic airship with missing components. Out of boredom, Lin Kong directly added his talent for digitizing all things to the entire Hod under him. After a while, a column of information appeared on the virtual light screen in front of him. TSK. I was wondering why this guy Sarabi was so straightforward. It turns out he gave me an empty shell? Looking at the information above, Lin Kong finally understood why the entire Hod seemed so empty. It turned out that the internal components had been removed long ago. The whole thing can be optimized? Is this kind of man-made airship also possible? After consuming a little energy to try it out, Lin Kong discovered that the Hod could be optimized as a whole. In fact, Lin Kong had already experimented with the optimization of non-living things. But the gains were not proportional to the efforts, so Lin Kong did not go into it in depth. Just like an ordinary iron sword, Lin Kong can spend energy to upgrade it into an enchanted weapon. However, no matter which extraordinary level the optimization is achieved, the energy consumed is the same as that of optimizing a living organism. Given the choice between a legendary extraordinary weapon and a legendary extraordinary creature, Lin Kong would of course choose one. So basically, Lin Kong has never optimized any non-living thing. Would you like to be a bit extravagant and try to optimize it? Thinking about it in his mind, Lin Kong was a little hesitant. After all, the remaining 9 million energies were not a small amount. If he optimized the rock ants, he could create at least 8 or 9 legendary beings. Let's find something else to try first. Bennett, come here for a moment. Thinking of this, Lin Kong called out to Bennett in his mind, then closed his eyes and waited. Boom, boom, boom. But before 2 minutes had passed, Lin Kong heard someone knock on the door. Sir, are you looking for me? Listening to Bennett's familiar voice, Lin Kong couldn't help but feel moved. Has he been guarding outside all this time? Well, come in for a moment. I have something to talk to you about. With a gentle tone, Lin Kong sat up straight and replied quickly. The next moment, with a creak, the door was pushed open. However, Lin Kong discovered that there were quite a few people standing outside, not only Bennett, but also the succubus Anastasia and the captain of the HOD, Lieutenant Colonel Kalina. You all come in. After a pause, Lin Kong looked at them and spoke. Praise your excellency, long live your excellency. Hearing Lin Kong's words, the succubus Anastasia smiled softly and spoke respectfully. On the other side, Karina glanced at her out of the corner of her eye, and then said to Lin Kong, who was not wearing a black robe, Hello, sir. Although she was surprised in her heart that this adult looked so young and did not look like a foreigner at all, Karina appeared normal on the surface and did not show it at all. Please take a seat first. Lin Kong waved to the left and right rock ant guardians lying on the sofa opposite him, and then spoke to the 2 women, then looked at Bennett. Do you have a long sword? Long sword? Sir, I usually fight with my fists and rarely use weapons, so I don't carry any weapons, let alone a long sword. Hearing this, Bennett was stunned for a moment, then spoke truthfully. How about I go to Tudun City and buy some back? Seeing Lin Kong's somewhat disappointed expression, Bennett scratched his head and spoke. It's okay, forget it if there's nothing. After listening to Bennett's words, Lin Kong waved his hand and replied indifferently. Well, sir, I have one here. At this time, Karina, who heard the conversation between Lin Kong and Bennett, took out a long sword from her space ring with a little reluctance. It exuded unique fluctuations of extraordinary aura and was a master-level enchanted weapon. Chapter 108 Lin Kong's Thoughts. Oh, thank you. Reaching out to take the sword handed over by Kalina, Lin Kong smiled and thanked her. Name: Enchanted Longsword. Condition: Good. Level: Low-level Grandmaster. After a quick glance, the general information appeared before my eyes. Are there any others of a lower rank? Holding the exquisite sword and looking at it, Lin Kong suddenly turned to look at Kalina and asked, well, yes. After hesitating for a moment, Karina slowly took out a long sword, which was the sword she wore during her official period. Name: Enchanted Longsword. Condition: Good. Level: Intermediate Formal Level. Karina, who was already heartbroken, couldn't help but feel even more heartbroken when she saw Lin Kong holding one of his swords in each hand. Although he didn't know what the mysterious man in front of him wanted to do, based on the information given by General Sang Yuan, this kind of existence would probably destroy his 2 swords if he used a little force. She originally took out one of the swords to win favor, but when she looked up at the 2 enchanted swords that had been with her for a long time, Karina felt a pang of heartache without changing her expression. Shouldn't I have taken it out just now? To be honest, Karina regretted it now. However, at this moment, Lin Kong had no idea what the beautiful red-haired female officer opposite him was thinking. After carefully inspecting the 2 enchanted swords, Lin Kong began to optimize the mid-level formal enchanted sword. A total of 30,000 ordinary energies were consumed, and it was slowly optimized to the low-level Grandmaster level. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Lin Kong operated, the long sword in one of his hands began to slowly emit a hazy yellow halo, which gradually became thicker and completely enveloped the entire slender sword. The level of the enchanted sword has actually been raised? At this moment, Anastasia, who had been watching Lin Kong's movements, was the first to react. She looked at the two enchanted swords in Lin Kong's hands in surprise. Praise your excellency. I didn't expect that you are also a superb enchanting master. Reaching out to take the two swords handed over by Lin Kong, Karina was still confused at this moment. In just a short while, that mid-level formal enchanted sword turned into a low-level Grandmaster level 1? Even if she didn't hear the words of the legendary alien beside her, Karina herself discovered that the level of the enchanted weapon had obviously increased to the low-level Grandmaster level. Look, what's the difference between these two extraordinary levels? Lin Kong waved his hand in front of the stunned Karina and asked softly. Oh, okay. Hearing Lin Kong's words, Karina lowered her head and quickly checked the two enchanted weapons in her hands that she was extremely familiar with. Except for the color and pattern, the extraordinary fluctuations emitted by the two enchanted weapons at this time are almost exactly the same. After a while, Kalina raised her head and handed the sword to Lin Kong. My lord, I can't tell the difference. I think they should be the same at this time. Oh, okay. Seeing Karina handing the sword to him again, Lin Kong shook his head at her and said, I have finished the test. You can put it away. Put it away? My lord, do you mean to give me both of these swords? Hearing this, Karina couldn't believe it. She looked at Lin Kong blankly and asked, Of course, you've been a great help, so this is a reward for you. Hearing this, Lin Kong knew that she might have thought of something wrong, so he smiled gently at her and answered, Thank you, sir. Hearing this, Karina did not hesitate any longer. She gently stroked the two swords and quickly put them into her space ring. By the way, I remember there is a medium-sized iron mine nearby. Lin Kong tapped the head of the left protector of the rock ants beside him with his fingers and asked after thinking for a while. Yes, Supreme. What's wrong? Hearing Lin Kong's question, the left protector of the rock ants did not hesitate and answered directly. I have an idea in my head that I might need to use that iron mine. Come on, mark the location for Karina, and then we'll go there now. Standing up, Lin Kong said something to the left protector of the rock ants, then looked at Karina. No problem. Please follow me to the main control room. Seeing Lin Kong's gaze sweeping over, Kalina stood up and said something. After a while, everyone appeared in the main control room. After receiving Kalina's advance notice, Roy also rushed over quickly. The main control screen became larger, and thumbnails of pieces of land appeared on it. The left protector of the rock ant quickly scanned the area with his deep eyes, then raised his leg and pointed to a place. Is that it? Okay. Karina, who was sitting at the main console, looked over there, and then operated the large buttons in front of her. At this time, outside, all the engines of the HOD started to start, and huge buoyancy rose. The HOD swayed slightly and slowly floated up. Originally, it didn't need to be so troublesome. The previous engines were purely for accelerating loading, but without the airships, these engines became very useful. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the hood rose to about 100 meters in the air, it began to fly rapidly. In the main control room, Lin Kong looked at the forest scene, which was extremely clear even in the dark night through the main control screen, with a smile on his face. The forest in the dark, illuminated by different halos, looks completely different from that in the daytime. It's dark and cold, but gives people a mysterious feeling. It seems like there are endless opportunities ahead, making people want to find out. Chapter 109 Ice Queen. The flight was not too long. After crossing about a dozen hills, the huge hood stopped. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cabin door opened and figures flew out quickly. Of course, Lin Kong couldn't fly, and he didn't fly. Instead, he stepped on the Bifong Firebird and looked down leisurely. And those staff members who had not reached the Grandmaster level also followed behind Lin Kong and enjoyed the feeling of using a legendary monster as a flying vehicle. Whoosh, whoosh. The flapping of its wings stirred up gusts of wind. Soon after, the Bifong Firebird landed on a flat open space with Lin Kong and others. Sir, there is no one inside. What are you going to do? At this moment, looking up at the HOD which was slowly falling not far away, Karina was a little confused and asked Lin Kong beside her. Nothing. I just feel that this HOD is not worthy of my status. Hearing this, Lin Kong raised his eyebrows, chuckled and spoke. However, the speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. After hearing Lin Kong's joke, Karina felt a little uneasy. Well, actually, the HOD was pretty good before it was remodeled. But before he could finish, Lin Kong raised his hand to interrupt him. Okay, I don't want to hear its history now. Tell me more when you have time. He turned his head to look at Kalina, then Lin Kong jumped back onto the back of the Bifong Firebird next to him. Let's go over there. Pointing at the HOD that had already landed on the ground, Lin Kong spoke to the Bifong Firebird. Whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, the Bifong Firebird flapped its wings and carried Lin Kong directly to the sky above the Hod. At this time, against the backdrop of the night, looking from outside, the dark blue main body was completely reflected in black. The medium-sized iron mine should be below. Let's get started. His eyes scanned the entire Hod, and a series of information appeared on the virtual light screen in front of him. Optimizable options. Overall optimization, local optimization. Since he had chosen the rich man, Lin Kong did not hesitate any longer and started to increase the energy by tens of thousands. After a while, seeing that there was no change, Lin Kong began to consume hundreds of thousands again. At this time, the Hod finally showed some changes, and the whole thing began to emit a cold, deep blue light. Then come with the 500,000 and 500,000. Looking down at the remaining 7 million energies, Lin Kong increased the value fivefold again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, a group of people standing in the distance also noticed the strange reaction of the Hod. My lord, is he enchanting the entire Hod? This is too extravagant. Karina turned her head to look at Bennett beside her and said something in disbelief. Humph, your thoughts and methods are beyond our ability to guess. Hearing this, Bennett put away the shock on his face, snorted lightly, and replied quite complacently. On the other side, Anastasia was also watching Lin Kong's movements closely, but they were destined to be disappointed because Lin Kong was not performing at this time. He stood blankly on the back of the Bifong Firebird, with his arms clasped across his chest, quietly watching the changes in the hood below, just like them. Click, click, click. After a while, a series of sounds of machinery friction and rotation began to be heard from inside the Hod. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, something even more surprising happened to them. A pale yellow halo appeared on all four sides of the Hod. Then these halos shone on the nearby iron ore, and the sparse iron ore was actually sucked up by the yellow halos. It was as if these yellow halos were conveyor belts, continuously transporting the iron ore below to the Hod. At first it was just small pieces, but as time went on, iron ore with a diameter of several meters were carried up by the yellow halos and quickly sank into the interior of the Hod. Ha ha ha, it turns out it really works. At this moment, feeling the special emotional fluctuations inside the Hod, Lin Kong couldn't help but laugh a few times. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Hod, wrapped in a deep blue halo, began to expand strangely, and its size and weight continued to increase. 400 meters, 600 meters, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. In just half a quarter of an hour, the hood, which was originally only more than 300 meters, strangely expanded to 3,000 meters. The icy blue halo that spanned the sky gradually faded as its volume stopped increasing. Click, click, click. With the sound of machinery friction, the unmanned hood slowly rose into the air again, and all its engines were not started. Why? I didn't program it to automatically levitate? On the other side, looking at the drastically changed appearance of the Hod, Kalina raised her hand to cover her mouth and exclaimed, Ha ha ha, Ice Queen, say hello to everyone. Not long after, Lin Kong flew back to the crowd on the Bifong Firebird, and then chuckled at the huge airship in the distance and said, Yes, Mr. Commander. After the words fell, a cold female voice appeared in everyone's ears. Hello, my name is Ice Queen. I am the advanced system of the previous Hod, and now the intelligent system of the Ice Queen. As the Ice Queen finished speaking, the huge airship in the distance creaked and stretched out a huge mechanical arm, waving at everyone. What is this? Feeling the terrifying and extraordinary fluctuations emanating from it, Anastasia suddenly felt that her thousands of years of experience were somewhat shallow. Name, Ice Queen. Condition, normal, undamaged. Structure, refined iron and dark blue gold. Level, high-level legendary. Note, a unique metal life form with computing power no less than that of a high-level calamity-level being. From today on, the Hod is renamed the Ice Queen. Looking at the Ice Queen's message with satisfaction, Lin Kong spoke softly to everyone with a smile on his face. Chapter 110 Chaos in Black Pan Town. Haipan Town, 10, noon. The town, which should have been peaceful, was now in chaos, with people fleeing everywhere carrying bags of all sizes. Untouchables, get out of the way. You are blocking Lord Sal's way. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, on the main street of Haipan Town, 3 gorgeous carriages were rushing out of the town, but the road was full of running people. A burly man with a ferocious look and a long whip stood on the front carriage, waving the whip directly at the crowd in front. The sound of slapping continued incessantly, and in an instant several ragged civilians were beaten to pieces. "Ah, you!" Someone cried out in pain and turned his head to glare, but when he saw that it was Lord Sal's carriage, he took a fierce look at it and did not dare to move forward. Ha ha ha. Bah, a pariah should act like a pariah. The big man holding the whip watched the performance of the people around him and enjoyed it very much. He spat on the ground and laughed. "Shilong, you bastard, what are you still dawdling about? Hurry up and take me out of here." At this time, a fat head with golden hair and a red nose stretched out of the carriage and yelled at the big man with the whip who was showing off his power just now. "Okay, Master Sal, I'll teach these untouchables a lesson for blocking the road just now." Hearing this, the burly Zillion turned around with a flattering expression and spoke while half bending over. "Hurry, we must reach Tudun City before dark, otherwise we will all be doomed." He retreated back into the carriage, but Lord Sal's loud shouting still spread out. The people who were packing their luggage around suddenly became quiet, then gritted their teeth, threw away most of the heavy objects, and started to escape with light luggage. At first, the villagers in Haipan town thought that it would take some time for the army of subterranean demons to wander over. But as Lord Sal's loud shouting just now spread, the noise in the entire Black Pan town suddenly became much quieter. Time passed slowly, and it was not yet evening. The entire bustling town that accommodated thousands of people was deserted, with overturned items and fallen bags and packages everywhere. There were even a few bodies that were trampled to death, lying bloody and lonely in various places on the street. Quack, quack, quack. Wow, wow. A few crows with spread wings flew over from a distance and landed on the roof or eaves not far from the corpse, or on the fork of a large withered tree next to it. It fluttered its wings, stretched out its wings, and used its beak to carefully comb its jet-black feathers, but its pair of strange blood-red eyes were staring at the corpse below. Boom, boom, boom. But after a while, when the crows wanted to take action, the sound of the earth shaking suddenly came from far away. The vigilant crows could not help but fly up and circle twice, looking in the direction where the sound came from. There were more than a dozen multi-armed trolls that were over 10 meters tall, with sharp horns on their heads and mouths full of sharp teeth, and their bodies emitting puffs of black smoke. They were running fast. Looking at the direction they were heading, it was the direction of Haipan town. At first the crows only saw a dozen or so, but soon after, behind those dozen multi-armed trolls, a large number of crypt monsters emerged. From a distance, these bizarre-looking crypt monsters, most of which were 3 meters tall, almost covered the horizon. Some were human-shaped, some were humanoid, and of course there were also beasts and some strange shapes. Obviously, after the death of these subterranean monsters, their bodies were corroded by the power of the abyss, causing some kind of deformation. Not only were they covered in black smoke, but they also looked hideous and terrifying. Quack, quack, quack. A few crows stared at the corpse on the ground for a while, but finally flapped their wings and fled before the arrival of the underground monster. Apparently, their instinct to seek good and avoid harm allowed them to escape. Boom, boom. The army of corpse demons officially rushed into Black Pan town, but after realizing that there was no one there, a dozen huge multi-armed trolls leading them couldn't help but roar angrily towards the sky. Roar. Not long after, this army of more than 10,000 subterranean monsters began to move again. But after they left, not only did the corpses on the streets disappear, but all the livestock, birds, and animals in the town also disappeared. After these crypt monsters left for a while, many adventurers and extraordinary people dressed as mercenaries began to carefully return to the town. I didn't expect that the guy who spread the news actually said the truth. On the roof of a building on the main street, there were 3 figures standing. They were Felidi, Abel, and Kags. She is a formal level wizard, and her methods are extremely strange. The key is that she has something that attracts underground monsters. I even speculate that these underground monsters that suddenly appeared in Black Pan town were deliberately attracted by her. Felidi, a high-level grandmaster, is the most powerful transcendent in Black Pan town. When the mysterious masked man appeared not long ago, he began to spread the news that the underground monsters were wandering around. The first one to react was Felidi, but at first everyone scoffed at the news she told them and didn't believe it at all. But Felidi had been following her secretly, because although that person was a formal level wizard, Felidi's extraordinary rank was much higher than hers, and he could see through her realm at a glance.